Madman of the Sword Chapter 1479 to Chapter 1565. What? The strength of a king. The heavenly nether bird was shocked. It stared at Lin Xian with killing intent surging in its eyes. Impossible. It's only been a few years and you've already become a king? To be honest, it was indeed shocked. The last time it saw Lin Xian, he was only at the 8th level of the Venerable Realm. However, it had only been 2 or 3 years, and he had already become so powerful. His strength was definitely at the king realm, but how was this possible? One had to know that it wasn't so easy to break through to the king realm, although it knew that some young geniuses could become kings at a young age. That was in the real true spirit world, it wasn't in the martial sky continent. How could there be such peerless geniuses in such a remote place? Even if there were 1 or 2 with terrifying talent, they couldn't keep up with the resources. How could they break through to the king realm at such a young age? Therefore, the heavenly nether bird was extremely shocked when it saw Lin Xian's strength. Kid, I don't care how you entered the king realm. With your strength, you're still an ant in front of me. The heavenly nether bird's voice was cold, and its eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, countless black flames flew out and formed 2 black spears that stabbed towards Lin Xian. The spears were condensed from 9 nether black flames and were extremely terrifying. The black spears pierced through the void and formed 2 pitch-black holes. Then, they stabbed forward in a violent and invincible manner. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. This aura was too terrifying. The heavenly nether bird was a peerless beast that had entered the king realm a long time ago. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. It wasn't that Lin Xian hadn't fought with kings before. For example, the Duan clan's ancestor and the Black Dragon sect's leader were both kings. However, their combined auras couldn't compare to the heavenly nether bird. It could be said that the gap between kings was extremely huge. However, Lin Xian wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. He immediately released the dragon sword domain. Instantly, countless strands of sword chi surrounded him and formed a green sword net that enveloped him. Clang! In the next moment, the 2 black spears collided with the green sword net, creating an earth-shattering sound that reverberated in all directions. Immediately, the ground below cracked, and dozens of black cracks appeared in the sky, quickly spreading in all directions. This attack was too terrifying. Even though Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain, he was still knocked back. Bang bang bang, he retreated continuously, stepping on the void, directly creating black holes in the void, flickering indeterminately. Ant, die. The heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. On the other hand, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Then, the dragon inside his body roared and let out a loud dragon roar. A huge green dragon quickly flew out from the dragon sword domain and roared as it rushed in all directions. Lin Xian waved both of his hands. A true dragon coiled around his palms and quickly grabbed forward. Wung, the next moment, he grabbed the 2 black spears. Suddenly, black flames spread on the 2 black spears, wanting to burn them. However, black flames also surged out from Lin Xian's body. The 2 flames collided in the air, creating a blazing light. Terrifying heat surged like a volcano, causing the entire void to tremble violently. With a shake of his arms, Lin Xian directly grabbed the 2 spears and threw them into the sky. His body finally stopped at this moment. This process seemed complicated, but it happened in an instant. When the happy monarch and the others reacted, Lin Xian had already sent the 2 black spears flying. What? He actually blocked it. The heavenly netherbird was shocked and in disbelief. One had to know that he had recovered more than half of his strength and was no longer in his previous state. Especially the 2 black spears just now, they were extremely terrifying. An ordinary 1-star king would not be able to withstand them at all. However, his opponent had clearly just condensed the king domain, yet he was able to block them. This was too shocking for him. Seeing this, the others also heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, the heavenly netherbird's previous attack had also shocked them. They thought that Lin Xian might not be able to block it, but they did not expect Lin Xian to block it. Damn it, this guy's strength is much stronger than before. Everyone, let's attack together and kill it quickly. Ancestor Morong shouted coldly and then quickly attacked. A long purple saber appeared in his hand, shining with a brilliant light. In the next moment, a shocking saber light lit up, and a purple rainbow flew out. This saber was too terrifying, and a vast power surged in all directions. Accompanied by the purple saber light, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. This saber directly slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. The Shin family ancestor also roared and waved his fists. Golden runes appeared on his body and quickly spread out. They were like the sun, shining with a bright radiance. The happy monarch also snorted coldly and pointed out with his finger. Suddenly, the surrounding wind blew, and the terrifying finger light was like a vast galaxy, intertwined with countless lightning bolts, and instantly flew forward. Din Xian waved her hand, and a white jade-like hand appeared, as if it could easily tear the sky apart. The dark red divine dragon roared and let out a loud dragon roar. He waved his dragon claws, and suddenly, 2 red wind blades appeared from his hands, forming a cross-shaped saber light that quickly rushed forward. Wherever it passed, the void would quickly shatter. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul in his hand, and a terrifying sword light bloomed from his body. When the sword slashed out, it was like a giant dragon flying across the sky. The aura was extremely powerful, and the sword light was unusually sharp. The 6 great kings attacked at the same time, and their terrifying attacks all enveloped the heavenly netherbird. Get lost! The heavenly netherbird roared, and suddenly, endless black flames formed around him. This was his 9 underworlds black flame domain, and when it was summoned, the endless black flames burned fiercely, releasing an extremely powerful heat wave. The heavenly netherbird also pulled out a 9 underworlds demon sword from the 9 underworlds demon flame domain, and slashed in all directions. The terrifying black sword light flashed, and it constantly cut through the sky. In the next moment, an astonishing amount of energy exploded in the sky. Because the 2 sides' attacks collided, the aura was too terrifying, and the sky was instantly annihilated, releasing an incomparably dazzling light. Humph! Ants, you want to suppress me with just this little bit of strength? What a joke! In the void, the heavenly netherbird let out a sinister laugh. What? He's actually fine. The Shin family's ancestor was shocked. Damn it, how is this possible? The happy monarch's face was also ugly. The other great kings also had grave expressions. This was far beyond their expectations. One must know that they were 6 great kings, and when the 6 of them joined forces, they could sweep through everything. In the Tianwu continent, no one was their match. But now, even with their combined attacks, they were unable to do anything to the heavenly netherbird. Damn it, I don't believe it. Die! The Shin family ancestor roared as he formed a king's domain around him. In the next moment, he was like a god of war as he waved his fist and punched towards the heavenly netherbird. That fist carried a blazing light, as if a golden flame was burning, emitting a power that made people's hearts palpitate. The heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain as it raised its claws and clawed forward. Their palms collided and tens of thousands of rays of light burst out. A terrifying aura was released and the shockwaves caused the surrounding mountains to explode. At the same time, a purple king's domain appeared beside Ancestor Morong. It carried a shocking killing intent as it descended from the sky. The purple king's domain was formed by countless rays of light. It was like a sword domain and was extremely sharp. The purple blade slashed down fiercely. However, the heavenly netherbird flapped its wings like a black blade and quickly blocked the attack. Clang, another earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the entire void to boil once again. In an instant, the 6 kings and the heavenly netherbird were fighting. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. However, the more they fought, the more shocked they became. The heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. It could actually block the combined attacks of the 6 of them. Moreover, it seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. This wasn't good news for them. Because from the looks of it, the heavenly netherbbird's strength far exceeded theirs. This was under the condition that the heavenly netherbird was suppressed by one of the astral chains. If the last astral chain was removed, the heavenly netherbird would regain its full strength. At that time, the 6 of them would not be able to suppress it. At the thought of this, a hint of determination appeared in the eyes of Lin Xian and the others. No matter what. This time, they had to kill the heavenly netherbird and not give it any chance to escape. Dragon Sword Domain, Azure Dragon goes to the sea. Lin Xian roared as his black hair fluttered. The dragon sword domain around him shone brightly. Then, the entire dragon sword domain trembled as countless rays of sword chi formed into azure dragons that charged forward. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They were as thick as a mountain and as heavy as 10,000 pieces of gold. They directly crushed the space as they charged towards the heavenly netherbird. Pung pung pung, a low sound could be heard as the heavenly netherbird used its 9 underworld domain to block the attacks. In the next instant, all the black flames on its body began to tremble, and its enormous body began to retreat for the first time. Damn it, that's impossible. How can this kid be so strong? The heavenly netherbird was also shocked because it realized that Lin Xian's power was too strange. In terms of cultivation, Lin Xian was not the strongest, but his battle prowess made his heart go cold. That kind of combat prowess seemed to be heaven-defying. He could not believe it at all. Seeing that the heavenly netherbird was pushed back, the Shen family's ancestor, the Happy King, and the others were overjoyed. They also quickly used their consummate skills to attack the heavenly netherbird. Purple God's Descent! Ancestor Morong shouted. Purple light surrounded his body, making him look like a celestial being. The purple domain around him was also emitting light. Then, purple figures appeared one after another, sitting cross-legged in the void. These people were very devout, constantly chanting some mysterious syllables. These sounds were very strange. It didn't sound like a modern language, but it was very rhythmic. At this moment, there were 10 purple figures sitting cross-legged in all directions, chanting rapidly. Mysterious sound waves surged out and covered the sky, forming a very strange power. The heavenly netherbird was the first to bear the brunt. Its heart trembled, and the blood in its body began to boil. Even the black flames on its body began to dim. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The heavenly netherbird's face changed again. It realized that it had underestimated the 6 kings. With a roar, the heavenly netherbird raised its ferocious head and shouted. 9 Serenities Domain, Omnidirectional Demon Ceiling. Suddenly, the 9 Serenities domain around it began to burn rapidly. Countless black flames surged, forming countless black demonic claws that covered all directions. These demonic claws were very terrifying. Every one of them was incomparably black. Black flames danced on them, and they easily tore through the void. In an instant, the sky and the earth were filled with these black demonic claws. It quickly blasted towards the 10 purple figures in the surroundings. Bang! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out. The 10 purple figures in the sky were blasted apart by the countless black demonic claws. However, at this moment, the Shen family ancestors' attack came again. A golden war god flew out from the Shen family ancestors' king domain and quickly attacked the heavenly netherbird. The golden figure waved its fist. Suddenly, a golden light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The surrounding void quickly collapsed. This fist was too terrifying. It carried with it an indomitable aura. It was like a sun that crossed the sky. Destroy! The heavenly netherbird was furious. It waved the 9 Serenities demonic sword, bringing with it countless black flames as it slashed out an incomparably black sword chi. Dang! Instantly, the terrifying black sword chi collided with the golden fist, causing an explosion once again. The terrifying power of the collision forced the heavenly netherbird to retreat again. The Shen family ancestor was sent flying by this power. However, it didn't matter. The Happy King attacked again. The kings cooperated very well. They didn't give the heavenly netherbird a chance. 1 lotus moves the 9 heavens. The Happy King's blue king domain trembled rapidly. Suddenly, countless blue lotuses flew out. These lotuses quickly grew in the sky. They were like mountains as they pressed down. Each lotus was stronger than the last. In the end, 9 lotuses danced in the sky. They were like 9 ancient demonic mountains that pressed down. Suddenly, the void collapsed. Terrifying explosions sounded out, causing people's blood to boil. This scene was too terrifying. The 9 lotuses pressed down on the void as if they were going to crush the heavenly netherbird into a bloody mist. The heavenly netherbird opened its bloody mouth and spat out a small black tower. Suddenly, the small black tower floated in the sky above its head. Thousands of rays of light shone down, protecting its huge body. Bang! 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 The 9 lotuses came one after another, carrying with them millions of kilograms of weight. Shockwaves rolled out like a surging river. The entire world was trembling. The surrounding mountains had already been razed to the ground. Countless large cracks appeared below. It could be said that this ancient forest had already been torn apart by them. You ants, you want to kill me? Laughable. The heavenly netherbird let out a savage cry. The 9 serenity's demonic sword in its hand swept out in all directions. Big stupid bird, what do you have to be so arrogant about? Watch me slap you to death. The dark red dragon snorted. The other party's attitude was too arrogant. They didn't even put him in their eyes. One had to know that he was an eastern dragon. In terms of bloodline, he was even stronger than the heavenly netherbird. In the next moment, the dark red dragon moved. The 2 red dragons instantly grew to a length of 100 feet, filling up the void. The roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Its huge body was filled with boundless energy. The 2 red dragon shadows quickly soared into the sky and slammed into the black light screen in front of the heavenly netherbird. Suddenly, the light screen emitted cracking sounds. In the next moment, the boundless black light screen shattered. The small black tower on top of the heavenly netherbird's head shook as if it was about to break. What? This is impossible. The heavenly netherbird's face changed. It did not expect the other party to be able to break through its defense. Before it could react, the 2 red dragon shadows slammed into its body and sent it flying. Boom! The heavenly netherbird's huge body flew out and smashed into the ground, forming a terrifying crater. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move again. The dragon sword spiritual domain beside him rumbled and released an incomparable amount of energy. All of this energy surged into Lin Xian's body. Suddenly, countless streams of light revolved around Lin Xian's body as a terrifying amount of energy was emitted from his body. That aura caused the eyelids of the Shen family's ancestor, the Happy King, and the other kings to twitch. That was because the energy was too shocking. Even they felt a sense of trepidation. In front of Lin Xian, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. The radiance in all directions seemed to be able to crush the entire sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the next moment, Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand and quickly slashed it out. Suddenly, a shocking sword light slashed through the void and slashed downwards. The sword slashed downwards fiercely. On the other hand, the heavenly netherbird roared and quickly counterattacked. Lin Xian roared as well. His black hair fluttered as sword chi surrounded his body. He looked like a sword god as he charged downwards. Below, the heavenly netherbird crawled up from the huge crater. Its body was covered in black flames. It opened its bloody mouth and a black ball of light quickly formed. In the next moment, the black ball of light quickly blasted into the sky. The black flames danced and streaked across the void, carrying with them a terrifying energy that caused the entire sky to tremble. This black ball of light was too terrifying. Not long ago, the heavenly netherbird used this move to destroy the purple cloud sect. And now, he was using the same trick to deal with Lin Xian. If he was hit, it would be unimaginable. Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. He held the dragon-shaped sword in his hand and quickly slashed down. He didn't hold back in the slightest. Rumble! In the next moment, a terrifying sound rang out as the 2 of them collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. Not only that, but with the 2 of them as the center, a huge energy storm quickly swept out in all directions. The earth rumbled and the sky collapsed. The terrifying energy was like a tidal wave, crashing in all directions. The black ball of light was quickly split in half by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Then, the dragon-shaped sword shone with an incomparably bright light and let out a deep dragon roar as it viciously slashed at the heavenly netherbird. Pong! In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere, and black feathers scattered. The heavenly netherbird's huge body was sent flying again. Not only that, but a terrifying sword wound appeared on his body. This scene was too terrifying. The heavenly netherbird, who was like a demonic mountain, was sent flying, leaving behind a large cloud of blood. Ah, damn it. I'm going to kill you. The heavenly netherbird roared in anger. He had never suffered such a loss at the hands of a human before. Moreover, the other party was only a 20-year-old brat. This was unbearable. In the next moment, he flapped his wings and stopped. Black flames danced around his body as he tried to heal his wound and counterattack. But soon, he was stunned. This was because he realized that the sword wound on his body couldn't heal in a short period of time. Not only that, but it seemed to be getting worse. What's going on? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. One had to know that even if it was an attack from a king, with his physique and bloodline power, he could quickly heal. As long as it wasn't a fatal blow. But now, he couldn't heal the sword wound on his body. This wasn't a fatal blow. The heavenly netherbird was furious. He once again mobilized the bloodline power in his body and the black flames on his body and rushed towards the sword wound. But in the next moment, he failed. Although he could heal the wound, the speed was very slow. Moreover, this was under the condition that he used all his strength. Damn brat, what's going on? The heavenly netherbird roared. He had never encountered such a strange situation. Even when he fought with old Taoist Song Song, this didn't happen. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth. The dragon-shaped sword shadow carried boundless sword will. Even a king wouldn't be able to easily destroy that sword chi. It was normal that the heavenly netherbird couldn't heal his wound. In the next moment, Lin Xian walked over with his sword in hand. Beside him, the other 5 kings also attacked, quickly attacking the heavenly netherbird. Damn it! Seeing this, the heavenly netherbird roared angrily. However, he didn't fight back. Instead, he rose from the ground and fled into the distance. Brat, I'll spare your life this time. The next time we meet, I'll kill all of you. The entire Tianwu continent will submit to me. As he spoke, he turned into a ray of black light and shot into the distance. Not good, he's trying to escape. Seeing this, the Shin family's ancestor's face changed. Quickly stop him. We can't let him escape. Ancestor Morong also shouted coldly. Purple chi floated around his body, forming countless large hands that grabbed forward. They had no choice. The heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. Now, the 6 of them had to work together to injure him. If he broke the last starry chain and recovered to his peak state, the 6 of them might not be able to fight him. Therefore, they had to stop him. At this moment, Lin Xian and the other 5 didn't hesitate. They attacked with all their strength to kill the heavenly netherbird. However, Tian was determined to escape. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to activate his bloodline power and even burn his spiritual energy. He turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the sky. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, he still escaped. Ancestor Morong and the others were anxious. Lin Xian also had a heavy heart. If they let him escape this time, it would be difficult to kill him in the future, therefore, they didn't give up and chased him all the way. But in the end, they still couldn't catch up to the heavenly netherbird. The other party was like a shooting star, extremely fast. Lin Xian and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Xian and the others flew with all their strength. Even when the Shin family's ancestor burned his spiritual energy, they still couldn't catch up. Ah! Damn it! The Shin family's ancestor roared to the sky. The happy king and the others had grave expressions because they had lost their best chance. Lin Xian and the other kings returned without success, but a gust of wind blew across the Tianwu continent. Because the news of the Divine Bird Palace, Earth Fire Sect and Purple Cloud Sect being annihilated had finally spread. This news shook the entire Tianwu continent. Shock, incomparable shock, no one dared to believe it because it was too inconceivable. But in the end, the King family came out and confirmed the authenticity of the news. Immediately, everyone's head exploded. One had to know that those were 3 rank 6 sects. They were the strongest forces other than the King family. But now, they were annihilated. And 3 of them were annihilated at once. Who the hell did it? Could it be a King family? Everyone was shocked and guessed. Because in their opinion, only a king family could annihilate a rank 6 sect. But this result was still out of their expectations because they heard that the heavenly nether bird had appeared again. And these 3 rank 6 sects were annihilated by the heavenly nether bird. What? The heavenly nether bird? Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. They knew about the existence of the heavenly nether bird because a few years ago, the heavenly nether bird had caused a ruckus. But that time it was beaten away by a king family. Who would have thought that the heavenly nether bird would appear again? Not only that, but it also brutally annihilated 3 rank 6 sects. In an instant, the world was in panic. Especially the remaining rank 6 sects, they all sought the protection of the king family. Because from the current situation, the heavenly nether bird seemed to only attack the rank 6 sects. If that was the case, then the remaining rank 6 sects were in danger. Lin Xian, Din Xian, the Shin family ancestor and the other kings discussed and decided to come out together and command the entire Tianwu continent to resist the heavenly nether bird. There was no other way. This time, the 6 of them had joined forces and barely injured the heavenly nether bird. But they still let the heavenly nether bird escape. The next time the heavenly nether bird appeared, it would definitely be in peak condition. And at that time, whether they could defeat the heavenly nether bird was still unknown. So now, they had to gather the strength of the entire continent. But although the situation was bad, they still had hope. Because the 9-tailed demon fox and Lin Zhan had not come out of seclusion yet, but he might come out soon. Of course, this was the thought of the Shin family's patriarch, the Happy King, and the others, but the dark red divine dragon didn't think so. Judging from the previous situation, that fellow's cultivation has already reached the level of a 2-star king. This is still not his peak strength. On our side, all of us are 1-star kings, and the best is only at the late stage of 1 star. If we allow him to recover his full strength and engage in a battle of life and death, we have no chance of winning. What? A 2-star king? Ancestor Murong, the Happy King, and the others were shocked. Even though some of them were over 1,000 years old, and some had entered the king realm for a few hundred years, all of them were 1-star kings without exception, and they hadn't broken through. Even though the heavenly nether bird was being suppressed, it was still a 2-star king. Who knew how terrifying he would be when he removed the last astral chain? There was only one thing that they were certain of. If the other party was at his peak state, none of them would be able to resist. Then what should we do? Ancestor Murong and the others looked gloomy. Won't subdivine crystals work? Lin Xian asked. He wanted to use subdivine crystals to increase the cultivation of the 6 people. Although subdivine crystals are miraculous and can indeed increase the cultivation of a king, the amount of subdivine crystals needed to go from 1 star to 2 stars is an astronomical figure. The little bit you have is not enough. You can't even make a breakthrough for 1 person. The dark red dragon shook his head. If I was at my peak state, how could it be so troublesome? The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Obviously, he had already surpassed a 2-star king when he was at his peak state. However, he had already lost his dragon origin, and was only a 1-star king. Even if he had many secret techniques, he wouldn't be able to contend against the heavenly netherbird at his peak state. Since strength isn't enough, then we'll make up for it with numbers. Including 9-tailed, we have a total of 7 kings. Lin Xian said, Ruffian dragon, hurry up and create some king-killing formations. Our king families will be responsible for providing the materials. Then, find some elite half-step kings and have them control these killing formations. This way, we should be able to match a 1-star king's battle strength. Hearing this, the dark red dragon sighed. It seems like that's the only thing we can do. The Shin family, Ancestor, Happy King, and the others nodded. They knew how serious the matter was, and they couldn't hide it any longer. Moreover, they knew that this period of time was safe. The heavenly netherbird would definitely refine the starlight chains and wouldn't have time to retaliate. Thus, they could use this period of time to set up defenses. Since they had come to an agreement, the 6 kings went back to make arrangements. Of course, they also joined hands to make an announcement to the entire Tianwu continent. The content of the announcement was about the heavenly netherbird's situation and the dangers of the Tianwu continent. They also called for all heroes to gather together and resist the heavenly netherbird. With a single announcement, the entire continent moved. They didn't expect the situation to be so serious that even the 6 kings couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, everyone's hearts sank and their scalps went numb. Originally, they thought that as long as all the king families joined hands, they would be fine. However, it seemed that things weren't that simple. If it were that simple, these kings wouldn't have joined hands to make an announcement and gather all the heroes of the continent. The entire Tianwu continent was abuzz with discussion. Everyone was extremely nervous. After Lin Xian and the others returned, they started to mobilize all the resources. They were fighting against the heavenly netherbird for time. The War God Palace, Morong family, Shen family, Merry Forest, Immortal Martial Academy, and all the other king families moved quickly. They quickly gathered a large amount of resources and provided them to the Dark Red Dragon so that he could set up the king-killing array. Not only that, but they also sent their own array masters to help the Dark Red Divine Dragon. Apart from that, the top experts of the various rank 6 sects were also gathered together for a discussion. In a short period of time, the top forces of the Tianwu continent were all mobilized. After gathering enough materials, Din Xian, Happy King, and the others gathered together again. This time Ancestor Morong even brought the 9-tailed beast. A total of 7 kings gathered together. Apart from that, there were also the elders of the various king families, the sect masters and elders of the rank 6 sects, and other half-step kings. Due to the geographical location, everyone gathered at the Palace of Gods of War this time. In the most glorious hall of the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, it was filled with countless experts. At the front was Lin Xian, the Happy King, and the other kings. The hall was very noisy as everyone was discussing. Is the heavenly netherbird really that strong? No way. Wasn't it beaten away by the kings last time? How did it become so strong this time? Who knows? The heavenly netherbird is an ancient demonic beast and is very scary. Maybe it has mutated. All the experts were discussing because they knew the situation was urgent. However, they had no idea how scary the heavenly netherbird was. In front, Ancestor Morong, Ancestor Shen, the Happy King, Lin Xian, and the others were also discussing quickly. Ancestor Morong said, Lin Xian, this is your Palace of Gods of War, so you should preside over this meeting. The other emperors nodded their heads too. Although Lin Xian was still young, his combat strength was not inferior to theirs. In fact, he was even stronger. Moreover, this was the Palace of Gods of War. As the young master, Lin Xian's reputation was very high. Therefore, he was the most suitable person to preside over this meeting. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Xian nodded his head seriously. He knew the situation was urgent, so he did not stand on ceremony. Then, he took a step forward, looked down, and said in a clear voice. I know that everyone has a lot of doubts. I also know that you're making a big fuss out of nothing. Let me show you something first. After you've seen it, I think you'll understand everything. Below, countless experts quietened down and listened to Lin Xian's speech. Then, Lin Xian waved his hand. Suddenly, purple fog spread out and formed a huge light screen in the sky. This fog was naturally the fog outside the purple cloud sect. However, Lin Xian had taken a part of it. Because the scene of the heavenly netherbird destroying the purple cloud sect was recorded by the purple mist, Lin Xian took it away. At this moment, he took it out and showed it to the powerful beings in the palace. What is that? Everyone was puzzled as they looked up. However, they quickly calmed down. The fog in the sky churned and gradually condensed into pictures. Then, a huge figure as black as ink appeared on the screen. That's the heavenly netherbird. Everyone exclaimed when they saw this figure. The scene inside? Isn't this the purple cloud sect? Someone recognized the mountain range and immediately cried out in alarm. No one answered them, but in the next moment, the scene changed rapidly. The heavenly netherbird condensed a black ball of light and blasted forward. Instantly, the entire purple cloud sect was razed to the ground. What? It was destroyed in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Many of them were pale and their legs were trembling. Shocking, it was simply too shocking. Because in their imagination, even if the heavenly netherbird had destroyed 3 rank 6 sects, it would have taken a lot of effort to do so. but now, they knew how laughable their idea was. One attack, just one attack, and the heavenly netherbird had destroyed the purple cloud sect. This terrifying method was something that even the kings present could not do. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, right? Damn it, how can the heavenly netherbird be so powerful? Could it have surpassed the king realm? Exclamations rang out one after another. Everyone was shocked, and the sect leaders and elders of the rank 6 sects were pale. According to the situation on the screen, if the heavenly netherbird attacked any of the rank 6 sects, it would easily succeed. And they would not have any power to resist. The elders of the king families also widened their eyes in disbelief. This was because they knew the power of a king realm expert. This method was something that even their ancestors could not do. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe it. Lin Xian continued, "Everyone, now you understand why I've gathered all of you here, right? This is only one of the scenes that you saw. After that, the 6 of us worked together to find the heavenly netherbird and engaged in an intense battle with it." At this moment, everyone was silent. They pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Lin Xian continued, "The 6 of us gave it our all and fought with the sky netherbird. In the end, we managed to injure it. However, it managed to escape." Hearing this, everyone was confused. 6 kings working together to injure the heavenly netherbird. Wasn't this a good thing? This meant that the heavenly netherbird could not compete with the 6 kings. If it dared to come again, wouldn't the 6 kings be finished? This was what everyone was confused about. But then, they understood. Lin Xian continued, "Although we injured the heavenly netherbird, it escaped in the end. Furthermore, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the heavenly netherbird was not at its peak. There was a mysterious chain on its body that suppressed its cultivation." What? It was not at its peak? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Destroying a rank 6 sect in one strike and fighting against 6 kings alone. Such heaven-defying battle strength was not at its peak. If that was the case, the heavenly netherbird was too terrifying. The heavenly netherbird slaughtered 3 rank 6 sects to use the blood of those hundreds of thousands of cultivators to refine the astral chain on its body. Once it succeeds, it will return to its peak state. At that time, even if we work together, we will not be its match. That was why everyone was gathered here to defend together. Hearing this, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe that the situation was so serious. Even the 6 kings working together were not its match. What realm has the heavenly netherbird reached? Has it surpassed the kings? An old voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw a familiar figure. It was an old man with an ancient sword on his back. He was tall and straight, and his eyes were sharp. The sword sovereign, as a top rank 6 sect, the deity Sword Villa would not be absent. The sword sovereign was the one who asked the question. "Yeah, what realm is it at? How can it be so terrifying?" Everyone else spoke out. Because the heavenly netherbird's strength had exceeded their understanding. "Let me explain." The dark red dragon stood out. "Let me explain the king realm to you." Hearing this, everyone quieted down and listened carefully. The king realm was too mysterious. There were only a few kings in the Tianwu continent, and they could not see them normally. The king realm is also divided into 9 stages, from 1 star to 9 star. Every stage will have earth-shattering changes. It can be said that the gap between each stage is enormous, far beyond your imagination. All the kings here are 1-star kings, and the heavenly netherbird was a 2-star king back then, and that was when it was suppressed. If it had removed the restriction, it might have become a late-stage 2-star king. What? Everyone gasped in shock. They didn't expect the king realm to be divided into 9 stages, and everyone here was only a 1-star king, but the heavenly netherbird was already a 2-star king, and might even be stronger. Is the gap really that big? An elder asked with a trembling voice. The dark red dragon shook its head. "Let's put it this way. Do you remember the Duan clan's ancestor? He had just entered the king crystal realm, so to be exact, he was an early-stage 1-star king. Lin Xian was also a 1-star king, but what happened in the end? He was killed so easily. And this is only the gap between 1-star kings. Can you imagine the gap between 1-star kings and 2-star kings? If the heavenly netherbird recovered to its peak state, it could easily kill any of the kings here. Even if the 7 of us work together, we only have a 20% chance. What? Only 20%? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and despair appeared in many people's eyes. However, you don't have to worry too much. We've gathered all of you here to discuss countermeasures. Next, we'll create some peerless killing formations. These formations are very powerful, equivalent to a 1-star king's battle strength. As long as we create a few more king-killing formations, we can work together and attack together. At that time, we might be able to kill the heavenly netherbird. What? King-killing formation? There's such a killing formation? Everyone was shocked. Even the array masters opened their mouths in disbelief. A killing formation comparable to a 1-star king's? How heaven-defying must one be to create such a formation? These array masters were simply too shocked, because they had never heard of such a powerful killing array. However, after confirming that this was true, they looked at the dark red dragon, which was emitting a scarlet light like a rabbit. Excitement, this was simply too exciting. These array masters had spent their entire lives researching array formations, to the point of obsession. Now that they had heard of such a powerful king-killing formation, how could they let it go? These array masters decided that after the meeting, they must participate in the creation of the killing array. They must not miss this opportunity. What happened next was very simple. The dark red divine dragon was in charge of the king's killing array, and those array masters surrounded him at this moment, creating the king's killing array with him. The others didn't stay idle either because the dark red divine dragon also took out some combination martial arts. These combined martial arts were extremely powerful. At this moment, they were being used by the leaders of the rank 6 sects, as well as the peerless experts, to train together. He hoped that it would be of use in the future battles. Next, everyone began to get busy. The dark red dragon and a group of array masters quickly set up the king-killing array. Even Xianxia joined in. As for the Shen family ancestor, the Happy King, and the other kings, they were instructing the martial artists and half-step kings of the 6th grade sects so that they could quickly complete the formation. It could be said that these people were the peak experts of the martial sky continent. If they failed, the sky martial continent would truly be finished. Therefore, these experts also knew that and cultivated with all their might. Just like this, a month passed. During this month, all the martial artists of the martial sky continent were anxious. This was because they were worried that the heavenly netherbird would attack at any moment. However, the heavenly netherbird didn't appear at all during this month, which allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Some people even guessed that the heavenly netherbird might not appear again. However, 5 days later, news came from the northwest that the heavenly netherbird had appeared again. This time, it was extremely violent and had directly destroyed dozens of rank 5 sections. Moreover, it was extremely violent and was rapidly charging towards the center of the martial sky continent. What? It appeared again. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked once again. Immediately, countless martial artists crazily rushed towards the various king families, seeking protection. This was because at this time, only the king families could protect them. Even the rank 6 sects couldn't protect themselves. The news of the heavenly netherbird's appearance was like a plague, quickly spreading everywhere. Not long after, it spread throughout the martial sky continent. Lin Xian and the others also received the news. Immediately, the other kings, half-step kings, and peerless experts in the Palace of War all became nervous. This was a crucial moment. If they won, then everything would go smoothly. If they lost, then the martial sky continent would suffer an unimaginable disaster. In other words, the future of the martial sky continent was in their hands. Lin Xian, how many king-killing arrays have you completed? Dean Xian and Ancestor Morone quickly flew over to ask. Time is too tight, only 3 have been completed. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Indeed, to complete 3 king-killing arrays in a month's time was already very good. After all, every king-killing array wanted to be a 1-star king for a short period of time. 3 is already quite a lot. Ancestor Morone nodded. They had 7 kings and 3 king-killing arrays, which was equivalent to 10 one-star kings. They should be able to contend against the heavenly netherbird. Since you're ready, then let's go. Ancestor Morong said in a deep voice, that beast has already started to cause trouble everywhere. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the kings gathered together and gathered all the peak experts. Everyone, no matter how much we don't want to believe it, this moment has finally arrived. Although Lin Xian was young, his voice was very firm. The success or failure of this battle not only concerns our lives, but also the safety of the entire continent. If we win, then everything will be fine. But if we lose, then the martial sky continent will become hell. Therefore, we cannot lose this battle. At the end, Lin Xian clenched his fists and became very emotional. A terrifying aura surged from his body. Believe in us, we will definitely succeed. No matter if it's for us, for the people of the martial sky continent, or for our clansmen, families, relatives, and future generations. Everyone, draw your swords. Let's fight together. With a clang, Lin Xian drew his Lone Star sword and pointed it to the sky. Kill! At the same time, the other 6 kings also shouted loudly and a terrifying aura filled the sky. Kill! In the square below, countless peak experts shouted together. Everyone was extremely excited. A terrifying killing aura surged from their bodies and connected with each other in the sky. It formed a pitch-black cloud. Kill! For ourselves. Kill! For our clansmen. Kill! For the people of the world. Then, Lin Xian took the lead and rose from the ground. He turned into a beam of sword light and rushed into the sky. Behind him, the 6 kings also flew into the sky. In the next instant, countless peerless experts and sect elders all flew into the sky and followed the 7 kings. At this moment, their blood was boiling, at this moment, their battle intent was soaring. These people were the peak martial artists of the Tianwu continent. Now that they were gathered together, they were like a sharp sword that streaked across the sky and attacked the heavenly netherbird. As for the remaining elders and martial artists, they were not idle either. They joined forces with the various king families, the rank 6 sects, and the heroes of the world. They worked together to bring the martial artists of the small sects and ordinary citizens to a safe place for protection. Of course, the Tianwu continent was too big and had too many people. They were unable to protect everyone and could only do their best. However, the king families also spread the news that the 7 kings and countless experts were killing the enemy. They told them to wait quietly and confidently. What? The 7 kings and countless experts went to kill the heavenly netherbird? Is that true? That's great. Not only that, but I heard that there are also 3 peerless killing arrays. It's like having 3 more kings. What? Is that true? 10 kings can definitely kill the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, all the martial artists of the Tianwu continent received this news. They all clenched their fists, extremely excited. They believed that this battle would definitely succeed. Everyone calmed down and waited for the news of victory. On the other side, Lin Xian, the happy king, and the other peerless experts were chasing after the heavenly netherbird. This time, the heavenly netherbird was especially arrogant and did not hide his tracks. Thus, they easily found the heavenly netherbird's tracks and rushed over with all their might. In the end, the 2 sides met. The heavenly netherbird was incomparably terrifying. Its entire body was covered in flames, releasing a scorching heat. When it opened and closed its eyes, it brought with it a monstrous pressure. There were no longer any astral chains binding its body. Clearly, it had successfully recovered to its peak. Although Lin Xian and the others had expected this, seeing it with their own eyes still made their hearts heavy. That was because the peak heavenly netherbird was absolutely terrifying. Looking at Lin Xian's group of 7 in front of it and the human martial artists behind it, the heavenly netherbird laughed with disdain. Lowly ants, you dare to stop me? The heavenly netherbird sneered in disdain. Since you're here to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. At the end of his words, Heaven Yuqing coldly snorted. Suddenly, the black flames on his body surged into the sky, and a terrifying aura swept through the world. This aura was simply too frightening, causing all the peerless experts behind Lin Xian to tremble as if they were about to fall from the sky. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the other kings also snorted coldly. Powerful auras surged from their bodies as they blocked the heavenly netherbird. Of the king of the heavenly netherbird. The netherbird heavenly netherbird, King S. Netheroff of the kings. If it weren't for these 7 kings, they probably wouldn't even be able to resist the heavenly netherbird's aura. Of the netherbird of the heavens. How powerful. In the crowd, the sword venerable clenched his fists. His body was trembling, and his eyes were shining brightly. To be honest, he was too excited. Becoming a king tier was his life's goal. Although he had no hope of achieving it in this lifetime, at the final juncture, to be able to battle with such a terrifying and peerless monster, even if he died, he would have no regrets. Another king tier? No wonder they dared to come looking for trouble with me. However, with just this bit of strength, it's simply not enough in front of me. The heavenly netherbird snorted coldly. Then, the void trembled and a black claw reached out. The hand was pitch black, like a devil's claw reaching out from hell. It tore through the void and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian and the others. This aura was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it covered the sky like a dark cloud. It carried terrifying black flames as it quickly slammed down. Boom! Immediately, the void collapsed, creating a terrifying scene. Attack! Lin Xian shouted coldly. Suddenly, his body emitted a dazzling light. A sharp sword aura soared into the sky as if it wanted to cut through the sky. Along with it, countless lightning bolts fell in all directions. This terrifying sword aura shocked everyone. Then, the 6 kings beside him roared together and quickly counterattacked. Behind them, the peerless sovereigns also moved quickly. Among them, Lin Xian's body was quickly covered with the astral battle armor. His body emitted a blue light as he stood in the void. Around him, the dragon sword domain was formed. It emitted a dazzling light, making him look like a war god. Beside him, Ancestor Murong, Ancestor Shen, the Happy King, and the others also activated their king domains. Behind him, 9 half-step kings let out long roars and activated 3 king-killing arrays, also rushing over at high speed. As for the remaining exalteds, they rapidly retreated and flew in all directions. They didn't run away. Instead, they stood in specific positions and formed a very strange array. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that it was an 8-star array. It completely enveloped the heavenly netherbird, Lin Xian, and the others. In the next moment, Lin Xian moved. With a clang, the lone star sword was unsheathed. It drew a dazzling light in the void, illuminating all directions. He slashed out with his long sword and pointed it at the heavenly netherbird. His battle intent surged and stirred up the clouds. A streak of sword chi shot out, transforming into a shocking rainbow that rolled over. This sword was too terrifying. Along with the power of the dragon sword domain, it was like a vast blue ocean that filled the entire void. The terrifying sword aura quickly slashed out and enveloped the heavenly netherbird. At the same time, the other 6 kings also quickly attacked. Dazzling light blasted forward. 10 purple figures were like gods and demons. They quickly flew in the void and charged toward the heavenly netherbird. On the other side, a golden giant rose from the ground. It was as if he wanted to crush the heavens and earth. He waved his golden fist. Dazzling light shone in all directions as he charged forward. 3 red dragon shadows rushed into the sky. They were hundreds of feet long and overturned rivers and seas. 9 blue lotuses flew out. They were like demonic mountains, each stronger than the last. They quickly pressed downwards. Din Xian also attacked mercilessly. A jade-white palm pierced through the void and slammed toward the heavenly netherbird. At the same time, 9 tails also moved. The 9 tails behind him danced and turned into 9 blood-red arms. They bared their fangs and claws and covered the sky. At this moment, the 7 kings displayed their unparalleled elegance. They all used their ultimate skills to attack the heavenly netherbird. A bunch of ants. Die! The heavenly netherbird roared. Its body burned with flames. Beside it, the 9 serenities domain quickly appeared. In the next moment, the 9 serenities domain shook as countless black longswords flew out like a rain of light, stabbing towards Lin Xian and the others. Countless attacks collided in the air, creating a terrifying explosion. Vast amounts of energy swept out in all directions, causing the void to collapse. It was too terrifying. Without the suppression of the star chains, the heavenly netherbird had recovered to its peak state. Powerful, it was fighting against 7 kings alone, and it was not at a disadvantage. Even Lin Xian and the others were forced back by the black killing sword. What? How can it be so strong? The surrounding martial artists were shocked by this scene. This ignited their killing intent even more. Following this, they roared towards the sky and quickly activated the array. As for the 9 half-step kings, they activated their peerless killing array and charged toward the sky netherbird. The array was extremely terrifying. At this moment, it was activated and emitted a bright light. Waves of terrifying killing intent pierced through the heavens and earth. Terrifying sword chi spread out for 3,000 miles and quickly surrounded the heavenly netherbird. Boom, boom. Boom, the void trembled as the 3 kings' killing arrays displayed their powerful battle strength. The sword chi was like a ray of light as it quickly slashed towards the heavenly netherbird. The heavenly netherbird sneered as it waved its claws, and the 9 serenity's demonic sword swept out. Black flames intertwined as the pitch-black sword chi surged in the void like a river, blocking all the attacks of the 3 killing arrays. What? So strong. The 9 half-step kings were in the array. This was their first time fighting with a king, and they were extremely shocked. Especially the black flames. Although they were separated by the king's killing arrays, they still felt a sense of fear. It was as if they would be burned to ashes at any moment. This energy was too terrifying, and they had no choice but to quickly retreat. The 3 kings' killing arrays formed a triangle and quickly retreated like shooting stars. Want to leave? The heavenly netherbird sneered as it stretched out a black palm and grabbed forward. Just a few half-step kings, and you dare to show off in front of me? You're courting death, rumble. The black palm slapped down, covering the sky and earth with the light of martial arts competition. It looked like the 3 kings' killing arrays were about to shatter. At this moment, the peerless experts in the surroundings moved. After setting up the formation just now, they had already activated an extremely terrifying formation. Now that it was activated, heaven and earth immediately collapsed. This formation was called the Eightfold Formation. It was imparted to them by the dark red divine dragon and was extremely terrifying. There were a total of 3,000 people participating in this formation, and they were all top-notch experts. They split into 8 different directions and quickly activated the formation. Instantly, doors with blinding light appeared in 8 different directions. Terrifying attacks surged out from these doors. In the sky, 8 rays of light lit up like 8 suns, incomparably brilliant. Among them, countless red flames flew out from the southern door, covering the sky and covering the earth. With blazing heat, they collided with the pitch-black hand. Boom, when the two collided, crackling sounds could be heard, and the entire void became extremely distorted. This attack delayed the giant black hand, allowing the 3 kings to successfully escape. Humph. When the heavenly netherbird saw this, it snorted coldly. The pitch-black hand that covered the sky shone brightly again. Countless black flames burned fiercely and continuously slapped in all directions, extinguishing the terrifying sea of flames. At the same time, 7 other bright lights flew out from 7 different directions. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, the 8 different elemental energies intertwined in the sky, forming a long rainbow that slashed downwards. Boom, boom. Boom, in the next moment, the terrifying divine rainbow slashed down on the black hand and immediately sent it flying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Not only was the heavenly netherbird surprised, but Lin Xian and the others were also extremely shocked. This was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that the heavenly netherbird was extremely terrifying. It was a late-stage 2-star king, and even Lin Xian and the others combined could not suppress it. However, this mysterious formation had actually sent the heavenly netherbirds' attack flying. It was simply too shocking. Ruffian dragon, what kind of formation is this? It's so magical. Lin Xian was greatly surprised. I also did not expect the Eightfold Formation. The divine dragon and Nai shook his head. The power of this formation had also exceeded his expectations. Subsequently, the dark red divine dragon seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead. In the next moment, he exclaimed, "Damn it! We've been tricked." Tricked? What do you mean? Lin Xian and the others were puzzled and quickly asked. The dark red divine dragon said, "I thought that he was a late-stage 2-star king, but now it seems that he is not. He is not a late-stage 2-star king, but a middle-stage 2-star king." What? You're saying that he has become weaker? No, he was just bluffing before. I think that he must have used too much energy to break the star chains. Although the chains are no longer suppressing him, the energy in his body has not recovered. Does this mean that we have a chance to kill him? Lin Xian and the others were excited. That's right. This should be a good opportunity. Our chances of winning will increase by 20%. Then what are we waiting for? Let's attack together and kill him. Lin Xian roared as he stood in the void in his astral armor. He held the killing sword in his hand as his black hair fluttered in the wind. His entire being was extremely sharp. Around him were the other 6 kings. Each of them had an imposing aura that made one's heart tremble. At this critical moment, the 7 of them unleashed their full strength and prepared to kill the heavenly netherbird. The aura of the 7 of them was too powerful. Unparalleled light exploded from each of their bodies, connecting the heavens and earth. These lights flickered and shot into the clouds, connecting together in the sky. It was like 100,000 mountains that pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Subsequently, the 7 kings stepped forward at the same time. Boom, every step they took caused the heavens and earth to tremble. An extremely terrifying power surged out from the 7 of them and blasted towards the heavenly netherbird. This power was too terrifying. Even the heavenly netherbird's expression changed. He roared as he slashed the 9 darkness demonic sword towards the sky. At the same time, a low and hoarse voice sounded. 9 darkness demonic sword, turn into flames. With me as the source, I will split open the heavens. This voice was extremely low and carried with it a mysterious power that made everyone's scalp tingle. Following this voice were countless bolts of black lightning. Kaboom! In the next moment, a huge bolt of black lightning streaked across the sky and pierced through the void, forming a black hole. The black hole did not disappear. Instead, it spun rapidly and formed a black vortex. Countless black flames surged out from the vortex and flew towards the 9 darkness demonic sword. Balls of flames were incomparably black and carried with them a mysterious power. It was as if they had flown out from hell. The 9 darkness domain around the heavenly netherbird was also burning. It seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with the black hole. Soon, the entire 9 darkness demonic sword was covered in black flames. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the 9 darkness demonic sword. This aura was too terrifying. It was as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. Everyone's hearts trembled as they could not resist. Die, you ants! As the sword slashed out, black flames filled the sky and a terrifying aura covered the entire area. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying black longsword clashed with the aura of Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, a shocking explosion spread out. A huge black hole appeared from the collision and quickly swept across the entire sky. Not good. Retreat. The Shin clan ancestor, Morong clan ancestor, and the others' faces changed because they realized that the combined power of the 7 of them had been split apart by the sword. This was absolutely unimaginable. In the next moment, the light barrier around the 7 of them cracked and they were all sent flying. Among them, one of the king's slaughtering formations was sliced in half by the sword strike. Immediately, the 3 half-step kings turned into blood mist and flew towards the heavenly netherbird, entering the 9 underworld domain. Even the king-killing array was broken and turned into pure spiritual chi, which was absorbed by the heavenly netherbird. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. Lin Xian's face was even more serious. He had the starry sky armor and red lotus armor, so although he was sent flying, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, the opponent's method shocked him. That sword was too terrifying. Even if he used his full strength, he couldn't block it. He knew that this was the suppression of Cultivation realm. A 2-star king was much stronger than a 1-star king. The fact that the heavenly netherbird could absorb energy and recover quickly in the midst of battle was definitely not good news. Kill. Even though they were sent flying, Lin Xian and the others were still able to get back up swiftly and charge forth once more. This was their only chance. If they couldn't kill the heavenly netherbird this time, they wouldn't have another chance in the future. The battle erupted again. 7 kings, 2 king-killing arrays, and a terrifying octagonal array. At this moment, they were all attacking the heavenly netherbird. Pung! 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 Terrifying energy surged and blasted on the heavenly netherbird's body, causing its huge body to be pushed back continuously. Many wounds even appeared on its body. However, Lin Xian's side suffered heavy losses. The 7 kings were all injured. As for the 2 king-killing arrays, they had also been destroyed in this battle. Not only that, the energy within the 6 half-step kings and 2 king-level killing arrays were all absorbed by the sky nether bird. Suddenly, the heavenly netherbird's aura became even more monstrous. Like a peerless demon, it spread its wings and blotted out the sun. In the next moment, he actually rushed toward the surrounding 8-fold formation. Not good, stop him. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon's expression changed. It couldn't be helped. Although the octagon formation was powerful and useful, it couldn't withstand the heavenly netherbird's attack. Although the 3,000 people were strong, they were only respectful. With the power of the array, they might be able to fight against the heavenly netherbird. However, if they were to fight head-on, they wouldn't be a match at all. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the dragon sword domain around him quickly trembled. Then, a huge body quickly formed and rushed towards the heavenly netherbird. It was a Xianxia whose entire body was formed by lightning. It was incomparably terrifying. With a slight tremble of its massive body, it instantly shattered the entire void. With a roar, bright lightning runes appeared on the Xianxia's body. In the next moment, the huge body rushed towards the heavenly netherbird. Although the body was huge, its speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird. Don't overestimate yourself, die. The heavenly netherbird coldly roared as it flapped its black wings and slashed towards the Xianxia. Pung, an earth-shattering sound rang out. That black wing was just too sharp. It was like a black heavenly blade as it slashed out with a single strike. Instantly, the Xianxia was split in half. This scene was too shocking. Such a terrifying body was actually split in half by a single blade. In the end, it turned into spiritual qi and scattered in the void. The heavenly netherbird disdainfully sneered, while Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He naturally knew that the Xianxia couldn't win against the other party, so he didn't stop his actions. Very quickly, a golden sky rock flew out of his dragon sword domain. Then, the entire void trembled. A golden figure appeared in the sky, its body emitting a blazing light that dyed the entire sky golden. This skypung was formed by Lin Xian. Although it was condensed from spiritual qi, it looked real and ferocious. Under Lin Xian's control, the golden skypung let out a long roar that tore through the sky. Then, the huge body emitted a blinding light. A terrifying killing intent rushed out from the skypung's body. Then, the golden feathers on its body trembled rapidly, forming rays of golden light one after another. Every single feather seemed to have turned into a golden sword. They were densely packed and pierced through the clouds, tearing through the sky and emitting a cold light. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with golden sword qi. The terrifying killing intent made everyone tremble in fear. 108,000 sword qi, kill. Lin Xian let out a long cry, his expression extremely solemn. In the next moment, the terrifying rain of golden sword qi in the sky fell rapidly. 108,000 sword qi, each of which was 30 meters long, bloomed with light and emitted a terrifying killing intent. They filled the sky palace and formed a rain of sword qi that blasted towards the sky netherbird. This method was too terrifying. Even Ancestor Murong and the others' eyelids twitched when they saw the scene. They realized that Lin Xian was too strong. Although he was young, his combat strength had already surpassed them. At the very least, they couldn't use such terrifying sword qi. Moreover, they couldn't fight against it. However, the Sky Netherbird was different. He wasn't a one-star king, but a two-star king. Therefore, he launched an angry counterattack in the face of such terrifying sword chi. Heaven and earth demonic furnace, incinerate everything. The Sky Netherbird roared and rubbed the huge 9 darkness demonic sword in his black flame domain. Then, his black flame feathers emitted a black light. Countless black flames danced, quickly twisting and turning, forming a black furnace that was over 10 feet tall. This demonic furnace was pitch black, and mysterious runes were carved on it. It seemed like something from the demonic realm. In the next moment, the Sky Netherbird waved his claws and slapped on the black demonic furnace. Suddenly, the black demonic furnace trembled and an earth-shattering heat rushed out. Boundless flames spread and covered the entire sky. Boom! 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 The black demonic furnace released a sea of flames that clashed with Lin Xian's 108,000 sword chi. The sword chi rushed into the clouds and the airwaves rolled, drowning the entire sky. Not good. Retreat. Ancestor Morong and the Shen family's ancestor saw this and their faces changed. They quickly retreated. This energy was too terrifying. Even if they were kings, they couldn't fight against it. In the sky, the black flames were extremely powerful. When they collided with the golden sword chi, they immediately started to burn. In the next moment, the golden sword chi in the sky started to melt like snow in a raging fire. In an instant, the 108,000 golden swords in the sky and on the ground were all burned up by the black flames. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, Ancestor Morong and the others were shocked. Lin Xian's face also turned gloomy. There was nothing he could do. A two-star king was too terrifying. Although he had the dragon sword soul, his cultivation was still at the honorable realm. He could not use all of his power. Damn it. Lin Xian was unwilling to accept this. His body moved like lightning as he quickly retreated. In the next moment, a ferocious fire dragon appeared where he was standing and pierced through the void. Humph, kid, you want to fight with me? After defeating Lin Xian with one move, the heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. Then, he held the black furnace in his hand and swept it in all directions. One of the flames hit the octagon formation. Not good. Seeing this, the 3,000 honorables' faces changed. They quickly activated the octagon formation to fight against the heavenly netherbird. But at this moment, the black furnace was too terrifying. Even though the octagon formation was magical, it was still unable to fight against the heavenly netherbird. In the next moment, one of the light doors was shattered. Hundreds of honorables' bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this, Ancestor Shen, the happy king and the others roared crazily and wanted to rush over. However, the heavenly netherbird waved his hand and the boundless black flames surged towards them. Damn it! The Ancestor Shen sent out the golden giant and the happy king sent out the 9 lotuses to fight against the black flames. However, a scene that shocked them appeared. Their attacks were actually burning fiercely in the black flames. What? How is this possible? All the kings were shocked and could not believe it. The Ancestor Shen and the happy king roared and tried to extinguish the black flames. But they could not do it. The black flames burned more and more fiercely. They even floated towards their bodies. A look of despair appeared in their eyes. They shouted crazily, but it was useless. At the crucial moment, Lin Xian also sent out a sea of black flames to fight against the heavenly netherbird's 9 underworld black flames. Only then did he save the Ancestor Shen and the happy king. Lin Xian's side kings let out a sigh of relief, but the heavenly netherbird had a look of surprise. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have black flames in his hands, and he was very familiar with the aura. It was his 9 underworld's black flames. In the next moment, he understood. This was because Lin Xian had once obtained one of its primordial feathers, which contained its flame of origin. Underworld, 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 underworld's underworld, 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 heavenly netherbirds with the heavenly netherbirds. Underworld king, underworld, underworld. You can't even use your full strength. The heavenly netherbird sneered. Then, it activated the black furnace and attacked quickly. Boom boom boom, the 8-fold formation was shattered into pieces by his attack. The other 7 light gates also exploded. The 3,000 sovereigns turned into nothingness and were all absorbed by the heavenly netherbird. The flames on the heavenly netherbird's body surged once again. An earth-shattering power was emitted from its body. Late stage 2-star king. The dark red divine dragon's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Then, his face turned ugly. It's over, it's over. This guy actually succeeded. He has recovered to late stage 2-star king. Kid, we have no hope. Indeed, the situation was very bad. When it was a mid-stage 2-star king, they could not fight against it. Now that it had become a late-stage 2-star king, it was even more impossible for them. Ha 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 ha. After recovering to its peak state, the heavenly netherbird laughed wildly. Its voice shook the surroundings. The flames on its body surged like a sea. It was extremely arrogant. In the next moment, it stopped laughing. Its huge head turned and stared at Lin Xian and the others. I will kill you all in a while. Kid, don't worry. I will give you special treatment. I will make you beg for death. The heavenly netherbird's cold gaze was like a sharp blade. It swept across Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the others trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's faces were terrifyingly gloomy. The situation was very bad. Of all the people they had brought, only the 7 of them were left. 3 king-killing arrays and 3,000 sovereigns had all been destroyed by the heavenly netherbird. In the entire sky, there were only 7 kings left. They were the last hope. However, the dark red divine dragon shook his head and sighed. It's over. There is no hope. Kid, let's go quickly. Go? Where to? Lin Xian frowned. Back to the Tiannan region. The Sky Martial continent has no hope. The 7 of us cannot fight against a late-stage 2-star king. Unless one of us breaks through to 2-star king, there is no hope. The dark red divine dragon shook his head. The Sky Martial continent is finished. We can go to the Tiannan region. There is the Black Earth ship there. It is incomparably powerful. Even if this heavenly netherbird is a 2-star king, it cannot break through the Black Earth ship. How about you cultivate in the Black Earth ship? When you break through to 2-star king, we will come out. No. Lin Xian shook his head decisively. At that time, there would be nothing left of the Sky Martial continent. Moreover, at that time, the Tiannan region would be in a terrible situation. Lin Xian did not agree at all. It should be known that many of his friends and fellow disciples were in the Sky Martial continent. Moreover, there were billions of living beings in the Sky Martial continent. Running was not in line with his character. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, the dark red divine dragon hurriedly said, "What can you do if you stay here? You will only be killed. You don't want to go to the true spirit continent? You don't want to climb to the peak of martial Tao? It would be a pity to die here. I would rather die in battle than retreat." Lin Xian's gaze was resolute. If I don't even dare to face this little danger, how will I have the courage to go to the true spirit world in the future? What will I have to climb to the peak of the martial Tao? Don't say any more. Ruffian dragon, help me one last time. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. What are you planning to do? The dark red divine dragon was worried. Don't mess around. I have a secret art that can gather external energy. You 6 transfer the energy to me, and I will go and fight the heavenly netherbird. Lin Xian said. What? That's too dangerous. The dark red divine dragon was shocked. This is the last resort. I have the dragon sword spirit, and my battle power is extremely high. Only I can fight the heavenly netherbird head-on. Lin Xian was right. Even if the 7 kings joined hands, they were still not the heavenly netherbird's match. Everyone, we have no way out. We can only fight with all our might. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. I will use a secret technique. Please transfer all your energy to me. All right. No problem. We believe in you. At this moment, Ancestor Murong, Din Xian, and the happy king all nodded in agreement. They really had no way out. If they failed, the heavenly mistake continent would be plunged into misery. None of their descendants would be able to escape. Now, they had to believe in Lin Xian. There was no other way. All right. The dark red divine dragon sighed. If Lin Xian was unwilling to leave, he had no choice but to help him. In the next moment, Lin Xian used a secret technique. The dragon sword realm around him trembled rapidly and emitted a green light. Then, 6 dragon heads appeared in the dragon sword realm. Each of them looked ferocious as they flew in front of the 6 kings. Just transfer your energy into them. Ancestor Murong, the happy king, Din Xian, and the other kings nodded and transferred their energy into the dragon heads. However, the dark red divine dragon did not do so. Kid, you've just convinced me. I still have some secret techniques, but the side effects are more severe. But since you've decided to fight with your life, I won't hide anymore. I'll fight with you. All right. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. If there was anyone who could fight against the heavenly netherbird and the black flames, it would be the dark red divine dragon. Wu Ji the snow-white monkey jumped out and waved its paws. You want to join the battle too? All right. Let's fight together. Lin Xian gripped his sword tightly. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others still dared to continue, the heavenly netherbird was surprised. But soon, it revealed a disdainful sneer. What? You don't want to run because of your ridiculous morals? What an idiot. Humph, beast, you won't understand. For the sake of the world, I'll kill you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Behind them, Ancestor Murong, Ancestor Shen and the others roared with all their might. For the sake of the world? How stupid. The heavenly netherbird sneered in disdain. All right, then I'll let the world see what you people are like. I really want to know how the people of the world will react when they see the 7 of you kneeling in front of me. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly netherbird looked up to the sky and laughed. Then, it flapped its wings and countless black flames shot up into the sky. Damn it, what are you trying to do? Ancestor Murong and the others roared madly. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you dare to lay your hands on ordinary people, I will definitely not let you off. Don't worry, I'm not interested in those ants. The heavenly netherbird sneered, I just want those people to see your current situation clearly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the black flames in the sky quickly spread out in all directions, forming huge light screens that floated in the sky. On the martial heaven continent, everyone knew that Lin Xian's group of 7 had led countless peak experts to kill the heaven netherbird. But what was the result? None of them knew. They could only wait patiently because no one dared to watch the battle. In the Murong clan, Murong Qingqing was dressed in purple. Her beautiful face was filled with nervousness. To be honest, she was very worried about the safety of the ancestor and Lin Xian. However, he was not a king yet and could not help at all. He could only wait patiently. In the Shen clan, Xianxia was also nervous. Her small hands were clutching the corner of her clothes tightly. In the Immortal Martial Academy, countless disciples and young geniuses were waiting silently. They were shouting in their hearts, Principal, Lin Xian, you must succeed. In the Palace of Gods of War, the Ninth Elder and the others were even more nervous. Other than that, the Merry Woods, Deity Sword Manor and various sects were all praying in their hearts, hoping that Lin Xian's group of 7 would win. However, in the next moment, countless black flames suddenly flew down from the sky. What is that? Everyone was extremely nervous as they stared at the sky. They did not know where the flames came from, but the aura that the flames emitted made everyone tremble. In fact, many king clans had even activated their defensive array. However, the black flames did not attack. Instead, they quickly transformed into a light screen in the sky. In the next moment, the figures of Lin Xian's group of 7 appeared on the light screen. What? Could it be a battle scene? Everyone was shocked. The elders of the king clans were even more shocked. They realized that it was indeed a battle scene. However, they did not know who had created it. At this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from the black light screen. Ants, do you really want to know the battle situation? Do you want to know why there are no other kings other than the 7 of them? Hearing this cold voice, everyone trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. This was because the voice was filled with the aura of a king. Heavenly Netherbird. Damn it. It's the Heavenly Netherbird speaking. Some cultivators looked at the light screen and roared crazily. That's right. Everyone realized that it was the voice of the Heavenly Netherbird. Ha 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 ha. Ants, you've guessed correctly. It's me. The Heavenly Netherbird's sinister voice sounded again. Let me tell you. Other than the 7 kings, the rest have all been killed by me. All killed? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked. The various king clans and rank 6 sex cultivators all screamed. Their eyes were filled with fear. They knew how strong the people that Lin Xian had taken away were. They were the strongest group of experts in the entire Tianwu continent. However, other than Lin Xian's group of 7, everyone else had been killed. This caused their minds to go blank. They could not believe it. Damn it. On the other side, Lin Xian's group's faces darkened when they heard the Heavenly Netherbird's words. He knew that he could not allow the other party to continue being arrogant. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared. His voice was like thunder that resounded in all directions. Kill. With a roar, sword chi surged from his body. The dragon sword domain shone brightly as the power of the 5 kings behind him surged into his body. Boom! A blazing light surged from Lin Xian's body as a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. This aura was too strong. With the power of the 5 kings and the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian was extremely strong at this moment. His battle strength had even reached the level of a 2-star king. What? He can combine the power of the other 5 and use it for himself? The Heavenly Netherbird's eyes narrowed. To be honest, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such a technique. However, he sneered as disdain appeared in his eyes. So what if the 5 of them combined their power? At most, they would only be early 2-star king. However, he had fought late 2-star king. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Kid, I have to say that you have some skills. Kill. However, Lin Xian was not moved at all. He had obtained the power of the 5 king tiers, and at this moment, he had become extremely powerful. With the dragon-shaped sword in his hand, he looked like a sword god. 108,000 swords, kill. Lin Xian roared, and the dragon sword domain shook as a golden heavenly rock charged out. The feathers on its body turned into countless golden swords. This time, the golden swords were several times stronger than before. That was because Lin Xian's strength had reached an unimaginable level. In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his arm. Instantly, tens of thousands of golden swords slashed down from the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Each sword was as thick as a mountain and as heavy as Mount Tai as they slashed down on the Heavenly Netherbird. Tens of thousands of swords clashed. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. What? So strong. At this moment, countless cultivators on the Sky Martial continent looked up and saw the battle through the screen in the sky. When they saw Lin Xian summon 108,000 golden swords to kill the Sky Nether bird, their blood began to boil. Shocking. Too shocking. Originally, they were wondering why Lin Xian was sent out. Among the 7 kings, although Lin Xian was strong, he was too young. He had just formed his king domain not long ago. As for the others, whether it was Ancestor Murong, Ancestor Shen, or the other kings, they were all famous kings. They had been in the king realm for hundreds of years. Logically speaking, the chances of victory would be higher if these old kings were sent out. But now that Lin Xian had made his move, they realized what was going on. Powerful. He was simply too powerful. Lin Xian's methods had exceeded everyone's expectations. In the sky, countless golden swords turned into golden dragons that roared as they flew forward. They instantly enveloped the Heavenly Netherbird. This was an extremely terrifying scene. 108,000 golden swords connected the heavens and the earth as they slashed down in all directions. That terrifying aura shattered the entire sky. The Heavenly Netherbird roared, "Ant, you're courting death." Then, black flames surged all over his body as he counterattacked. The Heavenly Netherbird waved its black claws and wings and quickly counterattacked. Bam bam bam, black demonic claws smashed the golden swords into pieces. Then, the heavenly netherbird flapped its wings and charged towards Lin Xian with its huge body. This was a very terrifying scene. Amidst the rain of swords that filled the sky, a huge body was rampaging. Every time they collided, there would be an earth-shattering explosion, blasting open one black hole after another in the void. On the martial heaven continent, the martial artists who saw this scene through their screens all shuddered, their scalps turning numb. Frightening, this was too frightening. Although they were not at the scene, they could feel the shocking power of the energy just from the image. Sword chi filled with terrifying killing intent swept across the heavens and earth. The heavenly underworld bird unleashed boundless black flames that ignited the golden swords. Not to mention the ordinary warriors, even the 5 kings behind Lin Xian felt their eyelids twitching in disbelief. The reason for that was because that sort of attack had already surpassed what they could endure. Any one of the sword chi could severely injure them. However, such a terrifying attack could not do anything to the heavenly netherbird. To be honest, the heavenly netherbird was also shocked because the sword chi was a great threat to her. This was too unbelievable. Even if her opponent had fused with the power of 5 kings, he was only at the early stage of 2 stars. However, his combat strength had already surpassed that. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Kid, go and die." The heavenly netherbird roared as it soared through the sky. Its huge wings were like black heavenly blades that shattered countless golden swords. It was like a black demonic mountain that wanted to crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was wielding the dragon-shaped sword in his hand. He swung it around and unleashed one shocking sword aura after another. The sword chi was too terrifying. It carried shocking power that caused the sky to tremble. Even though the heavenly netherbird was a demonic beast with a strong body, it could not withstand it. "Ah! Go and die." The heavenly netherbird roared as the 9 underworld demonic flames burned around it. It turned into countless demonic shadows that pounced forward. These demonic shadows looked similar to the heavenly netherbird, but they were much smaller. However, there were too many of them. There were more than 10,000 of them. The entire sky was dyed black, as if it was a dark cloud. Roar, 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 countless demonic shadows roared furiously. Carrying a terrifying aura and surging murderous aura, they quickly charged towards Lin Xian. They were like a black flood that intertwined in the sky and emitted terrifying energy waves. If this energy wave hit him, even Lin Xian, who had fused with the power of 5 kings, would not be able to withstand it. "Kill!" Seeing the demonic shadows getting closer, Lin Xian roared as his black hair fluttered in the wind. Terrifying sword chi swept across the sky. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand turned into a killing sword. Together with the dragon sword realm, it slashed forward. Pung! Pung! Sword chi streaked across the sky like rainbows, one after another, endless like a long river. These sword chis were infused with the power of the great dragon sword soul. They were filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul and were filled with yang energy. They slashed at the countless demonic shadows and tore them apart. Instantly, the pitch-black sky was torn open with a huge crack. It was over 10,000 meters wide, and was extremely terrifying. Countless rays of light shone in from the crack. After that, Lin Xian clenched his other hand into a fist and punched out. The terrifying fist swept across heaven and earth, completely shattering the black light screen. Explode! Tens of thousands of black demons were blasted into pieces at this moment, and the sky regained its clarity. However, in the next moment, the heavenly netherbird had already arrived beside Lin Xian. Its huge claws were like the claws of a demon as it viciously swiped at Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes glowed. He did not fight back at all. Instead, he quickly retreated with the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He turned into a green afterimage and instantly disappeared into the void. Pung! A pitch-black hole appeared where he was originally standing. Countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. "Let's see how many times you can dodge." The heavenly netherbbird's expression was cold as its attack missed. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon could no longer watch and finally made its move. With a furious roar, a terrifying dragon roar pierced through the 9 heavens, causing the entire sky to tremble. Then, its body emitted an incomparably bright light. Endless red light dyed the entire sky red. "Stupid bird, I'll beat you up today." The dark red divine dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws in anger. Just you? A four-legged snake? You overestimate yourself. The heavenly netherbird snorted in disdain. It was now a late-stage 2-star king. It was unparalleled, and no one in the entire continent could surpass it. Therefore, it was not afraid of the dark red divine dragon at all. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon was infuriated. Damn you, you're the four-legged snake. Today, I'll tear your mouth apart. Then, its body suddenly expanded, and it turned into a 100-foot-long divine dragon that circled in the sky. With a roar, it shook the 9 heavens. Endless clouds gathered under its feet. Legend had it that divine dragons could ride the clouds and summon the rain. It seemed like it was true. Dragons! Dragons! The heavenly netherbird was shocked once again. He did not expect the four-legged snake in front of him to be a dragon. Moreover, it was probably not an ordinary dragon. He had not noticed it before, but now it seemed that the other party's bloodline aura had a monstrous pressure that made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, so what if you're a dragon? You haven't grown up yet. You're not even as strong as me. Today, I'll drink your dragon blood, eat your dragon flesh, skin you, and make a pair of dragon shoes. The heavenly netherbird laughed as his eyes shone with a terrifying light. Indeed, every part of the dragon's body was a treasure. If he ate it, his bloodline might evolve once again. Perhaps one day, he would become a true great Xia dragon finch. Therefore, in the next moment, he decisively abandoned Lin Xian and charged directly at the dark red divine dragon. Ruffian dragon, watch out! Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Although the dragon was once extremely powerful, it was not strong enough to fight against the heavenly netherbird. Therefore, he was extremely worried. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon let out a long roar and quickly spat out 3 clouds of blood mist, which enveloped his body. Damn big black bird, I'll kill you even if I have to use up my source energy. The 3 clouds that he spat out were all dragon blood, which was incomparably precious. At this moment, the blood mist that wrapped around his body suddenly underwent a terrifying change. A powerful energy surged out of the dragon's body and swept across the heavens and earth. The dragon's scales on his huge body shone with a red light. It was like a red flame that was extraordinarily mighty. I'll fight. In the next moment, the dragon's strength had reached the level of a 2-star king, therefore, he swung his huge dragon tail and whipped it forward. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the entire void exploded. Dozens of black holes flickered. The heavenly netherbird's huge body was blasted away and smashed into countless mountains in the distance. What? So powerful. The 5 kings behind Lin Xian were all stunned. They did not expect the dark red divine dragon to have such power. On the martial heaven continent, countless martial artists raised their heads to look at this scene. They were dumbstruck. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They never thought that the heavenly netherbird would be sent flying. That was the heavenly netherbird. It was an extremely terrifying existence, an existence that could suppress the 7 great kings, yet now, he was actually sent flying by a single slap. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect the dark red divine dragon to be so powerful. However, he also knew that the dark red divine dragon had used some kind of secret technique to increase its combat strength. The side effects were probably not small. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to use it. The dark red divine dragon also sneered, "Humph, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll slap you to death." Pung, in the distance, a mountain peak exploded. The heavenly netherbird crawled out from the ruins and roared furiously. To be honest, he was about to go crazy with anger. As a late-stage 2-star king, his strength was extremely terrifying. Yet now, he had been sent flying in front of everyone. He could not accept this, so in the next moment, he roared, "Damn snake, I'll kill you later." Then, the heavenly netherbird held the 9-hell demonic sword and charged over with a terrifying black flame domain. This time, Lin Xian sent a voice transmission, "Ruffian dragon, attack together." Lin Xian activated countless sword chi, and the dark red divine dragon also unleashed a terrifying power as they charged towards the heavenly netherbird. Instantly, the 3 of them engaged in a fierce battle. Behind them, the 5 kings quickly transmitted their power as they nervously watched the battle. They were extremely nervous because this was their last resort. If they failed again, they would not have any chance of survival, and the martial heaven continent would become hell on earth. The only thing they could do was to provide their power to Lin Xian. Boom, in front of them, the battle was intense. The heavenly netherbirds aura soared to the sky as he unleashed extremely powerful flames, and the 9 hell demonic swords swept in all directions. He was fighting Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon alone. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. The dark red divine dragon became more and more shocked as he clenched his teeth and said, "Brat, this guy is too strong. My secret technique won't be able to last for long. I'm afraid it'll disappear soon." Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well, because his secret technique could not be used for long. However, the heavenly netherbird was different. The heavenly netherbird was a true late-stage 2-star king, and he was extremely powerful. If their secret technique's time ran out, it would be very difficult to injure him. Therefore, in the next moment, he decided to kill the heavenly netherbird at all costs. With the dragon-shaped sword in his hand, Lin Xian shot out like a shooting star. He became one with his sword and pierced towards the heavenly netherbird's huge body. "You're courting death," the heavenly netherbird roared. He did not expect that his opponent would dare to fight him in close combat. This made him furious, and in the next moment, his claws fiercely slammed forward. However, he soon let out a miserable cry. Puff, in the sky, blood splattered everywhere, and a miserable cry rang out. This was because the heavenly netherbird's huge palm had been pierced by Lin Xian, and a transparent bloody hole had appeared. Countless drops of blood splattered everywhere. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was holding the dragon-shaped sword in his hand and wearing the cosmic armor. He was extremely powerful. After piercing through the heavenly netherbird's claws, he did not stop and continued to stab towards the heavenly netherbirds' huge body. Scram! The heavenly netherbird was finally enraged. He did not expect an ant-like human brat to be able to injure him. This made him extremely furious. In the next moment, the black flame domain around him quickly burned and enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to burn him to ashes. Lin Xian's body also surged with black flames as he quickly resisted. However, the heavenly netherbird's black flame domain was too terrifying. Lin Xian could not hold on for long. Therefore, not long after entering, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was heavily injured, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile. In the next moment, he also used the dragon sword domain. Pung, the green dragon sword domain appeared around him. He was now in the heavenly netherbird's black flame domain, and the heavenly netherbird was also in his dragon sword domain. Now, it was time to see whose domain was stronger and whose endurance was stronger. Ah, in the next moment, the heavenly netherbird let out another miserable cry. Countless drops of blood splattered everywhere. It could not be helped. The dragon sword domain was too powerful. This was a transformation of the great dragon sword soul. It was an offensive saint technique. Although the heavenly netherbird's physique was extremely strong, it was still injured by the dragon sword domain. Its huge body was instantly pierced by countless sword chi, and transparent bloody holes appeared one after another. "Brat, I'll kill you." The heavenly netherbird's eyes were filled with anger. He did not expect Lin Xian to trade his life for his. He had never seen such a desperate method before. Everyone else was also shocked. Whether it was the 5 kings behind him, the dark red divine dragon, or all the martial artists in the Tianwu continent. Looking at this scene, they were all shocked. Lin Xian was using a method where both sides were heavily injured to fight the sky netherbird head-on. This was simply too shocking. The sky netherbird flapped its black wings as flames covered its body. At the same time, it activated the black flame domain and quickly attacked Lin Xian. It wanted to shatter the dragon sword domain. In its mind, a high-level king could easily shatter a low-level king's domain and heavily injure them. However, Lin Xian's dragon sword domain was different. It was formed by the dragon sword's soul, so how could the sky netherbird shatter it? Thus, after struggling for a while, not only did the sky netherbird fail to shatter the dragon sword domain, but more and more sword wounds appeared on its body. His body was dyed red by the terrifying fresh blood. Damn it! How is this possible? How is this possible? The sky netherbird was shocked as it roared. He simply couldn't believe that a brat who was only a one-star king realm could have such a powerful domain. It had to be known that it was a late-stage two-star king, and it could easily shatter a normal one-star king's domain. However, it couldn't do it now. Ah! Damn it! I don't believe it. The sky netherbird roared as it attacked again. Lin Xian also had to grit his teeth and endure because he wasn't having a good time either. The sky netherbird's black flame domain was too terrifying, and its level was higher than his. Even with the cosmic battle armor, he couldn't withstand it. However, she couldn't resist it either. Her entire body was now heavily injured. It probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. However, he didn't want to give up on this rare opportunity. After all, the longer the battle dragged on, the more injuries the sky netherbird would suffer. Moreover, he had the golden indestructible pill, which could quickly recover. Thus, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and endured. He only used a small portion of the dragon-shaped sword chi to protect himself. The rest of the sword chi was used to attack the sky netherbird. Damn it! The sky netherbird's face twisted as it flapped its black wings and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian also moved and stuck close to it. Brat, you're courting death. The sky netherbird was furious as it used the black flame domain's power to quickly defend. The green sword chi was too terrifying. Even with its body constitution, it couldn't withstand it. Therefore, he could only rely on the power of his domain. Those cold, pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Kid, you're not as strong as me. If this goes on, you'll definitely be the first to fall. If you have the ability, then let's fight. The heavenly netherbird also gritted its teeth and crazily attacked Lin Xian. Pung, finally, the two of them separated. An earth-shattering sound rang out as terrifying blood dyed the sky red. Two figures were also sent flying. Among them, the heavenly netherbird's huge body smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Lin Xian's figure was also sent flying backwards, crashing into 9 mountain peaks in the distance. At this moment, both of them had suffered severe internal injuries. For a moment, the entire place was silent. The expressions of the dark red divine dragon and the other kings changed drastically. They were very worried about Lin Xian's safety. It wasn't just them. Everyone in the Martial Heaven continent was extremely nervous. Because they could see that Lin Xian's condition was very bad. One had to know that the heavenly netherbird's attack was extremely terrifying. It would be very difficult for Lin Xian to defend against it. Kid, are you okay? The dark red divine dragon's figure also floated and quickly arrived above the ruins. With a wave of its dragon claws, countless boulders fell, revealing Lin Xian's voice. At this moment, Lin Xian's cosmic armor was already deformed. One had to know that this was an extremely powerful armor. Now that it was damaged, one could imagine how powerful the heavenly netherbird's attack was. As for Lin Xian, he had suffered severe internal injuries. If it wasn't for his strong physique and vigorous blood chi, he would have died long ago. Even so, he was unable to hold on. However, he quickly used his soul power to take out a golden elixir and quickly consumed it. This was the undying golden elixir. Lin Xian had quite a few of them. Although this undying golden elixir was precious, he couldn't care less and quickly consumed it. In an instant, half of his injuries were healed. If it was anyone else, they would have recovered instantly after consuming this undying golden elixir. However, this was a battle between kings. The terrifying attacks had already surpassed the effects of the undying golden elixir. Although the undying golden elixir was powerful, it was only effective against cultivators below the king realm. Its effect on king realm cultivators was greatly reduced. Even so, Lin Xian's injuries were still recovering quickly. After regaining his mobility, Lin Xian quickly circulated the longevity art. Instantly, a huge whirlpool appeared beside him and quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual chi to heal his injuries. The longevity art was extremely mysterious. As Lin Xian grew stronger, the power it displayed would also become stronger. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Xian took out another 5 undying golden elixirs and gave them to the dark red divine dragon. Because the dark red divine dragon had also used a secret technique, it would definitely be weakened in a while, therefore, he took out 5 undying golden elixirs in case he needed them. On the other side, the sky netherbird crawled out of the deep pit. Its body was covered in wounds and blood was flowing out of it. It was furious. It was too furious, it didn't expect a human brat to be able to injure it so severely. If it hadn't experienced it for itself, it wouldn't have believed it. Not only that, but it also felt a trace of fear because its opponent's domain was too terrifying. It couldn't resist it at all. Damn it, how is this possible? What kind of domain is that? How can it be so strong? If it had been at the hands of a 3-star king, it wouldn't have been surprised at all. But now, its opponent's cultivation was clearly inferior to it, but its combat strength made it shudder. Damned brat, you only used a secret technique. Let's see how long you can last. The sky netherbird gritted its teeth and charged over again with the dark flame domain. Instantly, the battle started again. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths because the sky netherbird was right. Lin Xian wouldn't be able to last much longer in his current state. Soon, they separated for the second time. This time, Lin Xian's injuries were even more severe. Although he had taken many undying golden elixirs, he still couldn't fully recover. Moreover, the sky netherbird's injuries weren't light either. There were even some places where its bones could be seen. However, it still charged over again because it was competing with Lin Xian in terms of stamina. It firmly believed that with its cultivation as a late 2-star king, it could definitely exhaust its opponent to death. No, it couldn't go on like this. After a few battles, the dark red divine dragon had already recovered to the 1-star king realm. Not only that, it had also suffered a severe backlash and was extremely weak. Luckily, it had the undying golden elixirs to slow down its symptoms. However, it wouldn't be able to last much longer. Ha 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 ha. Brat, aren't you very strong? Come on, fight again. Let's see how you dodge this time. Ha 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 ha. Kid, aren't you very powerful? Fight again. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. Seeing this, the heavenly serene bird finally laughed. That was because the dark red divine dragon had been beaten back to its original form, and Lin Xian had also fallen to the level of a 1-star king. The 5 kings behind Lin Xian were pale. They had used up too much energy and couldn't hold on for so long. It could be said that Lin Xian's group of 7 were in trouble again. Seeing this, Lin Xian's group of 7 had heavy hearts. On the Tianwu continent, everyone else was in despair. It couldn't be helped. It looked like Lin Xian's group of 7 would be killed soon. At that time, who would be able to stop the heavenly serene bird? Lin Xian. Old ancestor. Young master. At this moment, countless martial artists from the sovereign families shouted crazily. Their eyes were filled with despair. In the palace of gods of war, the 9th elder and the others were pale and trembling. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. Even with Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's super secret technique, they couldn't do anything to the heavenly serene bird. Could it be that the heavenly serene bird was really that terrifying, and from the looks of it, Lin Xian's group wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They would probably be killed soon. However, just as they were in despair, in the palace of gods of war's myriad spirit valley, suddenly, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Then, a figure appeared in the sky like a shooting star. It was a blurry figure of light. Its entire body was emitting a resplendent light, like a sun. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked around. Then, he frowned and turned into a ray of light, disappearing into the horizon. Palace Master. That's the Palace Master. The 9th elder and the other palace of gods of war's martial artists all shouted crazily when they saw this. They realized that it was Lin Zhan's figure. Lin Zhan has come out. This was undoubtedly great news. And from the looks of it, he should be heading to the battlefield. They hoped that Lin Xian and the other 6 kings could hold on until that moment. The news of Lin Zhan coming out of seclusion was only known to the martial artists in the Palace of Ares. The other sovereign clans and the cultivators of the Tianwu continent did not know about this. As for Lin Xian and the others, they were even more clueless. Lin Xian and the others were in a perilous situation, but they obviously wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Thus, they gritted their teeth and activated the secret technique a second time. This time, its power had decreased compared to the first time, but it was still incomparably powerful, enough to last for a while. Humph. I'll let you all die with no regrets. The heavenly netherbird sneered and pounced again. An earth-shattering battle erupted. Countless rays of light surged, and terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The entire forest had been completely destroyed. There was not a single place within a radius of 10,000 miles that remained intact. Terrifying cracks had appeared in space, spreading out in all directions. However, the outcome was the same. The heavenly netherbird's injuries became even more severe. Deep white bones appeared in many places, extremely horrifying. However, Lin Xian and the others were in an even worse state. None of them could fight anymore, and the kings all fell to the ground. They could only grit their teeth and look at the heavenly netherbird with killing intent in their eyes. As for Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, they once again used their remaining strength to counterattack. Die! The heavenly netherbird sneered and waved its huge beast claw. With shocking power, it viciously slammed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block and counterattack. However, his current strength could not be compared to before. Just as the claw was about to land, however, at this moment, a white figure suddenly flew out from Lin Xian's body and quickly charged towards the heavenly netherbird. Whoosh, a white light flew out from Lin Xian's body and quickly pounced towards the heavenly netherbird. This light was very fast and arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird in an instant. In fact, before the heavenly netherbird could see it clearly, it felt a blow on its head. This blow did not hurt, nor did it cause any harm to it. It could even ignore it. However, it was stunned by the next blow. It was truly stunned. This was because it realized that its body seemed to be out of its control. It was frozen in place for 3 seconds. Not only its body, but even its soul was completely blank in these 3 seconds. The incomparably frightening claw abruptly stopped in midair. Lin Xian took this opportunity to quickly retreat to a safe place. Whoosh, in the next moment, the white light flashed again and turned into a snow-white monkey. It kept waving its claws. After 3 seconds, the heavenly netherbird regained its senses. It then stared at the snow-white monkey and was enraged. Humiliation, a huge humiliation, to think that the heavenly netherbird, a peerless demonic beast, was stunned by a little monkey. If this news were to spread, people would laugh their heads off. However, it really happened. Ah! Damned monkey! I'm going to kill you! The heavenly netherbird roared crazily and its terrifying claws once again enveloped the snow-white monkey. However, the snow-white monkey's speed was beyond its expectations. It turned into white lightning and moved quickly. In an instant, it dodged all of the heavenly netherbird's attacks. What? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the little monkey beside Lin Xian would be so miraculous. It was able to dodge all of the heavenly netherbird's attacks. One had to know that even the 7 kings could not do this. During this time, the heavenly netherbird was hit by the snow-white monkey's claws again and froze in midair for another 3 seconds. After recovering, the heavenly netherbird roared at the sky. Boundless black flames danced on its body and quickly covered the surroundings. In an instant, everything within 100 miles was turned into a sea of black flames. Damned monkey, let's see how you escape this time. The heavenly netherbird roared angrily. Even a 1-star king would not be able to resist these flames. Indeed, when the heavenly netherbird used its technique, Ancestor Murong and the others gritted their teeth and used their last bit of strength to dodge. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist. The snow-white monkey was even faster and disappeared into the horizon. The black flames could not hurt it at all. Immediately, the heavenly netherbird roared angrily again. However, it soon revealed a sinister smile. This was because it no longer cared about the snow-white monkey. Instead, it focused on Lin Xian and the others. This was because it knew that if it attacked Lin Xian, that damned monkey would definitely attack it. At that time, it would capture it. Indeed, in the next moment, when the heavenly netherbird clawed at Lin Xian and the others again, the snow-white monkey charged at it again, wanting to knock it out. However, the heavenly netherbird was prepared this time. It immediately opened its black flame domain. Its huge body was completely enveloped by the boundless black flames. The black flames burned and released a terrifying power. It turned the space around it into hell. It was eerie and terrifying, the timing was too good. The snow-white monkey could not dodge at all. Whoosh! Woo-gee, the little white monkey cried out anxiously. Lin Xian was also extremely nervous. However, he soon heaved a sigh of relief. Although the little white monkey was enveloped by the black flame domain, it was not burned. A white light appeared on its body and resisted the black flames. However, although it was not burned by the black flames, the little white monkey was still enveloped by the black flame domain. It was like a small fish that had entered a swamp and was swimming very slowly. As long as the heavenly netherbird attacked, it could easily catch it. And that was exactly what the heavenly netherbird did. Not good. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He then roared and the great dragon sword's soul in his body started to circulate rapidly. He had to use his last bit of strength to save the little white monkey. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of sword light and rushed forward. Pung, a thunderous sound rang out. Then, the heavenly netherbird's huge body turned into a meteor and crashed into the mountain range in the distance. Rumble, this time it smashed through more than a dozen mountain ranges before it finally stopped. With a whoosh, the little white monkey turned into a streak of white light and returned to Lin Xian side. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The dark red dragon god screamed, "Kid, where did you get this power? Is it another secret technique?" Ancestor Morong and the others were also shocked. However, Lin Xian was even more shocked. Because he did not even attack, and the heavenly netherbird was sent flying like a cannonball. He thought that it was the dark red dragon god who moved his hand, but now it seemed that was not the case. Who is it? He was very confused. It's not you. The dark red dragon god and the others also noticed this and were very surprised. Very quickly, these kings swept through the area, trying to find out who did it. Even the people on the Tianwu continent were silent. Found it. Lin Xian was shocked. He saw a ray of light landing in front of him. It was a figure with a tall figure. His body was emitting a bright light like the sun. He quickly landed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The terrifying power was like that of a war god. Who is this? Could there be other kings? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian also frowned. However, when the figure turned around, Lin Xian was stunned. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. That face was too familiar to him, so familiar that he found it hard to believe. Behind him, Ancestor Morong, the Merry King, and the rest screamed, "Lin Zhan, it's you." That's right. This figure was Lin Zhan. He was like a god of war, and his body emitted a powerful aura. He waved his hand, and several pills flew toward Ancestor Morong, the Happy King, Ruffian Dragon, and the others. You've all worked hard. Hurry up and take this pill. Although I can't heal your injuries instantly, I can at least prevent your body from deteriorating. Hearing this, Ancestor Morong and the others swallowed the pill. The dark red divine dragon was also astonished. Could this be little Xianxi's father? His gaze turned, curiously sizing up the figure in front of him. However, in the next moment, he frowned and revealed a trace of shock. This was because he had discovered something inconceivable. Lin Xian was too shocked. He didn't expect the person who appeared at the last moment to be his father. Therefore, in the next moment, he ran up excitedly and quickly asked, "Father, is it really you? When did you come out?" Behind him, Ancestor Morong, the Happy King, and the others were also extremely shocked. They didn't know much about Lin Zhan. They only knew that he had entered the king realm at a young age. Moreover, he was very mysterious and didn't interact with them often. He even went into seclusion as soon as he became the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. Although he was the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War, they didn't pay much attention to him. That was because in their opinion, his strength was at most similar to theirs, or perhaps even inferior. However, it seemed that they were completely wrong. That move just now had directly sent the heavenly netherbird flying. After all, that was the heavenly netherbird. A late 2-star king. An extremely terrifying existence. However, Lin Zhan had easily sent the heavenly netherbird flying. What level has his strength reached? How terrifying. I can't see through his cultivation at all. Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the others were shocked. At this moment, Lin Zhan looked at Lin Xian and said slowly, I haven't come out yet. This is only a clone of mine. I just woke up from my seclusion and wanted to know about the heavenly netherbird. Therefore, I sent a clone to help you. What? A clone? Ancestor Murong, Ancestor Shen, and the others opened their eyes wide in disbelief. The dark red divine dragon frowned. As expected, it's just as I guessed. This is only a clone. He had noticed something was wrong earlier. Therefore, he used a secret technique to check. In the end, he discovered that the heavenly netherbird was just an energy body without any life. This made him extremely shocked. Now that he heard it from Lin Zhan himself, he was even more shocked. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. A clone could send the heavenly netherbird flying. What level of cultivation has my father reached? Seeing the confusion in the eyes of Lin Xian and the others, Lin Zhan shook his head. Now is not the time to talk about this. You can ask me any questions after we kill the heavenly netherbird. Yes, that's right. Our main goal now is to kill the heavenly netherbird. The dark red divine dragon said quickly. Father, can you defeat him? Lin Xian asked. It's hard to say. If it was my real body, it wouldn't be a problem. But now, my real body can't move at all. I can only send this clone. Lin Zhan sighed. He must have reached a critical stage in his cultivation. Bang! At this moment, the heavenly netherbird flew over from afar. It was going crazy from anger. It was extremely ferocious and had a murderous aura. It was furious. It was too furious, it was sent flying again. What was worse was that it didn't even see who it was. Were you the one who attacked just now? The heavenly netherbird flew back again. It looked at the flickering figure and asked coldly. Not only did I send you flying, but I also want to kill you. Lin Zhan's voice was sonorous. Although it was just a clone, he still displayed an extremely valiant attitude. Kill me? You're boasting shamelessly. The heavenly netherbird sneered. Today, I'll tear you into pieces and let you know the consequences of provoking me. As it spoke, it brought the dark flame territory and charged over. Lin Zhan waved his hand and stuffed a pile of spiritual medicine into Lin Xian's arms. Then, he said in a low voice, recover quickly. I'll deal with it. Father, be careful. Lin Xian took the spiritual medicine and quickly retreated. What he needed to do now was to recover his strength quickly. Not only him, but the dark red divine dragon, Ancestor Murong, the happy king, and the others were also recovering their strength quickly. Who's that figure? That's the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War. At this moment, all the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were looking at the sky nervously. They were too excited because Lin Zhan had sent the heavenly serene bird flying the moment he appeared. Needless to say, he was extremely powerful. He might even be able to kill the heavenly serene bird. This caused a glimmer of hope to rise in everyone's despairing hearts. In the sky, Lin Zhan stood with his hands behind his back and looked forward. Since you've been sealed, you shouldn't have appeared. Since you've appeared, I'll have to kill you. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. You're just a clone. How dare you talk big in front of me? The heavenly serene bird sneered, I can kill someone like you with a slap. After I kill you, I'll find your real body and tear it apart. This is what you get for provoking me. Since you don't know how to repent, I'll have to kill you. Lin Zhan stood in the sky with his back straight. His body was glowing brightly. Although he was just a clone, he had an unparalleled aura. He was like a god of war as he walked slowly towards the heavenly serene bird. Boom, as he took a step forward, the sky shook and a black hole appeared in the sky. This step was too terrifying. It was as heavy as a mountain as it stepped on the sky. His terrifying aura made everyone tremble. If they didn't know the real situation, no one would have thought that such a powerful figure was just a clone. Kill! Lin Zhan shouted coldly and attacked quickly. His fist was like a golden mountain as it flew towards the heavenly serene bird. You're courting death. The heavenly serene bird shouted furiously. Black flames danced around his body and his cold eyes were filled with killing intent. He held the 9-nether demonic sword tightly in his black claws and slashed down quickly with a monstrous killing aura. Boom, boom. The two attacks collided in the sky and a terrifying energy exploded. This attack was too terrifying. The entire sky collapsed. The violent energy was like a vast ocean as it rushed towards Lin Zhan. After Lin Zhan threw out a punch, he didn't attack again. He was like a dragon as he moved quickly in the sky. His figure was like a flickering shadow as he quickly dodged one terrifying sword chi after another. At the same time, his fist fiercely punched towards the heavenly netherbird. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out, making one's scalp go numb. Lin Zhan's fist landed heavily on the 9 underworld demonic sword. Instantly, the space around the 9 serenities demon sword shattered. You dare to fight me in close combat? You are courting death. The heavenly netherbird sneered as the flames on its body surged. On the 9 hell demonic sword, countless pitch-black flames quickly rolled and wrapped around Lin Xian's fist, wanting to burn it. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly shrank because he discovered that he had failed. Lin Zhan's fist emitted a dazzling golden light, blocking the terrifying black flames. Otherwise, the golden light became more and more powerful. It was like a sun, erupting with incomparable energy. Pong, in the next moment, a primordial power surged out of his fist and fiercely slammed into the 9 underworld demon sword. Immediately, the heavenly netherbird let out a miserable shriek as it was sent flying by the huge force. Ah! Damn it! I don't believe it! The heavenly netherbird roared as its body flew backwards. It didn't believe that Lin Zhan was strong enough to suppress it. After all, that was just a clone. This made it crazy. At the same time, there was a tinge of fear in its heart. What cultivation level had Lin Zhan's real body reached? How could it be more terrifying than it was? I am just a clone. I don't have much time. Therefore, I can only kill you as soon as possible. Lin Zhan muttered to himself. Then, his body flashed and he charged towards the heavenly netherbird like a shooting star. Very quickly, he arrived beside the heavenly netherbird and stretched out his terrifying palm once again. Damn it! Get lost! The heavenly netherbird's pupils shrank as it flapped its wings. Its body started to spin rapidly like a black gale. Its wings were simply too sharp. As it spun, countless cracks appeared in the space around it. One could imagine that even a 1-star king would be sliced in half if they were hit by the wings. However, such terrifying flames didn't have any effect on Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan's huge palm grabbed the heavenly netherbird and slammed it downwards. Pong, the heavenly netherbird's huge body crashed into the ground once again, causing the ground to crack. Ah! I'm going to kill you. The heavenly netherbird was furious. It had never been beaten up like this before. However, in the next moment, it was welcomed by a huge foot. Lin Zhan's body was like a huge mountain as he descended rapidly. At the same time, his foot stomped on the heavenly netherbird. Roar! Tian was especially furious. He waved the 9 underworld demonic sword and slashed it forward. The 9 underworld demonic sword shone with a black light. As it was waved, it emitted a terrifying sound. Whoosh! Lin Zhan's body moved horizontally in the air and dodged the sword. Then, he kicked out his foot and landed on the sword. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The huge black demonic sword started to vibrate rapidly, and the space around it started to crack. However, although the 9 underworld demonic sword was kicked away, there weren't any cracks on it. No one knew what material this demonic sword was made of, but its toughness exceeded everyone's expectations. Damn it! This 9 underworld demonic sword can't be a perfect Earth-grade artifact, right? Even the dark red divine dragon's eyelids were twitching. As for the other kings, including Lin Xian, they were extremely shocked. That was because they realized that Lin Zhan was simply too powerful. He was practically beating the heavenly netherbird. Just what cultivation level has father reached? A clone is actually able to suppress the heavenly netherbird. Lin Xian was too shocked. He realized that although he knew some things, he still couldn't see it clearly. His father seemed to be endlessly mysterious, and he couldn't see through him at all. In front of them, golden light flashed. A terrifying power shook the void. Sword chi rampaged, and boundless black flames spread. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Xian's group of 7. Even the other cultivators on the Martial Sky continent were extremely shocked. Originally, they had already given up hope. That was because Lin Xian's group of 7, including thousands of peerless supremacies, were completely unable to defeat the heavenly Netherbird. In fact, such a huge group was only left with Lin Xian's group of 7 in the end. They thought that Lin Xian's group wouldn't be able to stop it. Then, the Martial Sky continent would be plunged into a massacre. None of them would be able to escape. However, at this moment of despair, another figure appeared out of nowhere. Even now, he was beating the heavenly Netherbird. This made them extremely excited. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. 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 Shocking collisions rang out. Lin Zhan and the heavenly Netherbird were fighting fiercely. However, the situation was completely one-sided. The heavenly Netherbird was completely suppressed this time. It couldn't resist at all. Instead, it was injured multiple times, and many of its bones were even broken. Luckily, the 9 underworld demonic sword was mysterious and had an extraordinary origin. Otherwise, it would have been shattered into countless pieces by this power. After sending the heaven Netherbird flying with another punch, Lin Zhan let out a long roar as his body emitted a brilliant light. Rays of golden light shone down and swept across the entire sky. Not good, his clone's time is up. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. His clone's time is up. Lin Xian and the others were also in the same situation. Although they had suppressed the heaven Netherbird, they had not obtained complete victory. If Lin Zhan's clone disappeared at this moment, they would not be able to fight back. Lin Zhan's body emitted light. He also knew that his clone's time was up, so he prepared to use his strongest attack to kill the heaven Netherbird. His aura quickly rose, and he was like a golden god of war, releasing a terrifying power. That aura seemed to be able to pierce through the entire sky. In the end, his body was completely covered by the golden light. The golden light was tens of thousands of feet long, and it was like countless golden swords trembling together. Kill! With a roar, Lin Zhan turned into a ray of golden light and charged towards the heaven Netherbird. This attack was too powerful, and it carried an incomparable killing intent. Even the heaven Netherbird's hair stood on end. It felt a chill in its heart as it knew that this was an extremely terrifying killing move. Therefore, it did not hesitate. With a roar, the black flame domain around him churned, and a huge black shield formed in front of it. 9 underworld demonic sky shield. Endless black flames surrounded it, forming a black ghost head that blocked in front of it like a shield. This was the heaven Netherbird's ultimate move, and it could block all attacks. After using the 9 underworld demonic sky shield, the heaven Netherbird coldly snorted. Humph. No matter how strong you are, you can't break through my shield. He was indeed confident because this shield had saved his life many times in the past. Boom, however, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. That was because when the golden light collided with the 9 underworld demonic sky shield, there was an earth-shattering sound. The entire space quickly cracked, and the surrounding mountains collapsed. There was an extremely strong earthquake in the surrounding 10,000 miles. The collision was too terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. However, what shocked the heaven Netherbird even more was that cracks had appeared on the 9 underworld demonic sky shield in front of it. It was like a spider web that instantly covered the entire shield. What? Cracked? This is impossible. The heavenly Netherbird shrieked. This time, there was a trace of fear in its eyes. This was because it realized that its opponent's power. The heaven Netherbird. Boom, in the next moment, the pitch-black 9 underworld's demonic sky shield in front of him exploded into countless black fragments. A beam of golden light flew through the countless fragments at high speed, fiercely bombarding his head. What? Impossible. The heavenly Netherbird let out a frantic cry and flapped its wings in an attempt to retreat. However, this golden light was simply too fast. It directly struck the heavenly Netherbird's head. Boom, another earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, the ferocious head of the heaven nether bird suddenly exploded, turning into blood that scattered in all directions. As for the golden light, it carried Lin Zhan's clone and quickly dimmed. In the end, it disappeared. In the air, there was only a mist of blood and a huge headless corpse. The surroundings fell into silence. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't think that the heavenly netherbird would be killed. At this moment, not only Lin Xian and the other 6, but the entire Tianwu continent was shocked. What? It was killed? It was a fatal blow. Heavens, am I dreaming? Ancestor Murong, Happy King and Ancestor Shen could not believe it. The martial artists in the Tianwu continent cheered after they recovered from their shock. We're saved. Haha. We're saved. The heaven netherbird is dead? That's great. We don't have to be in danger. The palace master of the Palace of Gods killed the heaven netherbird. The entire Tianwu continent cheered. The king clans, rank 6 sects and other forces all heaved a sigh of relief. The heaven netherbird was dead. The Tianwu continent's crisis was resolved. They were all safe. We won. We really won. In the Murong family, a smile appeared on Murong Qingqing's beautiful face again. That's great. Brother Lin Xian is fine. In the Shen family, Xianxia waved her fists. The palace master succeeded. In the Palace of Gods, the 9th elder and the others cheered. At this moment, the entire Tianwu continent was in an uproar. Countless martial artists cheered. Everyone felt as if they had survived a calamity. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other 6 heaved a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous. I have never encountered such a dangerous situation in my life. Ancestor Murong sighed. That's right. The heaven netherbird was too terrifying. I have never seen it before. The Ancestor Shen exclaimed. The Happy King was shocked. What level is Lin Zhan at now? It's just a clone, but it's already so terrifying. Thinking of this, the king's hearts beat wildly. As for Ruffian Dragon, he shouted, you scared me to death. It feels good to be alive. Lin Xian smiled. Let's go. The war is over. We can finally go home. Headmaster Xian chuckled and said. The group turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind them. A bunch of ants. Do you really think you can kill me like this? Hearing this voice, Lin Xian and the other 6 froze. All the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were stunned. Everyone felt as if a pair of invisible hands were choking their necks. Their cries stopped abruptly. What? What? Why am I hearing the heaven netherbird's voice again? Impossible. It must be an illusion. The heaven netherbird's head has already been destroyed. How can it still be alive? All the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were discussing. Impossible. This is definitely impossible. Even if it's a king, it's impossible for it to survive after its head has been destroyed. Lin Xian and the others turned around and stared at the headless corpse in the sky. Damn it. This is impossible. The heaven netherbird can't be alive. The Ancestor Shen gritted his teeth. A king is also a human, not a god. Without its head, it's impossible for it to come back to life. The Happy King's voice was cold. Ancestor Murong's face was gloomy. Damn it. The heaven netherbird is already dead. Why is its corpse still floating in the sky? What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They had been too excited and had forgotten about it. However, it seemed that the heaven netherbird's body was still floating in the sky and had not fallen to the ground. Strange. This was too strange. Even if a king died, it would definitely fall to the ground like a normal person. Could it be that he's still alive? Dean Xian's voice was trembling. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb and their hearts dropped. Impossible, this is impossible. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Damn it, what is this uneasy feeling? At this moment, everyone was shocked as they stared at the heavenly serene bird. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again. Hee hee, a bunch of ignorant ants. Do you really think that I'm that easy to kill? Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened and their scalps went numb. They looked forward and their bodies began to tremble. Everyone was stunned. The heavenly serene bird was already dead. How could it still speak? However, this cold voice clearly belonged to the heavenly serene bird, and it even came from the corpse in front of them. Damn it, who is it? Acting all mysterious, get the hell out here. The Shin family's patriarch shouted angrily. Humph, ignorant humans. I can't kill you. In front of them, the cold voice rang out again. Following that, the heavenly serene bird's corpse started to change. The originally cold body started to burn with black flames once again. What? The heavenly serene bird is still alive. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others felt their scalps go numb. All the martial artists in the Tianwu continent were stunned. Not dead? How can it not be dead? Its head is already smashed. How can it still be alive? This had already exceeded everyone's understanding. On the other hand, the heavenly serene bird's corpse was flashing with light. At its neck, a ferocious head appeared and was quickly forming. Not good, stop it. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth and roared. Then, he turned into a ray of red light and rushed forward. Kill. Lin Xian also rushed forward with the killing sword in his hand. Behind him, the Shin family ancestor, Morong ancestor, and the other kings also attacked with all their strength. Boom. Boom, boom. Terrifying power surged out and quickly killed the heavenly serene bird. However, their attacks were all blocked. In front of the heavenly serene bird, a black light screen was formed and it was shining brightly. 9 Underworld's Devil Sky Shield. The demonic shield that was shattered by Lin Xian formed once again and blocked all the attacks from Lin Xian and the others. However, the crowd was still unwilling to give up. They continued to attack crazily, but they were unable to break through the 9 Underworld's Devil Sky Shield. Behind the demonic shield, the heavenly netherbird's head had already formed. Then, a cold light flashed in its huge eyes. A roar resounded in all directions. Damnable ants. You actually dared to injure me. I won't let any of you off. The heavenly netherbird's mournful voice sounded again as its cold eyes swept across Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, how did he come back to life? Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he gripped the great dragon. Sword soul tightly. It's his heart. At this moment, the 10,000 beast cauldron in Lin Xian's body suddenly sent a voice transmission. Heart? What heart? Do you know? Lin Xian asked quickly. The heavenly netherbird's fatal weakness is its heart. As long as its heart is still alive, it can revive again. It's useless to smash its head, Zero said coldly. Obviously, as the 10,000 beast cauldron, he knew everything about the heavenly netherbird. It was his heart, Lin Xian's eyes flashed. They had been too careless. They had thought that the heavenly netherbird was the same as a normal person. However, it was too late now. His father's clone had already disappeared. Kid, what should we do? The dark red dragon asked from the side. Lin Xian took a deep breath as his eyes flashed. Although he has recovered, his strength is definitely below average. I'm afraid he's only a mid 2-star king. But, even if he's a mid 2-star king, we can't beat him. The dark red dragon frowned. Whatever, we can only fight to the death. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as he waved his hand and took out the 10,000 beast cauldron. Ruffian dragon, take them and retreat safely. Don't participate in the battle. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. If I die, take them and leave. What did you say? Kid. Don't do anything stupid. The dark red dragon immediately became anxious when he heard this. When the people of the Tianwu continent heard this, they were also in an uproar. This was because they realized that Lin Xian actually wanted to fight alone. This was too shocking. Lin Xian. In the Morong family, Morong Qingqing's heart was beating wildly. Her face was extremely grave. In the Shin family, Shin Jingqiu also shouted, Brother Lin Xian, don't. In the Palace of Gods of War, the Ninth Elder and the others were also anxious. They wanted to rush over immediately. However, Lin Xian's gaze was firm and unwavering. Alright, I understand. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, the dark red dragon nodded. He knew that with Lin Xian's character, once he had decided on something, he would not change his mind. Therefore, his body flashed as he brought Ancestor Murong and the others back to a safe place to watch the battle. Can he do it alone? Ancestor Murong was extremely shocked. That's right, we'll just fight together. We're not afraid of death. Ancestor Shen gritted his teeth. Fight with him. We can't let Lin Xian take the risk alone. Din Xian's eyes flickered. The dark red dragon sighed, forget it, that brat should have his own plans. Let's just watch. In front, the heavenly netherbird saw that the dark red dragon and the others had retreated and only Lin Xian was left. It immediately revealed a disdainful smile. What? Do you think that you can deal with me alone? The heavenly netherbird sneered, although I've used up a lot of yuan qi, against an ant like you, one slap is enough. Don't be so proud, I already know your fatal weakness. Lin Xian's voice was cold with a trace of killing intent. Fatal weakness? What do you know? The heavenly netherbird raised its head and laughed, I don't have a fatal weakness, you can't kill me. Your fatal weakness is your heart. Lin Xian shouted coldly and quickly rushed out. What? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the heavenly netherbird smile disappeared and its face became extremely ugly. Damn it. Damn it. His opponent knew his fatal weakness. Impossible. How did he know? The heavenly netherbird was shocked. Very few people knew about this weakness, not even old Taoist Song Song. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to just seal it and not kill it. Yes, that's right. It had no weaknesses. Even if it was killed or its head exploded, it would still be able to recover. Its only fatal weakness was its heart. If it lost its heart, it would not be able to revive. This brat in front of it knew about such a secret, it was extremely shocking. But soon after, it sneered, humph, so what if you know? You don't have the strength to break through my defense. Don't even think about killing me. The heavenly netherbird sneered in disdain. Its terrifying beast claws clashed with Lin Xian's long sword. Then, an earth-shattering sound rang out and Lin Xian retreated rapidly. Although Lin Xian was pushed back, his lips curled into a smile. As expected, your strength has weakened a lot. If the heavenly netherbird was still a late two-star king, he would not be able to do anything. But now, it seemed that she was only a mid-two-star king, or even worse. With such strength, if he went all out, he might be able to kill her. In the next moment, Lin Xian raised the great dragon sword soul and slowly cut a wound on her palm. With my blood, ignite the dragon's soul. Great dragon sword soul, wake up. Lin Xian roared angrily. Endless blood flowed from his palm and dripped onto the surrounding dragon sword domain. Instantly, the entire dragon sword realm was dyed red with blood and started to tremble. A deep and loud dragon roar resounded in all directions. This roar was filled with shocking power, as if it could tear apart the 9 heavens and shatter the earth. Lin Xian's aura also increased in an instant. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand flashed rapidly as if it had turned into a huge dragon. The 1,000-beast cauldron above his head shone brightly as it spun rapidly. On top of it, all sorts of birds and beasts swam around, flashing with a strange light. Kill. Lin Xian was like a god of death. His battle strength soared again. Then, he became one with his sword and charged towards the heavenly netherbird like a ferocious beast. Lin Xian was too strong at this moment. He used his blood to ignite the dragon's soul, allowing him to possess powerful strength. Kid, you're courting death. The heavenly netherbird was furious. She had just recovered her life force and was attacked like this. How could she not be angry? The moment he saw Lin Xian rushing over, he roared out in rage. The black flames on her body surged and turned into a huge mountain, smashing forward. Lin Xian activated the 1,000-beast cauldron above his head and quickly counterattacked. The 1,000-beast cauldron was a true Earth-class artifact and was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was not worried about it breaking at all. Therefore, he directly swung the 1,000-beast cauldron to meet the black demonic mountain head-on. Clang, with a deafening roar, Lin Xian quickly arrived in front of the heavenly netherbird. At this moment, the entire dragon sword domain was still dyed red by his blood. The dragon sword's soul had awakened, and it was as if a true dragon was wandering around. As the sword slashed out, countless dragon shadows surrounded it, accompanied by an extremely powerful force. On the other side, the heavenly netherbird's expression changed. She quickly summoned the 9 underworld devil sky shield and blocked in front of her. However, he was still sent flying by the enormous force. What? So powerful? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't expect Lin Xian to explode with such terrifying power. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon frowned because it knew that Lin Xian was exchanging his blood for energy. How much blood could he lose? He was sure that this energy could not last for too long. Lin Xian naturally knew this as well, so he didn't stop after his attack succeeded. His body turned into an afterimage as he quickly chased after them. Not only that, but the dragon-shaped sword in his hand was also waving non-stop. One sword energy after another turned into true dragons that quickly circled in the sky and attacked the heavenly netherbird. Lin Xian's target was obvious, the heart. He didn't attack sky, nor did he attack anywhere else. Instead, he focused on the sky netherbird's heart. She knew that as long as she pierced the heaven serene bird's heart, it would die and never revive. The heavenly netherbird was enraged. It waved its terrifying 9 hell demonic sword and quickly counterattacked. Dang 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 dang, countless sword chis intersected in the air, bursting forth with extremely resplendent light. A large amount of energy light rained down in all directions. These energies were too terrifying, and a casual attack could pierce through a 1-star King Realm expert. However, Lin Xian became more and more courageous as he fought. His entire body was enveloped by a blood-red light. Streaks of terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi slashed out in all directions. Not only that, but the 1,000-beast cauldron above Lin Xian's head was also emitting a jet-black light. Ancient demonic beasts flew out from the 1,000-beast cauldron one after another. It was as if they wanted to destroy the entire world. This was a true Earthgrade artifact. Lin Xian had directly ignited his bloodline power and forcefully activated it, displaying its terrifying might. Finally, the 9 hell demonic sky shield in front of the heavenly netherbird shattered once again, turning into countless black fragments that scattered in all directions. A demonic shadow and a dragon-shaped sword chi viciously slashed at the heavenly netherbird's body. Instantly, its enormous body was torn apart. Countless cracks spread out, and even its bones could be seen. Especially that dragon-shaped sword chi. It was too terrifying. It had almost pierced its heart. Ah! Damn it! I'll kill you. The heavenly netherbird was completely enraged. It realized that its opponent was too strong, that energy made it feel an incomparable sense of danger. Therefore, it didn't care about anything else. It hurriedly waved its 9 hell demonic sword and pointed it at the sky. Instantly, an incomparable black hole appeared above it. It flickered with a dark light. Last time, when the heavenly netherbird used the 9 hell demonic sword, this black hole had appeared. It didn't expect it to appear again. This black hole was too mysterious. It was as if it was connected to another world. It was incomparably dark and emitted an aura that made one's heart tremble. Even though Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, he still felt a chill down his spine. From the black vortex above, endless black gas quickly poured out and poured into the demonic sword. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying power erupted. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He knew that the heavenly netherbird was about to use its ultimate skill again. However, he wouldn't give it the chance. In the next moment, he burned all of his spiritual energy and blood chi. His entire body emitted an endless red light. A dragon's shadow circled around his body. His entire body seemed to have merged with the great dragon sword soul. He turned into a giant dragon and quickly flew forward. Kill, roar, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Then, a red light quickly cut through the void and killed the heavenly netherbird. Die. The heavenly netherbird was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to erupt with such power in an instant. This power was still enough to kill him. However, he hadn't completed his ultimate skill. The demonic chi on the 9 hell demonic sword was increasing, but it hadn't reached its peak. But now, he couldn't care less about this. He could only use the power he had accumulated to quickly counterattack. The nine-held demonic sword was incomparably black. It flickered with a cold light and carried an incomparable power as it quickly slashed down. Lin Xian turned into a ferocious giant dragon and quickly swooped down in the air. In the next moment, the two collided. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, a ball of bright light exploded in the air. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. This attack was too terrifying. The entire sky was completely enveloped by the energy and fell into nothingness. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The dark red divine dragon, the happy king, and the others' faces changed drastically. They frantically retreated because the wave of energy was already rushing towards them. The energy was terrifying. They didn't dare to resist it at all. They could only brace themselves and run away. On the Sky Martial continent, everyone looked up at the sky. The light screen in the sky was also filled with boundless light, making it impossible for them to see what was going on. Everyone could only wait nervously. Ah. However, at the center of the energy, an extremely miserable cry could be heard. It was the heavenly serene bird's cry. It was as if it had suffered an extremely terrifying impact, and its entire body became incomparably miserable. Eventually, the cry became weaker and weaker, and it even turned into fear. Damn it. Impossible. I don't believe it. How can you have such a powerful strength? Damn it. Just a little bit more, and I would have been able to communicate with the underworld. Then, I would have definitely been able to kill you. After this cry, the heavenly serene bird's voice completely disappeared. In the sky, the resplendent light was also rapidly fading. However, the dark red dragon and the others still did not dare to move forward because there was still an endless amount of energy remaining. The remnant energy was extremely terrifying, and it could easily tear apart Void Fragmentation Realm experts and kill King Realm experts. All they could do was wait. They could only move forward after the remnant energy had completely disappeared. Of course, they were praying in their hearts that Lin Xian was safe and sound. The dark red dragon and the other King Realm experts looked forward and waited anxiously. On the Sky Martial continent, all the cultivators raised their heads and looked at the sky, silently waiting. They wanted to know whether the heavenly serene bird was dead or not. Was Lin Xian in danger? However, the terrifying energy storm in front of them had yet to dissipate, and the black vortex in the sky was becoming bigger and bigger. Finally, it enveloped the entire space. In an instant, the space in front of them became pitch black, and not even light could penetrate it. Damn it, what is that thing? The dark red dragon's face was gloomy. He did not expect such a thing to happen at the most crucial moment. The others were also shocked. Even the Shen family's ancestor sent out his soul power to check it out. However, when his soul power got close to it, it was almost sucked in. The Shen family's ancestor was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his soul power. The other King Realm experts did not dare to try again. Hey, kid, are you alright? Finally, the dark red dragon could not wait any longer and could only shout loudly. This was the most helpless method. However, a reply actually came from the black space. Ruffian dragon, I'm fine. The heavenly serene bird has already been killed by me. The Martial Sky continent is safe. Lin Xian's voice rang out. Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they were all overjoyed. What did you say? Was the heavenly netherbird dead? Is that true? Everyone was extremely excited. It's true. I've already pierced his heart. It's impossible for him to come back to life. Having received confirmation, the dark red divine dragon and the others were all overjoyed. At this moment, it wasn't just them. Everyone on the Martial Heaven continent learned of this news. Immediately, waves of cheers arose and shook the 9 heavens. They couldn't help it. They were too excited. This kind of feeling of having no descendants left was something they would probably only experience a few times in their lifetime. We're saved. We're finally saved. Great. It was Lin Xian who saved us. At this moment, all the martial artists on the Martial Heaven continent were looking up at the sky, shouting Lin Xian's name with all their might. At this moment, Lin Xian had become the savior of the Martial Heaven Continent. He had become the hero in their hearts. The loud and clear voices were like the waves of the sea. Each wave was louder than the previous one, and it directly dispersed the clouds in the sky. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon and the others were also extremely excited. Especially Ancestor Morong, Ancestor Shen, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the danger has been resolved. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Lin Xian come out. Thus, the dark red divine dragon asked anxiously, "Brat, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out." "Yes, could it be that your injuries are too serious? Can't you walk?" Din Xian asked with concern. Inside, Lin Xian laughed bitterly, "I'm afraid I can't get out now. There seems to be a strange space here that has enveloped me. But don't worry, I don't feel any threat at the moment. Wait for me to recover my strength, then I'll go out." "Brat, are you sure there's no danger?" The dark red divine dragon was still worried. That thing seemed to be summoned by the heavenly netherbird. Indeed, there was no danger. Lin Xian carefully checked his surroundings. He discovered that although his surroundings were pitch black, he couldn't see anything. However, there was no danger, and it didn't pose any threat to him. Thus, he quickly said, "Ruffian Long, you guys go back first. I'm fine here. The Tianwu continent still needs you guys to take care of the situation. Hurry up and go back." "Alright then." Everyone sighed. They could only do this. As long as Lin Xian was fine, they could relax. "Ruffian Long, you should also go back to the War God Palace. Once I'm done here, I'll immediately go back." "Alright, be careful." The dark red divine dragon nodded. Afterward, the 6 kings turned into rays of light and left. On the Tianwu continent, the black light that the heavenly netherbird had condensed also slowly disappeared. However, although the black light had disappeared, the people on the Tianwu continent were still in a jubilant mood. They were too excited. Right now, everyone on the Tianwu continent was talking about this battle. Everyone was talking about Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian hadn't left yet. He was still in that pitch-black space. Previously, he had burned all of his blood and spiritual energy and fused it with the great dragon sword's soul to quickly attack the heavenly netherbird. Finally, he had pierced the heavenly netherbird's heart and successfully killed it. However, the pitch-black vortex that the heavenly netherbird had summoned hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had enveloped the entire space. That was why it had become like this. However, although the surrounding atmosphere was gloomy and there was no light, Lin Xian didn't feel any discomfort. Thus, he could only recover his strength first before thinking of a solution. Previously, it had been too dangerous. He had almost died in this battle. This was because burning one's blood was extremely dangerous. Once the blood was burned dry, the cultivator would probably die. Lin Xian had no choice but to do this. Fortunately, he had the longevity art. At the last moment, the longevity art had displayed an extremely powerful recovery ability. This had saved his life. Right now, although he was in danger, his life was no longer in danger. After spending more than 10 days, Lin Xian had recovered about 70 to 80% of his strength. Then, he stood up and prepared to explore this pitch-black space. He still remembered the heavenly netherbird's last words. What did it say about almost opening the underworld and obtaining power? This made him extremely puzzled. Could this pitch-black space be called the underworld? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Now that the heavenly netherbird was dead, he had no one to ask. He could only explore on his own. However, it was too dark and he couldn't see clearly. Furthermore, he tried using his spiritual energy, but it was useless. For safety's sake, he instantly donned the cosmic armor and quickly walked around. It's so sharp. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt a chill coming from the cosmic armor. Fortunately, he was careful and activated the armor in advance. Otherwise, he might have been injured. This is? Lin Xian looked carefully and finally found what it was. The reason for that was because his palm was already holding on to that item. It was the 9 Darkness demonic sword. It was the weapon used by the heavenly netherbird, and it was sent flying at the last moment. He didn't expect it to fall here. The Nine Darkness demonic sword left a deep impression on him because it was too terrifying. It was extremely powerful, and it was made of a special material that couldn't be broken. He guessed that it was an Earth-rank artifact. Now, he had the Thousand Beast Cauldron. However, the Thousand Beast Cauldron was good at refining pills and controlling monsters. Although it was very powerful in battle, he wasn't used to it. He still preferred to use a sword. The Lone Star Sword was only a half Earth-rank artifact. Although it had an Earth-rank fragment, it was still too weak for him. Now, the Heavenly Netherbird had died and left behind the Nine Darkness demonic sword. This demonic sword was very powerful and suitable for him to use. That was because he had never seen a sword that was more powerful than this one. Although I don't know where the Heavenly Netherbird got it, from now on, you're mine. Lin Xian grabbed the Nine Darkness demonic sword and tried to pull it up from the ground. However, in the next moment, there was a change. The Nine Darkness demonic sword quickly trembled and released a terrifying aura. It stabbed towards Lin Xian's hand, wanting to kill him. The black sword chi quickly condensed and enveloped Lin Xian. It was obvious that the Nine Darkness demonic sword was resisting. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless bright sword rays appeared in his hand and quickly bombarded the black sword chi. At the same time, the dragon sword soul in his body surged and quickly suppressed the Nine Darkness demonic sword. Even the Heavenly Netherbird was killed. What could a demonic sword do? Lin Xian snorted coldly as his eyes burst with a bright light. At this moment, he used all his strength to suppress the Nine Darkness demonic sword. However, he didn't expect that this suppression would last for an entire day and night. The Nine Hell Demon sword was simply too terrifying. It possessed a heaven-reaching demonic chi and seemed to have an inexplicable connection with this pitch-black space, so its resistance was abnormally fierce. If Lin Xian hadn't grasped the great dragon sword's soul, he probably wouldn't have been able to control it. However, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. One day later, Lin Xian completely suppressed the Nine Nether Devil sword. After that, the great dragon sword spirit in Lin Xian's body surged out and poured into the Nine Underworld demonic sword, erasing all the marks left behind by the Heavenly Netherbird. Wang! 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 The Nine Underworld demon sword trembled again, but it soon calmed down. The great dragon sword spirit roared and returned to Lin Xian's body, while Lin Xian once again grasped the Nine Nether Devil sword. This time, the Nine Underworld demon sword did not resist. In fact, it even trembled in excitement. Lin Xian also felt that he had become one with the black demonic sword in front of him. It was even to the extent that he felt that the Nine Underworld demon sword had already become a part of his body. With a light wave, the Nine Underworld demon sword easily sliced open a black tear in space. What a terrifying demonic sword! Lin Xian was surprised. He noticed that the grade of this demonic sword was absolutely not low. It was at least an Earth-rank treasured artifact. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to be so powerful. Finally, I have a weapon that suits me. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. He stabbed the Nine Underworld demon sword into the ground once more, and then he sat down cross-legged. After entering the King realm, the Lone Star sword could no longer satisfy him, and the Nine Underworld demon sword just happened to make up for it. It was even to the extent that when he grasped the Nine Underworld demon sword, he felt a mysterious energy pour into his body from the entire black space. In the beginning, he was shocked, but when he sensed it carefully, he noticed that it was pure spirit energy that was extremely helpful to his cultivation. He was overjoyed once more. Although he didn't know what this black space was, Lin Xian knew that it was definitely related to the Nine Underworld demon sword. Now that he had subdued the Nine Underworld demon sword, he could probably absorb the energy within this black space. He wouldn't waste such a huge amount of energy. If he could absorb it, his cultivation would definitely increase once more. At the same time, he also thought of using this energy as the energy source for the Black Earth. However, he noticed that he couldn't take the space away. It only existed here. If he didn't absorb it, it was very likely that it would disappear. Moreover, Lin Xian had also found the energy source for the Black Earth. It was the corpse of the Heaven Nether Bird. The Heaven Nether Bird was a late 2-star king. Although it was dead, its corpse still contained a huge amount of energy. It was extremely suitable to be used as the energy source for the Black Earth. Since he had thought it through, Lin Xian didn't hesitate any longer and quickly absorbed it. Once he absorbed it, he noticed that the energy contained within this black space was simply too huge. It was incomparably terrifying, and he couldn't absorb it all in a short period of time. However, he wasn't worried. At least for now, there was no danger in the Sky Martial continent, so he wholeheartedly cultivated. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months passed. Lin Xian still didn't come out. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the ninth elder were extremely anxious. They were worried that something had happened to Lin Xian, so they quickly flew over to check on him. However, when they heard Lin Xian's voice transmission, they were relieved. They knew that Lin Xian was cultivating, and that he was at a crucial moment, so they couldn't disturb him. As long as Lin Xian wasn't in danger, they were relieved. This time, he spent an entire year cultivating. After an entire year, Lin Xian had completely absorbed the black space's energy. When he finished absorbing the last bit of energy, the entire black space instantly disappeared, and the surroundings returned to normal. In the distance, the Heaven Nether bird's corpse had smashed a terrifying crater in the ground. Furthermore, the corpse was covered in blue ice, completely sealed in ice. Lin Xian had used the sea god's ice seal. He was worried that the energy would be lost, so he had sealed it in ice a year ago. At the side, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged. In front of him was a black demonic sword that flickered with a dazzling light. The demonic sword was covered with strange runes, and when the wind blew, those runes emitted a mysterious energy. Although the entire black space had disappeared, Lin Xian didn't open his eyes. Instead, he was cultivating rapidly, because he had reached the most crucial point. Breaking through to the King realm, that's right, the black space's energy contained too much energy, causing Lin Xian to directly rise from the mid-ninth heaven venerate realm, and finally reach the most crucial step, breaking through to the King realm. This step was a life and death moment for any cultivator, and it was extremely difficult. It had to be handled carefully. He had already condensed his King's domain. Now, only his body's life force had reached the King realm. It could be said that it was much easier than ordinary martial artists. Not only did this process increase one's vitality, but it also required one's martial soul to transform into a king's domain. Although Lin Xian had the dragon sword domain transformed from the great dragon sword soul, he still had other martial souls. What he needed to do now was to infuse the energy of his other martial souls into the dragon sword domain. Buzz, a purple and white figure appeared behind Lin Xian. It was his lightning martial soul. At this moment, the lightning martial soul turned into 2 streams of pure energy and entered the dragon sword domain. Instantly, the entire dragon sword domain trembled and countless lightning flashed. It could be clearly felt that the dragon sword domain's strength had increased by another level. Then, countless pitch-black flames entered the dragon sword domain. This was Lin Xian's black flame martial soul. After this, there was also the ice dance martial soul. The 3 martial souls turned into pure energy and increased the power of the dragon sword domain. Soon, the dragon sword domain released a bright light and the outline became more solid than before. Just from this domain, it could be seen that Lin Xian had already surpassed a 1-star king. Even an ordinary 2-star king could not compare to him in terms of king's domain. At the same time, a terrifying pressure erupted from his body. This was the aura of a king. It meant that Lin Xian had completely entered the king realm. Not only did he have the powerful dragon sword domain, his body had also evolved and broken through to become a king's physique. Although he was only in his 20s, he had lived for more than 2,000 years. It could be said that he was at the peak of the Tianwu continent. Other than that, more importantly, his battle strength had undergone a tremendous change. In the past, he needed to combine with the other 5 kings and ignite his bloodline power to fight against the heavenly netherbird. But now, he could feel that he could kill the heavenly netherbird with just his own strength. This was the greatest benefit of becoming a king. Since he had become a king and the black space had disappeared, Lin Xian had no need to stay here. Thus, he waved his hand and kept the heavenly netherbird's corpse and the 9 underworld demons sword into the dragon sword domain. Then, his figure flashed and left the place. The martial heaven continent regained its calm. It had been a year since the last time the heavenly netherbird attacked the continent. Although they were not as excited as they were back then, there were still warriors who talked about the battle from time to time. Among them, Lin Xian's name was the hottest topic among these cultivators. That was because Lin Xian had killed the Heaven Netherbird. He was the savior of the martial Heaven continent. Now, all the martial artists on the continent had joined hands to create a huge statue of him, erecting it at the center of the continent. This statue was very large and exquisitely carved. One look and one could tell that it was the work of a master. The lines depicted Lin Xian's demeanor. In the statue, he stepped on a divine dragon and held a killing sword in his hand. He looked valiant and looked down on the world. Even these people and Lin Xian had never thought that 1,000 years later, there would still be such a legend in the Sky Martial continent. On the other side, Lin Xian used his ultimate movement technique and quickly rushed back to the Palace of Ares. A few days later, he finally returned. Whoosh, he turned into a streak of sword light and drifted downwards. Who is it? Below, the martial artists of the Palace of Ares heard the commotion and immediately shouted coldly. That was because in this year, the Palace of Ares had become the sacred ground of the martial Heaven continent. No one dared to provoke it. But now, someone had actually landed without saying anything. It's me. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared on the ground. Young master, the young master is back. When the martial artists of the Palace of Ares saw that figure, they immediately exclaimed. Soon, the news of Lin Xian's return spread throughout the Palace of Ares. Not long after, the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and countless other elders of the Palace of Ares all arrived. They looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Young master, you're back. The 9th elder's voice trembled. He was too happy. I've made you all worry. Lin Xian smiled and then walked in with a group of elders. He knew that these elders would definitely have many questions, so he spent half a day answering all of their questions. Then he walked out of the palace and sighed in relief. Damn, you've become a king. The dark red divine dragon also flew over from afar. He immediately felt that Lin Xian's aura was different. I just broke through. Lin Xian smiled. Ruffian dragon, get ready. We're going to return to the Tiannan region. Return to the Tiannan region? The dark red divine dragon was stunned. Then he exclaimed, You found the source of the energy? I found it. I think the corpse of the heavenly netherbird is pretty good. That's great. Then we can leave this place and go to the true spirit world. After that, the dark red divine dragon went to prepare. As for Lin Xian, he went to the Myriad Spirit Valley, where his father was cultivating. Lin Zhan was still in seclusion, but this time, he had left a message. The message said that because he had sent out a clone, his seclusion time would be extended again. The message also said that Lin Xian could move the Lin family members to the Palace of Ares. Furthermore, Lin Xian could also go to the true spirit world in advance. According to the rumors, Lin Zhan would also go to the real true spirit world after he came out of seclusion. After knowing his father's situation, Lin Xian did not hesitate anymore. He quickly got ready with the dark red divine dragon and headed to the Tiannan region. Of course, before leaving, Lin Xian went to the Murong family and the Shen family respectively to see Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. However, he did not bring the two of them to the Tiannan region this time. This time, it was only him and the dark red divine dragon. Both of them were kings, so they flew extremely fast. This time, the speed of their return to the Tiannan region was twice as fast as the previous time. After a few months, they arrived at the Tiannan region. In the Tiannan region, the Black Dragon sect had already been destroyed. The entire continent had regained its peace. As for the people of the Martial Alliance, after Lin Xian's warning, they did not dare to try to take over the entire continent. Even their people in the Xia country had been evacuated. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. He did not stop and directly flew in the direction of the Devil's Pit in the Xia country. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of light streaked across the sky and disappeared instantly. Finally, the two of them arrived above the Devil's Pit again. Then, the two of them landed and quickly used their king's domain to break through the thick fog. Soon, they arrived in front of the Black Earth. Lin Xian sent a voice inside. Not long after, the door of the Black Earth opened with a click. Lin Xian, you're back. He-Tu was still leaning over the broken sword and quickly floated out. I'm back. How are my people? Lin Xian asked. Don't worry, they're all doing well. They're improving very quickly. Many of them have become supremacies. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He-Tu asked again, since you're back, does that mean you found the energy essence? I found it. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw out a black corpse. This is the heavenly nether bird. He-Tu was shocked. Where did you get the heavenly nether bird's corpse? Thus, Lin Xian explained what happened in the Sky Martial continent and asked, how is it? Can the heavenly nether bird's corpse be used as an energy source? 2-star late-stage king, it's fine. As long as we can activate the Black Earth, things will be easy in the future. He-Tu was excited. He could finally leave this place. Lin Xian asked again, do you know what the underworld is? Underworld? Why are you asking this? He-Tu's voice was serious. The heavenly nether bird seems to be able to borrow the energy of the underworld. Also, I obtained a demon sword that seems to be related to the underworld. Lin Xian waved his hand and pulled out the 9 Hell Demon sword from the king domain. It's strange that the heavenly nether bird has a connection with the underworld. Could it be that this demon sword also came from the underworld? He-Tu looked carefully but couldn't figure it out. He then said seriously, Brat, the true spirit world is vast and boundless. However, there are some places that are extremely dangerous. Humans call them forbidden lands. The underworld is one of them. Let me tell you, don't even think about these forbidden lands. Even saints can't survive there. What? That's terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He wasn't a newbie anymore. He knew that above kings were saints. They were even more terrifying existences. However, even such powerful experts couldn't return after entering the Forbidden Lands. It seemed that the Forbidden Lands were truly terrifying. He just didn't know where the heavenly nether bird obtained the 9 Hell Demon sword. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, this demon sword already belonged to him. Lin Xian put away the 9 Hell Demon sword and ran to see Grandpa Lin and the others. He-Tu and the dark red dragon moved the heavenly nether bird's corpse into the Black Earth and used it as an energy source to activate the Black Earth. 3 days later, the Black Earth suddenly trembled. Instantly, Lin Xian, Old Master Lin, and the others all came out. Lin Xian was even more excited. He asked, how is it? Is it done? It's done. The heavenly nether bird's body is well preserved, and the energy inside hasn't been lost. It's perfect as an energy source. He-Tu quickly said, we can leave anytime. Are you leaving now? Let's go. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Then, the Black Earth glowed and rose from the ground. It turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. The entire demon abyss was filled with rolling clouds. Massive amounts of clouds were like waves, crashing in all directions. The terrifying aura that had always existed near the demonic abyss also disappeared without a trace along with the departure of the Black Earth. From today onwards, there would be no more demon abyss in Xia country, only an ordinary deep pit. As for the legends and matters regarding the demon abyss, they would only exist in people's memories and history. The Black Earth turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared from the sky. 10 days later, he arrived at the top of the Palace of Ares. Quick! It was really too quick. One had to know that previously, Lin Xian and the others took nearly half a year to travel between the Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent on the spirit boat. Even after he became a king, it would still take him 2 to 3 months. But now, the Black Earth only took 10 days to arrive at the top of the Palace of Ares. It had to be said that this was really too shocking. After hearing this, He-Tu laughed disdainfully. This is nothing. This is just flying at a low speed. The true speed will only be revealed after we leave the Tianwu continent. He had to conserve some energy now. Heavens, this is just flying at a low speed. Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red divine dragon also swallowed his saliva. To be honest, the grade of this flying ship was definitely beyond his imagination. It was definitely not an ordinary Earth-class artifact. After arriving at the top of the Palace of Ares, Lin Xian quickly sent a voice transmission to the people below to prevent any misunderstandings. Below, the warriors of the Palace of Ares received the order and instantly opened a passage for Lin Xian and the others to enter. Right now, the Palace of Ares was impregnable. There were arrays set up by the dark red divine dragon everywhere. If others were to barge in, they would definitely be attacked fiercely. Those below the king level would not be able to escape. Even kings would be flustered. Seeing that the array had opened up a passage, the black earth quickly transformed into a small spirit tribe. With a whoosh, it entered the passage. Soon, it arrived at the surface of the Palace of Ares. Poof, the spirit boat slowly landed, causing a large wave of air that surged in all directions. Near the spirit boat, the ninth elder and the others had already gathered. They had received Lin Xian's notice and were here to welcome him. The spirit boat shone brightly. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were the first to walk out. Then, it was Old Master Lin, second Uncle Lin, and the other Lin family members. "Young master, you are back." The ninth elder and the others quickly walked forward. After that, Lin Xian began to introduce both parties. Then, he asked the ninth elder and the others to arrange for his family members to rest. Lin Xian had already thought about it. He would let the Lin family settle down here in the future. He and Dean Xian would send the younger disciples to the Immortal Martial Academy to cultivate. As for the older generation, they would cultivate in the Palace of Ares. As for the future of the Lin family, Lin Xian did not need to worry too much. Because according to the rumors, his father had already set up a series of measures to ensure the safety of the Lin family. Lin Xian only needed to leave in peace. After settling down the Lin family, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian did not leave immediately. In the following month, he specially accompanied Old Master Lin and the other family members. This was because Lin Xian knew that he did not know when he would return after leaving this time. Now that he had time, he wanted to spend more time with his family. At the same time, he also arranged for people to search for news of Xiao Shui on the continent. Lin Xian had never forgotten about Xiao Shui. However, after she came out of the remote sky secret realm, there was no news of her. Now, he sent people to search for her, hoping to find her when he left. However, he did not receive any news of Xiao Shui, but two people did. They were Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. The two girls knew that Lin Xian was leaving the Sky Martial continent, so they had been waiting patiently in the family. Now that they knew that Lin Xian was coming back, they immediately rushed over. When Lin Xian found out what the two girls were thinking, his eyes widened in shock. "What? You are also going to the true spirit world? But we don't know what's going on there. It might be very dangerous." "Are you really going?" Seeing Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's eyes, Lin Xian sighed. How could he not know what they were thinking? He too flew over and quickly said, "What's the big deal? Let's go together." These two had extraordinary bloodlines. It was a pity for them to stay in such a small place. "Don't worry. With their bloodlines, they will be put in an important position even in the quintessential world." Hearing this, Lin Xian was delighted. If that was the case, then it was not impossible to bring Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu away. When the two girls came to the Palace of Gods of War, they had already discussed it with their families and received their approval. Therefore, they did not need to go back. They only needed to stay by Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly prepared some resources. After all, according to He Tu, the journey was extremely long. After waiting for another month, Lin Xian still did not find Xiao Shui. Suddenly, he sighed. He knew that it was useless to wait any longer. Therefore, he prepared to leave. This time, the dark red dragon, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Bingshan were leaving with him. Lin Xian was also surprised that Luo Bingshan wanted to follow him. This was because he had already removed the beast slave seal on Luo Bingshan and restored her freedom. Logically speaking, she should have left. However, Luo Bingshan did not leave. Instead, she continued to follow Lin Xian. This time, she even insisted on going to the quintessential world. In the end, Lin Xian nodded and agreed. The group boarded the Black Earth. Lin Xian bid farewell to Old Master Lin, Second Uncle Lin, Ninth Elder, and the others. Goodbye Grandfather, Second Uncle, Ninth Elder, goodbye Palace of Gods of War, goodbye Sky Martial Continent. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked down silently. Then, he took a deep breath and entered the Black Earth. Lin Xian knew that he did not know when he would return to the quintessential world this time. After Lin Xian entered, the Black Earth closed completely. Then, it released a bright light and disappeared into the sky like a shooting star. In a single day, the Black Earth left the Martial Heaven continent and arrived at the Endless Sea. According to He Tu, now was the time to truly accelerate. There were countless array formations and mechanisms on the Black Earth. Under Lin Xian's control, he could see the situation outside. Behind them, the Martial Heaven continent became smaller and smaller until it was just a small black dot. All around them was an endless blue sea. In the next moment, the Black Earth suddenly trembled like a huge black hole, and it began to devour the surrounding spiritual energy. Under the full acceleration, the heavenly Netherbird's corpse couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, he had already activated the Black Earth with the heavenly Netherbird's corpse. All he needed to do now was to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He Tu was very excited. Then, under his control, the Black Earth released an endless amount of light. It instantly accelerated, turning into a stream of light as it sped across the entire sea. This speed was too fast. Even Lin Xian and the dark red dragon couldn't see what was happening outside. Lin Xian estimated that this speed was definitely not something an ordinary king could display. Fortunately, they had the Black Earth's defense. Otherwise, if they had to endure this speed, their bodies would probably split open. Since they couldn't see the situation outside, Lin Xian and the others didn't continue to look. According to He Tu, this high-speed flight should take about a year to reach the true spirit continent. This seemed like a long time, but it was already very fast. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to reach it. Below the Venerable Realm, they might not be able to reach it in their lifetime. Even kings wouldn't be able to reach it without dozens or hundreds of years. One could imagine how vast this endless sea was. Fortunately, he had the Black Earth. Otherwise, Lin Xian might not be able to leave the Martial Heaven continent for the rest of his life. Since he had a year, Lin Xian couldn't waste it. Apart from spending time with Morong Qingqing and Xianxia, he used the rest of his time to cultivate. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were very obedient. They knew that Lin Xian had many female confidants, so they didn't plan to monopolize them. Therefore, the relationship between the two was very good. Morong Qingqing treated Xianxia as a younger sister. Lin Xian was also relieved about the relationship between the two girls. Fortunately, their relationship was harmonious. Otherwise, he would have a headache. Damn, kid, two beautiful characters have been taken by you. Don't you feel good? The dark red dragon laughed strangely at the side. Hee hee. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him. I remember there's also a girl called Xiaoxue. It seems that when she joins in, it won't be a problem. Ayaya, three peerless beauties. Just thinking about it makes me envious. The dark red dragon shook his head. Lin Xian kicked him and said, Are you itching for a beating? Damn, kid, you dare to plot against me? Come, come, come. I'll teach you how to behave. In fact, the dark red dragon was too bored, so he looked for Lin Xian to spar with him every few days. Of course, they were only sparring. The resources on the Black Earth were very abundant, enough for everyone to cultivate. Among them, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and Luo Bingshan's cultivation were all guided by He Tuesday. According to He Tu, it wasn't impossible for them to become kings within a year. The most important thing for the dark red dragon was to recover all his strength. After Lin Xian entered the king realm, he had cultivated the Furious Dragon Mantra and Heavenly Amplification Visualization Technique to greater mastery. Now that he was cultivating these techniques, there was no longer any effect. Moreover, according to He Tu, although these techniques were all Earth-grade techniques, they were all low-grade Earth-grade techniques. Earth-grade techniques were also divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and top-grade. Low-grade techniques were the most common, and their might could be said to be divine techniques for cultivators below the king realm. However, low-grade Earth-rank cultivation techniques were truly too ordinary to King realm martial artists. Generally, those with strength would cultivate mid-grade or high-grade Earth-grade techniques. As for top-grade Earth-grade techniques, they were extremely rare. Only some of the top clans had them. On the Sky Martial continent, the top clans were the king clans, but in the quintessential world, they weren't kings. Although they were powerful, they weren't ranked. The top clans in the quintessential world were the Great Sage lands and the clans of the ancients. These holy lands and clans were extremely powerful, and many of them had produced emperors. As for the rest, even if they hadn't, they had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and their foundations were extremely terrifying. It was absolutely not something that Lin Xian could imagine. The quintessential world was divided into 5 continents, and each continent had its own clans of the ancients and peerless holy lands. They were the true rulers of the quintessential world. The pale sect that Lin Xian was going to this time wasn't a peerless holy land, but a subsidiary sect of a peerless holy land. However, its strength was also extremely terrifying and unimaginable, and it was absolutely not something that the king clans of the Sky Martial continent could compare to. As he listened to the news, Lin Xian was extremely excited in his heart. He knew that that was the true great world, where geniuses came in large numbers and countless experts, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and heavenly treasures made people go crazy. Great Emperor! Lin Xian took a deep breath as his eyes burst out with resplendent light. As long as one was a martial artist, there was no one who didn't want to become a great emperor. This was also Lin Xian's goal. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian began to cultivate. As the 4th-generation Dragon Sword Inheritor spirit ship, the Black Earth contained many martial arts manuals. These manuals were all Earth-rank martial arts, and the weakest was Earth-rank low-rank. Many of them were Earth-rank mid-rank, and there were even Earth-rank high-rank martial arts. According to He Tu, there were Earth-rank top-rank martial arts, but they weren't here and had been destroyed. Sigh, He Tu sighed at this point. The 4th-generation Dragon Sword Inheritor was too young. It could be said that he was assassinated just as he revealed his talent. This also rang an alarm bell for Lin Xian. He knew that once the secret of the great Dragon Sword soul was exposed, he would be pursued endlessly. Earth-rank martial arts were extremely terrifying, but they were also very difficult to cultivate. Especially Earth-rank mid-rank and high-rank martial arts, they were even more difficult and bitter. Therefore, Lin Xian knew that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. When choosing martial arts, he was even more careful. In terms of body, Lin Xian found that the longevity incantation was already sufficient and didn't need to use other martial arts. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to choose between attack and soul power. Among them, there was an Earth-rank martial art, Myriad Sword Arts. Lin Xian liked it very much. Because he found that this Myriad Sword Arts could be used together with his Dragon Sword domain to display an extremely powerful battle strength. This Myriad Sword Arts was divided into 3 levels, and the 3rd level was Great Success. In addition to attack power, there was also soul power, as well as other secret arts. It could be said that the martial arts here were very complete and were enough for Lin Xian to cultivate. And Lin Xian was like a sponge, rapidly absorbing them. Just like this, he began his King Realm cultivation. The Black Earth was like a shooting star as it flew in the boundless sea. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Kid, we'll reach the real true spirit continent in about a month's time. On this day, news came from Hey Tuesday, are we almost there? Lin Xian opened his eyes from his cultivation. He could not help but feel excited again. However, at this moment, there was a sudden tremor, and the entire Black Earth shook. What happened? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Damn it, someone's attacking us. He Tu quickly said. Soon after, the surrounding walls flickered, revealing the situation outside. After the previous tremors, the Black Earth had slowed down. Around them, there were 5 huge spirit boats. 4 of them were around them, blocking their way. The 5th person was a burly man standing on the spirit boat right in front of them. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. F***CK, it's actually pirates. He Tu's voice was heavy. I wonder how strong they are. Pirates? Lin Xian's frown deepened. Naturally, he knew what pirates meant. They were definitely powerful martial artists who robbed the passing spirit boats. However, he did not expect that he would encounter them. The people inside, listen up. Hurry up and come out for inspection. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your spirit boat. An extremely arrogant voice sounded. At this moment, Morong Qingqing and the other two also arrived. What do we do? The three looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression. He asked, "Hey two, is this spirit boat sturdy?" "Don't worry, this black earth is definitely beyond your imagination. The other party definitely won't be able to destroy it." Hey two was very confident about this. "Alright, let's directly drive over and destroy their spirit boat," Lin Xian said. "Alright, very violent. I like it." Hey two quickly flew and continued to control the spirit boat. In front of them, there were countless people standing on the spirit boat. The person at the front was a burly man with many martial artists beside him. They were actually all one-star kings. As for the burly man, his aura was even more powerful. He had actually reached 2-star king realm. This kind of cultivation was enough to sweep through the entire Tianwu continent. However, they did not expect that there was only a pirate leader here. From this, one could imagine how developed the martial Dao in the quintessential world was. At this moment, a skinny man beside him said, "Boss, looking at the appearance of that spirit boat, it should be a big fat sheep." The burly man also smiled sinisterly. "This spirit boat is not bad. I like it. Later, let's see who is on it. If they are weak, just kill them. Everything they have is mine." "Don't worry, boss. We know what to do." The few kings beside us all laughed. They were not rookies. They had been pirates here for a long time. Therefore, these things were very easy to do. However, the skinny man soon frowned. This was because he realized that the spirit boat in front of them did not stop as expected. Instead, it flickered with an incomparably terrifying light. "He's trying to escape." "Humph, it's just a spirit boat. You want to escape from my hands? You're courting death. Order everyone to attack." The burly man's face darkened as he quickly gave the order. Immediately, the surrounding 4 spirit boats flickered with light and rapidly shot out beams of resplendent light. These light beams were extremely terrifying and contained extremely powerful energy. A 1-star king would not be able to resist them at all. Even a 2-star king would be threatened by them. However, at this moment, the black earth was moving at an extremely fast speed. It dodged the 4 pillars of light in an instant and continued to fly forward. What? He dodged them? So fast? The kings were shocked. They did not expect this to happen. The burly man's face was extremely gloomy because he realized that the other party was actually flying towards him. "You dare to charge towards me? You're courting death." The burly man sneered and then said, "Order everyone to attack and destroy the spirit boat." He was too angry. He had been a pirate for so many years, but he had never encountered such a situation. But now, someone actually dared to provoke him. He was courting death. Soon, the spirit boat under his feet slashed out a huge beam of light. It was like a heavenly blade that ruthlessly slashed forward. Suddenly, the void cracked and airwaves rolled. The sky and sea were split open, creating a vacuum. This attack was too powerful and fast. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the black earth. Suddenly, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. The burly man sneered. "Humph, how dare you go against me? This is your fate." Before he finished laughing, he suddenly froze. His face froze and his pupils dilated as if he had seen a ghost. This was because he saw a beam of light rushing towards him from the explosion of energy. What? Impossible. How is this possible? The burly man was shocked, and the pirates behind him were all stunned. Not only was the other party undamaged, but it was also completely fine. They couldn't believe it. Damn it, what kind of spiritual boat is this? How can it be so powerful? The group of people's faces were gloomy, but soon, they screamed. because the spiritual boat was rapidly charging towards them. "Retreat, quickly retreat!" The burly man roared crazily, while the other pirates felt their scalps go numb as they desperately ran to the sides. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The black earth crashed into the spiritual boat in front of it, causing an earth-shattering tremor as countless shockwaves rolled out. The spiritual boat in front of it was smashed into pieces by the black earth. As for the pirates on the spiritual boat, they were directly turned into a bloody mist. The burly man and the other kings escaped relatively quickly, so they weren't knocked down. However, the energy storm that exploded sent them flying. Whoosh whoosh, they all vomited blood, and their faces were pale. The black earth didn't stop, and like a meteor, it quickly flew into the distance. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, what kind of spiritual boat is that?" The group of people roared crazily, extremely shocked. They had been pirates for so many years, but they had never seen such a powerful method. Inside the black earth snorted in disdain. "Humph, a group of pirates dare to rob me? If I wasn't worried about the lack of energy, I would have killed them with one blast." Xian and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the black earth was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome for him to take action. This was only the beginning. After this, they encountered a few more waves of pirates. However, the black earth was still rampaging in an extremely valiant manner. Anyone who dared to intercept was directly smashed and sent flying. Just like that, Xian and the others quickly flew and finally arrived at the quintessential world. Finally, after a year and a month of flying, Xian and the others finally arrived at the quintessential world. The quintessential world was divided into 5 major regions: Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Xian and the others had arrived at the Eastern Wasteland. This continent was extremely large, countless times the size of the Sky Marshal continent. In fact, in the eyes of the people of the Eastern continent, their Sky Marshal continent was called the Sky Marshal Island. On the sea, there were several tens of islands similar to the Sky Marshal Island. It had to be said that this world was truly too mystical. In the Eastern Wilderness, there were countless forces, including empires, sects, sacred grounds, and worlds. Xian and the others were currently approaching one of the empires, the Dashuan Empire. This empire was terrifying. Although it wasn't at the level of a holy land or a clan of the ancients, it was still formidable. It was said that the king of the Dashuan Empire was invincible. He was invincible in the King realm. On the other hand, the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds had saints. In fact, some of the powers that had produced great emperors before would possess imperial armaments and terrifying foundations. That sort of strength was truly unimaginable. However, all of this was still very far away from Xian. At this moment, they were still in the Dashuan Empire. However, as soon as they came ashore, Xian and the others put away the spiritual boat. This was because there was a huge stone tablet erected by the coast. It was clearly written on it that once one entered the empire, flying with spiritual boats was forbidden. Ordinary kings didn't dare to violate this rule at all. Of course, if one was an invincible king or had surpassed the invincible king, they could naturally ignore it. Xian hadn't reached this level yet, so they stopped, put away the spiritual boat, and entered the Dashuan Empire. However, just putting away the spiritual state wasn't enough. They still had to pay a fee. The coastline was heavily guarded by soldiers. The weakest of those soldiers was an 8th or 9th level venerable, and there were even many half-step kings. These were just ordinary soldiers. Some of the leaders were 1-star and 2-star kings. There were even more terrifying existences. Moreover, there were so many of these kings that almost no one dared to behave atrociously here. Looking at the armored soldiers, Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others exclaimed. Powerful, they were too powerful. On the Tianwu continent, kings were at the peak of overlords. However, here, they were only pirate leaders. One could imagine how powerful this world was. Taking a deep breath, Xian and the others walked forward. The fee was very simple. It was calculated based on the number of people, 1 subdivinity crystal per person. On the way here, Xian had already learned that the common currency in the true spirit world was subdivinity crystals. There were also spirit stones here, but they were definitely more ordinary. However, they could be exchanged with subdivinity crystals. The exchange rate was that one subdivinity crystal was equal to 100 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian didn't have many high-grade spirit stones, but Lin Xian still had some subdivinity crystals. Therefore, he could afford to pay these expenses. Soon, the group walked up. The array scanning included the demonic beasts in the storage bags, so Lin Xian and the others spent a total of 6 subdivinity crystals. After paying, they were just about to leave when a hurried sound came from behind. Then, a red spirit boat flew over quickly. The spirit boat was engraved with runes that flickered with cold light. It even emitted an extremely powerful aura. Everyone looked up at the sky. Many people even whispered to each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and envy. Without a doubt, this spirit boat's grade must be extraordinary. At this moment, the spirit boat flickered with light, and then a few figures descended quickly. The first to descend was a youth in a golden robe. He had short hair and a round face. When he smiled, he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. Behind him, 3 figures also descended quickly. They were 3 middle-aged men in black armor. They were expressionless. However, from their auras, one could tell that they were 2-star kings. From their appearance and demeanor, they seemed to be the golden-robed youth's bodyguards. Damn, using 2-star kings as bodyguards. How extravagant. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others were shocked. It seemed that he should be a disciple of a large family. Once the golden-robed youth landed, he looked around. Then, he saw Lin Xian and the others. When he saw the 3 beauties beside Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Bingshan, he was stunned. He did not expect 3 stunning beauties to gather around a young man. This shocked him. However, he soon looked away and stared at a snow-white little monkey and a dark red dragon. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? These are supreme-grade spirit beasts. Although the golden-robed youth was fat, he was not slow at all. He quickly came to Lin Xian's side and stared at the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey while drooling. It was as if he had seen a beauty. Top quality. Really top quality. This 4-legged snake probably has the bloodline of dragons. And this little white monkey, its aura is very strange. Even I can't see through it. Brother, where did you get these 2 spirit beasts? Why don't you buy them for me? Damn, Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect the golden-robed fatty in front of him to be interested in the dark red dragon and the little white monkey. F***ck, damn fatty. I really want to kick you. The dark red dragon said through gritted teeth. Oh, no, no. The little white monkey was also unhappy. It waved its little paws and wanted to pounce. Fortunately, Lin Xian stopped it. Sorry, they are my companions, not pets. Therefore, you'd better not talk about business or anything like that. Lin Xian said coldly before turning around to leave. Brother, if you don't want to sell them, then don't sell them. Let's talk nicely. At least make friends. The golden-robed fatty didn't bully him. Instead, he walked over with a smile. My surname is Luo, Luo Xing, Fatty Luo said with a smile. Brother, how should I address you? Where are you from? Lin Xian, from outside. Outside? Are you from one of those islands? Luo Xing was surprised. The warriors and guards around them were also surprised. They knew that very few people could break into those islands. They didn't expect the group of people in front of them to be from those islands. Luo Xing was also surprised, but he didn't ask in detail. There were more than 10 islands around, and he might not be able to name them. What he was really interested in were these 2 spirit beasts. So he quickly went up. Brother, why don't we go together? I'm also going to the Dashuan Empire. Sure. Lin Xian saw that he didn't have any bad intentions, so he nodded. He wanted to find someone to ask about the alchemy sect. Judging from Fatty Luo's identity, he should be a young master of an aristocratic family. He should know about the alchemy sect. That's great. Seeing that Lin Xian had agreed, Fatty Luo clapped his hands in joy. Then he said, how about this? There's a city nearby. Let's go there and chat while we eat. Along the way, Fatty Luo kept trying to get close to Lin Xian. Their team also attracted the attention of the crowd. It couldn't be helped. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Rua Bingshan were too beautiful. It was rare for them to see such a beauty. Moreover, from what they knew, such people should be in the hands of peerless experts. Or perhaps, he himself was a peerless expert. But now, these three women were probably only one-star king realm cultivators. Moreover, the young man beside them was also a one-star king realm cultivator. He was pitifully weak. There were even a few cultivators who had secretly followed them from the shore. This was because they had already heard that Lin Xian had come from a distant island and had no background at all. Even if such a person was killed, it probably wouldn't attract much attention. When the time comes to kill that brat, these three beauties will be theirs. However, they didn't dare to make a move. This was because Fatty Luo was beside Lin Xian. Fatty Luo's cultivation couldn't be seen clearly, and the three bodyguards beside him were all two-star kings. When the three of them worked together, they were extremely powerful. Therefore, the people behind them only followed from afar and didn't dare to make a move. However, they didn't give up. This was because they knew that the two of them would eventually separate. When that time came, it would be time for them to make a move. In front, Lin Xian frowned. He could naturally sense the people following behind him. He sneered in his heart and ignored them. He didn't want to cause too much trouble when he first came here. However, if those people behind him were really blind and dared to provoke him, he didn't mind sending them on their way. Ahead, there was a huge city. It was several times larger than any city on the Tianwu continent. After entering the city, Lin Xian realized that not everyone here was a king realm cultivator. A king realm cultivator was also an expert in the Dashuan Empire. Other than that, there were even more venerables. This made Lin Xian heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that his situation wasn't too bad. At least, he wasn't at the bottom. He should be considered a middle-level cultivator. Actually, this was very normal. The population of the true spirit world far exceeded that of the Tianwu continent, so there were more kings here. However, king realm cultivators were extremely powerful, so those who could become kings were all experts. Due to the large population, there were even more people below the king realm. Venerables could be seen everywhere. Great Wind Restaurant. The arrival of Lin Xian's group attracted the attention of the entire restaurant. Especially those cultivators, their gazes were all on Morong Qingqing and the other two. Morong Qingqing and the other two had cold faces and didn't say a word. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. With a cold snort, Lin Xian's body faintly emitted a terrifying aura. The sword intent was formless, but it was incomparably sharp. The moment it appeared, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant suddenly dropped. Everyone's bodies inexplicably trembled. Immediately, many people retracted their gazes, their hearts filled with shock. However, they didn't think that this aura was emitted by Lin Xian. They thought that it was emitted by the golden-robed fatty beside him and the three two-star kings behind him. But no matter what, at least no one dared to look so arrogantly. This restaurant had a total of 3 floors. The hall on the first floor was the largest, and there were hundreds of tables of cultivators sitting inside. There were occasionally many one-star kings, but most of them were venerables. However, he didn't see any two-star kings. Lin Xian was slightly surprised, but he didn't ask anything. Instead, he came to an empty table, and the group sat down. "Brother, let me tell you, this restaurant is very extraordinary. There's a kind of soup here that's very magical. You'll know in a while." Fatty Luo had a mysterious expression. He instructed a black-clothed bodyguard behind him to order the first 7 dishes. Not long after, a few beautiful maids served some food. Lin Xian looked at the exquisite jade bowl in front of him and was greatly surprised. This was because there was a kind of soup inside that emitted a rich fragrance. Not only him, but Morong Qingqing and the others were also surprised. Meanwhile, Fatty Luo said with a smile, "Brother, try it." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. This was the first time he had seen such a delicious soup, so he quickly drank a big mouthful. The taste was very good, but as soon as he drank a mouthful, he felt a wave of heat coming from his body. It was as if he wasn't drinking soup, but an extremely terrifying flame. The heat wave became stronger and stronger, crashing crazily in his body as if it was about to explode. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. On the side, the dark red divine dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others also put down the bowls and chopsticks in their hands and looked at Fatty Luo with uncertain expressions. However, Fatty Luo smiled bitterly. F***ck, brother, who told you to eat so much? This is called four-beast soup. It's made from 4 kinds of king beasts. The energy inside is very terrifying. Even kings would take small sips of it. It's my fault, I didn't explain clearly. Fatty Luo said apologetically. However, at this moment, a disdainful sneer came from the side. Hey, what an idiot. How dare he drink such a big mouthful? Humph, he hasn't even heard of four-beast soup. Is this guy a country bumpkin? A few disdainful sneers were heard, and their voices were filled with provocation. The sneers came from a few one-star kings. They had thought that Lin Xian was a young master from some big family, which explained why he had 3 beauties despite his low cultivation. But now, it seemed that this was simply impossible. Because all the young masters of the Dashuan Empire knew about the four-beast soup. However, this young man before them knew nothing about it. Obviously, he came from the countryside. They wouldn't care about such a person with a one-star king cultivation. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had sensed many greedy gazes along the way, and it was obvious that it was caused by his low cultivation. If he was an unparalleled expert, these people probably wouldn't even dare to look at him. Although Lin Xian was only a one-star king, his strength had skyrocketed after a year of cultivation. Now, 2-star kings were no match for him, and even 3-star kings might not be able to defeat him. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art. Now that Lin Xian had entered the king realm, he could unleash the terrifying power of the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, he planned to display his strength to intimidate these people. Otherwise, these people would fly around him like flies, and he would be annoyed just by looking at them. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile as he circulated the art of longevity within his body, quickly absorbing the violent energy. In an instant, the heat on his body disappeared, and even his red skin returned to normal. What? He's fine? How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They had been paying attention to Lin Xian, especially those one-star kings. They looked at him coldly. This was because the four-beast soup was made from 4 different king demonic beasts, and its energy was extremely terrifying. If he used too much of it, he would probably explode and die. One-star kings couldn't withstand that energy at all. In their opinion, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to escape this fate. However, they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the heat on his body had completely disappeared. They couldn't believe it. Damn it, how did he do it? The group of people were shocked, and those king tiers who were sneering also had gloomy expressions as they gnashed their teeth. This was completely different from what they had imagined. On the side, Fatty Luo was also speechless. Then, he said with a smile, "Brother, you're really something." Lin Xian also smiled and said, "The soup is not bad. It's delicious." Finally, he picked it up and wanted to drink it again. But at this moment, another group of people walked in from the door. As soon as these people appeared, the originally noisy hall immediately quieted down. That was because the auras of these people were too powerful. They were surrounded by a monstrous killing intent, making them look like killing gods. The person in the lead was a tall and sturdy man. His face was ferocious, and his cultivation was even more powerful. He was a 2-star king. There were many 1-star kings and 9th-level venerables behind him. Damn, the Iron Fist pirates, why are they here? Everyone screamed when they saw this group of people. Many of them trembled and almost knelt on the ground. Pirates were extremely terrifying. They specialized in robbing and killing passing spirit ships at sea. The Iron Fist pirates were one of the more famous pirates. The appearance of this group of people caused the atmosphere in the hall to become extremely heavy. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the others also frowned. This was because they realized that the people who had appeared were the pirates who had intercepted them previously. They hadn't expected the other party to appear here. Kid, what should we do? Should we attack? The dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Don't be anxious. Let's observe the situation first. Although Lin Xian's side didn't attack, the expressions of the Iron Fist pirates changed drastically when they came in. This was especially true for their leader, Iron Fist, who was the burly man, who was staring at Lin Xian. It's you, it's actually you. He looked at Lin Xian, his voice trembling as a murderous aura surged from his body. Although he hadn't seen Lin Xian before, he sensed the aura of the Black Earth on Lin Xian's body. They remembered the Black Earth very clearly because it was the Black Earth that had destroyed all their spirit ships. It had even killed many of their brothers. Now that he saw Lin Xian, his eyes turned red. However, he soon revealed a sinister smile because he realized that Lin Xian's cultivation was pitifully weak. One-star kings, they were only one-star kings, other than the golden-robed fatty and the 3 bodyguards behind him, the rest were only one-star kings. This kind of strength couldn't withstand a single blow from him. In particular, there were 3 peerless beauties beside Lin Xian. They made him drool. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Kid, you dared to crash my spirit ship. Today is the day you die. The tall and sturdy man laughed sinisterly. The pirates behind him also laughed sinisterly. What a beautiful girl, he had struck gold. There were probably only a few beauties like her in the entire Dashuan Empire, who would have thought that we would encounter her. Haha, kid, you're dead meat. I advise you to kneel on the ground obediently. Perhaps I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world. Sinister voices rang out one after another, and the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. What? That country bumpkin actually provoked the Iron Fist pirate ship? He's dead meat. He's definitely dead meat. Sigh, he's indeed a country bumpkin. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The one-star kings who had sneered earlier sneered even more. However, it was a pity that these beauties belonged to the Iron Fist pirate ship. At this moment, the golden-robed fatty also frowned. Brother, how did you provoke the Iron Fist pirate ship? They are a group of ruthless people. However, it's fate that brought us together. How about it? Do you need my help? No need. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Luo. I can handle this small matter. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. What? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Dealing with the Iron Fist pirate ship was a small matter? Oh heavens, does he even have a brain? Not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even Fatty Luo and the 3 2-star bodyguards behind him were stunned. This was because they could clearly sense that Lin Xian's cultivation was only that of a 1-star king. On the other hand, the captain of the Iron Fist pirate ship was a 2-star king. In addition, there were 7 or 8 1-star kings behind him. This kind of strength was extremely powerful. In the entire hall, perhaps only the 3 2-star kings behind Fatty Luo could contend against them. However, Lin Xian said that this was a small matter. Where did he get his confidence from? Fatty Luo wanted to persuade him again, but the Iron Fist pirate ship opposite him suddenly burst out laughing. What did he say? Deal with us? Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? What an idiot. He's dead meat. He's definitely dead meat. Boss, let me deal with him. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside the burly man said with a sinister smile. All right, be careful. Don't kill him all of a sudden. That won't be fun. The Iron Fist pirates joked, not putting Lin Xian and the others in their eyes at all. On the opposite side, Lin Xian was calm and composed. The dark red divine dragon beside him gritted its teeth, itching to attack. However, Morong Qingqing and the others were a little nervous. After all, this was the first time they had seen so many kings, especially the burly man. His aura was even more terrifying than their old ancestors. Such a person could destroy the entire Tianwu continent. Therefore, they could not help but be nervous. On the opposite side, the middle-aged man received the order and took a step forward. The aura on his body quickly condensed. He was a 1-star king, and he was one of the stronger ones. Although this middle-aged man looked ordinary, his aura was abnormally terrifying. He was like a war god that had descended from the 9 heavens, emitting a powerful aura. "Kid, let me teach you how to behave." The middle-aged man sneered. Then, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of Lin Xian. His 5 fingers formed a claw and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian's head. The middle-aged man's attack was very spiritual. His palm was like a 5-fingered mountain, resounding through the void and blooming with a resplendent light. If this palm was released, Lin Xian would be crippled even if he did not die. In the entire hall, everyone shook their heads and sighed. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because the scene of blood splattering out as they had imagined did not happen. In fact, the resplendent palm light also quickly disappeared. Everyone looked carefully and then their mouths fell open. Because in front of them, the middle-aged man's palm was easily grabbed by Lin Xian. What? He caught it. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The Iron Fist pirates also frowned. Obviously, Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He looked at Lin Xian in shock as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is it possible for him to receive his attack so easily? Damn it, I don't believe it. I must have been careless just now. The middle-aged man roared ferociously. He wanted to withdraw his palm and attack again. However, he realized that he couldn't do it at all. Because his hand was firmly grasped by Lin Xian, he couldn't move at all. What? Such strength. Damn it, get out of my way. The middle-aged man roared as his body exploded with a resplendent light, and a massive amount of power surged towards his opponent's palm. Even if it was a giant mountain, it would still crumble. However, Lin Xian's palm remained unchanged. Kill me with a single palm? Disdain for me? This is your strength? Lin Xian sneered, his eyes emitting a cold light. Then, he exerted a little force in his palm, and the middle-aged man in front of him immediately screamed. Hearing this voice, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. Even Fatty Luo and the 3 2-star bodyguards behind him were shocked. The middle-aged man's expression was hideous. It was too painful. His wrist couldn't take it at all if Lin Xian exerted a little force. However, as a member of the Iron Fist pirate crew, he couldn't beg for mercy in front of so many people, so he could only grit his teeth and speak. Break it if you have the guts, or I'll kill you. Kid, let me go if you know what's good for you. There's no way for you to live after offending our pirate crew. Although he was subdued by Lin Xian, the middle-aged man was still extremely arrogant. However, Lin Xian turned his head and asked, Brother Luo, if I kill these people, will it affect you? Fatty Luo was stunned for a moment before he realized that Lin Xian was thinking for him. Then, he chuckled and said, Brother, go ahead. There's no one in the entire Dashuan Empire that can scare me. What arrogance! Lin Xian was slightly surprised. It seemed that Fatty Luo's identity was not simple. However, this was even better. He didn't have to worry anymore. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man again with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. What do you want? The middle-aged man trembled under this gaze. Crack, the sound of bones breaking was heard. The middle-aged man screamed because his entire arm had been broken by Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really dare to attack. The Iron Fist pirate crew was even more furious. They roared, You're courting death. Soon, 3 one-star kings charged toward Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian threw out a punch and sent the middle-aged man flying. Then, he shouted, Get lost. Puff. Puff, puff. The 3 one-star kings trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. Shocked, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would be able to injure 3 one-star kings with just a single sound. Isn't this strength a little too terrifying? Damn it, who is this brat? How can he have such powerful battle strength? He hid his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. Everyone was extremely shocked. they realized that they had underestimated this young man. Injuring 3 one-star kings with a single sound was definitely not something a 1-star king could do. This was at least the strength of a 2-star king. Damn it, we've been deceived. This brat's strength still surpasses 1-star kings. On the opposite side, the Iron Fist pirate crew's expressions were sinister. The burly man's face was especially gloomy. Brat, you've indeed exceeded my expectations. However, do you think you can defeat us like this? You're too naive. Today, I'll show you my strength. The burly man shouted coldly as silver light appeared on his fists. He was a 2-star king and was extremely powerful. He was very close to becoming a 2-star king. With a roar, the burly man punched out with his fists. They were like silver demonic beasts that flickered in the air. Not good, Iron Fist is attacking. Although Iron Fist is arrogant and has killed countless people, his strength is extremely terrifying. Especially his fists, they're even more powerful. Yeah, he should be practicing the 100-crack fist. Looking at his aura, I'm afraid no 2-star king is his match. I wonder how that brat is doing. Can he take it? Impossible. Although that brat has the battle strength of a 2-star king, he's at most an early-stage 2-star king. After all, he's still young. I'm afraid he won't be able to block Iron Fist. Everyone was discussing rapidly. However, at this moment, Iron Fist's fists were already flying toward Lin Shui. The entire void trembled as an extremely powerful force ruthlessly rushed toward Lin Xian. This was the power of a 2-star king. Moreover, the silver light contained an explosive aura that was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. What? He's actually resisting with his bare hands. He doesn't want to live anymore? When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Iron Fist even roared, "Humph, he's really courting death." Boom, the next moment, a deep sound was heard. The entire void cracked open, and a violent aura blew at everyone. The kings were still fine, but the supremacies were even bleeding from their ears and trembling. This punch was too terrifying, however, Iron Fist widened his eyes in disbelief. His body was even trembling slightly. This was because his punch was easily blocked by the other party. Green sword chi circled around the palm. Although it was calm, it was like a huge mountain in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break it. Iron Fist pirate team? 2-star kings? How arrogant. But I'm curious. Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant in front of me? You're so weak. Lin Xian sneered. What? He blocked it. He actually blocked Iron Fist's attack? How is this possible? God, I'm not dreaming, am I? At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked, and their bodies were trembling. Especially the people of Iron Fist pirate team. They looked at Lin Xian with a trace of fear. It could not be helped. This was too shocking. One had to know that Iron Fist was their leader, a 2-star king. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, they killed all year round and had a monstrous killing intent. Ordinary kings were no match for them at all. But now, a young man in his 20s had actually blocked Iron Fist's attack. Moreover, he looked very relaxed. This was something that they did not dare to imagine. Lin Xian sneered and gently waved his palm forward. Immediately, the cyan sword chi on his palm rapidly surged, transforming into numerous sharp swords that pierced towards the burly man. Iron Fist's scalp went numb because he could feel the power contained in the green sword chi. It was enough to cut his body open. Damn it, this is impossible. Who is he? How can he have such powerful combat strength? He was simply too shocked. His entire body retreated rapidly like a mountain, moving rapidly in the void. At the same time, countless silver lights condensed on his body, forming a Silver King's domain that completely enveloped him. He's attacking with all his strength. Everyone cried out in shock because they realized that Iron Fist had already used his King's domain. He was definitely going all out. However, the cyan sword ray flickered and slashed down rapidly, instantly slicing apart the silver domain. Bang bang, a low and deep voice sounded. Iron Fist seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his body kept retreating. There were several sword scars on his body. They were extremely terrifying, and in some places, white bones could be seen. Heavily injured, he had been heavily injured by his opponent in an instant. This was simply too terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. This was especially true for the members of the Iron Fist pirate group. Their bodies began to tremble as they watched this scene in horror. Impossible. How is this possible? How could Commander lose? Damn it. Who was this kid? How can he be so powerful? At this moment, everyone was terrified. As for the burly man, he struggled to stand up and quickly took out some medicinal pills to stop the injuries on his body. Then, he said fiercely, "Good boy, I'll remember you. However, this matter isn't over yet. Let's wait and see." With a cold snort, the burly man was supported by a few kings and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered, "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave?" Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. However, the burly man and the others turned around abruptly. "What did you say? How dare you stop me?" The burly man's face was ferocious. "Kid, let me tell you, I'm from the Zhao family." "What? The Zhao family?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They did not expect this pirate group to be from the Zhao family. Is the Zhao family very powerful? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "They're all right. In the Dushuan Empire, they can be considered a powerful force," Fatty Luo said slowly. "I see." Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, the burly man in front of him sneered again. "How is it, kid? Are you afraid? Let me tell you, you're dead for daring to offend the Zhao family. Kneel down, kowtow to me, and give me these 3 chicks. If you do, I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." "You talk too much." Lin Xian snorted. "I don't care which family you are. If you dare to cross my line, you'll have to pay the price. Break one of your arms and I'll let you leave." Lin Xian's voice rang out. "What? Break one of your arms?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Iron Fist and the others had already revealed their identity as members of the Zhao family. That was an extremely powerful trump card. However, the other party was still unwilling to give up. Was he not afraid of the Zhao family's revenge, or did he think that he could compete with the Zhao family? Break one of your arms? Kid, dream on. Just you wait. When I return to my family, it'll be the time of your death. Iron Fist sneered and turned to leave. Beside him, the pirates also sneered. Obviously, they did not take Lin Xian's warning to heart. Stubborn. Since it's like this, I'll have to do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian's figure suddenly disappeared and rushed toward Iron Fist and the others. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing this, the burly man and the others were furious. The other party actually dared to attack. How dare he? With a roar, Iron Fist displayed a Silver King's domain. The other one-star kings also pulled out their swords and sabers. At the same time, King's domains quickly formed around them. However, Lin Xian was like a ghost as he instantly appeared around them. What? So fast? Everyone was shocked. They did not see how Lin Xian appeared. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that Iron Fist and the others' King's domains did not affect Lin Xian at all. Crack, the sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by a few screams and blood spurting out. In the next moment, Iron Fist and the others were all sent flying. However, there were many more arms on the ground. You! Iron Fist fell to the ground, holding his broken arm and roaring ferociously. Until now, he still could not believe that Lin Xian had cut off his right arm. Not only him, but all the people he brought with him also had an arm cut off. How did Lin Xian do it? How could he ignore his Silver King's domain? When everyone saw this scene, they were so shocked that they couldn't even say a word. Powerful. He was too powerful. He did not give them any leeway at all. This is a lesson for you. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Get out of here. Lin Xian turned around and walked into the restaurant. As for Iron Fist and the others, their faces were filled with fear as they quickly left. Although they were mad and furious, they did not dare to say anything because they were really afraid that Lin Xian would kill them. Lin Xian returned to the restaurant's main hall. For a moment, everyone was terrified. The entire hall was silent. For a moment, everyone was terrified, and the entire hall was silent. As for the kings who had mocked Lin Xian before, their bodies started to tremble. Fear, incomparable fear. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian was a country bumpkin, so they had mocked him. Moreover, they didn't think that Lin Xian was that powerful. But now, they realized that they were completely wrong. Although the other party was only a one-star king realm, his strength was even stronger than a two-star king realm. This was definitely a ferocious person who they could not afford to offend. Therefore, the 3 one-star kings quickly got up and ran outside. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. Seeing that the 3 of them were about to escape, Lin Xian lightly snorted. Immediately, the 3 of them stiffened, and their faces revealed expressions that were uglier than crying. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have committed many sins in the past. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. Yes, we were wrong. I apologize to you. The attitude of the 3 one-star kings was extremely humble, and they were no longer as arrogant as before. This is a very realistic world. If you don't have power, you will be bullied, and laughed at. If you displayed great power, you would immediately gain respect, status. This was the principle of the entire world. Whether it was the martial heaven continent or the true spirit world, it was the same. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You're wrong. I don't hold grudges because I usually take revenge on the spot. Spare us. Hearing this, the 3 of them cried, almost kneeling down. Lin Xian picked up a bowl of 4 beasts soup from the table and walked towards the 3 of them. I won't make things difficult for you. If each of you takes a big gulp, I'll let you leave. What? Take a big gulp? The 3 of them even had the heart to die. This was the 4 beasts soup, and its energy was incomparably terrifying. If they drank a big mouthful, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the power. However, if they didn't drink it, the result would be even worse. Thinking up to this point, the 3 of them were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Why did they have to be so mean before? Why did they have to mock the other party? Now that they had fallen to such a state, they deserved it. Bracing themselves, the 3 of them each drank a big mouthful of the 4 beasts soup. Immediately, their skin turned red, and a violent force rampaged through their bodies, as if it was about to explode. Among them, the weaker one directly vomited blood. The other 2 had incomparably ugly expressions as they quickly suppressed the energy in their bodies. Then, the 3 of them struggled to walk out of the door. However, it didn't take long for the other 2 to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Terrifying, too terrifying. The energy contained within was not something they could withstand. Indeed, if an ordinary 1-star king ordered a bowl of 4 beasts soup, they would have to drink it for at least a day. If it was weaker, it would take 2 or 3 days to completely digest it. As for the 3 of them, they probably couldn't refine a third of the energy. Lin Xian shook his head. Isn't it just a mouthful of soup? Is there a need for this? How fragile. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. In the next moment, they widened their eyes because Lin Xian picked up another bowl of 4 beasts soup and drank it in one gulp. Probably not even a 2-star king would dare to drink it in one gulp. Only a 3-star king would dare to do so. However, the young man in front of them was so bold that he directly drank the entire bowl. Lin Xian felt as if he wasn't drinking soup, but a volcano that was about to erupt. The aura in his body quickly boiled. With a loud laugh, Lin Xian quickly used the longevity incantation, displaying an extremely powerful absorption ability. Soon, the violent energy was completely refined by the longevity incantation and turned into his spiritual energy. So satisfying. Lin Xian felt a wave of comfort. brother, you're so powerful. You really hid your strength well. Even I was almost fooled by you. Fatty Luo was also surprised. Brother, where on earth are you from? Which island could have such a strong person like you? Why do I feel like you're a disciple from a sacred ground or a clan of the ancients? If that's what you think, then so be it. Lin Xian smiled. He wouldn't admit to any of his identities, because the more fog around him, the safer he would be. Oh right, Fatty Luo, tell me about the Pale Sect. Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, the corners of Fatty Luo's mouth twitched. Brother, how do you know my nickname? Is it that hard to guess? I can tell just by looking at your face. Lin Xian shrugged. Fatty Luo wanted to cry but had no tears. The three bodyguards behind him also twitched their mouths, while Morong Qingqing and the others covered their mouths and chuckled. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming, directly melting the frozen atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. However, this time, they didn't dare to be impudent. They all sat upright and still, looking straight ahead. They didn't dare to look in Lin Xian's direction at all. Seeing this scene, Morong Qingqing and the others laughed loudly. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of tenderness. Fatty Luo asked, Brother, why are you asking about the Pale Sect? Don't tell me you have a grudge with the Pale Sect? No, you're thinking too much. I want to join the Pale Sect, and I'm asking if you have a way. Join the Pale Sect? Fatty Luo was stunned. Are you an alchemist? What, don't I look like one? Lin Xian asked back. I really can't see it. Brother, if you really want to join the Pale Sect, I do have a way. Let's hear it. This Great Wind restaurant has 3 floors. The first floor is just an ordinary floor. Normally, powerful kings won't be here. They'll go to the second floor. Above this floor is the 3rd floor. That's a place only geniuses can go. Today, there's a small gathering on the 3rd floor, and there's a Pale Sect disciple among them. Do you want me to introduce you? There's a Pale Sect disciple on the 3rd floor? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Pale Sect as soon as he arrived in the Dashuan Empire. It seemed like his luck wasn't bad. Okay, let's go take a look. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He immediately stood up and led Morong Qingqing and the others to the 3rd floor with Fatty Luo. Brother, don't blame me for not reminding you. The 3rd floor isn't a place ordinary people can enter. Either you have status, or you have strength. What strength? Lin Xian asked. At least a mid-stage 2-star king. There are even late-stage 2-star king existences. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Although it was only a difference of a few words, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. This was because the king realm was too terrifying. Every increase in strength would cause an earth-shattering change. It could be said that cultivators of the same level had vastly different strengths. Moreover, a late-stage 2-star king was at least at the level of the heavenly netherbird. With Hey-Tu's guidance and the various resources on the Black Terra, as well as cultivation techniques and secret manuals, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds during this year's cultivation. Now, he had an unimaginable number of secret techniques in his hands. Coupled with the Great Dragon Sword Soul's super strong combat power, Lin Xian could defeat anyone below the level of a 3-star king. As for a 3-star king, he had the power to fight. Therefore, even after hearing Fatty Luo's reminder, he didn't hesitate and walked up. More than half of the people on the 2nd floor were gone, and even fewer people were on the 3rd floor. It was quiet, without a single shadow. Not only that, but there was also a cold middle-aged man standing on the stairs to the 3rd floor. His figure was as tall as a mountain, blocking the path. The black-cloaked martial artist glanced coldly at Lin Xian and the others, then frowned. Those who have no business here, leave at once. The 3rd floor is not for you to go up. He naturally saw the cultivation of Lin Xian and the others. They were only 1-star kings. They couldn't even go up to the 2nd floor with their strength, let alone the 3rd floor. What a joke. How dare you? Hearing the black-cloaked martial artist's rebuke, a 2-star bodyguard stood out from behind Fatty Luo, emitting a powerful aura. My surname is Luo. Fatty Luo said with a smile. Luo? The black-cloaked martial artist thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember which major force in the Dashuan Empire had the surname Luo. He was about to refuse, but the 3 two-star bodyguards behind Fatty Luo emitted an extremely powerful aura. Instantly, the black-cloaked martial artist's expression changed. 3 two-star martial artists as bodyguards. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. He was definitely a disciple of a major family, although he couldn't guess which family he was from. He guessed that his identity must be extraordinary. Then, he nodded slightly. You can go in, but they can't. Then, the black-cloaked martial artist's gaze landed on Lin Xian and the others again, and the corners of his mouth curled up coldly. Brother Lin? Fatty Luo turned around and asked. I'll do it myself. Lin Xian nodded slightly and didn't let Fatty Luo and the others attack. Instead, he stepped forward and walked up. Get out. Seeing Lin Xian not retreat but advance instead, the black-cloaked martial artist's face sank. Since he was standing here, he was naturally choosing people. The young man before him was only a 1-star King Realm cultivator, so it was impossible for him to let him go. Thus, in the next moment, he shouted coldly and waved his palm. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a palm blooming with light pushed horizontally in the air. It was like a 5-fingered mountain, wanting to crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian focused his gaze and punched out as well. The qi and blood in his body circulated, producing a rumbling sound. His arm was like a huge dragon, surging rapidly. With a punch, the entire void started to tremble. Pung, a deep voice sounded out and then quickly dissipated. However, the black-cloaked warrior's expression changed greatly and he quickly retreated a few steps. Bang bang bang, every step he took was on the void, even leaving a black crack in it. Shocking, it was too shocking. He did not expect that his opponent would be able to send him flying with a single punch. How was this possible? His opponent was only a 1-star King Realm. How could he have such powerful strength? However, no matter how much he did not believe it, the truth was right in front of him. How is it? I'm qualified now, right? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You're very strong. You're qualified to enter. The black-cloaked martial artist nodded solemnly. He was a 2-star King Realm cultivator. Anyone who could defeat him was definitely qualified to enter. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Then, he turned around and said, let's go. The group moved forward, but the black-cloaked martial artist blocked their way again. You can enter, but they can't. The black-cloaked martial artist pointed at Murong Qingqing and the others behind Lin Xian and said coldly. Immediately, Lin Xian frowned. They are my friends. Naturally, they have to enter with me. No matter who they are, they can't enter. Unless they can defeat me, the black-cloaked martial artist said coldly. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing and the others fell silent. After a year of cultivation, they had already become 1-star kings. However, the black-cloaked martial artist in front of them was a 2-star King Realm. Now, it was impossible for them to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. Big brother Lin Xian, forget it. Why don't we wait outside? Xianxia was a little uneasy. No. Lin Xian shook his head decisively. You are my women. If I can't even bring my own women in, what's the point of cultivating? The next moment, he turned around and looked at the black-cloaked martial artist again. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my way. The black-cloaked martial artist's face was also gloomy. He had never been looked down upon like this. Although Lin Xian had forced him back, he was not someone to be trifled with if they really fought. Kid, this is the rule here. You'd better not break it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The black-cloaked martial artist wanted to say something more, but the next moment, his face changed drastically. This was because a green light suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's body and enveloped him instantly. You're courting death. The black-cloaked martial artist was furious. A powerful aura surged from his body, and he was about to counterattack. However, the next moment, he froze. That terrifying aura also disappeared in an instant. There was nothing he could do. A green domain had completely enveloped him at this moment. Inside, there were countless sharp swords pressed against his throat. As long as he moved, those sharp swords would pierce through his throat. Although he was a two-star king, he was still afraid of death. Drip. Drip, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The black-clothed martial artist was completely drenched. He was terrified because he did not expect Lin Xian to be able to subdue him in an instant. One had to know that repelling and subduing were different. Repelling meant that Lin Xian had the strength to fight him, but subduing him meant that Lin Xian's strength completely surpassed his. Lin Xian could kill him in an instant. Thinking of this, the black-cloaked martial artist was terrified. Lin Xian was clearly only a one-star king, but his combat strength shocked him greatly. Not to mention the black-cloaked martial artist, even Fatty Luo and the 3 two-star bodyguards behind him were shocked. This was because Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. "Can I bring my people in now?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "Yes." The black-cloaked martial artist nodded with difficulty. He did not dare to resist because his life was in Lin Xian's hands. "Let's go." Lin Xian turned around and pulled Morong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu. Then, the group of people walked towards the third floor. The third floor had an antique atmosphere and was very quiet. There were very few people here, only 7 or 8. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking at the staircase. This was because they did not expect that other than them, there would be someone else who could follow them to the third floor. In the next moment, those people were stunned because there were a lot of people on the third floor. One of them was a fatty in a golden robe, followed by 3 black-clothed bodyguards. On the other side was a handsome young man, followed by 3 stunning beauties. Next to him was a red 4-horned snake with a snow-white monkey on top of it. This group was very spectacular. At this moment, everyone on the third floor was stunned. They did not expect so many people to come. At this moment, everyone on the third floor was stunned. They didn't expect there to be so many people here. But soon after, anger appeared on their faces. This was because they'd noticed that many of them were only one-star kings. They couldn't even reach the second floor, so how could they enter the third floor? Damn it, how is that guy guarding the door? Why did he let in so much trash? F*CK, who are you calling trash? Fatty Luo and the dark red dragon both jumped up. Of course, I'm talking about you guys. You dare to enter the third floor with such strength? Although I don't know how you guys got in, please get out now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. A young man in a blue robe stood up. He was quite handsome, but his eyes were very cold, making people feel uncomfortable. Middle stage 2-star kings, you dare to talk big in front of me with such strength? Fatty Luo snorted disdainfully. Come. I'll teach you how to behave. The dark red dragon gnashed his teeth. He was the same as Lin Xian. His strength couldn't be judged by his cultivation. Lin Xian glanced at the people in front of him and then revealed a trace of surprise. He found that these people were all very powerful. The weakest among them was a mid-stage 2-star king, and there were a few late-stage 2-star kings. There were even 1 or 2 whose cultivation he couldn't see clearly. Presumably, they were even more powerful. However, so what if their cultivation was powerful? He wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Since these people dared to provoke him, he naturally had to fight back. How did you get in? Of course, by fighting. Don't you know the rules here? Lin Xian looked around, not backing down at all. Before coming to the true spirit world, he had already understood that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Moreover, he had personally experienced it these few days. So, in this place, he had to be strong and couldn't show weakness. Because the weak were bullied and looked down upon. Only the strong could make people respect and fear them. So, Lin Xian's attitude had been very decisive after coming to the true spirit world. Do you think they can pass? The blue-robed man snorted disdainfully. You'll know whether they can or not when you try. Lin Xian took a step forward, and a fierce aura appeared on his body. So strong. The people on the other side were shocked. They didn't think that Lin Xian could release such a terrifying aura. Although he was only a 1-star king, his strength had most likely surpassed the 1-star king realm and reached the 2-star king realm. Not bad indeed. No wonder you can come up here. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the front. Lin Xian looked in the direction of the voice and was slightly surprised. It was a graceful figure, sitting there quietly. She was very beautiful, but there was a cold aura around her. It was as if nothing could catch her eye. Even for Lin Xian, she only glanced at him. The woman continued, however, by forcefully bringing them up, "You've broken the rules. This is not good for them." Another handsome man in a red robe also spoke. Different strengths have different circles of strength. They haven't reached that level yet, so they aren't qualified to enter this circle. So, tell them to leave quickly. The other party's voice was very calm, but there was an irresistible command in it. Lin Xian sneered. Rules are set by people, so they naturally change according to people. There's nothing wrong with this. As for what happens in the future, you don't have to worry about it. Hearing this, the cold woman frowned but didn't say anything. The red-robed man snorted. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Lin Xian's attitude. However, perhaps because of his status, he didn't attack. However, the blue-robed man who had been hooting earlier sneered. Kid, you're too arrogant. This isn't a place for you to be so presumptuous. Is that so? Let's see what right you have to teach me a lesson. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in them. Then, he strode toward the blue-robed man. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. The blue-robed man was furious and quickly counterattacked. The others also frowned. However, they didn't stop him because they also wanted to break Lin Xian's spirit. Kid, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you how to behave properly. The blue-robed man sneered and pointed his finger. Suddenly, a blue light surged out. It was extremely terrifying and quickly pierced toward Lin Xian. This sword chi was ocean blue and carried a terrifying power. Even an early-stage 2-star king couldn't resist it. Although the blue-robed man was arrogant, his strength was extremely powerful. He had even surpassed the black-robed martial artist who had been guarding the door. Lin Xian, be careful. Morong Qingqing and the others were concerned. The people on the other side sneered and watched. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He looked at the ocean blue sword chi and quickly attacked. He slowly raised his palm and pushed it out. What? He dares to resist with his bare hands? He's really courting death. Someone on the other side sneered. Although Bai Shan is only a mid-stage 2-star king, his strength is indeed powerful. Especially his true martial sword chi, it's extremely powerful. There are very few opponents in the same realm. This guy dares to resist with his bare hands? He's really courting death. Everyone sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was dead meat. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze. Even the cold and haughty woman let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because in Lin Xian's hand, countless green lights surged and flashed rapidly. They formed a green vortex and blasted forward. Suddenly, the true martial sword chi encountered the vortex and quickly disintegrated. It then turned into spiritual chi and was absorbed by the green vortex. What? He broke it? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Even the blue-clothed youth, Bai Shan, had a face full of shock. Impossible. How could you break my true martial sword chi? He was too shocked. One should know that his true martial sword chi was a mid-grade earth-class martial art. It was extremely powerful. Very few people in the same realm were his match. However, before he could react, Lin Xian clenched his fist and slashed out a green sword chi. Damn it! Seeing the sword chi, the blue-robed man's expression changed drastically. The pupils of the few people around him shrank. This sword chi was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the sword chi that the blue-robed man had shot out. Humph! The blue-robed man snorted. With a shake of his hand, he took out an ancient shield to resist. However, this shield was not formed by spiritual chi. It was a treasure. This was a half-step Earth-class treasure. Its power was very terrifying. In fact, Earth-class treasures were rare in the true spirit world. Although there were more of them than on the Tianwu continent, they were still in the hands of the top forces. However, this half-step Earth-class treasure's power was several times stronger than the ones on the Tianwu continent. After all, the martial arts here were very developed. The quality was naturally much better. After summoning the ancient shield, the blue-robed man was obviously relieved. Obviously, he was very confident in his defense. That was because Lin Xian's green sword aura had cut his shield in half when it hit him. Then, the sword aura had landed on his body. Fortunately, he was still wearing an inner armor, which blocked the sword chi and prevented him from being cut in half. However, the terrifying power contained in the sword chi still sent him flying. Rumble, the blue-clothed youth was sent flying. What? Baishan lost. The surrounding kings were shocked. They didn't expect Baishan to be defeated, and in one move at that. Who was his opponent? How could he be so powerful? However, they knew all the prodigies in the Dashuan Empire, and there was no such person. Could he be from another country? They were puzzled and stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. Two of them were hot-tempered and directly stood up, wanting to attack. At this moment, the aloof woman spoke up, "All right, stop fighting." He's right. Rules are set by people. He does have the ability to change the rules. Let's forget about it this time. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. They were even more shocked than when they saw Baishan lose, because they knew the identity of the cold woman. They didn't expect that even she would speak. These people naturally couldn't attack anymore. Thus, they could only snort coldly. The cold woman raised her head again and looked at Lin Xian. "What's your name? Where are you from?" "Lin Xian. As for where I came from, I'm afraid you wouldn't know even if I told you." "Lin Xian." The kings on the other side whispered, clearly wanting to remember this name. At this moment, Fatty Luo also walked up and said with a smile. "Not fighting anymore? Then let's sit down and have a chat." "How about it?" "Who are you?" one of them asked coldly. Obviously, the other party was Lin Xian's companion, so they naturally wouldn't treat him nicely. Fatty Luo said proudly, "My surname is Luo." Surname Luo. Lin Xian was also puzzled when he heard this. Because this wasn't the first time Fatty Luo said this, but those people before didn't react. In fact, many people were also puzzled this time. This was because they didn't know that the Dashuan Empire had a powerful Luo family. However, the cold woman frowned slightly, and then she seemed to have thought of something. "What's your relationship with Luo Badeo?" "Hee, take a guess," Fatty Luo said with a grin, refusing to answer. However, the expression on his face was one of extreme pride. Seeing this scene, the cold woman's expression became even more serious. As for the surrounding people, they were all shocked. "What? Luo Badeo? It can't be, right? He can't really be related to Luo Badeo, right? Stop joking. How could such a peerless figure come here? Moreover, he only has a 2-star king tier by his side. His status doesn't match the card game." The group of people discussed animatedly. They were very confused, but Fatty Luo didn't explain at all. Instead, he sat down casually. Afterwards, Lin Xian and the others all sat down. At this moment, Fatty Luo spoke again. "I've heard that Fairy Chuyu's hands are unparalleled. I wonder if I'll be able to broaden my horizons this time?" "Oh, you know me?" This time, it was the cold woman's turn to be surprised. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I be here?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched. He knew that this cold woman was very likely the alchemy faction disciple. Chi nodded slightly. Then, with a flip of her jade-like hand, a few exquisite jade bottles appeared. Inside them was a resplendent liquid. Then, she poured a few drops into the 4-beast soup. Immediately, a rich fragrance quickly wafted out. Not only that, but there was even a sparkling light enveloping it. Fragrant. Is this the exquisite liquid? It's indeed very magical. Fatty Luo was excited. Brother Lin, this exquisite liquid is very special. It's made from 50 types of precious spirit herbs. It's very wonderful when combined with this 4-beast soup. Moreover, the energy contained in it is extremely terrifying. It can even increase the cultivation of a king tier. so magical? Lin Xian was shocked. The others were also envious. However, Qiyu only made 2 bowls and stopped. It was obvious that this exquisite liquid was extremely precious. Even she was not willing to use too much of it. Haha, brother, I won't stand on ceremony. Fatty Luo was quick to react and snatched a bowl. When the others saw this, they were extremely envious. However, no one dared to snatch it because Fatty Luo's identity was too suspicious. Although they did not believe that Fatty Luo was related to the legendary Luo Bideo, they did not dare to make a move. If it was true, they would be dead, therefore, they had their eyes on the other bowl. However, in the next moment, the king's faces turned green because the other bowl was picked up by Lin Xian. You're courting death. How dare you? Kid, put it down. Cold shouts were heard one after another. It was obvious that they had no qualms about Lin Xian. With a cold snort, 2 people immediately attacked. The auras of these 2 kings were even more powerful than the man in blue from before. The 2 of them attacked as fast as lightning without mercy. Immediately, the void trembled and runes flickered. The light quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly and attacked quickly as well. Like an azure dragon emerging from the sea, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He threw out 2 consecutive palms and quickly exchanged blows with the 2 kings. Bang bang, a low sound was heard, causing the void to tremble rapidly. If it were not for the many kings suppressing them, the entire building would have been destroyed. Even so, cracks appeared in the void. 2 screams were heard. The 2 kings who had attacked earlier quickly retreated, their expressions extremely ugly. It was obvious that they had suffered at Lin Xian's hands. D*it, impossible. How can he be so strong? The 2 kings were bewildered. They looked at Lin Xian and gritted their teeth, but they did not dare to attack again. Just now, the 2 of them had attacked with all their might. They were only short of using their king domain, but even so, they were unable to defeat Lin Xian. This was unbelievable. After quickly repelling the 2 kings, Lin Xian looked around and said, if anyone else is not convinced, you can come out as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. This voice was very confident. Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you can defeat a 2-star king. This is not a place where you can be presumptuous, a dignified voice rang out. It was filled with a strong sense of warning and terrifying pressure. As soon as this was said, many kings were shocked. This was because the person who had spoken was a 2-star king. Although there was only a difference of 1 word between the 2, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Judging from the reactions of the middle-stage 2-star kings, it was clear how powerful the King Realm Cultivator was. It was a young man in a red robe. He looked coldly at Lin Xian. Put down that bowl of soup. I won't touch you. Hee, with Hai Wuxin, that kid is dead for sure. That's for sure. Hai Wuxin is a late-stage 2-star king. He's terrifyingly strong. No matter how strong that kid is, he won't be able to stop him. Humph, let's see how he's going to die. Daring to oppose us, this is his fate. The kings who had been at a disadvantage before were gloating. It was obvious that they were very confident in this red-robed man. Who are you? You dare to stop me? Lin Xian frowned. Do you think you have the right to get what I want? If you don't like it, you can fight. Don't talk big. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Good. 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 Kid, it seems like you don't know what's good for you. The red-robed Hai Wuxin was truly enraged. In terms of cultivation, I don't want to bully you, but since you don't know what's good for you, I can only suppress you, Hai Wuxin said coldly. You talk too much. Lin Xian sneered. He picked up the bowl of soup and handed it to Murong Qingqing and the others. Try it. It should taste good. Seeing this, Hai Wuxin's face immediately darkened. The other party did not listen to his warning and even dared to snatch what he wanted in front of everyone. He was courting death. In the next moment, he mercilessly attacked. A large blue hand, like a star, quickly reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. The blue hand glowed brightly with a terrifying aura. In an instant, cracks appeared in the void around Lin Xian. Horrifying, this was too horrifying. Late-stage 2-star king was far stronger than a mid-stage 2-star king. This power could even easily kill a mid-stage 2-star king. No wonder this Hai Wuxin was so confident. It seemed that he was indeed terrifying. Probably not many people present could subdue him. The surrounding kings paled as they watched this scene, their hearts thumping. On the other hand, Lin Xian's side was abnormally quiet. This was because Lin Xian had already opened his dragon sword domain and enveloped Murong Qingqing and the others. No matter how terrifying the blue hand was, it could not shake his dragon sword domain. Without anything to worry about, Lin Xian no longer hesitated and quickly punched out. This punch caused the space to tremble. His arm was like a dragon as it soared into the sky. It quickly traversed through the void and violently collided with the blue palm. Boom! Instantly, the entire space began to tremble. This terrifying aura caused the surrounding kings to go pale and tremble. Hai Wuxin's expression changed when he felt the power of this punch. Suddenly, he roared angrily, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. His aura rose once again. He was going to attack. However, Lin Xian didn't give him a chance. With a low growl, an enormous amount of power gushed out from his body and poured into his fist. Immediately, a dazzling fist emitted a resplendent green light and fiercely punched out. Boom, boom, Hai Wuxin couldn't take it at all. His blue hand instantly cracked open, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. Blood sprayed into the sky. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Only Hai Wuxin's figure could be seen flying backwards. Everyone was stunned. Even Chu Yu, who had always been cold and aloof, was incomparably shocked. No one had expected Lin Xian to send Hai Wuxin flying with one punch. It had to be known that Hai Wuxin was already a late 2-star king, and his strength was extremely terrifying. The only one here who could confidently defeat him was probably Chu Yu. But now, he had been sent flying by a 1-star king. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. How is it? Do I have the right to drink this bowl of soup? Lin Xian's lips curled up. You. Hai Wuxin fell to the ground, trembling in anger. He felt a tightness in his chest, and he couldn't feel his entire arm. That punch just now was too terrifying. It had almost crippled his arm. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shameful, this was too shameful. He was a late-stage 2-star king, but he could not defeat a 1-star king. Furthermore, he had been defeated in front of so many people. This made him have the urge to die. Beside him, Chu Yu's expression was grave. She asked seriously, "Who are you?" Lin Xian smiled. "I told you, my name is Lin Xian." Chu Yu asked, "Which sect are you from?" Lin Xian said, "I'm not from any sect, but I want to join the alchemy sect." Chu Yu was stunned. "What? You want to join the alchemy sect?" To be honest, she was too shocked. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would make such a request? At this moment, Fatty Luo also whispered, "That's right. That's why I brought him here." "How is it? Do you think my brother is all right?" Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Bingshan all took small sips of the soup. Then, they handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed and took a big gulp. He then said, "Delicious." Chu Yu blinked. She suddenly felt that this youth in front of her was very interesting. Thus, she smiled and said, "With your skills, it's too easy to join the alchemy sect. However, I'm very curious. What's the use of learning alchemy at your age? You have to know that as long as you have the strength and money, you can buy any alchemy pill." Lin Xian also smiled. "You're wrong this time. I'm an alchemist." "Oh? You're an alchemist?" Chu Yu was surprised. To be honest, before this, she did not find any signs of Lin Xian being an alchemist. However, she also knew that there were many strange people in the true spirit world. It was not impossible for him to be an alchemist. However, since he was an alchemist, he definitely had a master's inheritance. But why did he want to join the alchemy sect? This made her have no choice but to be suspicious, and she even secretly became vigilant in her heart. "Give me a reason," Chu Yu asked. Lin Xian smiled and said, "It's very simple. Although I'm an alchemist, I'm not invincible. The alchemy sect has something I want. For example, better alchemy recipes and better resources. What he said was not wrong, but it was not his main goal. His main goal was to fulfill King Pillfeather's wish. Of course, he would not say this, because he did not know how many enemies King Pillfeather had. All of this would have to wait until he joined the alchemy sect. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Jiyu pondered and did not say anything. As for the others, it was even more impossible for them to say anything because Lin Xian's strength had already stunned all of them. For a moment, the entire third floor was silent. Even the air was a little stuffy. There was only the sound of Fatty Luo drinking his soup happily, and the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey fighting over it. Jiyu thought for a moment and said, I can indeed recommend you to join the alchemy sect, but I have a condition. Jiyu thought for a moment, then said, I can indeed recommend you to join the pill sect, but I have a condition. Lin Xian asked, oh, condition? What condition? Do me a favor. There's a martial arts competition in the Dashuan Empire soon, and I want you to participate. Lin Xian was puzzled. Participate in the martial arts competition? Jiyu said, yes, participate in the martial arts competition. Actually, I called these people here for the same reason. This martial arts competition in the Dashuan Empire concerns the distribution of strength among the princes and princesses. As Princess Kaidai's good friend, I naturally have to help her recruit some geniuses to participate. They're all candidates, and Hai Wuxin is one of them that I've taken a fancy to. But I didn't expect him to be so weak and lose to you in one move. At this point, Jiyu coldly glanced at Hai Wuxin. Hai Wuxin's face instantly darkened, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Since you defeated him and displayed such strength, you're a suitable candidate. If you can agree to my condition and fight for Princess Kaidai, I'll help you apply to join the pill sect. Believe me, with my strength, I can definitely make you join the pill sect. However, it all depends on your performance. Lin Xian shrugged. Participate in the martial arts competition? That simple? I thought it was something else. Okay, I agree to your condition. Although your strength is beyond my expectations, I still have to remind you that there are countless experts in the Dashuan Empire, and there are many geniuses in the younger generation. There are even many 3-star kings participating, so you better be careful. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Lin Xian and the others left, because he'd already asked. The martial arts competition in the Dashuan Empire would be held in the Imperial City. There was still more than a month left, so Lin Xian planned to immediately leave for the Dashuan Empire's Imperial City. Fatty Luo came out as well. He looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Hee, brother, I didn't expect that we would end up together again. Lin Xian asked curiously, why? Are you also participating in this martial arts conference? It is indeed related to the martial arts conference, but I am not here to participate in the martial arts conference. I am here for another matter. What is it? Of course it's to open a gambling house. An opportunity like the martial arts competition is naturally a good opportunity to make money. Fatty Luo smiled. But I'm going to see another old friend right now, so I can't go to the Imperial City with you. Don't worry about it. Go do what you need to do, Lin Xian said. Then I'll see you in the Imperial City, Fatty Luo said with a smile. But then, he reminded him in a low voice, brother, let me give you a piece of advice. The 3 women you brought are really too eye-catching. It's fine if you're from the younger generation, but if you're targeted by some old monster, it'll be hard for you to escape. If you really came from overseas, why don't you let them join a sect? That way, their safety will be protected. There are many places in the Dashuan Empire with training halls set up by the major sections. You can test a warrior's aptitude there. Why don't you go there and give it a try? That's good too. Lin Xian nodded. This matter really needed to be considered. Because he would join the alchemy sect next. Morong Qingqing and the others were not alchemists, so it was obviously impossible for them to join the alchemy sect. He had to arrange a place for them to go so that he could do other things with ease. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others naturally knew about this matter. So they all nodded in agreement. The group bid farewell to Fatty Luo and quickly set off. Lin Xian and the others set off for the imperial city. However, on the way, they had to go to Xianxia city first. This was because there was a training hall there that could test a warrior's aptitude. It was a good opportunity for Murong Qingqing and the others to test themselves so that they could join a good sect. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, the Zhao family also received the news. This was because the Zhao family was behind the Iron Fist pirate crew. Lin Xian had crippled all the kings of the Iron Fist pirate crew in public, so the Zhao family was naturally furious. They sent experts to capture Lin Xian and the others, but they didn't expect Lin Xian and the others to leave in advance. The Zhao family experts were furious that they didn't catch them, but they wouldn't give up and still quickly chased after them. Since they dared to provoke the Zhao family, they had to tear them into pieces. This time, the Zhao family sent a total of 3 late-stage 2-star kings. In addition, there were many mid-stage 2-star and 1-star kings. It was very terrifying. It seemed like the Zhao family was determined to kill Lin Xian and the others. They quickly gathered information and finally confirmed that Lin Xian and the others were heading to Xianxia city. Immediately, the 3 late-stage 2-star kings sneered. No matter where you run to, you can't escape from the Zhao family. Let's go to Xianxia city and kill that kid. Then, the Zhao family kings quickly flew to Xianxia city. Xianxia city was very prosperous and had many warriors because of the Xianxia training hall. This training hall could test a warrior's aptitude, and the results of the test would be sent to the various sections. Once an outstanding genius was discovered, the various sects and forces would send people to receive them. It could be said that this was a very good method to select geniuses. This method also provided many talented warriors to the various sects and forces. It was said that there were even people who passed this test and entered the legendary sacred grounds. Of course, that was a long time ago. In the past few hundred years, there weren't many people in the Xianxia training hall who could enter the sacred grounds. The best ones could only enter the affiliated sects of the sacred grounds. However, this didn't affect everyone's enthusiasm. Lin Xian and the others landed in Xianxia city and rushed to the Xianxia plaza. Hey Tu, which sects do you think they can enter? Lin Xian asked. He had already put away the Black Earth ship, but Hey Tu had turned into a small dagger and was inserted into his hair like a hairpin. Hearing the voice transmission, Hey Tu slowly said, "It's hard to say. I haven't tested them, but at least it's an affiliated sect of the sacred grounds. As for whether they can enter the sacred grounds, it will depend on their luck." Hearing Hey Tu's voice transmission, Lin Xian nodded. Not bad, it was better than expected. Even if he went to the alchemy sect in the future, it would only be an affiliated sect of the sacred grounds. With Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's bloodline power, the sect they entered wouldn't be any worse than the alchemy sect. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others caused quite a stir. After all, the effect of beauties was too shocking. Many people looked at Murong Qingqing and the others and drooled. There were even a few who thought they were more handsome and wanted to strike up a conversation. However, they were scared away by Lin Xian. The group stopped at the Xianxia plaza, but they did not immediately go up to test their aptitude. Because they did not know how to do the test. In the Tianwu continent, there had never been such a thing. But after looking for a while, they understood. The test was very simple. There were a few colorful light pillars in front of them. As long as they placed their hands on them, they would activate the colorful light pillars. The colorful light pillars were divided into 10 areas. The more light one activated, the higher the talent. As for the theory behind it, Lin Xian and the rest did not know. But according to Hey Tu's introduction, these light pillars were created by the sacred land. After looking for a while, Lin Xian realized that the Dashuan Empire was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Although there were many kings and geniuses, there were probably no peerless geniuses. This was normal. Even if there were, they would have been taken away by the great sage land. They were the true overlords of the true spirit world. Buzz, a young man in his 20s, walked up and activated the light pillars. He only emitted 5 rays of light. Immediately, the crowd cried out in surprise. Because this was already considered a very good genius. Ordinary warriors could only activate 2 or 3 rays of light. As for the better geniuses, they could only activate 3 or 4 rays. Activating 5 rays of light could be considered good among the geniuses. Soon, the young man in his 20s stood to the side excitedly. He knew that someone would definitely come to pick him up. After him, another girl around the age of 18 or 19 stepped forward. This young girl had a delicate face and willowy eyebrows. As she walked, she carried a fragrance. Her delicate hands were placed on the light pillars. Then, 7 rays of light lit up. Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? She actually activated 7 rays of light. Genius, this is a top genius. It has been a long time since such a genius appeared. She can definitely enter one of the Sacred Land's subsidiary sects. At this moment, countless warriors were gathered in the Xianxia plaza. When they saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise and looked at the beautiful young girl with envy. The young girl also raised her delicate little face, her expression filled with arrogance. He was like a little princess, surrounded by countless young martial artists. There was no helping it. This was too shocking. 5 rays of light was already considered a very good genius, 7 rays of light was definitely a top genius. She could definitely enter a subsidiary sect. But to enter the Sacred Land, she was still far from it. It was said that one would need at least 10 rays of light to enter the Holy Land. However, this was too difficult. Not to mention 10 rays of light, even 8 rays of light were rarely seen. Therefore, the fact that the young girl was able to produce 7 rays of light was already a very impressive feat. After that girl, many other warriors went to take the test. However, there were no more shocking geniuses. The best one was only able to light up 6 rays of light. Seeing this scene, the girl from before became even more complacent. She raised her chin high, as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes. Xianxia, go and give it a try. At this moment, Xianxia said with a smile. Okay, Xianxia smiled and nodded. She then let go of Xianxia's hand and walked forward. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to her. It couldn't be helped. Xianxia was too beautiful. Her graceful figure, beautiful face, and temperament made her seem like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Nothing could be more beautiful. The girl from before was also very beautiful, but compared to Xianxia, she paled in comparison. She's so beautiful. Who is she? Since when did the Dashuan Empire have such a beauty? Why didn't I know about her? Damn. She's too beautiful. Not to mention her talent, just her beauty alone is unparalleled in the world. Exclamations were heard. The eyes of the male warriors lit up. Even some of the female warriors were amazed. However, the arrogant girl from before snorted coldly. She was extremely displeased. She was originally the pride of the heavens and the focus of everyone's attention. However, with Xianxia's appearance, everyone's attention was snatched away. No one was paying attention to her. Everyone's attention was on Xianxia. How could the arrogant girl stand this? However, although her expression was ugly, she had to admit that the other party was too beautiful. She couldn't compare to her in terms of looks. She could only grit her teeth and snorted softly, humph. Just a vase. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xianxia slowly walked to the light pillar in front of her. Then, she placed her delicate little hand on the light pillar. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. Even Xianxia could not help but feel nervous. That was because this test would determine which faction Xianxia would eventually enter. The light pillar in front of her reacted and flashed rapidly. 1 light, 2 light, 3 light beams. Soon, 5 light beams lit up. 5 light beams. That's not bad. She's already considered a very good genius. That's right. Coupled with her beauty, her status will definitely increase greatly if she enters the faction. Many people were discussing animatedly. Meanwhile, the arrogant girl from before snorted softly. Her eyes were full of disdain. 5 light beams. 2 light beams were lower than hers, which meant that the other party's talent was inferior to hers. Humph, so what if she's beautiful? Her talent is inferior to mine. It's useless. The arrogant girl said proudly. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. She even widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because after the 5 light beams in front of her, the sixth light beam did not disappear. What? There's more. Everyone was shocked. They looked in front of them in disbelief. 6 light beams. She was already considered a top genius. They did not expect that the beautiful girl would have such good talent. However, in the next moment, they screamed again because they saw the 7th light beam. Heavens, what did I see? The 7th light beam. Another top genius with 7 light beams. Shocking, it was too shocking. That beautiful girl's talent was actually so high, she was a genius. Not only was she beautiful, but her talent was also top-notch. Exclamations sounded one after another. Everyone looked in front of them enviously. Obviously, 7 light beams were already considered a top genius. With such talent, she could still enter the affiliated faction of the sacred ground. Everyone exclaimed. Meanwhile, the arrogant girl from before gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with malice. Damn it, how is that possible? How could she have triggered 7 light beams? Cheating. She must be cheating. The arrogant girl was really angry. Previously, she had said that the other party was a flower vase. Now, the other party had triggered 7 light beams. The other party's talent was the same as hers. Wasn't that a slap to her face? Moreover, what made her even angrier was that the other party was prettier than her. As a woman, she absolutely could not tolerate that. What made her even angrier was that the other party was prettier than her. As a woman, she could not accept this. Therefore, she stared at the beautiful figure in front of her with a cold killing intent in her eyes. Only she could become a top genius. No one else was qualified to stand beside her. Miss, I'll take care of her. Seeing the arrogant girl's expression, 2 middle-aged women quickly said. Then, they pulled out their swords and rushed forward like ghosts. Things were precious when they were rare. A genius with 7 rays of light was enough. Another genius would only lower the value of a genius. Therefore, for the arrogant girl's position, they had to kill Xianxia. This attack was very sudden. 2 rays of cold light pierced towards Xianxia like poisonous snakes. Not only that, the 2 rays of light were aimed at Xianxia's vital points. What? Someone actually attacked. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. They could not believe that someone dared to attack Xianxia. She was a top genius with 7 rays of light. She was already a disciple of a subsidiary sect of a sacred ground. Who would dare to attack her at this time? However, things still happened. Xianxia's expression also changed. Her 7 rays of light had caused a smile to appear on her beautiful face. However, the sudden killing intent caused her expression to darken again. She was not a flower vase. Her talent was extremely high and her strength was not bad. In the Tianwu continent, she was one of the top geniuses. Although she was not used to coming to the true spirit world, she was not someone who could be assassinated by just anyone. With a shout, Xianxia quickly counterattacked. With a wave of her jade hands, 2 purple palms moved unpredictably and slapped out. Pung pung, 2 shocking sounds were heard. Then, the purple palms fiercely slapped on the 2 rays of cold light, causing them to retreat. Whoosh, the crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that someone would dare to fight in the Azure Moon Square. This was too bold. Sister Morong. In the distance, Xianxia anxiously shouted. Lin Xian's expression darkened. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that someone would dare to assassinate Xianxia. This was definitely courting death. With a flash, Lin Xian arrived beside Xianxia in an instant. Are you all right? He asked nervously. Xianxia shook her head, but she didn't look well either. That was because she had rarely encountered such an assassination attempt. On the martial heaven continent, she was a heavenly daughter. Everyone could only look up to her. But after coming to this vast true spirit world, things changed in an instant. She was no longer that high and mighty princess, nor did she have the strength to crush everything. She was just an ordinary king. Therefore, she was very interested in this test because she wanted to use this opportunity to enter a good sect and strengthen her own strength. As Lin Xian's woman, she didn't want to be a burden, let alone a vase. She didn't do anything wrong, but the other party wanted to kill her. This made her extremely furious. However, what made her even more furious was that the two figures in the sky, who had been pushed back by the purple palm, attacked again. It seemed that they wouldn't give up until they assassinated Murong Qingqing. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. The other party was too despicable. They actually attacked again and again. They didn't put him in their eyes at all. In the next instant, he attacked as well. A golden sky pun flew out from his palm. It covered the sky and instantly circled in the sky. Its terrifying claws tore through the void like two golden mountains, grabbing at the two figures in the sky. Courting death. The two middle-aged women, Ling He, waved the sharp swords in their hands and slashed out a shocking long rainbow. However, in front of the golden sky pung, it was useless. Crack! Crack! All the sword chi broke in an instant, but the sky pang's sharp claws were still descending rapidly. Poof! Poof! In the next instant, the two middle-aged women were caught and nailed firmly in the void. Ah! The two of them screamed. Their expressions were full of fear. They couldn't believe that someone would dare to subdue them in an instant. Time seemed to have stopped. The golden sky pung circled in the sky, stepping on the two middle-aged women. The two middle-aged women fought back with all their might, but they couldn't move it at all. Instead, they were hit by the rebound force. Their blood was in turmoil and their bones were trembling. Brat, you dare to touch me? You're dead. The two middle-aged women looked down fiercely. They saw a handsome man standing in front of Murong Qingqing. The golden sky ping had come from the handsome man's hand. Are you threatening me? Lin Xian sneered. You're just two slaves. How dare you threaten me? You really don't know what's good for you. What did you say? The middle-aged woman screamed. Are you deaf? I said you're a slave. From the looks of it, you must have been ordered to come out by someone. Tell me, who gave you the idea? At this moment, the surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect a battle to take place in Xianxia Square. Moreover, they didn't expect Murong Qingqing to be fine. Not only that, but a handsome young man with a strong aura had appeared. In an instant, everyone was watching anxiously. Who do you think you are? How dare you question us? One of the middle-aged women snorted. Brat, let us go if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian sneered. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the golden sky pung shone brightly. Bang! In the next instant, one of the middle-aged women was crushed by the golden sky pung, turning into a bloody mist that splattered in all directions. What? She was killed. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. That was a one-star king. How could she be killed so easily? Who exactly was this handsome young man? How could he be so powerful? In the sky, the other surviving middle-aged woman screamed. That was because the blood of her companions had sprayed all over her face. Frightening, it was too frightening. She didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack her. Wasn't he afraid of revenge? In the next instant, she looked down. However, when she saw the cold light in Lin Xian's eyes, her whole body trembled. That gaze was too terrifying. It was as if it could kill her instantly. At this moment, the middle-aged woman couldn't care less. She screamed, Miss, save me. Humph! Below, the arrogant young woman's face was cold. She had sent two of her subordinates to kill Murong Qingqing. She had thought that it would be a piece of cake. However, she didn't expect that there would be a change. Moreover, one of her subordinates was killed in an instant. She couldn't accept that. How dare you? Let my people go. Sure enough, it was you. Lin Xian looked at the arrogant girl in front of him. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had long suspected her because no one else had a reason to attack. There was only one person who had a reason to attack, and that was the arrogant girl who had also activated 7 rays of light. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. What? It was actually her? Seeing the arrogant girl, everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect her to be another top prodigy. It seemed that this matter was going to be troublesome. Wasn't she the second miss of the Dong family? Someone exclaimed. What? The Dong family! Everyone exclaimed. The Dong family was a big family in the Dachauan Empire. They were very powerful. For a moment, everyone exclaimed again and again. They looked at the arrogant girl with faces full of shock. Hearing these exclamations, the arrogant girl Dong Qian became even more proud. She was like a proud peacock. She raised her chin high and said coldly, "Did you hear that? If you offend the Dong family, you won't have a good ending. I won't make things difficult for you. Release my people and kneel down to apologize to me. I'll let you leave this place. Otherwise, I'll let you die without a burial ground." Dong Qian had a high and mighty attitude. In her opinion, as long as she mentioned the Dong family, the other party would definitely not dare to find trouble and would definitely obediently surrender. If it was a martial artist from the Dachauan Empire, perhaps this move would really work. But this time, she was wrong. Because Lin Xian wasn't someone from the Dachauan Empire. Furthermore, given Lin Xian's character, he would never submit to anyone. Sure enough, Lin Xian sneered, "You really have a heart of snakes and scorpions. What's the use of someone like you being talented? In the future, when you grow up, you'll only be a scourge. It's better to get rid of you early." "What did you say?" Dong Qian was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She immediately screamed. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. The other party dared to insult her. How was this possible? Was the other party not afraid of death? The surrounding people were also shocked. They thought that the matter was over, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to fight back. Heavens, could it be that this fellow doesn't know about the Dong family? Could he be from abroad? It's possible. Discussions broke out one after another. They guessed that Lin Xian was not from the Dachauan Empire. Otherwise, he would not have dared to fight back after hearing about the Dong family's reputation. Dong Qian sneered, "Humph. So he's just a country bumpkin. Brat, listen carefully. My Dong family is a first-class aristocratic family in the Dachauan Empire. A country bumpkin like you can't afford to offend us. So, I advise you to obediently kneel down and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you off. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the entire Dachauan Empire." "What Dong family? You're overestimating yourself." Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. Suddenly, the golden rock in the sky shone again and crushed the other middle-aged woman into a bloody mist. Boom, a deep sound was heard, and a bloody mist filled the air. What? Killed again? The crowd was shocked and their scalps went numb. They didn't expect the other party to be so decisive that he didn't even care about the Dong family. Dong Qian was so angry that her face turned pale. "Brat, you dare to offend my Dong family. You're dead." "Dead? I don't think so. You'd better worry about yourself." Lin Xian sneered and walked forward. "What do you want?" Dong Qian trembled when she saw the other party walking towards her. "What do I want? Of course, I want to kill you." Lin Xian's voice was cold, like the god of death. "How dare you? My lady is the second daughter of the Dong family. Moreover, she's a top genius who has activated 7 rays of light. You dare to touch my lady? You're dead. The Dong family and all the other sects won't let you off." Seeing Lin Xian walk over, 4 middle-aged women appeared and protected Dong Qian. Dong Qian screamed, "Despicable! Despicable?" Lin Xian sneered, "You're not despicable when you kill someone? I'm just doing the same thing as you." Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. That's right. If the Dong family's lady hadn't been despicable and attacked first, the other party wouldn't have attacked. Speaking of which, Lin Xian was the victim. "Humph, what's my status? What's her status? How can we be compared to each other? You bunch of country bumpkins, you should all die." Dong Qian screamed, her eyes full of malice. "Is that so? Then let's see who's going to die." Lin Xian's body emitted a dazzling light, and his aura continued to rise. The martial warriors and guards of the Dong family broke out in cold sweat because the other party's aura was too strong. "Haha, kid, I've finally found you." Just at this critical moment, a maniacal laughter rang out. Following that, countless figures dashed over at high speed. Along with it, there was a monstrous pressure and terrifying energy. In the next moment, dozens of figures descended and appeared in the square. They're from the Zhao family. What? Why are they here? The crowd was shocked when they saw the scene. That's right, these people were martial warriors from the Zhao family. They had been searching for Lin Xian all this time and finally met him here. Kid, how dare you harm my Zhao family? Today is the day you die. Kneel down and accept your death obediently, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Haha, I heard that you have 3 beauties by your side. This time, you must bring them back and enjoy them. Kid, this is what you get for messing with the Zhao family. Hearing this, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect that Lin Xian and his group had actually messed with the Zhao family. How audacious, the Zhao family and the Dong family were the same. They were both first-rate families in the Dashuan Empire. They were extremely powerful, and no one dared to mess with them. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian had actually messed with 2 first-rate families at the same time. Humph, what a reckless kid. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Your life will be gone. Dong Qian sneered. Isn't this the kid from the Dong family? Why are you here too? The 3 elders of the Zhao family asked. After greeting the 3 elders, Dong Qian quickly bowed and said, "This kid is too despicable. He saw that I was talented and wanted to kill me." What? There's such a thing? How audacious. We must kill him today. The Zhao family elder and the Dong family martial warrior grinned and walked forward step by step. Humph, how shameless. Snakes and rats from the same nest. Lin Xian's voice was cold. What happened today? Everyone here saw it. I think it won't be long before the world knows what's right and wrong. So what if they know? By then, you'll be a dead man. The Zhao family elder grinned. Who would stand up for a dead man? Moreover, who do you think dares to mess with the Zhao family? To be honest, although this matter was troublesome, it wasn't fatal. This was because among the cultivators of the Zhao family, the strongest was only a late-stage 2-star king. There wasn't a single 3-star king. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could defeat any 2-star king. As for 3-star kings, they might not be a match for him. Therefore, none of these people were a match for him. Even if there were more of them, he would just have to spend a little more effort. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. Qingqing, continue the test. Lin Xian turned around and said to Murong Qingqing. This was because he knew that Murong Qingqing hadn't activated her bloodline power yet. In other words, Murong Qingqing's talent was definitely above that of the 7 rays of light. Okay. Murong Qingqing nodded. She also knew about Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, she knew that only by displaying a stronger talent could she suppress these people. Therefore, in the next moment, she placed her slender hand on the light pillar again. Humph, it's useless to test again. No matter how strong a dead person's talent is, it's useless. The elder of the Zhao family sneered. However, Dong Qian seemed to have thought of something and screamed, kill her quickly. We can't let her test again. This was because she had already thought of a possibility, and that was that Murong Qingqing's talent was higher than hers. If that was really the case, then things would be troublesome. Killing a genius of the same level as her could increase her value. However, if she killed a genius more outstanding than her, then she would be courting death. At that time, those large sects would definitely punish her. Therefore, she couldn't let Murong Qingqing test again. Hearing this, 4 middle-aged women flew out and formed a sword formation. They quickly charged toward Murong Qingqing. These were 4 1-star kings. When they joined forces, their strength was extremely powerful. They were even comparable to 2-star kings. Previously, they had already seen Lin Xian's cultivation. He was only a 1-star king. Murong Qingqing behind him was also only a 1-star king. The 2 of them together definitely couldn't defeat them. Therefore, the 4 middle-aged women were very confident. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He flicked his fingers, and 4 void-shattering fingers flew out. Pung 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 pung, 4 rays of light were like lightning, instantly piercing the 4 middle-aged women's heads. Blood splattered, and their bodies stopped in the air and fell to the ground. What? They've all been killed. Everyone was shocked, and they didn't dare believe it. This was far too frightening, right? Those were 4 one-star king tiers. Moreover, when they joined forces, they were already equivalent to 2-star king tiers. However, they had been killed in an instant. What kind of person, morong morong chingching, morong chingching, morongs morong s. As for the few elders of the Zhao family, their faces were also ferocious. Damn it, this kid hid his strength. Morong ss morong est. I have to admit that you've indeed exceeded our expectations. But so what? You're at most a 2-star king. However, we have 3 late-stage 2-star kings on our side. Do you think you can defeat them? Brat, I advise you to stop struggling. Kneel down and surrender. Hand over the 3 beauties, and I'll give you a quick death. Why are you wasting words with him? Just kill him. Bring the 3 beauties back. The Zhao family's elders laughed maniacally. However, at this moment, the testing light pillar changed again. After the testing light pillar released 7 rays of light, another ray of light appeared. This ray of light was like a divine rainbow, instantly illuminating the entire plaza. What? The 8th ray of light. How is this possible? Heavens, am I dreaming? 8 rays of light, it's really 8 rays of light. That beautiful woman's talent has already surpassed the Dong family's second young mistress. 8 rays of light, it had been almost 100 years since they last saw one. Heaven-defying. That beautiful woman's talent is simply too high. Everyone discussed animatedly. They were extremely shocked. Meanwhile, Dong Qian's face was pale. Impossible, this is impossible. I don't believe it. This can't be real. What she was most worried about had still happened. The other party had released 8 rays of light, which meant that his talent had already surpassed hers. This made her extremely jealous and shocked at the same time. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Zhao family's martial artists changed drastically. They did not expect the other party's talent to be so high. 8 rays of light was already a genius among geniuses. Such a person would definitely be able to enter a powerful sect. Thinking of this, killing intent surged in their hearts. Kill her. They had to kill her before the people from the other large sects arrived, otherwise, if she entered a large sect, the Zhao family would definitely suffer. Die. In the next moment, a Zhao family elder roared and pounced over like a ferocious tiger. What? He still wants to attack? Seeing the Zhao family attack, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed in shock. On the other hand, Dong Qian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Zhao family wanted to kill the other party more than she did. As long as the 3 Zhao family elders attacked, the other party would definitely not be able to escape. That was because those 3 elders were late-stage 2-star kings. When they joined forces, they were extremely powerful. No matter how strong the other party was, he would not be able to escape. On the other side, the Zhao family elders had already arrived near Lin Xian. A terrifying palm covered the sky and completely enveloped Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. The wind howled, and the void trembled. This palm could definitely turn a 2-star king into a bloody mist. Therefore, many people exclaimed in shock. In their opinion, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing could not dodge at all. However, Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and a black demonic sword appeared in his hand. It was the 9 darkness demonic sword. In the next moment, he waved the demonic sword, and a black sword chi instantly streaked across the sky. A black crack instantly appeared in the void, but it quickly healed. In the sky, the huge palm quickly disappeared and finally broke into 2 halves. The Zhao family elder also landed on the ground, his body trembling slightly. What's wrong? What happened? Everyone's eyes widened because Lin Xian's sword technique was too fast. They did not see it clearly at all. They only saw Lin Xian pull out a demonic sword, and then the terrifying palm disappeared. Dong Qian also did not see the sword clearly, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. The other 2 elders of the Zhao family were frowning. One of them moved forward and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Are you okay? However, with a gentle push, the elder who attacked earlier fell to the ground with a plop. What? What happened? That old man gave a light push, and immediately, the elder who had attacked earlier fell to the ground with a plop. Judging by his stiffness, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. This made everyone very confused. What? What happened? Everyone was shocked. They stretched their necks and looked over. Then, they screamed. This was because there was a thin red line between the eyebrows of the Zhao family elder, which extended all the way to his abdomen. That was a sword mark. Could it be that the Zhao family elder is dead? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. That's right, the Zhao family elder was killed. The red line on his body was the sword mark displayed by Lin Xian. This sword was too fast. No one saw it clearly. Even when the Zhao family elder died, his body did not split open. Impossible, how is this possible? The two elders outside felt their scalps go numb. They did not dare to believe it. That was a late-stage 2-star king. His strength was extremely terrifying. However, the other party killed him with a single sword strike. What kind of strength did he have to be able to do that? They did not dare to imagine. Dong Qian was also scared out of her wits. Impossible, I don't believe it. Careless, I must have been careless. Seniors, you must attack with all your might and kill this little thief. Dong Qian screamed crazily. She was too scared. Even a late-stage 2-star king was killed with a single sword strike. They could not resist at all. Hearing Dong Qian's words, the two Zhang family elders looked at each other. That's right, we must have been careless. This kid can't be so strong. The two of them prepared to attack with all their might and kill Lin Xian. However, at this moment, the light beam behind them changed again. After the 8th light beam, the 9th light beam lit up again. What? 9 rays of light. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even the two elders of the Zhao family stopped in their tracks. 9 light beams, what kind of talent was this? It had not appeared for hundreds of years. To be honest, the two of them did not dare to attack at all. If this kind of genius was killed by them, those big sects would definitely be furious. At that time, not only would they suffer, but the entire Zhao family would also be implicated. For a moment, everyone was stunned. At the same time, the people from the major sects also received the news of the test. When they sensed the 9 rays of light, many sects took action. 9 rays of light was already very good. Such a genius must not be missed. Immediately, many sects began to move. They had to snatch this genius before everyone else. However, some of these sects were near while others were far away, but within the Dexian Empire, these sects had their training grounds. The Cool Breeze Dao Hall was a branch of the Cool Breeze faction. One of them, an old man in a green robe, looked at the light pillar in front of him and smiled. A genius with 9 rays of light. I definitely can't miss this opportunity. Ha 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 ha. I'm the closest to the Dark Moon Dojo. On the other side, a burly middle-aged man in a red robe was moving quickly. Other than that, there was also a Taoist nun riding a blue yuan, as well as an expert riding a flying sword. Without exception, they all flew towards the Dark Moon Dojo. It was obvious that their target was the genius who had activated the 9 rays of light. That was Morong Qingqing. However, these people did not know that after they left, the testing light pillar lit up once again. This ray of light was like a divine chain that completely covered the surroundings. The light that it emitted was even brighter than the sun. 10 rays of light. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. 10 rays of light. No one had appeared for close to 1,000 years, who would have thought that it would appear again this time. This time, not only were the subsidiary sects alarmed, but even the sacred grounds were alarmed. The eastern wilderness was vast and boundless. The Dashuan Empire was only one of the countries on this continent, and its strength was only considered average. However, there were still a few overlords in the eastern wilderness. They were the sacred grounds and the remote antiquity families. Among them, the remote antiquity families were mainly clans. Most of them were descendants of the great emperor, and they did not accept outsiders. Therefore, they would not choose disciples from outside. However, the sacred grounds were different. They searched the entire continent for exceptional geniuses to become disciples. These two seemed to have their own advantages. However, until now, the sacred grounds and the remote antiquity families were still the pinnacle of existence. No one could surpass them unless there was a real great emperor. However, it had been a long time since a great emperor had appeared in the true spirit world. In a fairyland somewhere in the eastern wilderness. Water was flowing, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. Rainbows formed a bridge, and spiritual chi surrounded it. This place was like a fairyland. Purple chi floated in the air, bringing with it a hint of mystery. This was one of the sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness, the Xianxia sacred ground. At this moment, in a testing area in the Xianxia sacred ground, a light pillar suddenly burst out with brilliant light. It was like a purple sun that shone in all directions. This is. The disciple in charge of guarding the place was shocked. He had never seen such a situation before, so he quickly reported it to the higher-ups of the sect. Soon, this strange phenomenon alarmed the entire Holy Land. A few people surrounded by purple chi arrived. They stared at the sun-like ray in shock. This phenomenon. Could it be that bloodline? An elder in a purple robe was excited. That's right. It's definitely that bloodline constitution. Beside him, a middle-aged Taoist nun stood on a cloud like a fairy. Her eyes were also filled with shock. Other than that, there were also a few terrifying people. All of them were shocked. They were too shocked. They did not expect that such a bloodline would really appear. The heavens are blessing our Xianxia sacred ground. We must not miss it. The purple-robed elder laughed loudly. Then, he quickly asked, where did this news come from? Dashuan Empire, Azure Moon Dojo. The disciple quickly reported. He knew that the people in front of him were all incredible people. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. Just what kind of bloodline and physique did he have to be able to attract these legendary figures? Dashuan Empire? Quick, inform the disciples near the Dashuan Empire. They must bring that person back. If anyone dares to stop them, kill them without mercy. The purple-robed elder's voice was filled with a trace of majesty. Yes. The disciples quickly agreed. Then, they quickly got busy. Suddenly, rays of light arrays lit up. Obviously, they were passing the news to the disciples of the sacred sect far away in the Dashuan Empire. No, I'm not at ease. I'll send a few more people to help. That kind of bloodline constitution is absolutely not allowed to have any mishaps. The middle-aged Taoist nun also said in a deep voice. Yes, send a few elders over and seal the news until the other party safely enters our Xianxia sacred ground. Hearing that, the surrounding disciples were shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Yes, send a few elders over and seal off the news until she safely enters the Xianxia sacred land. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of bloodline is it? Why are these powerhouses so concerned? The surrounding disciples were shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of bloodline is it? Why are these powerhouses so concerned? They didn't know what kind of bloodline it was, but they knew that if anything happened to her, it would definitely cause the entire Xianxia sacred land to go crazy. In the end, the middle-aged Taoist nun sighed. Forget it, I'll go with you. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Okay. The purple-robed elder nodded. Then, the middle-aged Taoist nun turned into a purple light and disappeared into the sky. Lin Xian and the others didn't know about the commotion in the Xianxia sacred land. However, the entire Xianxia square was in a state of shock. They looked at the 10 bright lights in front of them and were all stunned. 10 lights. Heavens, what did I just see? A miracle. It's definitely a miracle. 10 lights haven't appeared in more than 1,000 years, right? This is too heaven-defying. This beautiful woman is definitely a top genius. At this moment, everyone was shocked and their hearts were beating wildly. As for the warriors of the Zhao family and Dong family, their faces were pale and filled with despair. 10 lights. She had actually activated 10 lights. How was that possible? Now, even if they wanted to kill her, they didn't dare to act rashly. 10 lights were enough to enter the legendary sacred land. That was a true peerless sacred land. Its power was unimaginable. It wasn't something that they could fight against. Thinking of this, their bodies even trembled. Among them, a few warriors of the Zhao family had ugly expressions and almost knelt on the ground. Dong Qian also lost her arrogant expression. Her face was pale and she even wanted to run away. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect Morong Qingqing to activate 10 lights and cause such a commotion. But soon after, he started laughing. That was because this situation was simply too satisfying. Just by looking at the reactions of the Zhao family and the Dong family, he knew that Morong Qingqing's talent was beyond imagination. Most people wouldn't dare to touch her. This made him feel much more at ease. He too was also surprised because he did not expect Morong Qingqing to be able to release 10 light pillars. Morong Qingqing smiled like a blooming flower. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief in her heart. She knew she was safe. Not only her, but Lin Xian and the others were also safe. Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. Then, powerful figures descended one after another. Feeling this aura, everyone held their breaths and widened their eyes. Many of them even began to tremble. These auras were too strong. Lin Xian also raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was because he also felt a wave of pressure. This aura definitely surpassed that of a 3-star king realm. There were even a few that made him feel suffocated. I am Qing Fengzi. An old voice rang out. What? Qing Fengzi? Could it be an elder of the Qingfeng sect? Everyone exclaimed. The Qingfeng sect was a subsidiary sect of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Its status was very powerful and was equivalent to the royal family of the Dashuan Empire. Ha 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 ha. The Dark Ocean Palace is here. Another loud and clear voice rang out. F*CK, it was another subsidiary sect. Everyone was shocked. They realized that there were also Blue Flower Sect, Northern Sword Sect, and other sections. Without exception, they were all very powerful. Moreover, they knew that these were only the first few sects to arrive. There would definitely be more behind. At this moment, the representatives of the 4 sects in the sky looked down and quickly searched. Obviously, they were looking for the peerless genius. Soon, someone's gaze landed on Dong Qian, but Vivian shook her head. Dong Qian was not bad, but now, she was not worth mentioning. Seeing the other party look away, Dong Qian's face turned pale. She was extremely jealous, but she did not dare to be presumptuous. Found her. Soon, the 4 people in the sky smiled. Obviously, they had found the true peerless genius. Morong Qingqing felt the 4 pairs of eyes on her, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly bowed and greeted the seniors. You are the genius who triggered the 10 light pillars? Among them, the elder of the Cool Breeze sect asked. Yes. Morong Qingqing nodded. Are you willing to join my Cool Breeze sect? Qing Fengzi asked quickly. However, before Morong Qingqing could answer, the other 3 people were unwilling. Qing Fengzi, what do you mean? Among them, the lady in a blue dress asked coldly. That's right. What's so good about your Cool Breeze sect? Why don't you join my Dark Ocean Palace? My Northern Sword sect is better. Voices rang out, filled with strong confidence. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the 4 of them to fight. However, this also showed how heaven-defying Morong Qingqing's talent was. When the warriors of the Zhao family saw this scene, their faces turned ugly. They knew that there was no hope of killing the other party, at least not now. On the other hand, Dong Qian's face was pale, and she was trembling with anger. This honor originally belonged to her, but it was snatched away by someone else. She was unwilling to accept this. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. He was very satisfied with this scene. However, in the sky, the debate between the 4 experts became more and more intense. At this moment, the lady from the Blue Flower sect said, "Let's not fight. Let her choose." Okay. 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 The other 3 agreed. In the next moment, the 4 of them looked at Morong Qingqing again. Little girl, which sect do you want to join? Xianxia asked. My Cold Breeze sect is a subsidiary sect of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It is very powerful. If you join us, you might have a chance to enter the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Join my Blue Flower sect and you will have a chance too. The lady in blue did not let it go. Obviously, the Blue Flower sect was also a subsidiary sect of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The Dark Ocean Palace is better. If you join, I will let you become a core disciple. The burly middle-aged man said. Core disciple. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect that the other party would become a core disciple as soon as she entered. There were different types of sect disciples, and the best type was the core disciple. This condition moved countless people. The North Sword sect's treatment is better. I will recommend you to become the sect leader's disciple. Whoosh, everyone was shocked and went crazy. However, Morong Qingqing smiled bitterly. She did not know how to choose. Originally, she only wanted to join a subsidiary sect, but now there were 4 subsidiary sections. At this moment, she really did not know how to choose. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed that being too talented was also a problem. She won't go anywhere. However, at this moment, another voice was heard, and it resounded in all directions. This voice was full of majesty, and it made everyone's hair stand on end. That voice shocked everyone. Could it be that the sects are here to fight again? Everyone looked into the distance again. Even the 4 experts in the sky turned their heads one after another. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. This was especially true for the 4 powerhouses. Their expressions changed drastically. In the distant sky, a purple ray of light flew over quickly. At first, it was still very far, but in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of them. That ray of light wrapped around 3 figures, 2 men and a woman. One of them was a middle-aged man, the other was a young man and a young woman. The 3 of them were surrounded by purple light. Although their cultivation couldn't be seen clearly, the aura emitted was even more terrifying than the previous 4 experts. Which sect are they from? Everyone in the square looked up at the sky, puzzled. Indeed, they had never seen them before. However, the previous 4 experts' faces changed drastically. Among them, the elder Xianxia exclaimed. Purple Glow Holy Land. You are from Purple Glow Holy Land. What? Purple Glow Holy Land, they are genius martial artists from the Holy Land. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Shocking, this was really too shocking. One had to know that they had never seen martial artists from the Holy Land. Because although the Dashuan Empire was powerful, compared to the Holy Land, it was much worse. At most, it was on par with those affiliated sects of the Holy Land. Therefore, those martial artists from the Holy Land would not come at all. Even if they came, these people would not see them. But they did not expect that the martial artists from the Holy Land would actually come to Blue Moon Square now. Heavens, these martial artists from the Holy Land wouldn't be here for that stunning young girl, right? Heaven-defying. It has been more than 1,000 years since such a thing happened. Everyone was envious, while the Zhao family members were sweating cold sweat. The worst thing they expected had happened. The other party had finally attracted the attention of the Holy Land. Now, they did not dare to touch the other party at all, and even worried about being retaliated by the other party. Thinking of this, they had an impulse to run away. On the other side, Dong Qian was gnashing her teeth. She was going crazy with jealousy. In the sky, Xianxia and the other 3 were also puzzled. They did not expect that the people from Purple Glow Holy Land would actually come. Could it be that they were also here for the genius below? They could not understand because when they left, they only knew that the other party had activated 9 light pillars. As for the matter of the 10 pillars of light, they did not know. Moreover, they didn't know that the other party had a special bloodline physique that made the Purple Afterglow Holy Land go crazy. However, although they were extremely puzzled, they did not dare to be presumptuous. After all, the hallowed grounds were not in existence that they could provoke. The middle-aged warrior from the Purple Dawn Holy Land looked down at Morong Qingqing and nodded slightly. Very good. My Purple Afterglow Holy Land wants this person. A steady voice sounded. What? Purple Afterglow Holy Land wants it? Everyone was shocked. Heavens, the Purple Dawn Holy Land is really going to take it. Isn't this too shocking? Their eyes widened in disbelief. One had to know that such a situation had not happened for many years. Now, they were actually witnessing a martial artist become a disciple of a holy land with their own eyes. Gulp. Gulp, the sound of countless people swallowing their saliva was heard. Dong Qian was so angry that she was trembling. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on them. The faces of the Zhao family members were even paler. Qing Fengzi and the other three sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that the other party was really here for the woman below. Taking a deep breath, Qing Fengzi said, "Since the Purple Dawn Holy Land has spoken, we will naturally comply." The other three nodded as well. Then, they retreated to the side. The middle-aged man in purple nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he looked down and said to Murong Qingqing, "Come with us." Murong Qingqing took a deep breath. To be honest, she was too excited. She didn't expect that she would eventually attract people from the Holy Land. Moreover, the Purple Dawn Holy Land would directly recruit her. However, she still looked at Lin Xian to seek his opinion. Lin Xian smiled, "This is a good opportunity. Don't give it up." "I understand." Murong Qingqing nodded, "I am willing to join the Purple Dawn Holy Land." "Good." The middle-aged man in purple laughed. Then, he waved his hand. A force wrapped around Murong Qingqing and brought her to his side. "Lin Xian, remember to look for me." Murong Qingqing transmitted her voice. Then, the group turned into a purple rainbow and left the place. Phew, only when the figure disappeared did everyone heave a sigh of relief. They had no choice. The aura of the three Holy Land martial artists was too strong. It made it hard for them to breathe. In the sky, the four experts sighed and prepared to leave. Just then, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Seniors, please wait." The four of them were stunned. They stopped and looked down. "What's the matter?" Qing Fengzi frowned and asked. "Seniors, please wait. I have a friend who wants to be tested," Lin Xian said. Hearing that, the man from the deep-sea palace showed a trace of impatience. The woman from the Blue Flower sect was puzzled. "Friend, is that peerless genius your friend?" "Yes," Lin Xian smiled and said, "my other two friends are not bad either. Why don't you take a look?" Lin Xian had his own ideas. He knew that Shen Jingqiu and Luo Bingshan were not bad and could at least enter an affiliated sect. That was why he stopped the four of them. "Alright, I'll take a look." Qing Fengzi was interested. The other three stayed as well. Anyway, it wouldn't take much time. "Qiu'er, you do it." Lin Xian waved his hand. "Oh." Shen Jingqiu nodded and walked over in small steps. "Another peerless beauty." The crowd exclaimed and was envious. "This kid is too lucky. He has three peerless beauties by his side." "Yeah. Who is he?" A group of people discussed. Shen Jingqiu quickly came to the front of the light pillar and placed her hand on it. Suddenly, the light pillar shone. 1, 2, 3. Soon, 7 light pillars lit up. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. 8. Everyone swallowed their saliva and widened their eyes. Because the 9th light pillar lit up. 9 again. Many people exclaimed. They realized that another top genius had appeared. Moreover, it was another peerless beauty. God, where did they come from? In the sky, Qing Fengzi and the other three were surprised. They were just curious and didn't expect the other party to really activate 9 light pillars. Such talent was enough to enter their sect. Not bad. Not bad. Little girl, your talent is abnormal. It's really surprising that you can gather together. The few of them nodded and their eyes lit up. They were ready to snatch the girl again. However, in the next moment, they were stunned again. There was even a look of shock on their faces. Not only the 4 experts, but the entire square was stunned again. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian widened his eyes. What? Another 10 beams of light. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. This was too shocking. They had just witnessed a peerless genius with 10 beams of light. They did not expect to see it again. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In the sky, the 4 peerless experts were also stunned. Originally, they only wanted to see it out of curiosity. However, they did not expect another peerless genius to appear. Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Although this kind of genius was good, they could not get their hands on it. This kind of genius was destined to enter the sacred ground. To be honest, Lin Xian was also stunned when he saw this. He did not expect Shen Jingqiu's talent to be the same as Murong Qingqing's. However, he then smiled. This made him feel even more relieved. However, they did not know that behind these 10 beams of light, there was an earth-shattering event. Eastern Wilderness, another sacred ground, Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Jade Lake was a place in ancient mythology. However, since this sacred ground dared to use Jade Lake as its name, one could imagine how terrifying it was. At this moment, something happened in Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Their testing beam of light suddenly bloomed with endless light. Then, a phoenix quickly formed and rushed into the sky. The phoenix hovered in the sky and then dropped tens of thousands of beams of light. There was even a mysterious sound in the sky. Zither and phoenix singing. This phenomenon directly alarmed the entire sacred ground. Phoenix bloodline, this is the phoenix physique. Heavens, this legendary bloodline has actually appeared again. They were too excited. In the true spirit world, there were many special bloodlines and physiques. Some of them were very special. They were the favored children of heaven and earth and contained powerful energy. The phoenix bloodline was one of them. Quick, we must find him. Immediately, the entire Jade Lake moved quickly. On the other side, Dashuan Empire, Songyue Square. Everyone was still in a daze. At this moment, a cloud of green mist appeared in the sky. The green mist swirled with light, bringing with it a terrifying energy that made people tremble all over. Ha 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 ha. A genius with 10 beams of light. I didn't expect to find him. If that's the case, then come with me. The green mist rolled quickly and then surged downward. Like a long green river, it was extremely strange. The green wave spread and quickly enveloped Shen Jingqiu. You're courting death. Lin Xian roared and slashed out with his sword. However, he was unable to resist it. This was because the green mist was simply too terrifying. Soon, his sword chi was shattered. However, at this moment, the 4 experts in the sky made their move. Humph. Qing Fengzi snorted and quickly made his move. With a flick of his sleeve, the void trembled, forming a ray of light that slashed forward. It was like a bolt of lightning that illuminated the void. Boom, the attack collided with the green weapon, creating a loud boom, but it was unable to block it. What? Qing Fengzi was stunned, not daring to believe it. Watch me. A woman from the Blue Flower sect made her move. Her blue hair fluttered in the wind, her eyes were clear, and her temperament was incomparably ethereal. A blue petal appeared on his body, quickly expanding and pushing out. Bang, it was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded in the heavens and the earth, causing the void to shake and hum. This energy was too terrifying, causing the martial artists below to turn pale. However, it was still unable to block it. That green light quickly rushed downwards. Accompanying it was a disdainful voice. Humph, just a few 4-star kings, and you want to stop me? What a joke. Damn it. Who are you? The woman from Blue Flower sect asked in a deep voice. Oh no, are you the green-robed king? Qing Fengzi exclaimed. Haha, I didn't expect someone to recognize me. The voice was extremely arrogant. Since you know me, why don't you get lost? With an angry roar, the void exploded, and a terrifying energy swept in all directions. Not good. In the sky, the 4 people's faces changed drastically. They quickly counterattacked. The North Sword sect was the first to make a move. The blood-red sword in his hand emitted a cold light, piercing toward the green mist. This attack was extremely terrifying, erupting with a dazzling light. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook the entire void. It was clearly a ray of sword chi, but it was like a divine rainbow descending, incomparably sharp. Kill. At the same time, the burly middle-aged man from Deep Sea Palace also made his move. A blue fist blasted out, and it was extremely violent. It directly pierced through the void and arrived in front of him. Qing Fengzi and the Blue Flower sect also erupted, pouncing over to stop the green mist. In an instant, a terrifying energy exploded. Everyone was stunned, not expecting such an unforeseen event to happen. They quickly retreated and watched nervously. Bang! Bang, bang! A series of low sounds rang out, and then Qing Fengzi and the other three were forced to retreat. Damn it, he's a 5-star king. Damn it. The four people's faces were ugly. They were only 4-star kings, and even if they joined forces, they couldn't fight against a 5-star king. What, a 5-star king? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. A 5-star king was too terrifying. Although he had the great dragon sword soul, he probably couldn't block it. Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful I am. The voice was extremely arrogant. Get lost, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. Green-robed king, although you're strong, I advise you not to attack. That's a genius that the sacred ground has taken a fancy to. Qing Fengzi gritted his teeth and said. Sacred ground? Humph, don't scare me. The green-robed king sneered, the sacred ground is powerful, but they won't come here. By the time they come, I'll be long gone. Ha 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 ha. That girl looks good, and her talent is even better. She should be able to improve my green shadow divine art to another level. As he spoke, he looked up to the sky and laughed. The four people's faces were ugly, and Xianxia face was also pale. Just as everyone was in despair, the void suddenly trembled. Then, light bloomed, and waves of ripples spread out. Everyone was stunned as they looked up. In the sky, the void seemed to have been torn apart, and a black hole appeared. Then, a jade-like foot stepped out of the black hole. Then, a figure that was emitting light appeared. Tens of thousands of rays of light descended, as if a fairy had descended. Although they couldn't see her face, they could vaguely recognize that she was a woman. Who's attacking? A cold voice rang out. Humph, who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? The green-robed king sneered. How dare you touch my Jade Lake's people? Die. The cold voice rang out again. What? Jade Lake? It's someone from the sacred ground. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Qing Fengzi and the girls from the Blue Flower sect also quickly bowed. What? Jade Lake sacred ground? Hearing this, the green-robed king's face changed greatly. Then, he couldn't care about anything else and turned around to escape. Although he had defeated Qing Fengzi and the other three, and although he was a 5-star king, he was nothing in front of a sacred ground. He could only escape. You still want to leave? Stay. With a wave of his palm, rays of light danced in the air. This palm was too bright. It was like the sun, causing the entire world to lose its color. Damn it, block it. The green-robed king roared angrily and then used his king domain. Suddenly, a green domain quickly enveloped him. The entire void trembled, forming a green fortress that quickly resisted the shining palm in the sky. Boom, in the next moment, a low sound was heard. The green king's domain exploded, turning into countless fragments. Not only that, the green-robed king's body also exploded, forming a cloud of blood mist. In front of this palm, the domain that he was so proud of and the strength of a 5-star king were useless. What? The green-robed king was killed. Everyone was shocked and gasped. That was a 5-star king, and he was killed with a single palm. They couldn't believe it. One had to know that the green-robed king had defeated Qing Fengzi and the other three. He was extremely powerful. However, such a powerful figure couldn't even block a single move. What cultivation level did that woman reach? She was so terrifying. Was this the strength of a sacred ground? So powerful. Lin Xian also raised his head, his eyes flickering. He was shocked. That palm strike just now made his hair stand on end. It also let him know the strength of a sacred ground. No wonder they were the overlords of the true spirit world. They were indeed powerful. Follow me. In the sky, the shining figure said slowly. Hearing this, Xianxia turned her head and looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian, I'm leaving. Remember to look for me. I'll miss you. Then, her figure floated into the sky. Together with the figure from the Jade Lake sacred ground, she entered the black hole again. In the next moment, the two figures entered the black hole, and the black vortex also quickly disappeared. In the end, the entire sky became clear again. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now was like a dream. Xianxia and the other three also sighed, then looked at Lin Xian again. Kid, you still have a friend. Let her take the test. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, and they looked at Lin Xian strangely. Since the first two were geniuses who had managed to trigger 10 rays of light, they were eager to know if the third person was a peerless genius too. Bingshan, you do it. Lin Xian nodded and waved at Luo Bingshan. Then, Luo Bingshan stepped forward and arrived in front of the light pillar. This time, it was not 10 rays of light, but 9 rays of light. Finally, after confirming that there were 9 rays of light, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there weren't 10 rays of light. Otherwise, this scene would be too heaven-defying. In the sky, Xianxia and the other three heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, a genius with 9 rays of light was just right for them. This trip was not in vain. Little doll, are you willing to follow us? The moment Xianxia asked this question, he regretted it. Because the void split open again, and a figure walked out. That figure was mysterious. His body was shrouded in countless demonic clouds, and it was impossible to see clearly. However, the aura that emanated from his body was incomparably terrifying. He was like a demon king, standing in the void. He did not look at anyone, nor did he say anything. With a wave of his hand, the demonic clouds rumbled and covered Luo Bingshan, bringing him away. Everyone was stunned. The entire scene was eerily quiet. Lin Xian frowned. He did not even know which sect the other party was from. Sigh. With a sigh, he could only shake his head. He could only say that this was Luo Bingshan's opportunity, and he could not interfere with it. Hopefully, there would be a chance to meet him in the future. In the sky, Xianxia and the other three were speechless. It was not easy to find a genius with 9 rays of light. Originally, they wanted to recruit him into their sect, but they did not expect such a change to occur. However, they did not dare to say anything because the aura that the figure gave off was too terrifying. It made their hair stand on end. Little doll, do you have any friends? Or do you want to be tested? Xianxia did not give up and looked at Lin Xian once again. However, Lin Xian shook his head. The 3 people he had brought with him had already finished their tests, and he was not going to be tested. Seeing this, Xianxia and the other 3 sighed. Then, their bodies swayed and they quickly left the place. What? They left? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the 4 of them to leave just like that. The one with the worst expression was Dong Qian. She was stunned. One must know that she was also a genius with 7 rays of light and could enter the affiliated sect. However, those 4 powerhouses from before did not even take a look at her and directly flew away. This made her feel hopeless. It's you, it's all your fault. It's all because of you that I missed this opportunity. She glared viciously at Lin Xian, her face full of malice. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're a piece of trash and you're blaming it on others? What a joke. What did you say? Dong Qian screamed. Kill him for me. Yes, Mississippi. Suddenly, an old woman with a walking stick walked out from behind her. Her face was full of wrinkles. Her aura was asking for a beating. She was also a late 2-star king. At the same time, the 2 elders of the Zhao family also walked up. The 3 of them stood side by side, and killing intent surged from their bodies. They had no choice. They had already offended Lin Xian, and they had to kill him quickly. Otherwise, they would be finished when Lin Xian joined forces with the disciples of the Holy Lands. Humph, so what if your friends have entered the Holy Lands? They are them, and you are you. You might not be able to contact each other in this lifetime. Since you dared to offend us, you can die obediently. The three of them quickly activated their king domains and charged towards Lin Xian. The terrifying king domains shone brightly, cutting through the void. The three king domains carried shocking killing intent as they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was cold. His body swayed, and he quickly dodged the killing intent. Boom! The place where his combat strength was turned into a black hole. Humph, let's see how you dodge. The three of them sneered and attacked again. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he quickly activated the dragon sword domain. Suddenly, a green light appeared around him. Countless sword chi shocked the heavens, forming a special domain. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, the four domains collided, and a shocking sound rang out. Humph, so what if you're strong? Do you think you can stop the three of us? The old woman sneered. The two elders of the Zhao family also looked ferocious. They were very confident that they could kill Lin Xian. Not good, that kid is in danger. Yes, three late two-star kings. He can't stop them at all. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Xian roared, and the dragon sword domain trembled. Sword chi exploded, and a green light shot into the sky. Then, Lin Xian's body flashed with light, bringing with it a shocking murderous intent. This aura was too terrifying. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Lin Xian's dragon sword. Realm rolled rapidly, and countless rays of light gathered on his arm. Then, a Qilin phantom appeared, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. It carried a terrifying energy as if it was going to destroy the world. Accompanying it was a low roar that made one's scalp go numb. Qilin arm, this was one of the ultimate skills that Lin Xian had learned on the Black Earth. At this moment, it was extremely powerful. After using the Qilin arm, Lin Xian roared and punched out. The Qilin roared, carrying a terrifying energy as it rushed forward. Suddenly, the expressions of the three late two-star kings from the Zhao family and Dong family changed. Boom, there was a shocking collision, and then the Qilin arm slammed into the three realms, emitting a terrifying energy. Crack, 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 under everyone's shocked gaze, the three realms started to crack. What, how is this possible? Everyone's scalp went numb in disbelief. What kind of power was this? How could it be so terrifying? How could it shatter their realms with a single punch? One had to know that the three of them were late two-star kings. When they joined forces, they were extremely terrifying. However, Yi Futian had actually shattered their king's domains with a single punch. This was simply too shocking. Damn it, quickly counterattack and kill him. The old lady from the Dong family roared crazily. Then, she activated her Silver King realm and slashed out a huge silver half-moon. Silver moon slash. A shocking ray of light like a crescent moon streaked across the void. Space-splitting slash. A black sword ray shot out quickly and slashed down. Roar of death. On the other side, the King realm vibrated and formed a ghost head that let out a shocking roar. The three late two-star kings used extremely powerful ultimate skills at this moment and quickly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a long roar as the dragon sword domain erupted with an incomparably dazzling light. Qilin arm, Qilin kill. In an instant, the power of the dragon sword realm circulated crazily and supported the Qilin wall. Suddenly, the entire arm bloomed with incomparably bright light. The illusory image of the Qilin became even more solid, as if it was a real divine beast. In the next instant, Lin Xian punched out, forcefully blocking the three king-level attacks. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out once again, and the entire void became distorted. In the sky, the ultimate moves of the three great kings were smashed apart by this single punch, shattering into countless shards. The expressions of the three kings changed as they were sent flying. What? He was sent flying. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it, this is impossible. Dong Qian's face was also pale. She couldn't believe it. She did not expect the other party to be so powerful. As for the three late-stage two-star king tiers, their expressions were even more horrified. What kind of power was this? It actually made them tremble. Is he really a one-star king? How could there be such power? Even more terrifying than a three-star king? They truly had no idea what was going on. However, they knew that the other party's strength was beyond their imagination. At this moment, they did not dare to stay at this place at all. They quickly fled. The old woman waved her hand, instantly wrapping Dong Qian up and flying into the distance. The two elders of the Zhao family also joined forces to escape. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered. His body was like a ray of sword light as he quickly chased after them. He was chasing after the two elders of the Zhao family. As for the dark red divine dragon, it flew towards the martial artists of the Dong family. Boom, boom. Two sounds rang out. Then, those who had escaped flew back again. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. As for Dong Qian, she screamed. If you dare to touch me, the Dong family will not let you off. Smack, the dark red divine dragon waved its claw and directly slapped her. Instantly, a red mark appeared on her delicate face. You talk too much. The dark red divine dragon snorted. This guy actually dared to kill Murong Qingqing. This made it very unhappy. On the other side, the two martial artists of the Zhao family also said coldly, Brat. Do you really want to be enemies with us? You have to think carefully. Our Zhao family and Dong family are first-rate families in the Dashuan Empire. If you dare to touch us, you will definitely not be able to move an inch in the Dashuan Empire. Even now, you still dare to threaten me? Lin Xian sneered, I don't know what will happen in the future, but I know that the two of you must die today. After speaking, he waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm directly enveloped the two of them. Countless rays of sword chi turned into resplendent rays, instantly piercing towards the two of them. The aura was too terrifying. It was like a peerless divine weapon, incomparably sharp. It directly pierced through the bodies of the two elders of the Zhao family. The dragon sword realm disappeared, and the bodies of the two elders of the Zhao family fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed, dyeing the ground red. Looking at this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. The remaining martial artists of the Zhao family fled like crazy. Lin Xian waved his arm, and dozens of rays of sword chi flew out, killing all of them. In a moment, the martial artists of the Zhao family were all wiped out. Then, Lin Xian turned around and looked at the Dong family again. Feeling that gaze, Dong Qian's body trembled, and her expression was incomparably ugly. She did not expect that the other party would actually dare to make a move. That Zhao family was the same as their Dong family, a first-rate family. Could it be that he was not afraid of crazy revenge? Brat, you dare to touch me, you're dead. Dong Qian screamed. She did not have any strength to resist at all and could only threaten. Brat, I advise you to quickly let me go. My brother is nearby. When he comes, you're definitely dead. My brother is a 3-star king, a prodigy of the younger generation. He's also the third prince's right-hand man. Moreover, he will soon participate in the Empire's martial arts conference. He will definitely be famous throughout the world. You dare to touch me, you're dead. However, these threatening words were pale and pitiful in Lin Xian's eyes. Participate in the martial arts conference? 3-star king? Is he very strong? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, the dragon sword realm flew out again, enveloping Dong Qian and the martial artists of the Dong family. Lin Xian said coldly, I have no enmity with you, but you wanted to assassinate my woman because of jealousy. I can't forgive you for that. So, you're in this situation now because you asked for it. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he raised his hand and was about to activate the dragon sword realm. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Who dares to touch the people of my Dong family? This voice was extremely terrifying, like dozens of thunderbolts exploding in the air. However, hearing this voice, Dong Qian cried out in alarm, Brother, save me. Let go of my sister, kneel on the ground and wait for death, or I'll tear you into pieces. That figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, the dragon sword realm exploded with a terrifying light. Countless sword chi killed all the Dong family martial artists inside. Puff. Puff, puff. 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 What? He killed all of them. Everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold as to kill people in front of the Dong family's martial artists. The Dong family's martial artist who had rushed over also roared crazily. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to make a move. Ah! Go to hell, kid. That figure was like a long rainbow, rushing towards Lin Xian. That figure was too powerful. His aura was shocking. Light erupted from his body and shot into the sky. He had an extremely violent and domineering aura. He stood in the air. Countless rays of light surged under his feet, forming a white tiger that quickly stepped on Lin Xian. Everyone seemed to hear a tiger's roar that shook the mountains and rivers. Then, a white tiger quickly formed under the mysterious martial artist's feet. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring in the air. This white tiger was not an ordinary tiger. It was a very powerful martial art. At this moment, in the hands of the mysterious martial artist, it was even more shocking. It was like an ancient divine beast. White tiger kill. That's a mid-grade earth-tier martial art. Everyone exclaimed. Even in the Dashuan Empire, earth-tier martial arts were not ordinary. They were very high-level martial arts. Ordinary people could not learn them. Just like the Zhao family's elders, they only mastered low-grade earth-tier martial arts. They did not have any mid-grade earth-tier martial arts. But now, this young man had just appeared and used his father's mid-grade martial art. It was extremely powerful. White light shot into the sky, and the terrifying fluctuations were shocking. This kick seemed to be able to shatter the mountains and rivers. The huge white tiger's shadow instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian waved his arm and used the Qilin arm. A Qilin quickly formed and roared. It collided with the white tiger that swooped down from the sky. Then, the two divine beasts disappeared into the air. The terrifying energy transformed into waves that slapped in all directions, scaring everyone into retreating. In the sky, a figure appeared. It was a young man, about 28 or 29 years old. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with gloom. He was like a fiend god, standing in the void and looking down. He asked coldly. "Brat, you actually dared to kill my sister. Today, I will make you kneel and accept your death. Your sister only has herself to blame. It's better to kill such a person. I advise you to scram. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll kill you too." Facing the sky, Lin Xian did not back down. "Brat, you are too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed a few late-stage 2-star kings. Let me tell you, those people are nothing in my eyes. The same goes for you. I advise you to kneel down obediently. This way, you may suffer less pain. Otherwise, if you anger me, I will make you regret being born into this world. 3-star king, is this what gives you the right to be so arrogant?" Lin Xian sneered. "Brat, you are too weak. You don't know how powerful a 3-star king is." In the sky, Dong Qianshan was very arrogant. "In front of me, even late-stage 2-star kings are ants, let alone you. Moreover, I am not an ordinary 3-star king. I am a martial artist under the 3rd prince, and I am also a genius who is about to participate in the martial arts conference. If you offend me, you will not have a good ending." "Ridiculous." Lin Xian sneered. Dong Qianshan's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. Therefore, in the next moment, he did not waste any time and directly used the Dragon Sword realm to attack. Myriad Sword Technique. At this moment, Lin Xian used another middle-grade earth-class martial art. Instantly, the Dragon Sword spirit trembled, and countless sword chi quickly formed, releasing endless cold light. 3,000 sword force. Lin Xian roared. 3,000 beams of sword chi circled around him, forming a terrifying aura. Then, he slashed out with his sword, and the terrifying sword chi was like a shocking rainbow, quickly slashing forward. This aura was too terrifying, as if it could destroy the galaxy and shatter everything. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Even the late-stage 2-star kings were terrified. In front of this aura, they did not have any power to resist. In the sky, Dong Qianshan's expression changed for the first time. He did not expect that his opponent could release such a terrifying aura. Then, he roared and quickly counterattacked. White Tiger Divine Fist. Dong Qianshan roared and waved his fists. This time, two huge tiger heads appeared on his fists. Terrifying power quickly circulated, and his body surged with killing intent, directly piercing through the void. Bang, the two collided in the sky, and a huge collapse occurred. The entire void exploded, and countless black cracks appeared, spreading in all directions. 3,000 sword chi turned into a terrifying killing intent, directly cutting the two ferocious tiger heads, and countless cracks appeared. Dong Qianshan's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. His body swayed, and he turned into a white light, quickly retreating. What? He was pushed back. Everyone looked at the sky, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the one who was pushed back was Dong Qianshan, who was a 3-star king. This was too unbelievable. It should be known that Dong Qianshan was a 3-star king, and his opponent was only a 1-star king. However, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Heavens, who is that young man? Is he even more powerful than Dong Qianshan? He must have some way to hide his cultivation. Otherwise, a 1-star king could not force a 3-star king to retreat. This does not make sense. Many people screamed, and they were extremely shocked. In the sky, Dong Qianshan stopped and looked ahead with a gloomy face. Boy, who are you? Lin Xian sneered, don't you think it's too late to ask who I am? You. Dong Qianshan snorted coldly, don't be so arrogant. I was just careless. Is that so? Then use your full strength and fight with me. Lin Xian laughed wildly, and then he attacked again. You're courting death. Dong Qianshan was furious when he saw Lin Xian charging at him. He had never been looked down upon like this before. He was a 3-star king, and he was the 3rd prince's right-hand man. His strength could definitely be ranked in the top 10 among the 3rd prince's martial artists. Therefore, he would not allow a 1-star king to look down on him. He roared angrily, and he attacked again with the White Tiger Divine Fist. Then, the two of them fought fiercely. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, and earth-shattering sounds created many black holes in the void. However, Dong Qianshan was quickly sent flying again. Not only that, but he was also injured, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Dong Qianshan roared madly. He could not accept this reality. 3-star king? Participating in the martial arts conference? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Is this enough to make you so arrogant? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. He attacked mercilessly. Do you think a 3-star king is powerful? You're nothing in my eyes. Also, don't think that participating in the martial arts conference is something worth being arrogant about. Let me tell you, I've also been invited by Princess Kai Dai to participate in the martial arts conference. So, in front of me, you don't have any right to be arrogant. What? He's also participating in the martial arts conference? Hearing this, the crowd exclaimed. The martial arts conference was a grand event in the Dashuan Empire. Only the top geniuses of the younger generation could participate. Therefore, anyone who participated in the martial arts conference would be regarded as a supreme honor. This was also the reason why Dong Qianshan had been constantly talking about this matter. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would also participate in the martial arts conference. This was too shocking. You're also participating in the martial arts conference? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Dong Qianshan's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. This was simply too embarrassing. In front of so many people, he could not even defeat a 3-star king. If this news spread, he would lose all his face. In that case, I won't hold back. I want to see what kind of strength you have to participate in the martial arts conference. He roared and quickly displayed his king's domain. Suddenly, the surrounding space darkened. Behind him, a huge black mountain appeared. It was dark and majestic, with a soul-stirring pressure. Furthermore, black flames were being emitted from the black mountain. They were burning fiercely. This black mountain was Dong Qianshan's king's domain. After displaying the king's domain, Dong Qianshan's aura skyrocketed. It carried a terrifying murderous aura. This aura was so terrifying that it made all the martial artists in the square tremble. What a terrifying aura. Dong Qianshan is indeed a 3-star king. He's so terrifying. Is this the strength of a martial artist participating in the martial arts conference? So strong. Brat, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my Devil Mountain domain. Dong Qianshan said coldly. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a black demonic mountain came crashing down. Boom, the black light flickered, bringing with it a murderous aura that soared into the sky, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. In an instant, the black demonic mountain arrived above Lin Xian and pressed down mercilessly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a low roar. The domain of the dragon sword around him flickered, and a shocking sword light soared into the sky, tearing the entire void apart. At this moment, the terror of the great dragon sword spirit was displayed. Vast sword chi shrouded the entire area. Pung, the demonic mountain and the sword chi collided, and a shocking sound of collision erupted. However, that terrifying demonic mountain was actually split apart by a single slash. What? Split it open with a single slash? This is impossible. Dong Qianshan's pupils constricted. Everyone cried out in alarm, feeling their scalps go numb. That was Dong Qianshan's all-out attack. It was an attack that had fused with the Devil Mountain domain. It was incomparably terrifying. No one below the level of a 3-star king could block it. Yet now, it had actually been split open by someone. Moreover, the one who had done this was actually a 1-star king tier. This was truly too inconceivable. Kid, go to hell. Dong Qianshan roared crazily. His voice was like thunder, causing the entire sky to split apart. Then, he brought the black demonic mountain with him and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. He was like a devil king. The tattoos on his body were surrounded by a black aura, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Kill! Lin Xian let out a furious roar as well. Then, his sword chi swept out like a true dragon, filling up the void. That incomparably huge body was covered with scales, as if it was real. A terrifying aura shook the entire void. With a terrifying murderous aura, it quickly slashed forward. Pung, the incomparably terrifying demonic mountain collided with the true dragon sword chi, and a sonorous sound rang out. Suddenly, demonic clouds rolled, and black chi rose, turning the place into hell. The scene was extremely terrifying. This time, Dong Qianshan attacked with all his strength. With the incomparably terrifying Devil Mountain domain, he directly broke the sword chi and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Haha, kid, go to hell. Your sword chi is useless in front of me. Dong Qianshan stood on the demonic mountain and quickly rushed over. He was like a true devil king, extremely powerful to the extreme. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered and activated the dragon sword realm to fight back. Ridiculous, you want to use your domain to fight against me? You're courting death. Watch how I shatter your domain. Dong Qianshan laughed crazily because a 1-star king's domain could not do anything in front of him. It's over, that kid is going to be killed. The surrounding people exclaimed. In the next moment, the Devil Mountain domain and the Dragon Sword domain collided, and the entire void shook rapidly. A terrifying energy swept out in all directions. No. Damn it, how is this possible? Not long after, Dong Qianshan let out a cry of surprise, as if he was very frightened. What? What happened? Hearing this voice, everyone looked over. Then, their eyes widened. They could not believe it. This was because Dong Qianshan's Devil Mountain domain was now full of holes, pierced by countless sharp swords. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse at any time. How is this possible? Dong Qianshan's king domain was defeated? How is this possible? Everyone's scalp went numb, and they could not believe it. It should be known that that was a 3-star king's domain, which was far more powerful than a 1-star king's domain. Now, it had been pierced and was even about to explode. This was completely beyond everyone's understanding. Lin Xian sneered, 3-star king? Devil Mountain domain? Your pride? You can't even withstand a single blow. This was a slap in the face, and Dong Qianshan could not even fight back. Kid, I'll remember you. Just you wait. Dong Qianshan's face was terrifyingly gloomy, but he did not dare to fight anymore, so he turned around and fled. His figure flashed, and he turned into a shocking demonic aura, rushed into the sky, and disappeared. What? He escaped? Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. A dignified 3-star king had actually fled. What a piece of trash. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure and sneered. This kind of trash was not worthy of his attack. After putting away the dragon sword domain, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also left. Only the stunned crowd was left behind. They were too shocked. That was Dong Qianshan, the genius of the Dong family. Originally, he was incomparably arrogant, and he did not take anyone seriously. However, they did not expect that in the end, he would escape in a sorry state. The contrast between before and after was truly ironic. However, what shocked them even more was Lin Xian's identity. Who exactly was he? What kind of person could be so powerful that he could send a 3-star king running away? They didn't know, but they knew that the Dashuan Empire would soon undergo a great change. Lin Xian left the Xianxia Plaza and flew towards the Dashuan Empire's imperial city with the dark red dragon. This time, there were only the two of them left. Of course, there was also He Tu, who was beside Lin Xian. As for Morong Qingqing and the others, they had already joined powerful holy lands to cultivate. Lin Xian didn't need to worry about their safety. Because from the previous performance, even if Morong Qingqing and the others joined the sacred grounds, they would still receive special treatment. Sacred grounds? Lin Xian muttered, his eyes shining. He knew that if he wanted to become a great emperor, he would have to fight with the geniuses of the sacred grounds. Just as Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were heading towards the imperial city, Dong Qianshan's disappearance was like a gust of wind that swept through the entire Dashuan Empire. What shocked everyone was that the person who defeated Dong Qianshan was only a 1-star king. Not only that, but it was also said that the 1-star king was also going to participate in the martial arts conference. However, he wasn't one of the third prince's men, but one of Princess Katie's men. Dong Qianshan was one of the third prince's men. Not only that, but he was also one of the top 10 warriors under the third prince. The third prince's prestige was also one of the strongest among all the princes and princesses. But now, the genius warrior under the third prince was defeated by a 1-star king under Princess Katie's men. This was simply too shocking. For a moment, everyone was guessing where Princess Kaidai had found such a miraculous young man. The Dong family was one of the first-rate families in the Dashuan Empire. The atmosphere was a little gloomy because their genius warrior, Dong Qianshan, had been defeated. Moreover, everyone knew about this. This made them lose a great deal of face. However, at this moment, a figure appeared above the Dong family. This figure was strolling in the air as if he was having fun. He didn't put the Dong family in his eyes at all. Not only that, but in the end, he sat down above the Dong family. This was a young warrior with a bald head and cold face. He was covered in a black robe and emitted a gloomy aura. This bald youth sat directly above the Dong family. Then, as if he was petrified. This strange scene naturally attracted the attention of the Dong families as warriors. Immediately, they were all enraged. This was because no one had ever dared to behave atrociously in front of the Dong family. But now, someone was sitting above them without any scruples. This made them was infuriated. However, when they saw the figure above them again, they were all stunned. After all, his aura wasn't any weaker than the Dong clan's genius, Dong Qianshan. In fact, he might even be stronger. The Dong family was also a first-rate family. They would never allow anyone to provoke them. Therefore, soon, some warriors stepped forward and wanted to attack. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. A few more mysterious figures descended. 3 figures were like ghosts. They released powerful auras and arrived above the Dong family. Then, they slowly sat down. They didn't say anything, but their figures were like mountains that pressed down on everyone's heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. The people of the Dong family were stunned by the scene. Even those who were attacking stopped in their tracks, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. They felt that the situation was a little strange. They had to inform the Dong family's young master. Therefore, someone quickly went to report to the family. However, not long after, another voice came from afar. That figure's aura was even more powerful. He was like a fiend god, especially his arms. They were purplish red and shone with a metallic luster. There were even sword and saber scars on his arms. At first glance, one could tell that he was a veteran. Perhaps no one knew this person, but his palms were very famous. Fiery Demon Palm. As for this young man, no one knew his original name. They only knew that he was called the Fiery Demon. The Fiery Demon was very powerful. He was definitely one of the top 3 subordinates of the third prince. It could be said that Dong Qianshan was far inferior to him. The Fiery Demon's appearance attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, a voice drifted over. It seems that the third prince is very concerned about this matter. He even sent you, the Fiery Demon. I wonder if Jiang Nantian will come. Impossible. He's the third prince's #1 expert. Why would he come here? It turned out that the mysterious figures in the sky were talking. At this moment, when they saw the Fiery Demon, they nodded slightly. However, their eyes were very serious. It was obvious that the Fiery Demon held a very high position in their hearts. The Fiery Demon also glanced around. Then, he said in a low voice, I didn't expect all of you to come. He had no choice. The impact of what happened yesterday was too great. By now, the entire Dashuan Empire knew about it. Naturally, he had to come and take a look. That's right. Dong Qianshan was actually defeated by a 1-star king. It's really surprising. The third prince is very angry about what happened yesterday. If Dong Qianshan can't explain it clearly, he'll probably end up in a miserable state. I'm guessing that it must be the top 3 experts under Princess Kaidai. They hid their cultivation and came here to humiliate the third prince. Otherwise, it's impossible for others to do this. That makes sense. Hearing this, many people nodded slightly. Indeed, among all the princes, the third prince was the strongest. Princess Dai was slightly weaker than the third prince. Although the third prince had many experts under him, those who could defeat Dong Qianshan so easily were at least the top 3 experts under him. However, at this moment, another voice rang out. Not necessarily. Maybe Princess Kaidai found another expert this time. Whatever. This time, we must find Dong Qianshan and ask him. Okay, I'll call him. The bald young man who arrived first let out a grin, before his thunderous voice echoed in the surroundings. Dong Qianshan, we've been here for so long. Why haven't you appeared yet? Are your injuries that serious? Humph. Not long after, a cold snort came from below. Then, a figure quickly appeared in the sky like a ghost. This figure was naturally Dong Qianshan. At this moment, his face was somewhat pale, and his eyes were cold. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. In addition, he had lost face. This had dealt a heavy blow to his mental state. Now that he saw these old acquaintances, his face naturally turned even uglier. Don't think too much. We're just here to ask about the person who defeated you, the bald young man said. Although they didn't show it, there was a trace of mockery on their faces. Obviously, they were disdainful of Dong Qianshan's defeat, especially at the hands of a 1-star king. Humph. That kid is called Lin Xian. I don't know where he's from. However, the aura he released is indeed that of a 1-star king, but his strength has surpassed that of a 3-star king. You don't have to mock me. If you don't believe me, you can challenge him and see if he's as powerful as the rumors say. What? He's really only a 1-star king? Hearing this, everyone's expression became strange. As for the bald youth from before, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of disdain. He's really a 1-star king. I say, Dong Qianshan, you're really regressing. You actually lost to a 1-star king. I really don't know how someone like you can become the third prince's subordinate. Don't be so arrogant. I can guarantee that you'll definitely lose if you fight with that person. Dong Qianshan stared at the bald young man with a cold expression. Then, he continued in a cold voice, since you already know about that young man, there's no need for you to stay in my family. Gentlemen, please. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and ignored these people. His figure flickered and flew down. Although these people were investigating Lin Xian's whereabouts, they had undoubtedly opened up a scar in his heart. This made him very unhappy. Alright, let's go and meet that guy called Lin Xian. Let's see if he's as powerful as the rumors say. Or is someone so useless that he can't even withstand a single blow? Then, the bald young man laughed loudly 3 times. Then, his body rose from the ground and rushed into the sky like a stream of light. The figures of the other few people also swayed and disappeared into the sky. Of course, they didn't know where Lin Xian was, but they could guess that since he was invited by Princess Kai Dai, he must be participating in the martial arts conference. The martial arts conference was held in the imperial city of the Dashuan Empire. Therefore, they only needed to head to the imperial city. These people turned into streaks of light, with ferocious smiles on their faces, and quickly rushed towards the imperial city. The imperial city was the most prosperous city in the Dashuan Empire. The area it occupied was as large as a small country. One could only imagine how prosperous the imperial city was. Half a month later, Lin Xian arrived at the bustling royal city. Along the way, he heard news about himself everywhere. However, no one came to bother him. The reason was very simple. Not many people had actually seen him before. Most of them had only heard about him from rumors. However, along the way, he also learned about the current situation of the Dashuan Empire. Within the Dashuan Empire, the power of the clans had reached an unimaginable height. Among them, the most powerful family was the royal family of the Dashuan Empire, the Yuan family. And this martial arts conference was held by the Yuan family for these princes and princesses. Among these princes and princesses, the first prince and the third prince were the strongest and were in the first echelon. The second echelon consisted of Princess Kai Dai, the 7th prince, and the 4th prince. In addition, there were also the 3rd and 4th echelons. However, these princes were relatively weak, so Lin Xian did not pay attention to them. Lin Xian was very curious about this Princess Kai Dai. Because among so many experts, most of them were princes, and only one was a princess. One could imagine that she must be a very outstanding talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be in the 2nd echelon among so many princes. After arriving at the imperial city, Lin Xian did not go to the princess mansion. Instead, he strolled around and experienced the prosperity of the Dashuan Empire's imperial city. Fengyue Brothel was a very famous restaurant in the imperial city. Here, genius warriors from various aristocratic families could often be seen. Sometimes even princes could be seen. It could be said that this was one of the most lively places in the imperial city. Lin Xian entered the Fengyue Brothel and ordered a pot of good wine and a few exquisite dishes. Then, he sat by the window and slowly tasted the wine. During this time, a few disciples from aristocratic families were talking loudly. The news they were talking about was very strange. It was all some strange news in the eastern wilderness. It could not be helped. The eastern wilderness was too mysterious. There were many powerful warriors who were like gods and demons. Did you know? It's said that an ancient tomb was dug up not long ago. It seems to be the cave of an expert from ancient times. It alarmed the clans of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds. I heard about it too. It said that an incredible treasure appeared and was obtained by the Yi family in the end. I don't think so. Both the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the Purple Dawn Sacred Ground are incomparably terrifying. Even if the Yi family is a clan of the ancients, they can't stop the other provinces from joining forces with the Time Sacred Ground, right? Who knows? Anyway, it's all about the clans of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds. The others can't get it at all. Yeah, and the Yi family is very terrifying. Back then, Emperor Yi single-handedly dominated the ancient times and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He can be said to be extremely powerful. I'm afraid that even among the great emperors, he's a very powerful existence. These people discussed animatedly. Most of them were talking about the rumors. However, this kind of new secret rumor was hard for ordinary people to hear. Therefore, all the warriors in the restaurant listened with great interest. Even Lin Xian was very curious. Emperor Yi? Is the Yi family one of the clans of the ancients? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Yes, the Yi family is one of the clans of the ancients. They once had a great emperor called Emperor Yi. It's said that he's very terrifying. Even among the great emperors, he's a very powerful existence. Heitu said in a deep voice. The dark red divine dragon was drooling. Damn, what kind of treasure did they dig up? Even the clans of the ancients and the sacred grounds were alarmed? It must be a shocking treasure. Damn, I want to go too. The dark red divine dragon was a restless person. Naturally, he was drooling over such a good thing. Heitu ruthlessly attacked. You? You're not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. I reckon that the aftermath can blast you to death. If you ask me, it's more likely that the ancestors of you dragons are going. Lin Xian was also puzzled. By the way, ruffian dragon, aren't you a dragon? Where's your family? Why haven't I seen you go back? Is it not in the eastern continent? Humph. I ran away from home. Don't mention any family to me. The dark red divine dragon was very unhappy when he heard the word family. There must be a story behind it. However, since the dark red divine dragon was unwilling, Lin Xian did not ask. Let's not talk about that. After all, the remote antiquity families and the peerless sanctuary are too far away from us. Let's talk about the internal affairs of the Dashuan Empire. Internal affairs? What's there to talk about? The only thing we can talk about is the upcoming martial arts conference. Hey, have you heard? It's said that a mysterious young man appeared at the Azure Moon Dojo and defeated Dong Qianshan in a very powerful manner. I heard about it too. It's said that the mysterious young man is only a one-star king. It's just a rumor. Don't take it seriously. That person must be hiding his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat a 3-star king. Unless he's one of those sanctuary geniuses. But why would those disciples from the sanctuary and remote antiquity families come to the Dashuan Empire to be Princess Katie's subordinate? So, that person must be hiding his strength. Yeah, no matter how powerful he is, he only defeated Dong Qianshan. It's impossible for him to defeat all of the third prince's subordinates. Indeed, Dong Qianshan is only ranked 10th among the third prince's subordinates. No matter how strong that person is, he won't be able to make it into the top 5. It's impossible for Princess Kaidai to enter the first tier. Yeah, other than the first prince and the third prince, the others won't be able to enter the first tier. There are only a few people in the second tier. However, I heard that other than the disciples from the Dashuan Empire, there are also people from the surrounding countries and even the islands who want to participate in the martial arts conference. What a bunch of idiots. Is the Dashuan Empire's martial arts conference that easy to participate in? Those people are just frogs at the bottom of a well. They're delusional to think that they can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. They're really courting death. The group of people joked and laughed. Humph, however, at this moment, a cold snort came from the side. Just a few stubborn disciples from the aristocratic families. How dare they talk nonsense here? What a joke. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed and they all turned their heads to look. They saw a black-clothed young man sitting not far away. His expression was extremely cold. The cold words from before were spoken by him. However, a few well-dressed young masters of aristocratic families sitting in the center only glanced at him coldly. Then, they ignored him. They ignored him as if he was air. Then, they started chatting and laughing again. Actually, there are many aspects to this matter. Although the martial arts of these countries are not good, that woman is very beautiful. Some of them are even famous throughout the world. Now that you mention it, I remember. It is said that there were 3 exceptional beauties in the Azure Moon Plaza. 2 of them entered the sacred land, and the last one went somewhere unknown. But it shouldn't be too bad. Let's not think about entering the Holy Land. I can consider the beauties from the nearby countries. It's their good fortune that they married into the aristocratic families of the Dashuan Empire. I heard that in Jinju country, there's a beauty called Jade Beauty. I wonder if she came this time? Aya, who wants to sleep with that kind of beauty for a night? I'm willing to spend any amount of money. The few of them chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the surrounding countries. Humph. Jinyu country, Li Fang, come to ask for advice. I'd like to see what you hedonistic sons have to be so arrogant about. The young man in black who snorted previously stood up again, his eyes full of killing intent. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect this young man to be a warrior from Jinju country. No wonder he was so angry before. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of fighting with us? The aristocratic family disciples sneered disdainfully. Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know after you try. Li Fang's voice was cold. Then, he waved his arm and a golden light quickly slashed forward. Whoosh, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to fight here. However, the aristocratic family disciples in the field were even more disdainful. Someone like you actually dares to fight us? You're really courting death. Among them, one of the aristocratic family disciples snorted. Then, without looking back, he waved his palm. Suddenly, a ball of green flame flew out quickly and collided with the golden saber light. The next moment, the golden light was burned clean. Not only that, the green flame instantly shrouded the warrior in black. Then, it emitted a bright light and burned him into a bloody mist. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a moment, the warrior in black was burned clean. Even the bloody mist in the air disappeared. Nothing was left. What? So powerful. When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Even Lin Xian revealed a trace of bewilderment. He realized that although these aristocratic family disciples were arrogant, they were indeed very powerful. After killing the warrior in black with one palm, the young man in luxurious clothes laughed. I really didn't want to fight, but that guy was too arrogant. He dared to provoke us, so I could only kill him. Hee, that kind of trash, so what if he dies? But Zhou Tian, the power of your blue sky fire has increased a lot, right? Looking at it, you should have reached the level of a 3-star king, right? That's right. With this flame, I'm afraid even a 3-star king would not dare to provoke you. The warriors from the surrounding countries are really idiots. How dare they compete with Zhou Tian? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant became tense. This was because there were warriors from all over the world in this restaurant. Many of them were from other countries. When they heard these words, they were naturally angry. Lin Xian did not care because his vision was very broad now. Although the young man who attacked before was powerful, he was still inferior to Dong Qianshan. Even Dong Qianshan was not his opponent, not to mention these people. Therefore, he did not care about these people's words. He was just trying to get information that was useful to him. However, the same could not be said for the others. Some of the people in the private rooms were from the surrounding countries. They were all elites. When had they ever been ridiculed? Naturally, their faces were gloomy. Especially the warriors from the Jinju country, their faces were terrifyingly dark. Although they did not know the warrior in black, he was still a member of the Jinju country. But he was killed in such a way. He did not put the Jinju country in his eyes at all. Therefore, for a moment, many experts from the Jinju country released their terrifying killing intent. However, these aristocratic family disciples did not care at all. They even sneered. I don't care which country you're from. Since you've come to the imperial city of the Dashuan Empire, if you're a dragon, you'd better lie down. If you're a tiger, you'd better lie down. Humph, I'm Han Kuan from Jinju country. A tall and sturdy young man stood up and walked over with large strides. His body exuded a terrifying aura, like a demonic mountain, causing the entire void to tremble rapidly. However, at this time a beautiful little maid blocked his way. My master invites you to have tea. Humph, I'll let you be proud for a while. In a while I'll let you know the power of Jinju country. Han Kuan snorted and followed the little maid into a private room. Hey, you really don't know life from death. If someone hadn't stopped you, I'm afraid you'd be a dead man now. Several disciples from influential families sneered. Humph, do these countries really think that there are experts? No, to be exact, there should be one, or 1.5. One of the disciples from influential families said in a deep voice. There's actually another person? Why didn't I know? Who is it? Demonic blade, Xianxia. Demonic blade? You mean him? Hearing this, several disciples from influential families nodded slightly. He could indeed be considered an expert. I also heard that his blade technique is very fast. No one could see him make a move. Anyone who saw him draw his blade is already dead. But speaking of which, no one knows where he came from, so he can't be considered as a person from the surrounding countries. That's right, several people nodded in agreement. However, someone asked, who's the other half? It's the mysterious young man who defeated Dong Qianshan in Xianxia Square. Although I don't know where he came from, he should be considered as half an expert. Not bad, to be able to defeat Dong Qianshan, he's indeed an expert. I didn't expect that the surrounding countries only had 1.5 experts. However, it's not certain whether these two people are from these countries. It seems that our Dashuan Empire is still the most powerful. There are so many outstanding people. Hearing this, the martial practitioners of the Great Xian Empire all laughed, whereas the martial practitioners from the surrounding countries all had gloomy expressions. Being ridiculed in public, they naturally lost face. Moreover, many people were furious. However, the methods used by the disciples from influential families were too terrifying. These people were not ignorant and incompetent stubborn disciples, but powerful disciples of aristocratic families. Therefore, they had the right to be arrogant. If Xianxia was here, they definitely wouldn't dare to be arrogant. Several martial artists from the neighboring countries gritted their teeth. Xianxia was a very valiant martial artist. He was very famous for his swift saber moves. No one had seen him make a move. Anyone who had seen him draw his saber had been killed. No one knew which country he came from, but it was said that he often appeared in the surrounding countries. If that mysterious expert was here, these people wouldn't dare to act like this. The mysterious powerhouse they spoke of was naturally Lin Xian. Ever since Lin Xian had injured Dong Qianshan last time, it could be said that his reputation had spread. Now, everyone knew that such an existence existed. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Xian was currently in the Wind Moon restaurant. In another private room, the tall Han Kuan sat there with an extremely solemn expression. He looked at the martial artists opposite him and slowly said, "Thank you for your good intentions, but that guy is really too hateful. He actually dared to humiliate my Jinju country in public. Therefore, this battle must go on no matter what." At this moment, sitting opposite Han Kuan were several martial artists. They were all young and did not exceed 30 years old. Among them, there was a woman who was very beautiful. Her delicate face looked as if it was carved out of jade. Not only that, that pair of bright and beautiful eyes were full of spirituality. As they moved, they seemed to be able to speak. This beautiful woman was the legendary Jade Beauty of Jinju country. Beside her, there were also a few people sitting. However, the one closest to her was a handsome young man. Between his eyebrows, there was a vigorous vitality. This person was her brother. Previously, it was this brother and sister pair who invited Han Kuan over and prevented him from fighting with those disciples of aristocratic families. However, now it seemed that Han Kuan was very insistent on fighting with the other party. Therefore, everyone sighed. To be honest, they were also very angry, especially Jade Beauty, whose face was solemn. Because previously, those disciples of aristocratic families were very frivolous in their words. However, they did not dare to act rashly. Because the strength displayed by those disciples of aristocratic families was very powerful, their combat strength was definitely at the level of a 3-star king. In fact, they were even stronger. Moreover, as a disciple of an aristocratic family of the Dashuan Empire, the other party must have a lot of powerful martial arts in his hands. Therefore, they did not dare to act rashly. However, Han Kuan shook his head. He was very violent and naturally would not allow others to provoke him. Not to mention such a public humiliation. Therefore, he thanked Jade Beauty and her brother again, and then strode out of the private room. "I'm back. Today, I'll have a taste of what qualifications you have to be so arrogant." Han Kuan strode over. Light flowed around his body, carrying a powerful aura. His palms seemed to have turned into metal, carrying a cold light. He grabbed the air, grabbed a chair around him, and then threw it forward. Originally, it was just an ordinary chair, but now, its surface was covered with a layer of metallic luster. It seemed to have turned into a divine weapon, sharp and unstoppable. Even the entire void began to tremble rapidly. What? What kind of technique is this? The surrounding people exclaimed. They also noticed this change. However, the disciples of the aristocratic families in the center sneered. Among them, Zhou Tian snorted and then waved his hand. Suddenly, a ball of green flame quickly floated out and collided with the metallized chair. Chi-chi, then, the sound of collision was heard. As if ice and snow were melting, the chair instantly turned into a pool of molten iron and fell to the ground. You dare to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks? Zhou Tian sneered. The surrounding people were shocked. The chair just now had turned into a divine weapon. Its power was even more terrifying than a top spirit-grade treasure. However, under the green flame, it could not resist at all and was turned into molten iron. This green flame was too terrifying, wasn't it? The other disciples of the aristocratic families were also surprised. Zhou Tian, why do I feel that you have entered the realm of a 3-star king? The green flame was incomparably mysterious. It dyed the entire sky green. Han Kuan's face was cold. He said coldly, "Today, I will show you the power of my Jinju country." In the next moment, his body swayed, and like a phantom, he charged forward. In an instant, he was in front of Zhou Tian, and his terrifying palm slammed down. The cold sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard as the palm slammed down. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it exploded in the surroundings. Immediately, all the martial artists in the Fengyue brothel looked over. This palm was too terrifying. No one below the level of a 3-star king could withstand it. However, Zhou Tian sneered with a calm expression. His body swayed, and he turned into countless green lights, disappearing from the spot. Since you want to fight, I'll play with you. However, let's not fight in the Fengyue brothel. Otherwise, I can't afford to pay for the damage. As he spoke, he had already arrived in the sky outside. It seemed that the background of the Fengyue brothel was not simple. Even Zhou Tian did not dare to offend them. It's the same everywhere. Han Kuan shouted coldly. His body swayed, and he flew out as well. It was obvious that there were hundreds of golden rays of light revolving around him at high speed. The terrifying golden lights seemed to be tearing the sky apart, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. A golden armor seemed to have formed on his body, emitting a mysterious power as he charged toward Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian sneered. His body moved like a phantom, moving rapidly in the air, leaving behind countless afterimages. This was a very mysterious footwork, and he quickly dodged the golden lights that Han Kuan shot out. His movements were extremely elegant, as if he was on a scenic tour. Haha, too slow. Watch my counterattack. Zhou Tian sneered, then waved his hand. Suddenly, green light surged rapidly, filling the surroundings, and charged toward Han Kuan. These green flames were too terrifying. They were like the flames of hell, able to melt everything. Even weapons below the level of Earth-rank treasures could not withstand this heat. Clearly, this was Zhou Tian's origin source flame, and he had refined it to a terrifying level. Boom! In the next moment, Han Kuan's expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that the green flames had entered his golden domain. Some of the golden lights were even melted by the green flames. Damn it! Han Kuan's face darkened. He did not expect to be at a disadvantage in an instant, and this made him extremely shocked. What made him even more shocked was the green flames. Clearly, his opponent's cultivation was only a late-stage 2-star king, while he was a true 3-star king. However, his opponent's green flames were able to pose a threat to him. This was too shocking. When the crowd saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. At the same time, the genius martial artists from the surrounding countries walked out from their private rooms. Among them, the Jade Beauty and her brother. They realized that their opponent was too mysterious and too powerful. The green flames, in particular, made them feel a sense of trepidation. Ascend to heaven and descend to hell. Zhou Tian's expression became even more smug when he saw that all the genius martial artists from various countries had come to watch the battle. A green domain's SSSSSSSSSS at the same time, the green domain quickly churned, and a green palace quickly formed. It's of the Zhou's heaven's Tions of the heavens. As soon as it appeared, a green light covered the entire sky, and even Han Kuan's king's domain started to burn. This scene was simply too terrifying. Han Kuan saw that he was a 3-star king, and his king domain was extremely terrifying. However, at that moment, it was actually burning. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Even Lin Xian was surprised. His eyes flickered as he looked up at the sky. At this moment, the green palace in the sky was incomparably mysterious and was emitting a brilliant light. Countless green flames were burning fiercely on it, as if it was an immortal palace. Not good. I'm afraid this is an extremely terrifying secret technique from the Dashuan Empire. That green flame looks like the blue sky fire. He had heard that these flames were extremely frightening when they descended from the heavens. To think that this young man would possess such a mysterious flame. The Jade siblings frowned. Obviously, they had also heard of this flame. Then, they quickly sent a voice transmission, "Brother Han, please stop. Those flames are too terrifying. There's no need to continue fighting." Indeed, they were extremely worried about Han Kuan's safety. On the other hand, Han Kuan's face was gloomy. He looked to the front and suddenly cried out. "Gold domain. Kill." In the next moment, the gold domain around Han Kuan emitted a brilliant light. Then, streaks of terrifying golden light shot up into the sky and swept across the land. They were like swords, sabers, and spears that quickly filled the entire sky. In an instant, the entire space was completely covered by the golden light, and the surrounding space started to tremble. This aura was so powerful that it even caused all the martial artists to tremble. Cracks appeared in many places in the sky. It was simply unable to withstand this aura. Bang, bang. The incomparably mysterious green palace bloomed and violently collided with the golden light in the sky. Black cracks appeared like an abyss. It was extremely terrifying. The scene was too terrifying. In an instant, many of the golden light were burned to ashes. However, there were even more golden rays of light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they charged forward. Blue sky palm. Zhou Tian sneered and waved his palm. Suddenly, the green palace behind him surged rapidly, and a huge hand that was burning with green flames reached out from the palace. It was like the palm of a demon, and it quickly blasted forward. Bang! Bang, bang! The green flame palm was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it caused a large patch of golden light to disappear. Black holes appeared in the void one after another. In an instant, the golden light was destroyed, and the green palm quickly attacked Han Kuan. That terrifying palm wind and flames were already about to burn Han Kuan. Feeling the terrifying energy, Han Kuan's face changed again. He had no choice but to retreat quickly. Like a streak of golden light, he instantly retreated into the distance. Humph. You want to fight with this young master with your little tricks? You're overestimating yourself. Zhou Tian sneered. The few disciples from the aristocratic families who came with him also laughed at the sky. Their voices were filled with mockery. Brother Zhou, I have to say that you're too surprising. Although you're only a late-stage 2-star king, your blue sky flames are too terrifying. I'm afraid that even 3-star kings are no match for you. Not only that, I think that even some powerful 3-star kings are no match for Brother Zhou. Blue sky flames is indeed a divine flame that descended from the heavens. It's really terrifying. They talked and laughed, their words full of mockery. They did not care about Han Kuan's and the other people's expressions. There was no need for them to care. The disciples of the aristocratic families looked at Jade Beauty and her sister at the side. When they saw Jade Beauty, their eyes shone with a fiery light. One had to admit that Jade Beauty was too beautiful. She was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Many of the surrounding cultivators swallowed their saliva. The disciples of the aristocratic families were even more dazzled as they looked over from time to time. However, they did not make a move. They were the disciples of the aristocratic families of the Dashuan Empire. They had status and strength. They could not do something like snatching someone. What they hoped to do was to use their strength and charm to conquer the other party. This was their pride and confidence as the disciples of the aristocratic families. However, on the other side, Han Kuen's face was terrifyingly gloomy. As a 3-star king and a young genius of the Jinju nation, he had never been ridiculed like this. Therefore, with a furious roar, he charged forward again. Looking at Han Kuen who was charging over, Zhou Tian smiled disdainfully. It's useless. It's futile to continue fighting. Zhou Tian sneered and shook his head. Although I'm only a late-stage 2-star king, I have the blue sky flame, which allows me to contend against 3-star kings. Even ordinary 3-star kings aren't a match for me. Although you're also a 3-star king, you have no chance of winning against me. Seeing that your talent is not bad, why don't you become my slave? As long as you serve me faithfully, my Zhou family will not treat you unfairly. Bullsh *T. Die. Han Kuen was furious. He was a genius of the Jinju nation. How could he become someone's slave? Therefore, he roared angrily, and the golden domain around him shone with brilliant light. Huge golden sword chi surged out of his body and quickly slashed forward. However, Zhou Tian sneered disdainfully. He waved his hand. Immediately, the green palace behind him shone brightly. A green flame appeared in the air. It emitted a terrifying power and shattered all the golden sword chi. Then, he waved his hands. 2 jade-green palms shot out and slapped Han Kuen's body, sending him flying. Do you see that? This is the difference between us. Zhou Tian was like a god of war, looking down on everyone. The other disciples from the other aristocratic families also burst into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain. However, Zhou Tian said coldly again, I'll give you a choice. Become my slave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he finished speaking, a sharp killing intent surged from his body. Stop. Jade Beauty and her brother could not bear to watch any longer. With a flash of their bodies, they quickly came to Han Kuen's side and helped him up. Forget it, don't fight anymore. That person is too terrifying, especially that blue sky flame. It's a legendary divine flame that descended from the heavens. Although your cultivation is higher than his, you are still no match for him. Io, what a beautiful person. Zhou Tian looked to the front and revealed a smile. From the looks of it, you must be the legendary Jade Beauty. Zhou Tian nodded. I've heard that the Jade Beauty's appearance is unparalleled. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed true. She's even prettier than the legends. Indeed, she's a peerless beauty. The other disciples from the aristocratic families also burst into laughter, their eyes burning with passion. Humph. Jade Beauty snorted coldly. To be honest, the gazes of those people made her uncomfortable. However, she could not retaliate and could only pretend that she did not see them. At this moment, most of the people were looking at the beautiful figure in the middle of the field. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked to the front and nodded slightly. However, his eyes were clear and there was no infatuation in them. Moreover, he had no intention of interfering with what was happening in front of him because all of this had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Zhou Tian spoke again. For the sake of the beauty, I'll spare your life today. However, if you're so blind to provoke me again, don't blame me for killing you. The other disciples from the aristocratic families also smirked. Soon, they looked around and fixed their eyes on another person. There's another beauty? Look at her appearance, she's not inferior to Jade Beauty. The disciples from the aristocratic families looked to the front, where there was also a beautiful figure. She wore a pure white dress and looked ethereal, with a hint of Jiangnan's grace. It was as if the coldest ice could melt under her gaze. Looking at you, you must be Bai Yuran from the Bai family? I didn't expect to see 2 peerless beauties at the same time today. How wonderful. Sigh. It's a pity that I have no chance to meet the 3 beauties who entered the Holy Land at Xianxia Square. It's such a pity. However, no matter how beautiful those 3 ladies are, I don't think they can compare to these 2 beauties. After feeling sad for a while, the disciples from the aristocratic families burst into laughter. Then, they looked around and spoke loudly. Today, we're going to have a heart-to-heart talk with these 2 beauties. Everyone else, get lost. Leave this place. This place is not open to the public today. If anyone dares to stay, don't blame me for being rude. Get lost if you don't want to die. Cold shouts were heard. Clearly, these disciples from the aristocratic families wanted to take over the entire Wind Moon restaurant. Jade Beauty and Bayuran were extremely pale. However, their eyes were filled with anger. They did not expect that these people would dare to take liberties with them in public. Beside the Jade Beauty, the handsome young man also had a face full of anger. These people dared to harbor ill intentions towards his younger sister. This filled his heart with murderous intent. Wind Moon Restaurant is a public place. Anyone can enter and leave. How dare you try to take it all for yourselves? Don't you think you're too arrogant? A cold voice sounded. Clearly, they were very displeased with the disciples' behavior. Why, do you have a problem with that? The disciples from the aristocratic families sneered. At that moment, Zhou Tian's expression darkened. Looks like the warning I gave you just now was not enough? I advise you to leave obediently. Otherwise, you might have to crawl out. Don't talk big. I've long wanted to experience your blue sky fire. Let's see if your blue sky fire is more powerful than my earth fire. Earth fire? Hearing that, the disciples from the aristocratic families were stunned. Zhou Tian was also stunned. So you're saying that you're from Fire Cloud Country? I heard that Fire Cloud Country has a very powerful earth fire. Today, I'll see for myself if it's as rumored. You'll see for yourself. It was an extremely ordinary youth, but his body was glowing with a red light. At the same time, a terrifying heat wave spread out, causing the surrounding space to distort. The earth flame was a terrifying underground flame. It was extremely rare. It was very famous in the nearby countries, thus, when the red-clothed youth appeared, the surrounding cultivators all held their breaths and carefully watched. At the same time, they hoped that this youth would be able to defeat these arrogant aristocratic family disciples and help them vent their anger. Sky Palm. Zhou Tian snorted coldly, and immediately, two large green palms shot out, covering the sky as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. As for the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation, he also let out a long roar, and his body emitted a fiery red light. A huge red python appeared around him, quickly forming a fiery red domain. Earth Flame Domain. This was a domain formed from boundless earth flames. It was extremely terrifying, and just the aura caused the surrounding people to pale. To the side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and carefully observed. He discovered that this true spirit world was truly amazing. The domains of these cultivators were too mysterious, and even he was surprised. It seemed that the martial Tao of this true spirit world was countless times stronger than that of the Tianwu continent. However, in the face of so many geniuses, Lin Xian's expression was calm. That was because he was extremely confident in himself. He knew that with his talent and strength, he wouldn't lose to any of them. Thus, at this moment, he slowly raised his wine cup and savored the wine as he watched the battle. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Unfortunately, everyone was focused on the battle, and no one saw it. If someone were to watch carefully, they would definitely be shocked. That was because at this moment, Lin Xian was surrounded by a formless energy that caused the shockwaves of the battle to be unable to approach him. It could be said that wherever he said he was, it was an absolute safe zone. Everywhere outside of him was filled with berserk energy. The surrounding cultivators had no choice but to activate their armors and keen domains to defend themselves. Otherwise, they would be roasted into a bloody mist by the terrifying heat. Earth Flame, burn all things. Facing the terrifying green palm, the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation also counterattacked. He snorted coldly. Then, balls of fiery red light gushed out from his body, forming an endless sea of red flames that burned in all directions. Then, he threw out a punch. Suddenly, the earthly fire domain sect also trembled rapidly, forming an incomparably huge fist that violently slammed forward. It was as if the sky was about to be torn apart. In the next moment, the two different flames collided with each other, emitting an earth-shattering sound of collision. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Everyone was incomparably nervous because this battle concerned whether or not they could continue to stay here. If the youth from the Flaming Cloud Nation lost, then all of them would be thrown out by the disciples of these aristocratic families. At that time, they would definitely lose all face and be too ashamed to face anyone. In the sky, the red flames collided with the green flames, instantly covering half of the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the warriors from the surrounding countries began to sneer. I originally thought that the aristocratic families of the Dexian country had some powerful methods. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Looks like stubborn disciples are stubborn disciples who only know how to talk big. That's right. You want to chase all of us away? Dream on. How laughable. Do you really think that you can ignore everything just because you're from the Dashuan Empire? Is this the power of an aristocratic family disciple? That's all there is to it. A group of people mocked and ridiculed. It was obvious that they were already very dissatisfied with these aristocratic family disciples, but they didn't dare to say it before. Now that they saw that someone could resist the blue sky fire, they immediately began to mock and ridicule. On the other hand, the aristocratic family disciples had cold smiles on their faces. Zhou Tian even snorted coldly, then quickly waved his arm. The green palace quickly flew out, following his movements and blasting forward. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the green palace emitted an incomparably bright light, directly tearing the red flames apart. Then, it violently slammed into the young man from the Fire Cloud Nation. Boom. As if struck by lightning, the youth from the Flaming Shadow Nation spat out large mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. The red flames that filled the sky also disappeared in an instant. What? He lost. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. As for the warriors from the surrounding countries, their faces turned pale in disbelief. Lost? How could he have lost? Weren't they evenly matched just now? What happened? How could he lose in an instant? They really couldn't understand, and all of them looked desperate. On the other hand, the aristocratic family disciples laughed loudly. How could Zhou Tian lose to someone else? Now it seems that he was indeed hiding his strength. Of course. I just wanted to play with him. But now, I'm not in the mood. Zhou Tian also sneered. What? Hiding his strength? How could he still be hiding his strength? How strong is he? When the warriors from the surrounding countries heard this, their faces turned pale. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of strength the other party had. However, Zhou Tian sneered, "All right everyone, we're going to have a heart-to-heart talk with the two beauties. Those who have nothing to do with it should leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Don't be so arrogant." "I'll do it." The Jade Beauty's brother roared and took a step forward. His body emitted an extremely terrifying energy. At the same time, the surrounding warriors also had ferocious expressions on their faces. The auras from their bodies were linked together as if they were going to collapse the entire sky. In an instant, the aura of energy swept through the entire void. In fact, there were even cracks appearing in many places. What? You want to fight? Zhou Tian sneered. The other aristocratic family disciples also snorted coldly. Then, they stood together and displayed their king's domain. Suddenly, a monstrous and terrifying aura spread out. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on the sky. Immediately, the surrounding warriors were all pushed back. What? They're so strong? How is that possible? How can they be so strong? The warriors from the surrounding countries shook their heads frantically. They couldn't believe it. They were too strong. There were only 5 of them, but the aura they emitted was more terrifying than the dozens of people on their side. It was as if a wild beast was looking down on them. That made them feel a sense of despair in their hearts. Humph. Stubborn. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Tian snorted coldly and waved his large black palm. Immediately, the few cultivators in the vicinity were all sent flying. In an instant, more than 10 warriors were sent flying and left the Fengyue brothel. However, the surrounding disciples of the aristocratic families also quickly took action and threw all these people out. Don't do it. We'll leave on our own. Soon, the native warriors of the Dashuan Empire quickly left. The warriors of the surrounding countries were also mercilessly thrown out. The Wind Moon Tavern, which was originally packed with people, was now much less crowded, leaving behind countless empty spaces. Damn it! The young man from the Fire Cloud Nation roared. He wanted to fight back, but he was once again sent flying by the green flame. I can't accept this. Han Kuan also roared. He used his metal domain and attacked again. In the end, he was sent flying by a disciple of an aristocratic family. Damn it! How dare you touch my sister? I'll fight you to the death. The handsome young man went crazy, but he was mercilessly thrown out by a disciple of an aristocratic family. In an instant, only Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were left in the Wind Moon restaurant. Their faces were pale. They wanted to escape, but they were held in place by an invisible force and could not move at all. Okay, we've finally thrown away those annoying ants. Now, we can have a good talk. The disciples of the aristocratic families laughed and walked forward. But soon, they frowned, and a trace of coldness appeared in their eyes. Because they realized that there was a figure sitting by the window. Zhou Tian and the others realized that there was a person sitting by the window. They were extremely surprised because they did not expect that there would be someone who dared to be here. Moreover, they had not noticed before. Immediately, the faces of the disciples of the aristocratic families darkened. One of them said coldly, "Are you deaf? Why are you still here? Get out of here." However, the figure in the distance did not move. He continued to lean against the window and drink alone. Seeing this scene, several people frowned. Even Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were puzzled. They did not expect that there would be someone who dared to be here. Could it be that this person is an expert? A glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. But soon, they laughed bitterly. Because they realized that the other party's aura was pitifully weak. He had just entered the King realm. How could such a person be an expert? With a sigh, the two of them could not help but worry about that figure. The face of the disciple of the aristocratic family who had scolded him earlier also darkened. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to ignore him. This made him furious. A moment later, he laughed viciously and shouted coldly. This time, the voice contained an incomparably powerful energy that rushed forward. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. His voice turned into a murderous sound wave that quickly blasted forward. This sound wave was extremely terrifying. Even a 2-star King Realm expert would not be able to block it, let alone the figure in front of him. Ah, Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran cried out in surprise, while the disciples of the aristocratic families sneered. Anyone who dared to go against them would definitely end up in a miserable state. However, in the next moment, all of them widened their eyes. That was because that terrifying sound wave surged forward, but it suddenly disappeared, like a stone sinking into the sea. What's going on? It didn't work? The disciples of the aristocratic families all frowned. As for the person who had attacked earlier, he had a gloomy expression. Impossible, how could I have failed? Brat, who are you? How did you dodge my attack? As an expert, it was impossible for him to miss, so the other party must have used some unknown method to dodge his attack. The figure sitting in front was naturally Lin Xian. Previously, when these disciples of the aristocratic families were fighting with the warriors from the surrounding countries, he had only watched without any intention of interfering. Because these things had nothing to do with him. However, just because he didn't cause trouble didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Later, these disciples of the aristocratic families chased everyone out of Wind Moon restaurant, which undoubtedly made him unhappy. After all, he was also drinking in Wind Moon restaurant. Now, the other party was even more aggressive and wanted to attack him. How could he tolerate that? In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned and said coldly, "Why? Is it very difficult to dodge your attack?" Although his voice was steady, it contained a trace of disdain. It was as if dodging that murderous sound wave was an extremely ordinary thing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you know who I am? The disciple of the aristocratic family had a gloomy expression, and his voice was cold and murderous. Who you are has nothing to do with me. As long as you don't disturb me while I'm drinking, I won't attack you, Lin Xian said slowly. What? You still want to attack me? When the disciples of the aristocratic families heard that, they were so angry that they laughed. Good. 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 Kid, looks like the warning I gave you just now wasn't enough. What? Do you want me to break your legs personally and make you crawl here? Only then will you be afraid, right? Why waste time talking to him? Just break his legs and throw him out. Don't waste our time here. Yeah, don't you see the two beauties beside him waiting anxiously? Ha 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 ha, kid, you don't know what's good for you. Consider yourself unlucky to be in our line of fire. In my opinion, there's no need to throw you out. It'll save us a lot of trouble if we just kill you. Alright, I'll do it. I'll burn him to ashes. That way, nothing will be left and we won't be disturbed. Zhou Tian said casually, then he struck out with his palm. To be honest, he did not care about Lin Xian at all. Because he had already checked earlier on. Lin Xian was only a one-star king. This kind of cultivation did not interest him at all. After all, even a 3-star king might not be a match for him, much less a 1-star king. In the next moment, a green flame flew out from between his fingers and quickly floated toward Lin Xian. When they saw the green flame, Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran screamed again. This was not the first time the green flame had appeared, and each time, it displayed great power. When the assassin used it again, the other party would not be able to resist. They were not the only ones. The surrounding ancient martial art practitioners also cried out in alarm. Because although those ancient martial art practitioners had been sent flying, they had not left. At that moment, they were all watching from the vicinity of Fengyue brothel. However, Zhou Tian and the others had set up an array around Fengyue brothel. They could only see the situation inside but could not enter. Even if they tried to break the array forcefully, they could not break it. They could only wait anxiously outside. Earlier on, when they saw that there was someone else in Fengyue brothel, they were all shocked. But when they saw that the other party was only a 1-star king, they immediately shook their heads and sighed. Because such a person would not be of any use at all. He would only be killed. But when the other party successfully dispelled the murderous sound wave, they all cried out in alarm. Because they did not know what method the other party had used to dispel the murderous sound wave. However, there were even more people who attributed what had happened earlier to luck. But now, Zhou Tian had used the fire of Chu Bai Luo again. This made them nervous again. The reason for that was because they knew that no one would be able to resist the flames. A green flame quickly floated out like a will-o'-the-wisp and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The green light shone brightly. With just a little bit of strength, it could burn an expert to ashes. Lin Xian was still calm. Facing the terrifying fire of Chu Bai Luo, he only turned his head slightly. Then, a ball of black light appeared in his eyes. A ball of black flame appeared out of nowhere and blasted forward like a flood. It was very strange. What? He wants to resist? What an idiot. Doesn't he know the power of the fire of Chu Bai Luo? The disciples shook their heads and sneered. The surrounding martial artists also sighed. They knew that any method would be useless in front of the fire of Chu Bai Luo. In the next moment, the two balls of flames collided in the air. Then, there was a flash of light, but no sound was heard. Then, the two balls of flames disappeared in the air. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The disciples were even more shocked. They knew how powerful the fire of Chu Bai Luo was. Even a 3-star king couldn't resist it. But now, Lin Xian had blocked it. No way, am I seeing things? He blocked the fire of Chu Bai Luo? What is that ball of black flame? How can it block the fire of Chu Bai Luo? Damn it, who is this kid? How did he do it? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. It was obvious that this scene had truly surprised everyone. This time even Zhou Tian was anxious. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to resist his fire of Chu Bai Luo. The martial artists outside also widened their eyes in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. That was the fire of Chu Bai Luo. Even a 3-star king couldn't resist it. It was extremely terrifying and invincible. But now, it was blocked by someone? Moreover, the one who blocked it was a 1-star king. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in bewilderment. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like a peerless expert. Could it be that this kid is hiding his cultivation? The faces of the disciples of the aristocratic families were also gloomy, while Zhou Tian sneered, "Good, good, good, I didn't think that I would have misjudged you. You are also an expert. But let me tell you, that was just a casual attack. It's nothing if you can take it, but if you can take my next attack, then I'll be impressed. However, if you can't handle it, then you can only be killed. This is what you get for messing with me." As he spoke, his body flickered with light. Boundless blue sky flames flickered rapidly. Then, a gigantic flaming palm appeared in the wind. Its terrifying aura covered the sky and dyed the entire space green. Peng, the green flaming hand slapped towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian raised his finger. Countless black flames danced on the tip of his finger, forming a black longsword that quickly slashed forward. Boom! In the next moment, Bai Luo's palm collided with the black longsword, causing a terrifying tremor. These were two extremely terrifying flames. When they collided, the impact was even more frightening. Just the aftermath of the collision could probably destroy the entire Fengyue brothel. However, to everyone's surprise, the energy did not spread, and the Fengyue brothel remained unscathed. The reason was simple. Lin Xian and Zhou Tian's control of energy was extremely precise. Both of them fought within a controlled range and did not cause any damage to the Fengyue brothel. How terrifying, even the disciples of the aristocratic families were frowning. Not only did the other party possess the mysterious black flames that could compete with Zhou Tian's Bai Luo flames, but his control of energy was also no weaker than Zhou Tian's. Just based on these 2 points, the other party was definitely an expert. But who was this person? Why hadn't they seen him before? Zhou Tian's expression turned solemn when he saw this. Good, good, good. I didn't expect to meet an expert like you in the Fengyue brothel today. But don't be too smug. Next, I will show you my true strength and let you know the true power of Bai Luo flames. If you can't block it, then die. As he spoke, countless black flames gathered to form a green palace. It looked like a celestial palace and exuded a frightening energy. Thereafter, Zhou Tian activated the emerald green palace and charged forward rapidly. Suddenly, a frightening energy exploded like a storm, howling and curling toward Lin Xian. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed this energy. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran quickly retreated to a safe place. The disciples of the aristocratic families also looked solemn. This was because they had never seen Zhou Tian so serious before. Even when he fought with the warrior from Huiyun country, he was casual and calm. But now, it seemed that Zhou Tian was serious. Could it be that the youth opposite him was really so frightening? That Zhou Tian could take him seriously. The green palace was mysterious and flashed with an unparalleled energy that made everyone tremble. However, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. He quickly formed a seal with his palms, and a black demon beast quickly took shape. It was a black phoenix that exuded black flames all over its body. It was frightening. As Lin Xian pushed his palms out, the black phoenix roared and charged forward. He exuded a frightening energy fluctuation that made everyone tremble in fear. The black light shone and lit up the entire sky. The frightening black phoenix flew quickly in the sky like a real mythical beast. On the other side, Zhou Tian brought the frightening green palace and charged forward. In the next moment, the two collided. Suddenly, a frightening energy explosion formed an energy storm that quickly spread in all directions. And a black hole appeared in the void. Countless cracks appeared on the mysterious green palace, as if it would collapse at any moment. Zhou Tian's face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. This energy was so frightening that it sent Zhou Tian flying. Not only that, but the two disciples of the aristocratic families who were standing at the front also suffered a heavy blow and flew backward. Their faces were extremely pale, and they looked terrified. Because they did not expect that just the aftermath of the energy would send them flying. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, especially the warriors outside. Their eyes were wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. They did not expect the powerful Zhou Tian and the aristocratic family disciples to be sent flying in an instant. In the restaurant, Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran also widened their beautiful eyes. Their small mouths were agape, and they looked extremely shocked. They did not believe that someone could send Zhou Tian flying with one move. The remaining two martial artists from the aristocratic families looked very serious. Terrifying light burst from their eyes. They were like two long rainbows, trying to see through Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Zhou Tian, who was so powerful, could not even withstand a single blow from the other party. This huge contrast made them unable to believe what they were seeing. What was even more shocking was that the other party was only a one-star king. So powerful. Who exactly is he? Outside, Han Kuan, the young man from Fire Cloud Nation, and Jade Beauty's brother were all shocked. Zhou Tian did not seem to be from the Dashuan Empire. Could he be a martial artist from a neighboring country? But other than demonic saber Xianxia, who else could be so powerful? They could not figure it out. Lin Xian was expressionless. He said calmly, "I told you not to disturb me when I was drinking. But you didn't listen. Now you have a taste of your own medicine." With that, he shook his head slightly and ignored the crowd. He sat down again, picked up a cup of spirit wine, and drank it slowly. Shocking, it was too shocking. He sent Zhou Tian and the two disciples flying with one move, but it was as if it was the most normal thing. He looked calm, neither surprised nor happy. This was a true powerhouse. He could shock everyone with just a raise of his hand. Whoosh, on the other side, Zhou Tian and the two disciples quickly returned. They appeared in front of Lin Xian again like lightning. Zhou Tian's hair was disheveled, and his expression was ferocious. He asked coldly, "Damn it, who are you?" To be honest, he was indeed shocked. He did not believe that someone could send him flying with one move. Moreover, he was very confident in his blue sky fire. Even a 3-star king was no match for him. But now, the other party, a 1-star king, had sent him flying. He could not believe it. The two disciples from the aristocratic families were even more shocked. They were only swept by the aftershock. However, the shockwave still sent them flying. They couldn't accept this and glared fiercely at Lin Xian. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you don't bully others in the future. Otherwise, one day, your end will be even worse than now." Lin Xian glanced at the few of them and said plainly, "You're courting death." Zhou Tian roared furiously and quickly attacked. Being blasted away in public made him lose all face, so he could only kill the kid in front of him to vent the hatred in his heart and clear his name. The other two disciples from aristocratic families had the same thought. Thus, at this moment, they attacked together. The three disciples of the large families displayed unparalleled power and instantly unleashed their king's domains, quickly killing Lin Xian. In an instant, a terrifying light appeared. A biting cold murderous intent shrouded the world and quickly locked onto Lin Xian. 3 kings' domains flew out and tore the void apart. Zhou Tian and the other two were extremely powerful. Even 3-star kings were no match for them. Now that they were attacking, they were even more terrifying. The entire void trembled violently. The expressions of those who were watching the battle from afar changed drastically, and they were extremely frightened. This was because they realized that this aura was enough to kill all of them. Not good. That person is in danger. In the outside world, Han Kuan's face turned serious when he saw the scene. Damn it, those people are too shameless. How dare they gang up on one person? The youth from Flaming Cloud gritted his teeth and roared. They were naturally on Lin Xian's side because Lin Xian had helped them send the disciples of the aristocratic families flying, which allowed them to vent their anger. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian was in extreme danger. With the 3 disciples of the aristocratic families attacking together, no one would be a match for them. A ball of green flames danced and condensed an extremely terrifying energy. This was the blue sky flame. Above this flame, there was a palace-like figure that was extremely mysterious. It quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Beside it, a blue light blade flew out quickly and tore the void apart. This was the ultimate technique of another disciple of the aristocratic families. The last person was equally terrifying. A white light, like a divine light, surrounded by a murderous aura, was extremely fierce. The 3 of them attacked with extreme power. In the blink of an eye, the 3 deadly attacks arrived in front of Lin Xian and slashed down. Lin Xian's body also emitted black flames, which quickly collided with the blue sky flame. At the same time, a sharp sword chi surged out and clashed with the biting cold murderous aura. As for the blue light blade, Lin Xian directly punched it. Boom, his fist was wrapped in green sword chi, and it fiercely slammed into the blue light blade. Immediately, a crisp metallic sound was heard. The sound was trembling, and it directly tore the void apart. As for the blue light blade, it quickly trembled and was sent flying. In an instant, the light on the blue light blade dimmed significantly, but it did not crack. One could imagine that it was definitely a precious treasure. Puff, the blue light blade was sent flying, and one of the disciples immediately took 3 steps back. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong. In an instant, his ultimate technique was sent flying, and he was also severely injured. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they did not even have time to exclaim. The situation on the battlefield changed again. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly used the Dragon Sword Realm. Immediately, green sword chi rapidly attacked. Boom boom, the white divine light and the blue sky flame were both hit by the sharp sword chi. They were instantly sent flying, and their light dimmed. Puff, Zhou Tian and the other disciple also spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces were full of shock. They really could not believe that their opponent was so strong. Previously, they were sent flying because they were careless. But now, it was different. The 3 of them had gathered all their strength to attack their opponent, but they were still sent flying. Furthermore, the 3 of them were severely injured. This meant that their opponent's strength was definitely far beyond theirs. Are you all okay? When the last 2 disciples saw this scene, they immediately rushed forward to support Zhou Tian and the other 2. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian cautiously. This was because their opponent was too terrifying. Even if the 2 of them attacked again, they might not be able to take him down. Seeing the cautious look on their faces, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. You all can leave. I won't kill you. But remember, don't be so arrogant in the future. Then, he waved his hand, and a green sword chi flew out, instantly shattering the defensive formation. Seeing this scene, the people outside were even more shocked. This formation could not be broken even if all of them attacked together. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The warriors outside immediately rushed in when they saw that the array was broken. The fastest to enter were Jade Beauty's brother, Han Kuan, and the youth from Fire Cloud Country. Sister, are you all right? The handsome youth came to Jade Beauty's side and asked with concern. The other warriors also came to Bayuran's side nervously. Then, they all came to Lin Xian. Young hero, thank you for saving my sister. Jade Beauty's brother and the warriors from the Bai family looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. Jade Beauty and Bayuran also came to Lin Xian and bowed slowly. Young master, thank you for saving us. Both of them blushed and looked at Lin Xian with deep adoration in their eyes. Lin Xian's previous actions were like a hero saving the beauties. When the 2 beauties were in danger, Lin Xian casually injured the enemy. This kind of shock went straight to the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, Lin Xian was powerful and handsome. Such a person was a hero in the hearts of the young girls. In addition, this world worshipped the strong. So it was not strange that Jade Beauty and Bayuran adored Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, "You're too polite. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." With that, Lin Xian nodded slightly to them and turned to leave. Wait. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to leave, Jade Beauty and Bayuran became nervous and a trace of anxiety flashed across their beautiful eyes. We haven't asked for your name. Where are you from so that I can repay you in the future? No need. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and turned again. Jade Beauty and Bayuran sighed when they saw the scene. Their faces were filled with disappointment. The surrounding people were even more heartbroken when they saw this scene. Needless to say, these 2 beautiful women were still in love with Lin Xian. Most likely, it would be difficult for others to succeed. What made them even more shocked was that Lin Xian was not moved in the slightest. He directly left without even leaving his name. One had to know that these were 2 peerless beauties. If they were to beckon, there would probably be tens of thousands of martial artists who would risk their lives for them. But now, he had left so decisively without the slightest hesitation. This really shocked them to the core. Wait. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was about to leave, another low voice sounded. Then, a few figures blocked his path. When they saw those people, the crowd was shocked. As for Lin Xian, he frowned. This was because the people blocking his path were none other than Zhou Tian and the other disciples from the aristocratic families. What? You're still not convinced? Do you still want to fight? However, if you continue to hit him, it won't be as simple as just injuring him. Lin Xian's gaze was somewhat cold. No, you've misunderstood. We have no intention of attacking again. Zhou Tian quickly shook his head and said, we just want to make friends with you. That's right, brother. Where are you from? What's your name? Where's your sex inheritance? Why don't you come to the Zhou family? I'll definitely give you the best treatment. Don't worry. You're not a slave, but an honored guest. That's right. Our family will also give you the best treatment, brother. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that these disciples from the aristocratic families were here to win him over. However, this was not his ambition, so he shook his head slightly. There's no need. I have other things to do. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared on the spot. Brother! The disciples from the aristocratic families still wanted to say something, but they realized that the other party had already disappeared. They could not catch him at all. What kind of body movement is that? They were shocked and widened their eyes. This kind of body movement was beyond their knowledge. Looking at Lin Xian's departing figure, everyone had different feelings. Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran were both a little sad. Jade Beauty's brother could not bear to watch any longer and had to comfort her. Sister, don't be discouraged. That person is so powerful. He might be here to participate in the martial arts conference. That's right, the martial arts conference. He must be here to participate in the martial arts conference. Jade Beauty was delighted. Beside her, Bai Yuran's eyes were also shining. After hearing that, everyone around them nodded. Indeed, the other party appeared at this time and was so powerful. He must be here for the martial arts conference. Zhou Tian and the other disciples from the aristocratic families kept nodding when they heard that. Then they were puzzled. I wonder which prince invited this master. Could it be the third prince? It could also be the eldest prince. Only they can invite such a young master. Everyone nodded. They had to go to the martial arts conference to take a look. They might really meet the other party. Even if they did not meet him, they would not miss such a grand occasion. The martial arts conference was not like what everyone had imagined. It was not so serious as it would be in the ring. It was a game between the princes and princesses. Based on the royal family's means, it would not be in the ring. Instead, it would be in the name of learning from each other and discussing martial arts. Yanba Villa was a very famous place in the imperial city. It was an ancient city that had a history of thousands of years. Rumor had it that it was a manor built when the Dashuan Empire was founded. The martial arts conference was held in the Misty Wave Mountain Villa. That morning, the entire imperial city was in an uproar. Many warriors hurriedly rushed towards the Misty Wave Mountain Villa. They were too excited because there were too many people who had come to watch the competition. If they were late, they might not even be able to enter. Yanba Villa was magnificent and picturesque. There was even a faint layer of clouds surrounding the villa, which added to the artistic conception. Early in the morning, the entire Yanba Mountain Villa was already crowded with people. Fortunately, Yanba Villa was big enough to accommodate all these people. Most of the people who came to watch the competition were young warriors. At this moment, it could be said that all the elites and geniuses from the aristocratic families of the Dashuan Empire were here. Not only that, but the warriors and geniuses from the surrounding countries were also here. It could be said that this was a rare grand occasion. There were even people who placed bets here. For a moment, it was very lively. Of course, the favorite to win was Jiang Nantian, the third prince's subordinate. There was also Hanli, the first prince's subordinate. These two people could be said to be invincible among the younger generation of the Dashuan Empire. And in this martial arts conference, these two people's names were the most famous. In the Misty Wave Mountain Villa, a fat man in a golden robe was scanning the surroundings with his eyes. It seemed as if he was looking for someone. Fatty Luo, what are you looking for? I bet you won't find it. Fatty Luo, what are you looking for? I bet you won't find it. A skinny young man beside him said with a smile. Gambler. You only know how to do it. Do you know anything else? Fatty Luo was impatient. Don't disturb me. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? Let me guess. I bet it's a woman. Haha, you guessed wrong this time. It's a man. Damn. Fatty Luo, when did you change your orientation? Why didn't I know? The young man subconsciously took 2 steps back. Get lost. You're the one who changed your orientation. I met someone on the way. He's very interesting. I think he's also participating in the martial arts conference. Oh, who is it? The young man was interested. Forget it. I didn't find him. I'll tell you when he makes his move. Fatty Luo shook his head slightly. Then the two of them entered the crowd again and disappeared. On the other side, Zhou Tian and the other disciples of the aristocratic families were also greeting people. However, Zhou Tian and the others were somewhat absent-minded, as if they were also looking for someone. What's wrong? Why do you look uneasy? Someone asked. Zhou Tian shook his head slightly. Nothing. However, he muttered in his heart, damn it. Will that guy come to the martial arts conference or not? Not only him, but Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others also looked somewhat anxious. In the depths of Misty Wave Mountain Villa, 2 beautiful women were strolling on the grass. One of them had a cold temperament. She was the disciple of the Alchemy Academy, Chuyu. The other woman was also beautiful. She wore a phoenix robe and a phoenix crown. She had the aura of a superior. She was Princess Kaidai of the Dashuan Empire. At this moment, the two of them were strolling. Princess Katie's expression was somewhat serious. She still hadn't found someone who could fight against Jiangnan Tian and Hanli. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to rush into the first echelon this time. Princess Kaidai thought of something and slowly asked, by the way, did the person you told me about come? He should be here, but he didn't report, Chiyu replied. But I think he'll definitely come back. That's because I possess the conditions that he wants. That's good. Hearing this, Princess Kaidai nodded, but she didn't care too much. According to the information she received, that person was at most equivalent to a 2-star king. However, what she lacked the most was someone who could contend against Jiang Nantian and Hanli. Princess, it's almost time. Let's go. Chiyu said. All right. Princess Kaidai nodded. Then, the two of them flew into the distance like countless streams of light. At this moment, the crowd in the Yanba Mountain Villa was once again in an uproar. That was because the princes and princesses had all arrived. The third prince was a handsome young man. He held a folding fan in his hand, and he looked extremely confident. Countless experts gathered around him. They were all incomparably powerful, making people look up to them. The first prince, on the other hand, was different. He was burly like a fiend god and exuded a domineering aura. His expression was as if he was the ruler of the world. When the first prince and the third prince arrived, they looked at each other. With a cold snort, the first prince led his talented dancers to a pavilion. As for the third prince, he narrowed his eyes and led everyone to another pavilion. Everyone held their breaths in shock. They didn't expect that the 2 strongest princes would make their move. However, at this moment, someone shouted, "Look, Princess Kaidai has also arrived." Princess Kaidai could be said to be a legend. Among the many princes of the Dashuan Empire, she stood in the second tier. She could definitely be said to be a blessed daughter of the heavens, thus, her arrival caused a huge commotion. This was because not only was Princess Kaidai a legend, but she was also a peerless beauty. Her combined attractiveness didn't lose to the first prince and the third prince. That should be Fairy Chuyu, right? Everyone looked forward and discovered that beside Princess Kaidai stood a cold and aloof woman. The two of them descended like celestial fairies. Then, many powerful martial artists walked forward. Soon, they stopped in front of Princess Kaidai. They were the experts under Princess Kaidai. A group of people also occupied a pavilion. After them, there were other princes and princesses. Soon, the surrounding pavilions were all occupied. And in the center, there was a huge lake, dark green as if it had been washed clean. The battle would be carried out on this lake. At the beginning, it was a few warm-up matches. A few ordinary princes sent their subordinates to spar. Even so, everyone was still watching with great interest. None of those who could go on stage were weak. The worst was a two-star king. Lin Xian had also arrived, but he had arrived rather late. By the time he arrived, the battle between the princes had already begun. He stood in the crowd like a spectator, silently watching the battle. A familiar voice came from the front. It turned out that the one who was participating in the battle was Han Kuan. Although Han Kuan was a martial artist of Jinyu country, he came this time to participate in the martial arts conference. Because as long as he showed some talent here, he would definitely become famous in the Dashuan Empire. At that time, he might be fancied by some powerful sections. Therefore, although this martial arts conference was a game between the princes and princesses, there were also many genius martial artists from the surrounding countries. Bang, bang. Han Kuan's body emitted a golden light. Between his moves, there was a fierce offensive. Soon, he defeated a few martial artists. For a moment, everyone was discussing. They had no choice. Although the Dashuan Empire was strong, Han Kuan was a three-star king after all. Ordinary people were no match for him unless they were disciples of powerful families like Zhou Tian. While everyone was discussing, the princes and princesses could not stand it anymore. This was a game between the princes of Daxian country. Now that a martial artist of Jinyu country was showing off, it made them lose face. Hee, looks like it's time for us to take action. The third prince waved the folding fan in his hand and said with a smile. Humph, he's just a guy who doesn't know his place. Let me take care of him. On the third prince's side, a bald young man said quickly. This young man was the one who mocked Dong Qianshan previously. He must be a powerful figure. At this moment, seeing that Blood Monk volunteered to fight, the third prince smiled. With you around, I'm relieved. Whoosh, in the next moment, Blood Monk's body swayed and he appeared in the arena. He floated above the lake, emitting a powerful aura. Kid, let me play with you. Kid, I'll play with you. I'll let you know that this is the Dashuan Empire. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. Humph. Han Kuan snorted coldly. He had come this time to become famous. Therefore, he was naturally happy to see that his opponent was a powerful warrior. Only by defeating a prodigy could he quickly become famous. Kill. With a furious roar, Han Kuan instantly unleashed his metal territory. His entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of gold, shining with golden light like a golden giant. He threw out a punch, and golden light filled the entire sky. Haha, petty tricks. See how I'll break you. Opposite him, Blood Monk laughed loudly. He also unleashed a blood-colored territory that emitted a monstrous smell of blood. In an instant, his eyes became extremely red, and a pair of blood-colored wings appeared on his back. He held a blood-colored saber in his hand. It was extremely bright red and emitted a monstrous murderous intent. At that moment, the arrogant youth seemed to have turned into a demon. His entire body was surrounded by blood-colored light. Break! With a sneer, Blood Monk waved the blood-colored saber in his hand. Suddenly, a blood-red saber light burst out. It was extremely terrifying and swept across the entire sky. The blood-colored saber light was too terrifying. It was like a blood-colored river that shook the void. In the next moment, a light flashed, and the blood-colored saber cut the golden fist in half. Not only that, the entire void was split open, and a black crack appeared. The lake below stirred up thousands of waves that crashed in all directions. What? It's broken. Han Kuan's pupils shrank. He did not expect his opponent's attack to be so fierce. In the blink of an eye, the dim blood-colored saber light was still slashing towards him. Retreat. His body swayed, and he turned into a streak of golden light as he quickly retreated. You want to leave? That's not up to you. Blood Monk laughed sinisterly, and the saber in his hand vibrated again. Instantly, 8 crimson rays of light shot out from his body. These blood-colored saber lights were too terrifying. They were like 8 blood-colored dragons that roared ferociously. The blood-colored saber lights that filled the sky instantly enveloped Han Kuan. Boom! Boom! Han Kuan was beaten until he spat out blood and flew backward. What? He was defeated so quickly? All the surrounding warriors widened their eyes in disbelief. Who is that bald youth? How could it be so terrifying? Even a 3-star king is no match for him? Everyone exclaimed. Jade Beauty and the others' faces changed once again. They didn't expect that there would be so many experts in the martial arts conference. It hadn't been long since the battle started, and Han Kuan had already lost. Humph. With your little ability, don't come here to make a fool of yourself. Monk Shui looked ferocious and disdainful. Who is this? So powerful? You don't even know him? He's the Bloody Monk, ranked 9th under the 3rd prince. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, Blood Monk spoke again. This martial arts conference is a grand event of the Dashuan Empire. Those ants from the surrounding countries shouldn't come out and embarrass themselves. This voice was filled with arrogance and provocation. Immediately, the warriors from the surrounding countries who had come to participate in the war were enraged. Among them, the youth from Fire Cloud Nation was the fastest to rush out. In an instant, he summoned a fiery red earth fire domain. Immediately, endless flames shot up into the sky and a sea of fire spread out. He was very fast and arrived in front of Monk Shui in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying wave of fire surged forward. Immediately, the lake below was evaporated and turned into mist that filled the surroundings. What a terrifying flame! Who is this guy? Everyone was shocked and retreated. He's an expert from Fire Cloud Nation. What a terrifying flame power! Many people were shocked. In the crowd, Zhou Tian and the others shook their heads slightly when they saw this. It's over. Monk Shui was a true expert. The people from the surrounding countries had no chance of winning against him. Only if that person was here would it work. As expected, as soon as he said that, the situation in front of him changed. Monk Shui sneered and slashed with his long saber. Immediately, a blood-red light shot up into the sky with a biting cold murderous intent. It shattered the void. Boom! The sea of fire in the sky was split open by the saber. Not only that, the blood-red saber light slashed at the youth from Fire Cloud Nation and sent him flying a few thousand meters away. Humph! I've said it before. You're all weak. Monk Shui held the long saber in his hand and stood in the void. His entire body was emitting a murderous aura. He was like a demon. In the sky, the blood-red saber light gradually disappeared and the cracks in the void were quickly mending. However, the lake below was evaporated. But it did not matter. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted coldly. Immediately, a boundless amount of dark blue seawater gushed out from his mouth, filling up the dried-up lake once again. In an instant, everything was restored to its original state. Only the expert from Fire Cloud Nation was injured again. Monk Shui did not mind that he had defeated the expert from Fire Cloud Nation. Then, he turned his gaze and stared at Princess Kaidai. I heard that Princess Kaidai has recently taken in a mysterious expert who even defeated Dong Qianshan. I wonder where he is. Would you like to have a battle with him? Hearing this, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. On the other hand, Dong Qianshan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Damn it, damn it. The other party was obviously rubbing salt into his wound. Humph. With the 3rd prince here, it was impossible for him to fight Monk Shui, so he could only snort. At the same time, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, even if Monk Shui was stronger than him, he might not be able to defeat his opponent. It was very likely that Monk Shui would be defeated like him. Thinking of this, he immediately took pleasure in Monk Shui's misfortune. The surrounding martial artists also exclaimed in surprise. The news of Dong Qianshan's defeat had already spread. They had also heard about it. At this moment, when they saw that monk Shui was going to challenge the mysterious expert, they immediately became interested. Many people applauded and cheered. However, the atmosphere on Princess Katie's side was a little different. That was because Lin Xian did not come at all. Jiu looked a little embarrassed and muttered in his heart, "Damn it, what is he doing? Why hasn't he shown up yet?" The experts under Princess Kaidai also looked dissatisfied. Humph, what mysterious expert? He's probably just a coward who hasn't shown up yet. How can someone like him be called an expert? Damn it, he doesn't dare to show up and embarrasses us for nothing. These people were very dissatisfied with the mysterious expert. In the crowd, Fatty Luo also exclaimed softly, his eyes flickering. Why don't you guess who that mysterious expert is? Oh? You want to bet with me? Beside him, the young man said with a smile, I bet that this person is definitely not ordinary. He's already here. Since it's a bet, of course it's a guess. What? Do you dare to bet? Let's bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fatty Luo snorted. On the other side, Zhou Tian and the others frowned when they heard this. For some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in their minds. Damn it, these two can't be the same person, right? They thought of the handsome youth who defeated them that day at the Wind Moon brothel. When they thought of this possibility, they sucked in a breath of cold air. In the crowd, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The other party was naturally talking about him. However, he didn't immediately make a move because in his opinion, the other party wasn't worth his time. The other party was ranked 9th under the 3rd prince and was stronger than Dong Qianshan, but not by much. To be honest, Lin Xian wasn't interested in such a person. The ones he truly wanted to fight were Jiang Nantian and Han Li. These two were very famous among the younger generation of the Dashuan Empire. Along the way, he had heard many legends about these two. Only such people were worthy of being his opponent. Thus, although the other party was arrogant, he didn't make a move. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. Monk Shui's expression was sinister as he looked at Princess Kaidai again. What, could it be that the princess doesn't want him to come out? That person was indeed invited by me, but whether or not you can make him fight is not up to me, Princess Kaidai said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, she was calm and collected, with a calm expression. To be honest, she hadn't seen that mysterious expert until now. However, she cleverly avoided this matter. If the other party didn't make a move, it meant that Monk Shui didn't have the ability. And if the other party made a move, it would prove her words even more. Thus, this could be considered a tactful rejection. Humph. Monk Shui snorted, if you don't dare to fight, then so be it. Princess, you don't have to be so tactful. You're courting death. How dare you question the princess's words? With a cold shout, a figure suddenly flew out from Princess Katie's pavilion. That person moved like lightning and flew out of the pavilion in an instant, arriving in the sky. This was a young man in silver armor. He had a small mustache, and his entire person looked extremely fierce. You? No way. The blood monk looked at him and laughed coldly, then quickly shook his head. What did you say? The mustached man was furious. You're the 9th-ranked warrior, and so am I. Why can't I do it? Today, I will let you know how powerful I am. Humph. I'm ranked 9th under the 3rd prince. What about you? At this point, Monk Shui no longer spoke. However, the contempt in his words was very obvious. You're courting death. Infuriated, the mustached man clenched his fist, and a silver spear swiftly materialized in his hand. Then, he thrust out his spear. Like a silver bolt of lightning, it streaked across the void, and a terrifying aura gushed out instantly. Clang, on the other side, Monk Shui slashed out with his blade as well. Suddenly, the two of them collided with each other, producing an intense and deafening collision. The blood-red saber light crisscrossed, the silver light rushed to the heavens, and the terrifying energy surged like an ocean. The sky was instantly enveloped by the two energies. Only two blurry figures could be seen colliding with each other. Pung, another earth-shattering sound was heard, and then the man with the mustache was sent flying. Humph, I've said it before, you're no match for me. What? He's defeated so quickly? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Could the difference in strength between Princess Kaidai and the third prince be so huge? As the crowd discussed, Princess Katie's face turned grave. Indeed, both of them were ranked ninth, but the difference in strength was so obvious. This undoubtedly showed that there was still a large gap between her and the third prince. Thinking of this, Princess Kaidai frowned slightly. As for the warriors beside her, their faces turned gloomy. Looking at the situation, it would be useless even if the others went up. They could only send out the top 5 experts. However, the other party was only ranked ninth. If they sent out the top 5 experts, they would not be able to continue the battle in the future. Therefore, Princess Katie's side was quiet for a while. Monk Shui had a smug look on his face. Then, his eyes swept across the surroundings like lightning, and he said coldly, "I'll ask you one last time, are you really not willing to come out?" His voice was like thunder, reverberating in all directions. Although he did not mention a name, everyone knew that the person he was talking about was the mysterious expert who defeated Dong Qianshan. "Humph, you're really a coward." Monk Shui sneered and ignored him. He was ready to challenge someone else. However, as soon as Monk Shui spoke, a sword light shot up into the sky like a rainbow, slashing directly at him. "What?" Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack Monk Shui. As for Monk Shui, his pupils shrank and his face was full of shock. Firstly, he did not believe that someone would dare to attack him. Moreover, the sword light was simply too sharp. In a hurry, he could not dodge at all. He could only defend himself. Endless blood light surged and formed a blood shield in front of him. It was extremely red. As soon as the shield formed, the sharp sword light quickly slashed at him. With a swoosh, his blood-red shield was cut into 2 halves. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light enveloped Monk Shui. Clang! Monk Shui was shocked. He raised the long saber in his hand to block in a panic. Finally, he blocked the sword light. Suddenly, a sonorous sound was heard. It was so loud that everyone's ears trembled. As for Monk Shui, he was sent flying by the tremendous force. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the experts who were participating in the martial arts conference were shocked. They could not believe it. Monk Shui was sent flying by a single slash? How was that possible? Who was the one who did it? Could it be one of the experts under the first prince? Thinking of this, everyone looked at the first prince. However, they soon realized that the first prince was also stunned. He did not even know what had happened. This made everyone even more puzzled. Who did it? Everyone was puzzled and could only look at the sky again. In the sky, Monk Shui was sent flying. He only stopped when he was thousands of miles away. Then, his face became extremely ugly. Although he was not injured by the previous attack, his entire arm was completely numb. Not only that, but the blood in his body was also churning rapidly. One could imagine how much shock that attack had caused him. "Who is it? Get out here!" Monk Shui roared angrily. He was about to go crazy. Thinking back, he was extremely arrogant and did not take anyone seriously. However, not long after, he was sent flying by someone. Moreover, he still did not know who his opponent was. So, he roared madly. However, he didn't notice anyone's figure. "What? You dare to attack but don't have the guts to stand out?" Monk Shui roared madly, "I'll let you know the consequences of offending me." Suddenly, the sword on the waist of a nearby cultivator trembled, and it swiftly floated up into the sky. It's you." Monk Shui's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared fixedly at that cultivator. On the other hand, that cultivator's face instantly turned pale from fright, and he shook his head madly. "No, it wasn't me, it has nothing to do with me." He was on the verge of tears because he was only an ordinary king who'd just entered the king realm. How could he possibly dare to attack Monk Shui? However, to his shock, his sword had actually left its sheath and floated up into the sky. He was utterly unable to explain this. So, for a time, the gazes of everyone converged onto him. Of course it wasn't him. "I'm just borrowing his sword." Meanwhile, another voice resounded. This voice resounded through the heavens and the earth, but no one noticed where it came from. Even the first prince and the third prince, as well as the experts under them, were frowning. Damn it! Who are you? Monk Shui had no choice but to stare at the sword in the sky and roar furiously. It was a very strange scene because only a sword floated in the sky. Who am I? Who do you think I am? Weren't you very arrogant earlier and wanted to fight me? What? It's you. As soon as these words were spoken, Monk Shui was shocked, and the others in the surroundings were shocked as well. Now, they finally knew who it was that had attacked. However, they hadn't expected that it would actually be Monk Shui. What? Could it really be that mysterious expert? That mysterious expert who defeated Dong Qianshan? Everyone was extremely shocked, and they carefully searched the surroundings. Within the pavilion, Dong Qianshan's face instantly turned gloomy. He quickly gritted his teeth and started to panic. Because he'd heard that voice again. Yes, it's him. It's definitely him. That damnable voice. I'll never forget it. Dong Qianshan had a savage expression on his face. He'd once swore that he would definitely kill Monk Shui during the martial competition and restore his reputation, but now, after hearing the other party's voice and seeing the sharp sword from before, he actually lost his courage and didn't dare to challenge the other party again. However, Shui Shang gritted his teeth and said, "You've already made your move. Hurry up and show yourself. This young master will show you what a true expert is." His voice was laced with killing intent. However, Lin Xian's voice rang out, "No need, that sword represents me. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you." To be honest, Lin Xian didn't want to make a move, but the other party dared to insult him. This was something that he couldn't tolerate. Therefore, he made his move. However, there was no need for him to fight someone like Blood Monk himself. All he needed to do was to control a long sword. What? What arrogant words! Everyone exclaimed when they heard Lin Xian's voice. On Princess Kaidai's side, Chiyu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party came. Princess Kaidai also nodded slightly. To be honest, the other party's strength had exceeded her imagination. To be able to send Monk Shui flying with a single strike, he was definitely an expert. The eyes of the martial artists beside her also flickered. To be honest, they were also very shocked. In the sky, Monk Shui was enraged when he heard this. Arrogant, he was too arrogant, using a long sword to fight him. Who did he think he was? He was the 9th-ranked expert under the 3rd prince. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Even Jiangnan Tian and Han Li wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. In the next moment, he coldly snorted, "Brat, I'll find you and tear you to pieces. Let's talk about it after you defeat that longsword in the sky." Lin Xian's voice rang out once again. Then, sword light flashed and the longsword in the sky blossomed with resplendent light. It was like a sun that illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, endless sword light covered the sky. Terrifying sword chi shook the void and quickly trembled. What? So powerful. Everyone's expression changed when they felt this aura. They originally thought that the other party was just being arrogant, but now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. Just this aura alone was enough to make their hearts tremble. It could be said that the other party had the strength to be so arrogant. In the next moment, the longsword trembled and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed forward. "You're courting death." Monk Shui also roared. The blood sea domain around him vibrated rapidly. Countless blood-red lights surrounded him and formed an extremely terrifying demonic beast. It was a demonic beast with a snake's head and a tiger's body. Its body was like a mountain and its blood chi was monstrous. A roar shook the void. In the next moment, this blood-red demonic beast quickly pounced forward. Boom, in an instant, it collided with that resplendent longsword. "Haha, die." Monk Shui laughed sinisterly. He had used an ultimate technique that was extremely terrifying. Even a 3-star king couldn't resist it. Not to mention a sword that was only half an earth rank. The others also exclaimed because no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. Monk Shui's aura was too powerful. He was like a peerless demonic king that emitted a terrifying aura. Puff, however, in the next moment, everyone was stunned because the mountain-like blood-red demonic beast was slashed apart by the sword. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. What kind of technique is this? How could he slash apart such a terrifying attack with one sword? Monk Shue's expression changed drastically. He shook his head frantically. Impossible. This is only a half-earth grade longsword. How could it slash apart my attack? He couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, he roared angrily. Damn it! That was because the longsword didn't disappear. Instead, it slashed towards him with an even more powerful force. Get lost. Monk Shui was furious. He raised his saber to meet the attack. The blood-red longsword surged and brought about a boundless sea of blood. It collided with the longsword and clashed with it. Rumble, the sound of the collision was ear-piercing. It was like a monstrous wave that slammed in all directions. The sky surged and a large black crack appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. This attack was simply too terrifying. Clang, in the next moment, the longsword in Monk Shue's hand cracked and broke in half. What? How is this possible? Monk Shue's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, he screamed in pain because the longsword had already slashed his body. Puff, the blood-red light soared into the sky. It was extremely hot. Monk Shui was sent flying. Defeated, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. The outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Monk Shui was defeated. He was completely defeated. He couldn't resist the longsword at all. No way. That person is so powerful? Yeah. He didn't even show his true body. He defeated Monk Shui with just a long sword. Everyone on Princess Katie's side was shocked. The person you found is not bad. Princess Kaidai revealed a rare smile. To be honest, I didn't know he was so powerful. Chiyu was also surprised. Her eyes were filled with shock. Indeed, when she met Lin Xian previously, he only displayed the strength of a 2-star king. However, from the looks of it, he wasn't even a 2-star king. Even a 3-star king was no match for him. In the surroundings, the experts under Princess Kaidai's command were silent. Previously, they were still complaining and mocking Lin Xian, thinking that he was just a figurehead. However, from the looks of it, they were completely wrong. Lin Xian defeated Blood Monk easily without using his real body and only controlling a long sword. They admitted that they were no match for him. On the third prince's side, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. The martial artists under the third prince's command all widened their eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Dong Qianshan's face was filled with fear. Luckily, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he would be the one dead now. Even the third prince's expression was solemn. To be honest, even he didn't expect Blood Monk to be defeated so thoroughly. Instantly, he snorted in displeasure. Humph. What is this trash Blood Monk doing? He's really embarrassing us. Fire Demon said coldly. Then, he looked at the third prince. I'll go. His methods are a little strange. I don't feel at ease if I send someone else. Alright, go ahead. You must take him down. The third prince's voice was solemn. However, he wasn't too worried. Fire Demon was the third strongest martial artist under his command. He was extremely powerful. In the past, all the experts under Princess Kaidai combined couldn't even defeat Fire Demon. Therefore, the third prince was very relieved to have him take action. However, he still snorted in his heart. He wanted to see who that mysterious martial artist was. How dare he be so arrogant? Moreover, he had already thought it through. After defeating Lin Xian, he would make Lin Xian submit. Otherwise, he would kill Lin Xian, because if he couldn't use such an expert, he wouldn't let anyone else have him. Thinking of this, a cold glint appeared in the third prince's eyes. On the other side, Fire Demon's body swayed and he appeared high up in the sky. His robe fluttered as he exuded a powerful aura. He was like the god of fire, mighty and extraordinary. What? Fire Demon. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that it would be Fire Demon's turn to make a move so soon. The Fire Demon was different from the Blood Monk. Previously, Monk Shui was only a martial artist ranked 9th. He could be considered an expert. However, in the eyes of the crowd, he was not that famous. However, the Fire Demon was different. He was a super expert and had a great reputation among the younger generation. There was almost no one who didn't know about the pair of fiery demon palms, thus, when they saw the Fire Demon attack, everyone was extremely shocked. Even Princess Kaidai's side is worried. This was because the #1 expert on their side had been defeated by the Fire Demon. Therefore, they knew the Fire Demon's strength very well. Oh no, the Fire Demon is attacking. I wonder if that mysterious person can block it. The group of martial artists were worried, but Princess Kaidai also frowned. She asked in a low voice, "What do you think? Can he defeat the Fire Demon?" "I don't know." Chi shook his head. "But from the looks of it, even if he can't win, he won't lose too badly." Hearing that, Princess Kaidai nodded slightly. For some reason, she became nervous. This was because she realized that whether she could enter the first echelon this time depended on a mysterious person who had yet to show himself. If it had happened before, she would not have cared. However, it was happening now. In the sky, the Fire Demon's aura was strong. He looked around and said coldly, "Kid, I advise you to come out and fight with your real body. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. My real body is here. Whether you can find it or not will depend on your ability." Lin Xian's voice sounded again. Facing the Fire Demon, his voice was still calm and fearless. "Humph. You don't know what's good for you." The Fire Demon sneered and then slapped his palm. Suddenly, a fiery red palm appeared in the sky like a glazed flame. Soon, it grabbed the treasure sword that was floating in the sky. Sizzle, clang, a terrifying heat was emitted like a wave of fire. In an instant, the half-Earth-grade treasure sword was burned into 2. What? That's terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. That was a half-Earth-grade treasure sword. Although it was not as good as an Earth-grade treasure weapon, it was still a sharp treasure sword. But now, it was actually broken by someone. This scene was simply too shocking. What a terrifying flame. In the crowd, the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation was shocked when he saw this scene. As a fire elemental cultivator, he naturally knew how difficult it was to break a half-Earth-grade treasure sword with just flames. However, the other party had done it so easily. In addition to the other party's strength, he had definitely mastered a very terrifying flame. Not only the Fire Cloud Nation's experts, but even Zhou Tian frowned. Damn it, this guy's flame is even more terrifying than my sky fire. It would be difficult for that guy to defeat him. On the other side, Fatty Luo rubbed his hands. Brother, I bet on you to win. You must hold on for me. On the side, the youth shook his head. Fatty Luo, you are too bold. You actually bet on someone I've never heard of. I dare to bet that you will definitely lose this time. In fact, that was what everyone thought. Almost everyone had bet on the Fire Demon. The Fire Demon was too powerful. No matter how strong the mysterious person was, he would not be able to defeat him. Hee, kid, your sword is already broken. Come out. The Fire Demon sneered, his expression extremely arrogant. In the crowd, Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He did not expect the other party's flame to be so terrifying that it could break a half-Earth-grade treasure sword so easily. Interesting. You are not bad. You are worth my time, Lin Xian said indifferently as he nodded. When this voice rang out, it caused an uproar among the crowd. Even the Fire Demon's expression darkened. Kid, you have successfully angered me. You better not let me find you. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. However, what answered him was a fierce attack. The broken sword blossomed with a resplendent light. Then, 2 shocking streaks of sword chi slashed forward. You are courting death. The Fire Demon was enraged and waved his palm. At the same time, a fiery red light overflowed into the sky, piercing through the void. As for those sword energies, they were simply too sharp. The sword chi crisscrossed and the light soared into the sky. The terrifying aura made everyone's heart tremble. With a slash of the sword, the fiery red palm images were all split apart. What kind of sword chi is this? It's too terrifying. This person must be a peerless swordsman, everyone was shocked. The first prince, third prince, Princess Kai-dai, and their subordinates all wore solemn expressions. This was because they discovered that the other party's strength was beyond their expectations. You're courting death. Break for me. The fire demon was furious because that sharp sword chi made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It even made him feel a sense of trepidation. He had only felt this feeling from Jiang Nantian and Hanli. But he didn't expect that a mysterious martial artist would be able to make him feel this way. He couldn't accept this feeling of unease made the fire demon furious. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and a resplendent light blossomed. Suddenly, a huge red palm stretched out like a cloud of fire, covering the sky and earth, completely enveloping all of the sword chi. His goal was very simple. He wanted to refine all of the sword chi. Boom, the fiery red palm fell, bringing with it a terrifying temperature. He, the fire demon, was famous for his pair of fire demon palms. His palms were fused with extremely terrifying flames. These flames were even more terrifying than the legendary blue sky flames. Thus, it could be said that there was nothing that could remain intact under his palm. He believed that the other party's sword chi was the same. At this moment, seeing the fire demon use the fire demon palms, everyone was shocked. The martial artists on the third prince's side also nodded continuously. Even some of the older generation figures in the villa were extremely shocked. Many of the older generation experts nodded one after another. They were very optimistic about this fire demon because with his talent and strength, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Boom, the terrifying fire demon palms stretched out, bringing with it endless heat waves, directly evaporating the lake below. Not only that, but several cracks were also blasted open in the void. The entire sky violently boiled like a huge boiler, roasting everyone until their faces turned pale. Some of the weaker ones were even directly sent flying by the aftermath of this palm. But fortunately, none of the people present were weak. After the initial cry of alarm, all of them quickly adjusted their defenses and retreated to a safe distance. In the next moment, they looked forward and cried out in alarm. Because in the sky, the two streaks of sword chi were rapidly trembling, emitting a resplendent light. Then, they turned into countless streaks of sword light that soared into the sky. That strong aura was too fierce. Even in this heatwave environment, everyone still felt a chill. Humph. Die. The fire demon snorted coldly as all the power in his body surged into his palm again. Suddenly, the fire demon palm released an incomparably bright light. In an instant, it enveloped all the sword lights. Boom. Boom, the terrifying sound of the collision rang out like a clap of thunder, resounding through the world. 10,000 swords chimed in unison, as if they wanted to destroy everything. But in the end, all of the sword chi was still enveloped by the flame demon palm. Not only that, but the entire void was distorted by the heat, and everyone's spiritual energy was evaporated. Ha 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 ha. Brat, your sword chi is gone. Hurry up and come out. Fire demon raised his head and laughed. As for the warriors under the third prince, they all cheered, great, the fire demon is so strong. That was natural. The fire demon was ranked third. Humph. That brat is still arrogant. He actually dared to look down on the fire demon. Now he knows how powerful I am. What mysterious expert. I think he's just SOSO. Humph, why isn't there any movement? I guess that brat is definitely scared out of his wits and doesn't dare to come out at all. The third prince's side laughed wildly, while the others were exclaiming. On Princess Katie's side, the atmosphere was solemn. Sure enough, he still lost. No choice. The fire demon is too strong. Several warriors shook their heads and sighed. Princess Katie's expression was also solemn. Are we really going to lose? She had already discovered that the mysterious expert's strength was even more terrifying than the number one expert on her side. But even so, she still could not defeat the fire demon. Was she really unable to enter the first tier? Ha 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 ha, Princess Kai-dai, don't look forward to it anymore. Do you have anyone else who wants to participate? If not, I'm going to challenge someone else. In the sky, the fire demon's expression was wild. He did not put Princess Katie's side in his eyes at all. The warriors under the third prince also laughed and said, "Fire demon, don't waste time. Our opponent is the first prince." "That's right." The third prince nodded. He only had one enemy, and that was the first prince. He did not put the others, including Princess Kaidai, in his eyes. "All right." The fire demon nodded and prepared to challenge the first prince. But at this moment, he frowned. On the third prince's side, the smile on his face instantly froze. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned. This was because a sharp sword light lit up in the sky, shaking the void as it slashed out from the terrifying fire demon's palm. In the sky, the sea of fire surged and waves of air rolled. A huge crack appeared, which was cut open by the sword chi. Not only that, but there were countless cracks in the crack. The entire sky seemed to have been cut into pieces. What? It rushed out. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The third prince's side was even more shocked. This was because a shocking sword light, like a bright divine rainbow, lit up the sky and slashed out from the fire demon's palm. Not only that, the sword light quickly slashed towards the fire demon. The fire demon's expression changed immediately. He did not expect that the opponent's sword chi was still there, and it was so sharp. Could it be that his fire demon's palm had lost its effect? Damn it, how is this possible? The fire demon's expression was very ugly, but now was not the time for him to think too much. This was because the sword chi was still slashing towards him. Clang! Clang! Clang, bang, even though the fire demon was extremely powerful, and his fire demon's palm was unparalleled in the world, he still could not fight back against the sword chi. His fire demon's palm was extremely red, and when it collided with the sword chi, there was a sonorous sound of vibration. The entire void trembled rapidly as if it was a painting that kept rolling. This scene stunned everyone. They had never imagined that the fire demon would actually fail. One should know that the fire demon's palm was extremely terrifying and could melt everything. But now, it could not shatter the bright sword chi. Buzz, suddenly, thousands of sword lights flashed in the sky and quickly merged to form a shocking azure dragon that roared in all directions. Finally, a dragon-shaped sword chi spiraled in the void and rushed forward. Oh no! The fire demon's expression changed drastically when he sensed the sword chi. This was because the dragon-shaped sword chi was so terrifying that it made him shudder. He knew that this sword chi could still pose a threat to him. Therefore, he did not hesitate and quickly retreated. The dragon-shaped sword chi was too terrifying. It was dazzling and carried a monstrous killing intent. It quickly descended and enveloped him. Get lost! Fire Fiend roared angrily. Immediately, a red domain appeared beside him and quickly formed a huge shield. At the same time, he waved his hands, and the Fire Fiend palms shot into the sky. The palms were bright red and had mysterious patterns on them. They emitted a monstrous aura and slammed into the dragon-shaped sword chi. In the next moment, a shocking explosion occurred, and the entire sky trembled. Endless waves of air surged, drowning everything. However, the dragon-shaped sword chi was too powerful. It directly blasted the Fire Fiend palms away and even cut through Fire Fiend's domain. It slashed Fire Fiend's body. Bang! Fire Fiend was sent flying and crashed into the ground, forming a terrifying crater. Barf! He struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. There was a deep sword mark on his body that had almost cut him in half. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They could not believe that Fire Fiend had been defeated and was seriously injured. Fire Fiend, he was ranked third among the third prince's subordinates. Dong Qianshan and Blood Monk could not compare to him at all. It could be said that he was a true powerhouse. But now, he had been defeated. He had been struck by the sword chi. Until now, they had not even seen the other party's figure. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The third prince's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had never thought that this would be the result. The first prince's eyes also flickered. That was because a mysterious powerhouse had appeared out of nowhere, and it was very disadvantageous to them. However, the first prince was happy to see the third prince's ferocious expression. On the other side, Princess Kaidai heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, this scene had indeed exceeded her expectations. She had never thought that the other party would be able to defeat Fire Fiend. That was a pleasant surprise. Ha 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 ha, brother, you're really strong. However, with your skills, it's a pity that you're under Kaidai. Are you interested in joining my side? Don't worry, I'll definitely give you the best treatment. The first prince said with a smile. Hearing this, Princess Kaidai's face sank. She had never thought that the crown prince would try to poach her in public. At the same time, she was extremely nervous because she could not guarantee whether the other party would agree or not. After all, the first prince's status and strength both surpassed hers. However, Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need for that. I'm not anyone's subordinate, and I won't go over to your side. The only reason I'm taking action this time is to make an exchange with someone else. Apart from that, I also want to see what the strongest fighting force in the younger generation of the Dashuan Empire is like. As he finished speaking, his voice was filled with boundless killing intent. It was extremely sharp, and it shook space to the point terrifying cracks appeared. Indeed, Lin Xian had no interest in the fights between the princes and princesses. The reason why he acted was only because he had made a deal with Qiyu. He helped Princess Kaidai, and Qiyu helped him enter the Pale Sect, that was all. But now, he had another idea, and that was to fight with the strongest of the younger generation in the Dashuan Empire. When the surrounding cultivators heard that, they were extremely shocked. Humph, you want to fight with the strongest prodigy in the Dashuan Empire? You're too arrogant. Kid, I'll take you down. Get out here and die. Angry roars sounded one after another, and most of them were from the third prince's subordinates. Naturally, they were the ones who had lost face after Fire Demon was defeated. Therefore, they gritted their teeth and wanted nothing more than to capture and kill Lin Xian on the spot. I'm just speaking the truth. If you're not convinced, feel free to attack. However, you have no chance of winning. Lin Xian spoke again. You're courting death. Shameless boasting. Immediately, a few cultivators rushed into the sky. Although they did not know where Lin Xian was, there were still a few sword lights floating in the sky. As long as they destroyed those sword lights, Lin Xian would naturally come out. However, they soon regretted their decision. That was because the sword chi in the sky had turned into a mountain and was pressing down on them. It was too terrifying. It was as heavy as a primordial demon mountain. In an instant, all the cultivators were sent flying. Bang! Bang, bang! Those few people came quickly, and they flew out even faster. But at this time, Lin Xian's voice sounded out again, trash don't come, let the strongest come out and fight. Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too arrogant, to actually challenge the strongest directly. Princess Katie's side was even more shocked. They never thought that this mysterious person was actually so powerful. However, Princess Kaidai revealed a smile, like a fresh flower blooming. She did not care about the other party's attitude, as long as the other party's strength was formidable and could defeat the third prince and eldest prince's subordinates. That way, he would have the qualifications to enter the first tier. This was something she had always dreamed of. Now, it was actually really going to be realized. But the third prince and eldest prince frowned. The other party's arrogant attitude made them very displeased. Especially the third prince, a hint of icy killing intent appeared in his eyes. The other party's actions were undoubtedly a slap to his face. What he had to do now was to kill the other party to relieve the hatred in his heart. However, in this situation, he would not make a move. He could only send the cultivators under him to fight. So, he looked to the side. There, a young man in white sat there with his eyes closed, as if he was meditating. He was too quiet and did not fit in with the surrounding environment. At this moment, the young man in white felt the third prince's gaze and immediately opened his eyes. His pair of starry eyes were incomparably deep, as if they were magical. In this situation, I can only ask you to make a move, the third prince said softly. The third prince's attitude was very humble, at least he did not treat the other party as a subordinate. Okay. The young man in white nodded, then slowly stood up. As he moved, a powerful aura was emitted from his body and spread out in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding powerhouses all changed. Although they were also powerhouses and were usually arrogant, in front of the young man in white, they were as obedient as cats. Because no one dared to behave atrociously in front of the young man in white. Not only were the cultivators on the third prince's side shocked, at this moment, everyone in the entire Misty Wave Mountain Villa held their breaths. Because they knew that Jiang Nantian was about to make a move. In the Dushuan Empire, there was no one who did not know Jiang Nantian. It was because he was too dazzling. At the age of 25, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of a 3-star king, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. Countless seniors were no match for him. He was like a dazzling star that everyone could only look up to. Jiang Nantian's figure fluttered like a bolt of white lightning as he arrived in the sky. But at that moment, another figure quickly flew over. Jiang Nantian frowned when he saw this figure. The others were shocked once more. Han Li. That's right, this figure was Han Li. He was a peerless genius on par with Jiang Nantian. However, Jiang Nantian was the #1 expert under the third prince, while Han Li was the #1 expert under the first prince. No one expected that even he would make a move now. Could it be that the mysterious person was truly so powerful? You want to make a move? Jiang Nantian asked with a frown. Of course. Didn't you hear? He's challenging the strongest genius. Of course he's talking about me. It was clear that Han Li was the strongest genius and Jiang Nantian wasn't. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm inferior to you? Jiang Nantian's voice was ice cold as he emitted a powerful aura. Of course you're inferior to me. Han Li sneered and his body also emitted a biting cold aura. The two auras collided in the air with a thunderous sound that shook the void. This kind of collision was too terrifying. Just the shockwaves alone sent many people flying. Everyone hurriedly retreated and looked at the sky nervously. Could it be that the two were going to fight ahead of time? Indeed, the two were extremely famous and their strength was comparable. It could be said that they were a pair of peerless geniuses. However, they had both won and lost in their battles. They hadn't truly shown who was more powerful. Thus, when they heard that Lin Xian was going to challenge the strongest person, both of them stepped forward to challenge him. But now it seemed that the two would likely fight ahead of time to determine the victor. Everyone was looking forward to it. But at that moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded out once more. No need to be so troublesome. You two can come one at a time. No one can escape. His voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable domineering aura. One at a time? No one can escape, do you think they're cabbages? They're peerless geniuses, everyone felt their scalps go numb. In the sky, Jiang Nantian and Han Li were also stunned. What an arrogant fellow. Jiang Nantian frowned. Han Li faced the sky and laughed, good, good, good. Brat, it's been a long time since you dared to speak to me like this. I want to see what skill you have. He snorted coldly and was about to attack. However, this time, Jiang Nantian stopped him. I came out first, so naturally, I should make the first move. Humph, you dare to stop me? Han Li was enraged and his aura suddenly erupted like a torrential flood, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. In an instant, all the sword rays in the sky exploded. Brat, get out here. This voice contained a biting cold killing intent, causing many people to bleed from their ears and tremble. Since you want to be the first to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, with a flash, he appeared in the sky. What? It has appeared. At that moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. Their expressions were filled with shock. They did not expect that the mysterious man would finally appear. Hee hee, brother, I knew you were here. Fatty Luo looked at the sky and grinned. What? It's really him. Zhou Tian, Han Kuan, Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran and the others looked at the figure in shock. They did not expect that the mysterious man was the young man they had met at the Fengyue brothel. Zhou Tian's heart beat wildly. He was extremely shocked. At that time, he had recklessly attacked the other party. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Fortunately, the other party did not kill her. Otherwise, she would have been dead. As for Jade Beauty and Bai Yuran, their faces were flushed and their eyes were filled with adoration. On the other side, Chiyu also heaved a sigh of relief. She slowly said, "Princess, it's him." "It's him?" Princess Kaidai looked at the figure in the sky with a shocked expression. To be honest, she was too shocked. She did not expect that Chiyu would help her find such a powerful martial artist who could even contend with Jiang Nantian and Han Li. The third prince, the eldest prince, and the surrounding experts all looked at the sky with grave expressions. At that moment, Lin Xian became the center of attention. Jiang Nantian and Han Li also stared at Lin Xian. Among them, Han Li coldly asked, "You are the mysterious man who attacked before?" "That's right, it's me." Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. "Humph, it seems that's all there is to it. Let me see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant." With that said, Han Li clenched his fist again and punched. This punch was extremely terrifying. It was as if a mountain was trembling in the air. It directly shattered the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Clang, Lin Xian also clenched his fist and punched out to meet Han Li's attack. Suddenly, the two fists collided with a heaven-shaking sound. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions. The two did not use any divine abilities. It was a pure contest of strength. This attack was evenly matched. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the mysterious youth would be able to contend against Han Li. Han Li was also surprised. Good. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Take another punch from me." With that said, he punched out again. At the side, Jiang Nantian saw this scene and shook his head with a sigh. He knew that once Han Li attacked, it was impossible for him to stop unless victory was decided. But he did not want to take advantage of Han Li's precarious situation and fight 2 against 1. His figure blurred and he came down again. Suddenly, only Han Li and Lin Xian were left in the sky. Lin Xian let out a long roar and his body flickered with light. Countless strands of sword chi burst out from his body and soared into the sky. At that moment, he was like a powerful sword god floating in the sky. Kill, he formed an incantation gesture with his hand and pushed it forward. Suddenly, a huge Qiong Qi appeared in the sky and roared as it charged forward. Boom, the two exchanged blows, shaking heaven and earth. It was as if two gods were fighting, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the Misty Wave Mountain Villa was an ancient ruin and had powerful defensive formations. Otherwise, it would have been razed to the ground. Han Li used a mid-grade earth-grade martial art, the Heavenly Wind Fist, with terrifying might. As for Lin Xian, he used the 9 heavens transformations. One demon beast after another flew out from his fingers to meet Han Li's attack. These were 2 types of ultimate arts. They were extremely terrifying and directly caused the entire void to explode. After several tens of exchanges, Han Li suddenly let out a long roar. "I originally thought you had some strength, but it seems you're only SOSO. Since that's the case, let's end this battle. Die." He sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless streaks of purple light soared into the sky and quickly covered it. Purple Devil Purgatory, seal all directions. A huge purple vortex appeared in the sky. Terrifying energy roared like a myriad of beasts, shocking everyone. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was surrounded by countless purple lights and sealed in a special space. The space was translucent, allowing everyone to clearly see what was happening inside. Countless streaks of purple energy roared like angry dragons and quickly blasted towards Lin Xian, wanting to blast him apart. Not good. This is the Purple Devil Purgatory, one of Han Li's consummate abilities. That's right. I heard that he used this Purple Devil Purgatory to kill many peerless geniuses. Even the older generation couldn't break it. It's over. I'm afraid that Lin Xian won't be able to break it either. The scene in the sky caused everyone's expression to change, especially Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others below. They looked anxious. Although they weren't cultivators of the Dashuan Empire, they had heard of the Purple Devil Purgatory. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this ability was. On the other side, Princess Kaidai, Chu Yu, and the others wore grave expressions. They didn't expect that Han Li would be able to use such a terrifying martial art so quickly. Jiang Nantian's eyes flickered. He had fought with Han Li many times and naturally knew how terrifying the Purple Devil Purgatory was. Apart from him, very few people could escape. I wonder if he can escape? Or will it end here? The Crown Prince and the others all laughed. Ha 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 ha, what mysterious expert. He has no chance of victory against Han Li, that's right. Although that brat's skills are decent, he can't contend against a top genius like Han Li. This battle is over. Many people sneered. They believed that Lin Xian had no hope of escaping. In the sky, the Purple Devil Purgatory. A translucent purple space floated in the air. Violent energy surged within it, and Lin Xian bore the brunt of it. However, Lin Xian didn't appear to be anxious. He appeared to be quite calm. In the next moment, his eyes focused and he coldly shouted. Then he clenched his hand and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a black devil sword quickly appeared. This sword was completely black and had demonic patterns on it. It emitted a mysterious and terrifying aura. 9 Hell Devil Sword. With a slash of the sword light soared into the sky. The entire demonic sword emitted an incomparably terrifying energy. Boom! In the next moment, the black sword radiance flashed and slashed violently on the purple demon purgatory. Immediately, a cracking sound was heard. The entire void began to tremble violently. Pong! In the next moment, an astonishing explosion was heard. The terrifying purple demon purgatory was actually split into two by the sword strike. Lin Xian, on the other hand, turned into a beam of light and dashed out at high speed. What? It was broken. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe this. The experts on the first prince's side opened their mouths wide and their minds went blank. That was the Purple Devil Purgatory, an extremely powerful secret technique that Han Li possessed. In the past, many genius martial artists, and even older generation figures, had fallen under this move. But now, it was actually split apart by a sword. Even Han Li's pupils abruptly contracted and he wore an expression of extreme shock. He refused to believe that his opponent would be able to breach his purple demon purgatory so easily. Damn it, how is this possible? How did he do it? However, the only answer he received was a shocking sword radiance. The Black 9 Darkness Devil Sword was like a black mountain. It was incomparably terrifying as it ruthlessly smashed towards Han Li. Pong! In the next moment, Han Li was forced back. What? He was forced back. Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe their eyes. The incomparably powerful Han Li had actually been forced back? This was truly too shocking. At this moment, everyone in the Misty Wave Mountain Manor was extremely shocked. Ah! Brat, I'm going to kill you. After being forced back by a single sword strike, Han Li was incomparably crazed. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent would be so powerful, so he had been careless and had been forced back. This was intolerable. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Han Li floated in the air and stopped his retreat. His purple robes quickly fluttered and he emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. That pair of ice-cold eyes had turned into a purple light. There were also mysterious talisman characters flickering around him. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, directly piercing through space. Those familiar with him knew that at this moment, Han Li was truly enraged. Many of the cultivators on the eldest prince's side felt their hearts wildly pound. It's over. It's been a long time since I've seen Han Li like this. The last time I saw him like this was during his battle with Jiang Nantian. That's right. When Han Li goes berserk, no one can stop him. Only Jiang Nantian could resist him. Apart from him, no one else had any chance of survival. When the eldest prince saw this, he let out a sigh. Previously, he had wanted Han Li to subdue him and take him in as a subordinate. But now, it seemed that this was impossible. This was because once Han Li went berserk, his opponent would definitely die. The spectating cultivators were also shocked. At this moment, Han Li was like a fiend god. They didn't dare to look directly at him. Bright Monarch Palm. In the sky, Han Li furiously roared and struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the sky boiled. A gigantic purple palm was formed rapidly. Like a tidal wave, it swept towards Lin Xian at high speed. Lin Xian's gaze was also resolute. He grasped the Nine Darkness Devil sword and swung it. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light rushed forward. The Nine Darkness Devil sword was incomparably mysterious. He too even guessed that this devil sword might have come from the terrifying underworld realm. It could be imagined that this devil sword was absolutely terrifying. Its grade wouldn't be lower than an Earth-grade treasure. Now that it was in Lin Xian's hands, it was incomparably powerful. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul possessed fearsome offensive power. Although he was only a 1-star king, his battle prowess wasn't inferior to any 3-star king. Thus, this sword strike was extremely powerful. Pung, the black sword light and the purple palm collided, creating a resounding clang. The entire sky boiled. What? He blocked it again. Seeing that the bright monarch palm was useless, Han Li's expression turned gloomy. He didn't think that his opponent would be so powerful. However, he furiously roared and decided to attack with all his strength. Bright monarch move. Han Li furiously roared and purple light brightly shined from his body. In an instant, countless mysterious talisman characters revolved around him. Mysterious illusory figures appeared on his body. They were incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, his body blurred and he quickly charged towards Lin Xian like a bolt of purple lightning. Lin Xian's expression didn't change as he waved the Nine Darkness Devil sword in his hand. The power of 4,000 swords. At this moment, he used the myriad sword art and brandished 4,000 swords. Suddenly, the wind and clouds above changed. 4 streaks of black lightning quickly formed. Each of the 4 streaks of lightning contained the power of 1,000 swords. It was incomparably terrifying. Rumble, the black thunderbolt was like a sword radiance, but it was also like a huge mountain. It quickly descended from the sky and shattered the entire void. In an instant, the sky became a black sea of lightning. The entire void was completely submerged, and Han Li bore the brunt of the endless sea of lightning. What? What a terrifying scene. When the crowd saw this, their expressions wildly changed. The reason for that was because they were able to clearly sense the berserk power brought forth by the lightning. It was simply too terrifying. When they encountered such power, they had no power to resist at all. Even Jiang Nantian wore a grave expression and his gaze wavered. Ah! Within the sea of lightning, Han Li roared towards the sky as his body flickered with purple light. However, his resistance was futile. This lightning was the result of the myriad sword art combined with the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was incomparably powerful. In an instant, the 4 purple demonic shadows he summoned were directly shattered by the sea of lightning. Not only that, but his body was also struck. When the black lightning struck his body, his chi and blood roiled and he couldn't stand steadily. However, as a peerless genius, he was powerful. He quickly summoned a purple armor to cover his body, resisting the black lightning that filled the sky. However, he was still blasted back continuously. Not only was he forced back, but his chi and blood roiled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This time, he suffered another loss in the exchange of blows. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, their expressions greatly changed. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. This was Han Li. He was the most dazzling genius of the Dashuan Empire's younger generation, but now, he was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Just how powerful was that youth called Lin Xian, they didn't dare to imagine. At this moment, even Princess Kai Dai, the first prince, the third prince, and the others had extremely grave expressions. Jiang Nantian stood up abruptly. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at the sky. He had fought with Han Li many times and was well aware of his opponent's strength. Even he wouldn't be able to injure him so easily. Han Li was trembling with anger. His opponent's strength had shocked him greatly, but he couldn't accept that he had been injured. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily again and performed a powerful divine ability martial art. Immovable Wisdom Monarch. Han Li continuously waved his hand, causing the purple light on his body to become even more dazzling. A purple silhouette formed behind him and emitted a mysterious power. Kill. In the next moment, he roared and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This time, he was truly enraged. He was determined to kill Lin Xian. 3 heads 6 arms. When Han Li arrived in front of Lin Xian, Han Li once more, the purple silhouette took a step forward, and fused with him. Instantly, 2 more heads and 4 more arms appeared on both sides of him. Han Li's body was extremely strange. With 3 heads and 6 arms, there were no blind spots at all. Furthermore, the 2 arms that were formed were holding sabers, swords, and spears. At this moment, Han Li's aura. Xianxia, Tianpeng, Dijiang, Xuyan, Ninein. They were all ancient divine beasts. Although it was only a manifestation of spiritual power, it was as strong as a real divine beast, and was extremely powerful. Peng! 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 The 2 forces collided in the air, erupting with resplendent light. The sky boiled as a vast amount of energy surged into the distance. After several tens of moves, Lin Xian suddenly pointed with his left hand. 3 void-shattering fingers quickly flew out in an extremely strange manner. Puff! Dong! The void-shattering fingers were traceless and capable of destroying everything. Now that Lin Xian was using it, it was even more unfathomable. 2 of the void-shattering fingers pierced through the 2 purple silhouettes at Han Li's side. As for the third, Han Li dodged it. But even so, it had achieved an extraordinary result. This was because it had broken through Han Li's immovable wisdom monarch. The 3 heads and 6 arms quickly disappeared. Han Li's face was pale. This was because his divine ability had been broken, and he had also suffered a certain amount of backlash. What? It was broken again? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to believe this. From the beginning of the battle until now, Han Li had been suppressed by his opponent. Every time he used a powerful divine ability, it was quickly broken through by his opponent. It was as if his opponent had a natural advantage over him. They knew that if this happened once, it could be due to luck. But if it happened multiple times, it couldn't be explained by luck. This meant that his opponent was incomparably powerful. It was even possible that his battle prowess surpassed Han Li's. With that thought, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, Lin Xian coldly said, "You've already lost. Let's switch." Everyone fell silent. Indeed, Han Li had been sent flying 3 times. This meant that his opponent was extremely powerful. However, they were unable to accept this reality. As for Han Li, he couldn't accept it. He angrily roared, "Don't be so arrogant. I was careless and didn't use my king's domain. Brat, my true techniques are all in my king's domain. Now, I will kill you with my own hands." With that said, he angrily roared. His eyes blossomed with incomparably resplendent light. They were like 2 streaks of light that tore through the sky. "Behold my king's domain, death's door." Along with this voice, purple light quickly flashed from Han Li's body. A purple domain instantly enveloped him. Within the purple domain, purple chi roiled. It was incomparably mysterious. A 10-meter-tall purple gate appeared out of thin air. It floated in the air. The gate was engraved with mysterious veined patterns that emitted an ancient aura. Death's door. When everyone saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the 3rd prince, the eldest prince, and Princess Kai Dai, they suddenly stood up. Their expressions were filled with shock. That's right, Han Li's king's domain was the death's door. However, he was normally very powerful and rarely used his king's domain in battle. As a result, they rarely saw it. They didn't expect that they would see it in battle today. The Death's Door was one of the most powerful king's domains in the Dashuan Empire. Princess Kaidai's expression was grave. She knew that things were troublesome because she was well aware of how terrifying the Death's Door was. The Death's Door was created by a cultivation art. It was extremely famous in the Dashuan Empire. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. In the past several thousand years, only 3 or 4 people had successfully cultivated it. Han Li was one of them. On the other side, the 3rd prince frowned. His subordinate, Jiang Nantian, was extremely powerful. However, he was unable to completely defeat Han Li because of the Death's Door. The eldest prince smiled, since he used the Death's Door, that brat will definitely not win. The Gate of Death was extremely terrifying. It was said that when the gate opened, no one would be able to survive. No one knew what was behind the gate of death. However, some said that it could be connected to the underworld or hell. Regardless, there was no doubt that the gate of death was extremely frightening. Hanli stood near the gate of death with an indifferent expression. "Brat, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use this move. However, since you've angered me, you won't be able to survive. Now, go to hell." With that said, he waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Death Soundwave. Following Hanli's voice, the purple gate of death blossomed with light. Purple devilish patterns appeared on its surface. The purple demonic runes vibrated rapidly, forming waves of death waves that spread out rapidly. These sound waves were too terrifying. They were tangible and specialized in damaging one's soul. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. There were a few unlucky ones in the crowd that were swept by the sound waves and fell to the ground. They weren't injured, but their auras had been completely extinguished. How terrifying. When the others saw this, they all retreated in fear. Fortunately, the majority of the sound waves were madly sweeping towards Lin Xian. Damn, this is a soul attack. That brat Lin definitely won't be able to withstand it. Of course. That brat's battle prowess is already so great. His soul power can't possibly be that outstanding. After all, a person's energy is limited. He can't take on everything. It seems he's finished this time. That's right. I didn't expect Hanli to be so powerful. His gate of death released a wave of death that specialized in destroying souls. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can withstand such an attack. As the crowd discussed this, they nervously looked towards the sky. In the sky, Lin Xian wore a grave expression. Ever since he had come out of the gate of death, he had felt his hair stand on end. Hanli's king's domain was truly too strange. He had never seen it before. However, he possessed the great dragon sword soul. Even in this strange domain, he didn't fear it. Thus, when he saw the other party unleashing the death soundwave that specialized in destroying souls, he immediately harumphed coldly. Others might not have so much energy to cultivate both combat strength and soul force at the same time, but he was different. Previously, after cultivating the sky spill visualization diagram, his soul power had become extremely strong. He was definitely not inferior to a 3-star king. Moreover, the great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint spell between heaven and earth that could destroy everything. This kind of strength was not only reflected in battle, but also in soul force. It was even enough to destroy those illusory things. Therefore, although this death sound wave was terrifying, and to the majority of martial artists, it was a short-kill divine ability ultimate skill. However, it had no effect on him. Dragon King roar. In the next moment, Lin Xian let out a cold shout. His soul force combined with the great dragon sword soul and quickly released a sound wave attack. Roar. This sound wave was extremely terrifying. The Buddha true dragon roared, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. Boom, the Dragon King's roar collided with the death sound wave, producing a violent collision sound. It was as if swords and sabers had clashed against each other, causing countless black cracks to appear in the void. Explode. 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 The sky exploded with a bang, and flickering black holes appeared one after another. Fortunately, they were fighting in the sky. Otherwise, the entire Misty Wave Mountain Manor would have been impacted even with the defensive formation. What? He blocked it. This is impossible. Hanli's expression greatly changed. He didn't dare to imagine that his opponent was actually able to block his death sound wave. One had to know that his death sound wave wasn't an ordinary sound wave. Ordinary sound waves only caused damage to the body. However, his death sound wave not only caused damage to the body, but it also attacked one's soul power. This kind of combined damage was the most terrifying. Ordinary martial artists were completely unable to defend against it. Only if they had a treasure of the soul would they be spared. Jiang Nantian had such a treasure in his hands, which was why he was able to fight him to a draw. As for the others, none of them were a match for him. But now, his opponent had also used a sound wave martial art to block his death sound wave. This greatly surprised him. The others were even more shocked and didn't dare to believe it. they originally thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. No one could resist this sound wave. However, the current situation was beyond their expectations. The other party used a roar to directly block the death sound wave. That terrifying sound even caused their auras to surge and their bodies to nearly split apart. Damn it, what kind of martial art is this? It's actually so terrifying? No way, how can his soul power be so strong? F***ck. Where did this kid appear from? Why is he like a freak? Isn't this combat strength too terrifying? Exclamations sounded one after another. As for Princess Kaidai, Chu Yu, Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that Lin Xian was fine was undoubtedly the best news for them. Buzz buzz, the two sound waves collided and finally disappeared at the same time. The crack in the sky also quickly healed. However, Han Li's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had vowed that his opponent was dead for sure. But now, his opponent actually broke through his death sound wave. This was intolerable. Since you're done attacking, it's my turn to attack, Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain suddenly appeared beside him. Myriad sword art, myriad sword heavenly attraction. Lin Xian once again used the myriad sword art. The dragon sword domain trembled, and countless sword chi quickly surged like sword spirits. Then, it soared into the sky. Suddenly, multicolored light filled the sky, and sword chi crisscrossed. The entire sky was completely filled with ruthless sword light. These sword chi were incomparably fast, and all of them blasted on the door of death, erupting into a shocking explosion. Pung pung, this attack was incomparably powerful, and it immediately caused the purple door of death to tremble. Even the light above it became dim. Damn it! Seeing that his door of death was damaged, Han Li's face also turned pale. He roared crazily, and his palms quickly changed seals. Door of death, death ray. Buzz. Ka. Suddenly, the purple door of death shone again. After that, the tightly shut door slowly opened, emitting kacha sounds. An incomparably terrifying aura was emitted from the crack in the door. That aura was too terrifying, and it made people feel despair. The death sound wave previously was only emitted from the door, and the door did not open. And now, the purple door of death had opened. What kind of terrifying energy would it display? No one dared to imagine. Death ray. Along with Han Li's voice, a purple ray of light quickly condensed in the crack of the door and blasted forward. Boom, a purple ray of light instantly tore through the sky like a furious dragon. Wherever it passed, the sky was quickly shattered. What? Everyone felt their scalps go numb and their expressions were filled with horror. This attack was far too terrifying. It was capable of instantly killing any 3-star monarch. They didn't expect the death ray to possess such terrifying power. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Abruptly, the purple death ray was extremely sharp and quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a low shout and activated the dragon sword domain. The dragon sword domain immediately trembled and countless strands of sword chi quickly condensed, forming 2 wings that quickly enveloped Lin Xian. The 2 wings were completely condensed from sword chi, and when they closed, they covered the sky and protected Lin Xian. Boom, in the next moment, the death ray collided with the sword chi wings and violently clashed. Clouds and mist surged and waves of chi surged. It was as if 2 mountains had collided in the sky, creating a deafening sound. The death ray was extremely terrifying and could kill a 3-star monarch. However, when it collided with the sword chi wings, it lost its effect. Although the entire space shook violently, the death ray wasn't able to break through the 2 azure wings. What? How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, Han Li widened his eyes in disbelief. That was the death ray that he was extremely proud of. It could kill any 3-star monarch. But now, it was unable to break through his opponent's defenses. This was simply too unbelievable. Crack, the gigantic wings of sword chi flapped and slowly opened up, revealing the situation inside. Lin Xian's clothes fluttered in the wind and his expression was calm. He hadn't suffered any injuries. In the next moment, his gaze focused and his body released an extremely terrifying aura. Then, he soared into the sky with the dragon sword domain and charged forward. What? Han Li's pupils contracted and a sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, he still summoned up his courage and roared, "Doors of death, completely open." As his voice fell, the spiritual energy in his body burned fiercely, and a terrifying energy ran through his body. Because with his current cultivation and strength, he was still unable to completely open the door of death. However, at this moment, he was burning his spiritual energy to stimulate his body's potential. He wanted to open the door of death ahead of time to kill his opponent. The gate of death was incomparably terrifying. It was his strongest move. At this moment, he was willing to use all of his strength to open the gate of death. Ka ka ka, boom, two deep sounds rang out, and the door of death slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black darkness. No one knew where the door led to, but the energy emitted from it was too terrifying. Even those of the older generation had expressions of despair on their faces. Die. Han Li burned every inch of power within his body, and his entire body erupted with dazzling light. The gates of death were fully opened, emitting a terrifying suction force that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Then, the devouring power pulled Lin Xian into the door of death. Whoosh, Lin Xian's figure entered the door of death and disappeared. The entire sky regained its clarity once again. It was quiet, without a trace of sound. What's going on? What happened? Everyone's eyes widened. That Lin Xian was sucked into the door of death? He really went in? This is the first time I've seen such a strange situation. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. Even Princess Kai Dai, the third prince, and the others frowned. Han Li faced the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, brat, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to come out after entering the door of death. From today onwards, you can go to hell for me." His voice was filled with arrogance and pride. In his opinion, Lin Xian was an extremely powerful enemy. But so what if he was powerful? Wasn't he still killed by him? What? Entering the door of death is the same as entering hell. That brat won't be able to come back? Rumor has it that the door of death is connected to an incomparably mysterious world. Now it seems that it is true. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. They knew that the battle was over. Lin Xian had entered the door of death and wouldn't be able to come out. Seeing this scene, Han Kuan, the Fire Cloud Nation youth, and the other martial artists all sighed. As for Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others, their faces were pale. Princess Kai Dai also sighed, and her eyes seemed to have lost their luster. She was indeed quite sad because Lin Xian's strength could have pushed her to the first tier. But now that he had entered the incomparably mysterious door of death, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to come out in this lifetime. At the side, Jiang Nanshan's expression was solemn as he whispered to himself, "Is it over?" He's still lost. It seems that the door of death is indeed incomparably strange. In the sky, Han Li laughed wildly once again. Then he swept his gaze and stared at Jiang Nantian as he coldly shouted. "Jiang Nantian, come up. I'm going to finish you off together." This voice was filled with endless domineering aura. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. What? He still wants to fight? This Han Li is too powerful. He just fought the powerful Lin Xian, and now he wants to fight Jiang Nantian? When Jiang Nantian heard this, he slightly shook his head. "No, you just finished a great battle and must have consumed a lot of energy. Why don't we wait for you to recover before we fight?" He decisively refused. In the sky, Han Li tightly frowned. Because he had previously completely opened the door of death, he had burned a lot of spiritual power, so he wanted to take advantage of this power to quickly finish off Jiang Nantian. But he didn't expect that Jiang Nantian wouldn't be fooled and wouldn't fight him. This caused him to feel anxious. Because when the power he activated disappeared, he feared that he would enter a period of weakness for a period of time. When that time came, he would be no match for Jiang Nantian. Humph. What? You don't dare to fight? Could it be that you're afraid? Han Li sneered. It doesn't matter. As long as you say that you've lost to me, I won't fight you. However, Jiang Nantian still slightly shook his head. I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to take advantage of you. Let's fight later. As an expert, he naturally saw Han Li's current state at a glance. If he went up to fight Han Li now, he would undoubtedly be courting death. He wasn't that foolish. Han Li coldly laughed, "It's not up to you now." With that said, his figure blurred and he quickly charged towards Jiang Nantian. Regardless of whether Jiang Nantian was willing or not, he was going to suck him into the door of death. Regardless of whether Jiang Nantian was willing or not, he was going to suck him into the door of death. That way, no one would be his match. Everyone was shocked by this scene and couldn't understand. However, they soon came to a realization. They discovered that the door of death in the sky was slowly closing. The terrifying aura was also gradually weakening. It seemed that Han Li had activated the energy and the time was up. Han Li naturally knew this, so he couldn't help but speed up. But in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because the gate of death behind them had stopped halfway through its closing. There was a large patch of pitch-black darkness in the crack of the door. But in the boundless darkness, a deep sound could be heard. Boom, 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 the sound was very deep, as if someone was beating a drum. What is that sound? Where is it coming from? Could it be that someone is still fighting? Everyone was puzzled. When Han Li looked behind him, his expression greatly changed. Not good. His expression became extremely unsightly because he discovered that the sound was coming from the door of death. But why was there movement coming from the door of death? This kind of abnormal change had never happened before. Could it be that brat? Han Li was bewildered, but apart from this, he had no other explanation. Furthermore, the others seemed to have discovered this scene and began to make guesses. Could it be Lin Xian's movement? It can't be. Didn't they say that the door of death was connected to the netherworld? Once one entered, they would be forever suppressed in hell? How could it come out? But only Lin Xian entered the door of death. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? For a moment, everyone was discussing spiritedly as they carefully looked at the sky. Han Li's gaze was gloomy as he coldly snorted and once again released a terrifying attack, adding it to the door of death and sealing it. Humph, no matter who you are, you won't be able to break through my door of death. Once you enter, you'll stay there forever. He quickly formed hand seals and formed a powerful seal on the door of death that emitted a resplendent light. However, the sound of the collision became more and more intense. At first, it sounded like a drum, but now it sounded like thunder exploding in the sky, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. Boom, pong, crack crack, finally, the sound became more and more intense, and finally, a black crack appeared in the sky. Pong, the seal on the gate of death instantly shattered. A huge black hole formed above the death's gate. Then, a figure flew out quickly. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. What? Did that kid really come out? How is this possible? He actually managed to come out of the door of death? Heavens! Is he still human? Everyone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe it. The figure in the sky was Lin Xian. He and his powerful strength had broken through the energy of the door of death and returned to reality. At this moment, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared beneath his feet. Sword chi flickered on his body. The demonic sword in his hand bloomed with a strange light, and his entire person became extremely sharp. What? It's you. How is that possible? How did you break through my door of death? When Han Li saw him, his expression greatly changed and his heart was greatly shaken. To tell the truth, he was truly shocked. This was because no one had ever been able to escape from his door of death. Furthermore, he believed that no one had ever been able to escape, but now, someone had truly come out. He didn't dare to believe this scene. In the sky, Lin Xian's gaze was cold. The door of death is truly not bad. It's the most powerful domain I've ever seen. However, it's still unable to trap me. Now, the battle is over. With that said, his body blurred and he held the 9 underworld devil sword in his hand. He turned into a streak of resplendent dragon-shaped sword chi and quickly attacked Han Li. This sword strike was truly terrifying. The sword light was like a sea, instantly illuminating the entire sky. He was like a huge dragon as he rampaged through the sky. His aura was tyrannical to the extreme. When he felt this aura, Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. He didn't hesitate and recalled the door of death to defend himself. Suddenly, a mysterious purple gate appeared in front of him, emitting a strange aura. It was as if it was connected to hell. Boom, in the next moment, the two collided. Light erupted and heaven and earth trembled. The door of death was directly shattered and disappeared into thin air. As for Han Li, he was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown how many of his bones had been broken. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stupefied. They didn't expect that the previously incomparably powerful Han Li would actually be defeated. Plop, Han Li's body fiercely fell to the ground and fainted. The surrounding people all sank into deep shock and were speechless. After a long time, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. The most dazzling of the Dashuan Empire's younger generation, Han Li, had actually been defeated. And Lin Xian's valiance caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. This battle wasn't a matter of luck, but a true battle of strength. Han Li's strength was very strong and could suppress the younger generation, but Lin Xian's strength was even stronger. Even Han Li wasn't his match. Ha 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 ha. As expected, he won. I've struck it rich this time. Fatty Luo clapped his hands. He had bet on Lin Xian's victory and would definitely make a fortune. At the side, the gambling youth widened his eyes in disbelief. Damn, this is a truly ferocious person. Fatty Luo, where did you find such a person? His eyes shined as if he had seen a rare treasure. He won, he really won. Han Kuan, the youth from the Fire Cloud Nation, Jade Beauty, Bai Yuran, and the others all widened their eyes in disbelief. On the other side, Princess Kai Dai let out a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her exquisite face. Qi was also extremely shocked, and then he frowned. Who knew what kind of storm such a person would cause if he entered the Pill sect? On the other side, the eldest prince's expression was malevolent. He didn't expect that his strongest subordinate, Han Li, would be defeated. He couldn't accept this. Damn it, how is this possible? Who is he? How could he defeat Han Li? The eldest prince raised his head and looked at the sky, a cold light blossoming from his eyes. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ignored the first prince and looked in another direction. Jiangnan Tian, it's your turn. What? He still wants to fight? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would face Jiangnan Tian so quickly. Immediately, everyone became excited again because they wanted to know if Lin Xian could defeat Jiangnan Tian again. Jiangnan Tian also took a deep breath, and his expression was extremely grave. It was clear that the previous battle had left him extremely shaken. Not only that, but he also discovered that he couldn't block the last move. When he heard his opponent's voice, his expression became even more grave, but in the end, he sighed. After saying this, his entire body seemed to have lost its luster. As a peerless genius, he had his own pride. But now, he discovered that he couldn't defeat his opponent. Even if he attacked, he would suffer the same fate as Han Li. He would be seriously injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Rather than that, he might as well admit defeat. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to believe it. They didn't expect that Jiangnan Tian would directly admit defeat. This was even more shocking than Han Li's defeat. One had to know that Jiangnan Tian was a peerless genius. Such a person definitely had a stronger self-esteem than ordinary people. But now, his opponent actually admitted defeat. This meant that he had absolutely no confidence in front of Lin Shui. Perhaps not even the slightest bit. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. Thinking of this, everyone was extremely shocked. Just how strong was Lin Xian? He directly made a genius of the Dashuan Empire admit defeat. This was definitely something that only happened once in 1,000 years. Alright, since it's like this, I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he restrained his aura and quickly floated down. Since the opponent admitted defeat, there was no need for him to fight with him. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal this time. Presumably, Qi would be able to recommend him to enter the Pill sect. Lin Xian didn't go to Princess Kai Dai. Instead, he found a quiet place and sat cross-legged. Next, the competition continued. The martial artists under the various princesses and princes sparred. However, there was no match that was as exciting as Lin Xian and Han Li's dishes. Finally, all the battles ended. Princess Kaidai got her wish and entered the first echelon. Although the martial arts assembly had ended and the princesses and princes had left, the martial artists didn't leave. Because there was still a grand banquet waiting for them. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a beautiful maid quickly came in front of him and respectfully said, "Young master, my princess invites you." N. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He naturally knew that this was someone sent by Princess Kaidai. Therefore, he didn't decline and directly followed the other party. In a hall of the Misty Wave Villa, Princess Kaidai, Chu Yu, and their subordinates were all gathered together. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, especially Princess Kaidai, who had a smile hanging on her beautiful face. Soon, they saw the beautiful maidservant bringing Lin Xian in. Immediately, everyone stood up. His subordinates were all nervous. After all, Lin Xian was an even more terrifying genius than Han Li. Being together with such a genius, they couldn't help but feel nervous and restrained. Princess Kaidai smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, please sit." "All right." Lin Xian nodded, then sat down boldly. This time, Kaidai was able to enter the first group. "Many thanks to young Master Lin's help." "It's nothing. I merely made an exchange with Fairy Chuyu. It's only natural for me to act," Lin Xian said indifferently. He then glanced at Chuyu and said, "Since I've already done it, I hope you won't forget your promise." "Don't worry, I can definitely let you enter the Pill sect. However, it's hard to say what kind of identity you'll have. But with your strength, you should be able to quickly climb up," Chuyu said. At that moment, Princess Kaidai asked, "Why does young Master Lin want to join the Pill sect? Why not join my Dashuan Empire? The Rainbow Disc will definitely treat you with the highest respect." In truth, the Dashuan Empire and the Pill sect were equal in strength. This was why she was so confident in keeping Lin Xian. "Many thanks for Princess's good intentions, but I've already decided to join the Pill sect." Lin Xian shook his head and refused. In truth, if it weren't for King Pillfeather's wish, Lin Xian wouldn't have joined the Pill sect. He would have joined a holy land. Thus, he wouldn't join the Dashuan Empire. Seeing Lin Xian refuse so decisively, Princess Kaidai was disappointed. However, she said, "Men, bring out the gift I've prepared." Very quickly, a warrior in black armor walked over with a wooden box. The wooden box was a foot tall and had exquisite carvings on it. It was obvious that it was made of high-quality wood. "What is this?" Everyone was puzzled. Even Lin Xian was curious. Princess Kaidai smiled and said, "Open it." When she said that, her eyes shone brightly. Clearly, she was very confident in her gift. When the black-armored martial artist heard the order, he immediately opened the square box. There was a Buddha statue inside. The carvings were vivid and lifelike. However, there were 3 sword scars on the statue. "This is?" Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He wasn't unfamiliar with this gift. He'd seen it before in the Tianwu continent. However, compared to the sword scars now, they paled in comparison. The sword scars on the Buddha statue must have been left by a peerless swordsman. That was because the remnant aura made his heart palpitate. Moreover, not only was the aura sharp, the sword scars seemed to contain a very mysterious energy. At this time, Princess Kaidai said, "I paid a great price to collect this Buddha statue. The 3 sword scars on it are very mysterious and ever-changing. If you can understand it, it'll be a great fortune for a swordsman. I've been reluctant to take it out before. Today, I'll give it to young Master Lin." Hearing that, the surrounding warriors sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with envy. They weren't weak. Naturally, they could feel the mysterious energy contained in the sword scars. It could be said that this was a priceless treasure. However, they could only envy. There was nothing else they could do. Because they couldn't get such a treasure. Perhaps if it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to get it either. Perhaps only Lin Xian could make Princess Kaidai give such a treasure. As for Lin Xian, he took a deep breath. The reason for that was because those 3 sword scars were extremely useful to him. So in the next moment, he quickly nodded. In that case, I won't be polite. However, I still won't stay here. But, I can help you one more time. No matter what, no matter who the enemy is, I can help you once. But there's only one chance. I hope you'll take it seriously. Really? Hearing that, Princess Kaidai was excited. Thank you, young Master Lin. To be honest, she was very disappointed. Because even after giving away the Buddha statue, she didn't keep Lin Xian. No matter what kind of enemy she faced, Lin Xian would help her at least once. This was a very precious condition. One had to know that Lin Xian was already very strong, and from the looks of it, he was only in his 20s. His future achievements could be said to be limitless. With such a person agreeing to help her, no matter how big of a problem she encountered in the future, he would be able to solve it. Then Kaidai would like to thank young Master Lin. You're welcome. Lin Xian nodded, then put away the Buddha statue. Then, he turned to look at Chiyu. Chiyu naturally knew what he meant, so she said, I might stay here for a few more days. If you have nothing else to do, you can stay here for a few days too. Once we're done here, I'll take you to the Pill sect. Alright, in that case, I won't disturb you. Lin Xian stood up. Xiao Shui, take young Master Lin to the courtyard to rest. The beautiful servant girl from before led Lin Xian away again. In the next few days, Lin Xian stayed in Yanba Mountain Villa. However, he did not attend any banquets. Instead, he went into seclusion to study the 3 sword scars on the Buddha statue. The 3 sword scars were indeed very profound, containing the supreme sword Tao. Even Lin Xian could not fully comprehend them in such a short time. However, with every bit he comprehended, his understanding of the sword Tao deepened greatly. Combined with his past battle experience, he created 3 sword moves based on the 3 sword scars. The first move, Azure Dragon Break, this was a very powerful move. The second move, Underworld Waning Moon Break. This move not only incorporated the power of the sword scars, but also the characteristics of Death's Door. To be more precise, Death's Door had inspired him to use this move. This was because he had been sucked into a very special space by Death's Door. If not for his great dragon sword soul, he would not have been able to return at all. Therefore, he had a lot of understanding of this move. Therefore, the second move used powerful sword energy to shatter the stars and send the enemy into an unknown space for exile. The third move, Mirror Still Water. This was a defensive sword technique that could increase the defense of the dragon sword domain. These 3 moves were created by Lin Xian by combining his own strength and the comprehension of the 3 sword scars. They were very suitable. Its power was also extraordinary, and it was definitely not inferior to an earth-tier martial skill. When he created these 3 moves, the banquet in the Yanba Mountain Villa also ended. Because 5 days had passed, the banquet in Chang'an would eventually come to an end. And on this day, Jiu finally came to find him. Let's go. Alright. Lin Xian did not hesitate in the slightest and directly left Misty Wave Mountain Villa with Chiyu. Sky Martial Continent, War God Palace. At this moment, the Lin family had already integrated into the Palace of Gods of War and started their new lives. As for the Palace of Gods of Ares, other than operating normally, it would also pay attention to the situation in Wanling Valley because that was where Lin Zhan was in seclusion. On this day, the myriad Spirit Valley suddenly shone with incomparable light, like a rainbow shining in the sky. This scene startled everyone in the Palace of Ares. Countless elders rushed over and were very shocked. Could it be that the palace master had come out of seclusion? As expected, the myriad Spirit Valley slowly opened, and a crack appeared on the defensive array outside. Then, 2 figures walked out from inside. The person in front was a middle-aged man. He walked with majestic steps, and his gaze was dignified with a righteous aura. He was Lin Zhan, and beside him was a dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman. She was Lin Zhan's wife and also Lin Xian's mother. Their appearance caused a commotion in the Palace of Gods of War. Not only that, but old Master Lin and the others also rushed over excitedly. Soon, the group was reunited. However, Lin Zhan would not stay for long this time. He quickly arranged a few backup plans and was about to leave the Sky Martial continent. Two of the most important things were that he had raised Old Master Lin and Second Uncle Lin's cultivation. It allowed them to enter the half-step king realm directly. Moreover, he had left behind a large number of natural treasures to ensure that they could become true kings. Other than that, he had also left behind a clone. He had spent a lot of effort in refining this clone. It was a lot stronger than his previous clone. Its strength was about the same as the heavenly netherbird. With this clone's protection, no one would be able to touch the Lin family. After doing all this, Lin Zhan brought his wife and left the Sky Martial continent. With a wave of his hand, a jet-black spirit boat appeared. Then, the two of them boarded the spirit boat and turned into a black bolt of lightning as they charged into the endless sea. The alchemy sect was a sect that focused on alchemists. Its status could be said to be one of the top sects besides the Clan of the Ancients and the Peerless Sacred Grounds. Its location was not in the Dashuan Empire, but it was not far away. Of course, it was not far away. Even for kings like Lin Xian and Chuyu, it still took them a total of 7 days to fly. Along the way, Lin Xian looked around at the scenery of the mountains and was shocked. As expected of the eastern wilderness, a true great world. The mountains and rivers here were very magnificent. The mountains were majestic and connected together as if countless huge dragons were lying on the ground. The river surged and the water surged, producing thunderous sounds. The spiritual qi here was even denser than in the Sky Martial continent. Of course, not only was the spiritual qi abundant, but there were also many dangers. During this period, Lin Xian had seen more than one king demonic beast. There was even one time that he felt a great pressure. It was an unknown demonic beast. It was very huge. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky like a dark cloud. It had a terrifying and overwhelming aura. Luckily, Lin Xian and Chuyu were not ordinary people. The two of them hid their auras and hid in the cave below. That was how they managed to escape. According to Chuyu, this was a very terrifying king demonic beast. If one met it head-on, there was no chance of survival. Of course, this was not the strongest king demonic beast. It was said that some of the peerless king demonic beasts were very terrifying. They could destroy a country with a raise of their hand. That was terrifying. Of course, that kind of terrifying existence usually did not come out. Moreover, on the human side, there were the great sage lands and the Clan of the Ancients. They would not allow that kind of demonic beast to harm the human world. 7 days later, Chuyu and Lin Xian arrived near a mountain range. If we continue forward, we will reach the alchemy sect. Chuyu looked at the majestic mountain range and said with a smile. Wait in the city at the foot of the mountain. I will go back and arrange for you to enter the sect. However, let me say this first. With my strength, I can only allow you to enter as an ordinary disciple. I can't allow you to enter any higher. Ordinary disciples? Lin Xian's gaze flickered. That's enough. As long as he could enter the Pill sect, Lin Xian would be satisfied. After all, he had come with a mission. He didn't know much about King Pillfeather, nor did he know much about the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. The 10,000 Beast Cauldron had only been obtained after King Pillfeather had left the Pill sect. So what had happened to King Pillfeather in the Pill sect? Why had he been killed on the Martial Heaven continent? Lin Xian would have to find out all of this himself. Ji flew directly toward the Pill sect. As for Lin Xian, he went to a city near the center of the Pill sect to wait. Lin Xian transformed into a streak of sword light that shot through the air. However, he was extremely shocked inside. There were hundreds of cities near the Pill sect. They were densely packed together. It was like a small country. And this was just the outer region of the Pill sect. In the depths of the mountain range, there were palaces and waterfalls. It was a celestial scene. Lin Xian withdrew his aura and quickly landed in a nearby city. He found an inn to rest in. The next day, he received a letter from Chuyu. The matter had already been settled. Chuyu had given him 2 choices. The first was to join the Pill sect as a cultivator and be responsible for the sect's safety. His starting position was decent, but his final position wouldn't be too high. The second choice was to join the sect as an alchemist. However, this choice required Lin Xian to undergo a test. He would only be able to join after passing the test. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He chose the second choice. After all, he wanted to see just how miraculous the pill sect's alchemy techniques were. He was also an alchemist, and he had never stopped cultivating alchemy. At this moment, his alchemy skills had already reached the Grandmaster realm. He could refine profound pills that surpassed the 9th rank. Only such profound pills were useful to King realm cultivators. As for pills below the profound pill, even if they were 9th rank pills, they had very little effect on King realm cultivators. Other than the letter, there was also a medallion. It was the one Lin Xian used to enter the pill sect. With the token in hand, Lin Xian left the inn. The alchemy sect was incomparably brilliant. The mountain range was continuous, and one couldn't see the end of it. This was a behemoth. It was a very powerful existence below the clan of the ancients and the peerless Holy Lands. Ordinary people would not dare to come here and behave atrociously. Of course, for those alchemists who wanted to join the pill sect, there were also special testing places. It was a valley at the foot of the mountain where dozens of palaces had been built. That place was used to test alchemists. When the alchemy sect recruited disciples, what they looked at was not your current strength, but your talent. This was because the level of one's talent determined how far one could go in the future. This was what the pill sect valued the most. Of course, one must have a certain foundation. Moreover, those who could come to this alchemy sect to participate in the test were not ordinary people. However, no matter how extraordinary they were, they didn't dare to be impudent in front of the alchemy grandmaster. At that moment, a lot of people were gathered in the valley. They were all waiting silently. Among these people, there were 7 or 8-year-old children, 15 or 16-year-old youths, and even 20-year-old youths. There were even some elderly people among them. In any case, there were people of all ages. They all harbored a sincere heart and wanted to join the alchemy sect. Lin Xian also arrived in front of the valley. However, he did not stop. Instead, he walked straight inside. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Many people even started whispering. Who is this guy? He actually doesn't know the rules and dares to enter directly? Yeah. Looks like he should be a hothead. If he goes in like this, he'll definitely be killed directly. Hee, that's good too. With one less competitor, my chances of entering the alchemy sect will be a little higher. Sigh, yeah. Every year, there are some hotheads who ignore the alchemy sect's rules and barge in directly. I remember that some time ago, there was a youth who was hooting here. He even wanted to use force to barge in. In the end, he was sent flying with a punch. The crowd discussed animatedly. Looking at Lin Xian, their eyes were filled with gloating expressions. And at this moment, an icy voice also came from inside the valley. Halt! Who are you? How dare you be so rude? The alchemy sect is not a place where you can casually enter. If you want to enter the alchemy sect, not only do you have to have talent, you also have to have opportunities. Kneel outside and wait. When your opportunity arrives, someone will naturally let you in. Along with the voice came a figure. This was a young man wearing a robe. His eyes were filled with arrogance as if he did not care about anyone. There was no helping it. These alchemy sect disciples did indeed have the right to be arrogant. This was because the alchemy sect was a colossus here. It was an absolutely transcendent existence, even many surrounding countries had to submit to the alchemy sect. Behind the young man in the robe, there were countless figures flashing. Clearly, they were also disciples of the alchemy sect. As long as someone made a move, they would not hesitate to attack and kill. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed. He took out the token and slowly said, "I'm here to participate in the test." The token was very simple. There was the word alchemy carved on it. There was a red glow on the surface, emitting a fiery aura. This was the alchemy sect's token. Outsiders could not fake it. When the young man in the robe saw the token, his body trembled. The arrogance on his face disappeared and was replaced with a hint of seriousness. He carefully took the token and said, "Wait here first. I'll go and report." With that, the young man in the robe entered the valley again. The surrounding people began to whisper. Some of them were even filled with shock. What's going on? He wasn't killed? Yeah, this isn't the alchemy sect style of doing things. Could it be? What other background does this kid have? The group of people discussed animatedly. They were very puzzled. However, not long after, the young man in the robe from before came out again. You must be Lin Xian. Follow me. You have the qualifications to join the alchemy sect. However, we still have to test your aptitude. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Chiyu had already explained this to him. Therefore, he took a step forward and followed the young man in the robe in. What? He went in. He actually went in. When the people behind saw this scene, their eyes widened. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian would be killed. They did not expect that he would be invited in. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Heavens, who is this kid? How could he enter the alchemy sect so easily? Look at the token he took out earlier. It should be the token of the alchemy sect. This kid's background is definitely not simple. The valley wasn't large, but it was surrounded by palaces. Furthermore, there were quite a few spirit medicines growing inside. Many of them didn't exist in the Tianwu continent. However, Lin Xian recognized them. This was because he had the inheritance of Wine Lord and King Pillfeather. Thus, he had a very precise grasp of medicinal herbs. There were basically no herbs that he didn't recognize. Soon, he entered a palace. This palace had a total of 6 floors. Each floor was filled with books. Lin Xian glanced at them and found that most of them were books on the Tao of alchemy. There were recipes, identification of medicinal herbs, and medicinal effects. There were also flames, pill furnaces, and so on. In short, almost everything related to pills was here. It could be said that this place was filled with knowledge. Finally, Lin Xian followed the pill-robed youth to the 5th floor. There was a middle-aged man sitting there. At this moment, he was holding an ancient book in his hand and carefully reading it. The book was slightly yellowed, and the pages were somewhat curly. It was obvious that it had been flipped through countless times. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man was holding it in his hand as if it were a treasure. Lin Xian looked ahead and was slightly surprised. This was because the flame aura on this person's body was very strong. It even surpassed the blue sky flames and the mysterious flame in Han Li's hand. There was no need to think about it. The other party should have grasped an extremely terrifying flame. In addition, he also felt an extremely powerful soul power from the other party. Even he was shocked by this soul force. The other party was definitely an alchemist, and a very terrifying one at that. He didn't expect to see such a person as soon as he arrived at the pill sect. Martial uncle, I brought him. The pill-robed youth respectfully said. Yes, I know. The middle-aged man indifferently said. However, he didn't immediately raise his head and continued to read the ancient book in his hand. The pill-robed youth respectfully withdrew, leaving only Lin Xian behind. After a while, the middle-aged man raised his head and closed the ancient book in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the ancient book floated to the side of the bookshelf. Then, he picked up the medallion on the table. His eyes flickered as he asked in a deep voice. You are Lin Xian? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, he had already retracted his aura, making him look like an ordinary person. However, there was a very calm expression on his face. Not bad. To be able to resist my pressure, it seems that your strength is definitely not ordinary. I heard about your situation from Chiyu. To be able to defeat Han Li, his battle prowess is truly astonishing. However, I'm very curious. If you were to enter the other sects, you would probably be treated very well. But why did you enter the pill sect? At the end of his speech, his gaze became sharp, like 2 sharp swords that wanted to see through Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian was still as calm as ever. The great dragon sword soul within his body quickly revolved, offsetting this pressure. Other than being a cultivator, I'm also an alchemist. Naturally, I want to join the alchemy faction and learn more advanced alchemy techniques. An alchemist, the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he couldn't believe that the other party was actually an alchemist. Prove it? Lin Xian nodded slightly. Then, his soul power surged out. The middle-aged man was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that the other party's soul power would be so powerful. Not bad. Most people don't have such a powerful soul. Kid, it seems that your talent is quite good. The middle-aged man nodded and waved his hand. Suddenly, the wall in front of him flickered and quickly opened, revealing a painting. There were two yin-yang fishes, one white and one black. They fused together in a very profound manner. Look carefully. How many changes can you see? As the middle-aged man's voice fell, the yin-yang diagram on the painting began to quickly revolve. The black and white diagrams seemed to become black and white fishes that quickly swam away. 72, Lin Xian glanced at it and quickly said. And now? The middle-aged man asked again. The yin-yang fishes in front of him were moving faster and faster. 360. Types. 1800, 7200. 12,000 types. When Lin Xian said this number, the middle-aged man was stunned. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him could see so many changes. The yin-yang diagram in front of him was a treasure of the alchemy faction. It was very strange. Although it didn't have much attack power, it could be used to test a martial artist's soul power. The yin-yang fishes had tens of thousands of changes. A martial artist could only use their soul power to capture the changes within. The stronger the soul power, the more changes one could capture. Generally speaking, seeing 3,600 changes was enough to enter the alchemy faction. If one could see more than 5,000 changes, they would be considered a decent genius. Even better ones could see 7,000 to 8,000 changes. As for those who could see more than 10,000 changes, they would be considered a genius. This kind of person's soul power was very high. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists to cultivate it. Unless the other party had a cultivation method that specialized in soul power or consumed some heavenly treasure. It was even rarer to be able to see more than 12,000 changes as soon as they entered the sect. It could be said that there were very few people. Therefore, Lin Xian's soul power really shocked him. Your soul power isn't bad. What about your knowledge of spiritual herbs? The middle-aged man flicked his finger and 3 drops of liquid floated down from the sky. Can you tell what kind of spirit herbs these are made from? There are 42 types. There are purple spiral flowers, extreme spirit grass. Lin Xian listed them one by one, his expression very calm. This made the middle-aged man even more shocked. His spiritual liquids were all made from dozens to hundreds of spiritual herbs. Ordinary people couldn't tell at all. But this young man in front of him could quickly list them out as if he was familiar with them. Looks like he was indeed an alchemist. Very good, you pass. The middle-aged man was very satisfied. With your talent and current strength, you can ignore the outer sect disciples and directly become an inner sect disciple. Many thanks, senior. Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Okay, you can go to the inner sect to report now. The middle-aged man flipped his palm and took out a new token, handing it to Lin Xian. This is an identity token. Engrave your soul power on it. Don't lose it usually. Saying this, the middle-aged man sat down again. With a wave of his palm, the books on the bookshelf in the distance seemed to be held by a pair of invisible hands and floated over again. The middle-aged man ignored Lin Xian and continued to read the ancient books. As for Lin Xian, he took the new inner sect disciple token and left the hall. When he went out, he found that the red-robed young man from before was still waiting outside. Oh, how do I get to that door? Lin Xian asked. Inner sect, the red-robed young man heard this and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were full of shock. You entered the inner sect? Lin Xian nodded and then took out the token. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lin Xian asked curiously. Senior brother, you're new here. You don't know what being an inner sect disciple means. The young man explained quickly. His attitude changed quickly. He was even addressing Lin Xian as senior brother now. The disciples of the Pale sect are divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. there are also direct disciples. However, there are very few direct disciples. There are only a few of them. Furthermore, the sect master and the various elders no longer accept direct disciples. Therefore, direct disciples can be seen as special core disciples. From the outer sect to the inner sect, there's a threshold. Most of the outer sect disciples are free range and do some chores. They can be said to be the lowest level of the sect. But it's different for the inner sect disciples. They are already considered as the elites. They enjoy many resources and have the opportunity to listen to the teachings of the elders. You can say that their treatment has improved a lot. However, it's difficult to become an inner sect disciple. Every year, only a small number of outstanding outer sect disciples can become inner sect disciples. The competition is extremely intense. In fact, some people have been in the outer sect for more than 10 years and have yet to become inner sect disciples. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded his head. He finally knew why this young man before him had such an attitude. He became an inner sect disciple the moment he entered the sect. This starting point was far beyond everyone's imagination. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. He then asked, "Then, what's up with the core disciples? Tell me more about it." Core disciples are the elites of the elites. It's even more difficult to become a core disciple from an inner sect disciple. In fact, some people have been in the inner sect for more than 100 years and still can't become a core disciple. Core disciples have a lot of power. They even have the right to kill. In fact, some of the more powerful core disciples are no weaker than some of the elders. It's just that they haven't contributed much to the sect, so they can't become elders. However, their strength is extremely terrifying. So that's the case. Lin Xian nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Seemed like the identity of an inner sect disciple wasn't safe after all. He had to get the identity of a core disciple as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to get in touch with the Pill sect. After all, King Pill Plume was something from several hundred years ago. Ordinary disciples would never be able to come into contact with this kind of secret. Only those in the upper echelons would be able to obtain clues. The young man in the red robes led Lin Xian to the inner sect area, but didn't enter. He said to Lin Xian, "Senior brother, I'm just an outer sect disciple. I can't enter the inner sect. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on." Okay. Lin Xian nodded and entered the inner sect alone. However, Lin Xian did not fumble around on his own. After entering the inner sect, there were people specially assigned to guide him. Very quickly, he was assigned to an independent courtyard. Every inner disciple could enjoy a mobile independent courtyard as their own residence. From the conversation, Lin Xian also learned that the treatment of core disciples was even better. They could even occupy a mountain peak and use it as their own residence. Some powerful core disciples could even enslave outer sect disciples and order inner sect disciples to do things for them. It could be said that he had a lot of power. Lin Xian chose a courtyard and stayed there. He did not act immediately. Instead, he cultivated silently to accumulate his strength. Just like that, he stayed in the inner sect. On the other side, outside the alchemy faction, there was a test going on for the past few days. Countless outer sect disciples were trying their best to enter the inner sect. Among them, there was a beautiful young girl who also wanted to participate in the test. The young girl was beautiful, but her demeanor was a little arrogant. She raised her chin like a proud little princess. At that moment, there were many young men around her. "There are 10 spots to enter the inner sect this time. I'll definitely get one," the young girl said proudly. Of course. The surrounding warriors quickly flattered her. Beside her, there were a few arrogant disciples. They were also elites of the outer sect and were very confident of entering the inner sect. Among them, there was a young man in red robes. He looked at the young girl and smiled. "That's for sure. Sister Ting, when the time comes, we'll enter together. However, after entering the inner sect, you'll have to rely on your brother. When the time comes, don't forget about me." Hearing the compliments around her, the young girl called Fang Ting became even more proud. "Of course. Don't worry, my brother is very powerful in the inner sect. After we enter, I'll ask him to take care of you." When the surrounding disciples heard this, they were envious. They knew that Fang Ting was very powerful. At such a young age, she had become a top outer sect disciple and was about to enter the inner sect. Not only that, she had an even more powerful brother who was in the inner sect. It could be said that no one dared to bully her. She would probably be a proud daughter of the heavens if she entered the inner sect. Everyone was discussing animatedly. However, at that moment, the results of the test were also out. Immediately, everyone stretched their necks and looked nervously. The young girl called Fang Ting also became nervous. To be honest, although her talent was not bad, there were many people in the outer sect who were more talented and stronger than her. Therefore, she was not completely confident. However, when she saw that her name was ranked 10th, her delicate little face immediately revealed a proud smile. 10th, although the ranking was slightly worse than she had imagined, she was still very satisfied. Because she knew that there were only 10 spots to enter the inner sect this time. In other words, as long as one entered the top 10, they would definitely be able to enter the inner sect. Ha 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 ha. That's great. I've finally entered the inner sect. Exclamations of surprise sounded one after another. Obviously, these were the top 10 disciples. Soon, an outer sect elder walked over quickly with a scroll in his hand. As for Fang Ting and the other top 10 disciples, they all had proud smiles on their faces as they quickly walked out and stood in front. They knew that it was time to announce the results. As expected, the outer sect elder slowly said, "Next, I will announce your candidates to enter the inner sect. Huang Kai, Zhao Dong, Qin Feng." The outer sect elder read out 9 names in a row. They were all disciples ranked in the top 9. Fang Ting listened with a smug expression, but when it was her turn, she suddenly stopped. The outer sect elder slowly put away the scroll and said in a deep voice, "From today onwards, the 9 of you will be inner sect disciples. After entering the inner sect, you must cultivate well. You must not slack off." "Yes, disciple obeys." Qin Feng and the other 9 disciples nodded respectfully, while the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. What was going on? There were only 9 people. Why were there only 9? What's going on? There are only 9 people. Why are there only 9? Everyone was puzzled. Fang Ting quickly said, "Elder, why didn't you read my name?" After the outer sect elder heard this, he said in a deep voice, "There are only 9 spots to enter the inner sect this time, so only the top 9 will be taken." 9? How is that possible? Fang Ting's face was anxious. Didn't we say that there were a total of 10 spots? Why is there one less? That's right, elder. Weren't the spots already decided? Qin Feng, who had already become an inner sect disciple, was also puzzled. There were indeed 10 spots before, but a few days ago, a disciple came and joined our alchemy sect, directly becoming an inner sect disciple. So naturally, there will be one less spot for you. What? Someone directly became an inner sect disciple? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. One had to know that they knew the rules of the alchemy sect. Usually, when they came, they would be outer sect disciples. It was very rare to hear of someone who could directly become an inner sect disciple. Impossible. Damn it, how is this possible? Fang Ting screamed. Originally, she was full of confidence and thought that she would definitely be able to enter the inner sect this time. However, she did not expect such a thing to happen. This is against the rules. I'm in the top 10, so I should enter the inner sect. Fang Ting quickly said. However, the outer sect elder snorted coldly, "Noisy. Is this a place for you to behave atrociously? This is the sect's decision. What are you dissatisfied with?" At the end, his voice was incomparably cold, and even emitted a powerful aura. No. Sensing this aura, Fang Ting was also scared silly and quickly knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the outer sect elder said in a deep voice, "With your talent, after cultivating for a period of time, you will definitely be able to enter the inner sect next time. This time, you can go back first." After saying that, he waved his hand and took Qin Feng and the other 9 inner sect disciples away. Only the shocked crowd was left behind. Damn it, this is too despicable. I have to find out who replaced me. I'm going to tear him into pieces. Fang Ting knelt on the ground and screamed crazily. As for the surrounding warriors, their scalps went numb. That was because they knew that the disciple who became an inner disciple was going to be in trouble. Fang Ting's brother was an extremely terrifying figure in the inner sect. With his ruthless attacks, he could kill anyone. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been cultivating in his room, but he would come out from time to time. In the vicinity of his courtyard, there were many spiritual herbs that he needed to take care of. He would hand over 70% of these spiritual herbs to the sect, and the remaining 30% would be his reward. This was an inner disciple. If he wanted to be promoted to a core disciple, he would only need to pay half of it. In the past few days, while Lin Xian was taking care of the spirit herbs, he also got to know some of the surrounding inner sect disciples. They were familiar with each other. One day, while Lin Xian was cultivating, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Lin Xian immediately opened his eyes. He stood up and opened the door. The person who knocked on the door was his neighbor. He was also an inner disciple, and his name was Zhou Hai. In addition to Zhou Hai, there were 2 or 3 other figures, all of whom were inner disciples nearby. "What's the matter?" Lin Xian asked. Usually, no one would disturb him during the day. Now that the other party was here, it meant that something had happened. "There's a mission for us." "Mission?" Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. He naturally knew that to become a disciple of the alchemy sect, one had to complete some sect missions. However, he did not expect that the mission would come so soon. "Yes, it's like this. Recently, the cities near us have been losing spirit herbs. Sometimes, there are even obvious riots. It's obvious that it's man-made. According to various investigations, we finally found out that it's the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. Now, the sect has issued a mission to kill the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. Many inner sect disciples have already taken action because the rewards this time are too generous. Every time you kill a martial artist from the 10,000 Poison sect, you can get 1 sect contribution. 10 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a high-grade alchemy book or a top-grade spirit herb. Those spirit herbs are not the ones we planted. They are all extremely precious. Every one of them is worth a lot. It seems that the sect is really angry this time. Yes, especially those high-grade alchemy books. Even the core disciples are tempted. I think many of them will go this time. We want to go too, so we came to call you. How about it? Do you want to go together?" Zhou Hai and the others asked. "Okay, let's go take a look." Lin Xian nodded. He had nothing to do anyway. He could get rid of some people from the 10,000 Poison sect and exchange for some spirit herbs and alchemy books. He was happy. All of Lin Xian's belongings were with him, so there was nothing much to pack. He left with Zhou Hai and the others and flew towards the city at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Fang Ting was also contacting her brother in the inner sect through letters. Fang Li, Fang Ting's brother, was also an inner sect disciple. Moreover, he was a very powerful inner sect disciple. It could be said that everyone in the inner sect knew of Fang Li's existence. When he found out that his sister's spot had been taken and she could not enter the inner sect, his face immediately darkened. "Investigate. Who took my sister's spot?" Fang Li said coldly to a few of his underlings beside him. "Don't worry, young Master Fang. We'll investigate now." These followers were also inner sect disciples. They quickly went out to investigate. Soon, they returned. "We found some information. That kid is called Lin Xian. He came 5 days ago. He was indeed directly promoted to an inner sect disciple. However, we can't find out the reason." "How strong is that kid?" Fang Li asked in a deep voice. "I don't know about his alchemy skills. However, according to those who have seen him, he's only a 1-star king." 1-star king? Hearing this, Fang Li's frown deepened. The people around him sneered. How can he be promoted to an inner sect disciple with such a weak cultivation? Could that kid be an alchemy genius? Impossible. If he's really an alchemy genius, we should have known the moment he came in. But now, he's keeping a low profile. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Fang Li snorted. No matter who he is or how he got in, he must pay the price for taking my sister's spot. Let's go. Let's see what Lin Xian is capable of. Fang Li snorted and ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Along the way, many inner sect disciples' expressions changed when they saw this. Isn't that Fang Li? Why does he look so pale? Where are they going? They don't look friendly. Oh my god, someone dares to provoke Fang Li? Isn't he afraid of death? I heard that someone took Fang Li's sister's place in the inner sect. I think Fang Li is going to find trouble with the other party. What? Is there such a thing? That should be right. There is indeed a new disciple in the inner sect. I think his name is Lin Xian. Look at them, they are indeed going to Lin Xian's courtyard. The surrounding inner sect disciples are whispering. When they saw this, they followed them. Fang Li and his group stopped in front of Lin Xian's courtyard. Is this the place? Fang Li looked ahead with a cold gaze. Yes, young Master Fang, this is the place. Wait, I'll get that kid to come out. One of the inner sect disciples said. Then, he stepped forward and shouted coldly, Lin, get out here. His voice was like thunder, turning into a sharp sword that quickly spread inside. However, it was quiet inside. There was no response at all, let alone a person. Humph. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Seeing that there was no response, the inner sect disciple was very unhappy. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed forward. With a boom, the door and wall in front of him exploded. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Was he going to do it himself? However, after waiting for a while, no one came out. Soon, a few inner sect disciples entered the courtyard at lightning speed to check it out. Then, they came out and said, Young Master Fang, there's no one inside. No one? Hearing this, Fang Li frowned and asked coldly, Do any of you know where that kid went? Whoever provides me with the clue, I'll give him a high-quality spiritual herb. Immediately, someone ran out and said that Lin kid went to take on a mission. The one from the 10,000 Poisons sect. A mission from the 10,000 Poisons sect? Hearing this, Fang Li narrowed his eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, with a flip of his palm, he took out a stalk of spirit grass and threw it to the man. How dare you take my younger sister's spot? No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape death. It just so happens that I'm also going to accept the mission from the 10,000 Poisons sect. I'll take care of that brat while I'm at it. Fang Li sneered and left with his men. Upon seeing this, the surrounding inner disciples shook their heads and sighed. Sigh, that Lin Xian guy is too unlucky. He actually offended Fang Li, that's right. With Fang Li's strength and methods, that kid won't be able to get anything out of him. That's not all. If they meet him outside this time, that kid might lose his life. When the time comes, Fang Li will kill that kid and push the blame to the 10,000 Poisons sect. Even if the sect finds out anything, they won't care. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's not bother about it. The group of people left one after another. At the foot of the mountain, the surrounding cities were like stars in the sky. Although only a few days had passed, Lin Xian discovered that the appearance of this place had changed. Among them, many cities had been attacked. The city walls had collapsed, the houses were damaged, and deep holes had appeared on the ground. Not only that, but there was also a green mist in the surroundings that contained a deadly poison. Even a king had to be careful when dealing with it. According to Zhou Tian's introduction, this was a unique technique of the 10,000 Poisons sect. This green mist was extremely terrifying. It was condensed from many king-level demonic beasts. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. Anyone below the king level would definitely die if they touched it. As for king-level cultivators, if they accidentally inhaled it, they would lose a lot of their strength and might even be heavily injured. Therefore, they had to be careful when fighting against the 10,000 Poisons sect. Damn, these people from the 10,000 Poisons sect are really despicable. Yeah. Just this poisonous mist alone has consumed a lot of my spiritual energy. If we weren't kings, we probably wouldn't have been able to stay in this poisonous mist for too long. An inner disciple's face was gloomy. Obviously, the poisonous mist in the surroundings was a huge burden on him. These people were Lin Xian and the others. They had appeared in the city. Among them, Zhou Hai looked at Lin Xian's calm expression and asked in confusion. Brother Lin, could it be that you're not affected at all? Heavens, your spiritual energy is too strong, isn't it? Indeed, there were countless sword qi revolving around Lin Xian's body. Every sword qi was extremely sharp, and the poisonous mist couldn't get close to him at all. Zhou Hai and the others were also using their own methods, but their expressions weren't as calm as Lin Xian's. Among them, Zhou Hai and another disciple called Yang Song were the strongest. Both of them were 2-star kings. The remaining 2 were late-stage 1-star kings. The 4 of them walked carefully, while Lin Xian checked the surroundings. By the way, Brother Lin, are you a swordsman? This sword qi is too sharp, isn't it? While the others were still envious, Lin Xian frowned and said in a deep voice, I seem to have found something strange. Strange? What is it? Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled. They were also alchemists, and their soul power was very strong. However, they didn't find anything strange at all. However, looking at Lin Xian's expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Therefore, they were very puzzled. Come, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian dashed forward. Although Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled, they still followed. Soon, they left the city and entered the primeval forest. After flying for a while, Lin Xian's body swayed and flew down. Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others also flew down. Then, they opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Because there were countless corpses on the ground. However, most of the corpses had turned into white bones, and the remaining ones were also rotting. Obviously, they were all poisoned to death. These are the warriors from those cities. It seems that they have fought with the 10,000 poisoned sect. The others gasped. The distance was too far. Ordinary people couldn't sense it at all. Even they couldn't sense it. However, Lin Xian seemed to have known it all along. Just how strong was his soul force? Lin Xian looked at the scene and frowned. What a strong poison. Not only had the corpses rotted, but the entire ground had also become a land of death. There was no trace of life. Furthermore, the poisonous gas would spread out and gradually fuse into the void to form a poisonous fog. It wouldn't be long before the whole place became a land of death. Not even a blade of grass would grow. Zhou Hai frowned. He summoned a white mouse from his king's domain and fed it a pill. Suddenly, the white mouse shone brightly. Its black little nose twitched as if it was looking for something. Zhou Hai was overjoyed and called out, Brother Lin, come quickly. We found their tracks. You found their tracks? Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the sect to have such a method. His figure flashed, and he followed behind. At this moment, the dark red dragon in his sleeve explained. This is a spirit-seeking mouse. It's a very intelligent beast with a very developed sense of smell. It can track people down. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood how the other party could find the 10,000 poisoned sect's tracks. In front of them was a continuous mountain range. The peaks were thousands of feet high and stood on the ground like divine swords. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they found that the spirit-seeking mouse was no longer flying. It seemed to have lost its way. What's going on? We lost them? Zhou Hai frowned. He didn't expect his method to fail. Lin Xian also frowned. He used his soul power to investigate, but he didn't find anyone nearby. However, he felt uneasy. At this moment, the dark red dragon transmitted its voice, Kid, be careful. I'm afraid it's a trap. Lin Xian nodded and was about to say something. However, all of a sudden, countless black shadows appeared all around them and surrounded them like ghosts. Sinister laughter rang out in the surroundings. It was like the laughter of evil spirits, causing one's scalp to go numb. Who is it? Come out. Zhou Hai and the others shouted. At the same time, their bodies shone with light as they prepared to defend themselves. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in surprise. Good method. He didn't even detect the other party's presence. It seems that the 10,000 Poisons sect has some unusual methods. Haha, I didn't expect it to be a few children. you dare to chase us here? I have to say, you're really bold. A cold voice sounded. Not good, it's the 10,000 Poisons sect. Zhou Hai's expression changed. Everyone, be careful. Then, he roared angrily, Humph, remnants of the 10,000 Poisons sect, you've harmed the common people, and now you dare to come near my pill sect? You're courting death. I didn't expect you to be from the pill sect. Since that's the case, then all the more I can't let you live. Before he finished speaking, a green shadow flew out quickly. That green light is too terrifying. It's covering the sky and covering the earth. It's like a raging sea. It's heading straight for Zhou Hai. Scram! Zhou Hai roared and punched out. The fiery red fist carried a resplendent light that illuminated the surroundings as it quickly slammed into the green light. Boom, a terrifying sound rang out. More than half of the green light was melted by the fiery red fist. However, Zhou Hai did not have it easy either. He took 5 steps back, and the blood in his body was boiling. There was nothing he could do about it. That green attack was simply too terrifying. It wasn't powerful, but its strength was strange, and it even carried poisonous gas. Fortunately, he had been careful in defending himself, so the other party didn't succeed. I didn't expect your strength to be so good. You actually managed to survive under my green devil hand? But kid, don't be too complacent. I only used half of my strength just now. This time, I'll use my full strength. Let's see if you can still block it. The cold voice rang out again, with a strong sense of ridicule. Then, an incomparably violent energy surged out and slammed towards Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's face changed drastically. The previous attack was still too much for him to handle. However, now that the other party had used his full strength, the aura made him feel suffocated. Seeing that Zhou Hai was about to be swallowed by the green palm, Lin Xian made his move at this critical moment. He waved his hand, and a huge sword chi quickly formed. It shone brightly like a divine rainbow and quickly slashed forward. A terrifying murderous aura shot into the sky. Boom, in an instant, the green palm was cut off by the sword chi. Not only that, the poisonous gas that filled the sky was also completely eliminated. Thank you, Brother Lin. Seeing that Lin Xian had repelled the other party, Zhou Hai heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him gratefully. The others were also extremely shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's battle prowess to be so powerful. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again, I didn't expect there to be another expert. But kid, since you dared to offend me, you're definitely dead this time. The sound wave turned into a green ocean and spread out in all directions, bringing with it a strange poisonous gas. Damn the 10,000 Poisons sect. Zhou Hai gritted his teeth, then quickly took out a few pills and distributed them to Lin Xian and the others. This is the green spirit pill. It can cure hundreds of poisons. Take it and you'll be able to resist the poison of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Lin Xian took it and sniffed it. Then, he nodded slightly and swallowed the pill. However, Zhou Hai and the others did not look too good. This was because from the previous attack, the other party was at least a 3-star king. They could not resist such an expert at all. However, they were more shocked by Lin Xian's combat strength. Brother Lin, are you a 3-star king? Have you been hiding your strength? The few of them asked doubtfully. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No, I just used some secret techniques. However, it's not difficult to resist a 3-star king. Humph. You're really boasting shamelessly. The cold voice rang out again. It's not difficult to resist a 3-star king? Kid, it seems like you really don't know your limits. Fine, I'll kill you today and let you know the power of a 3-star king. As the voice fell, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. A middle-aged man walked out from the front. He was wearing a blue robe, and his face was pale and beardless. His eyes were long and narrow, and they were filled with coldness. His eyes were jade green and had an extremely ferocious gaze. This middle-aged man was the one who had attacked earlier. He was also a 3-star king. Behind him stood dozens of 10,000 Poisons sect nobles, ranging from 2-star kings to 9th heaven venerables. What? So many people. Zhou Hai and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. They were already no match for a 3-star king, let alone the 10,000 poison sex cultivators behind them. Are we really going to die here this time? Don't panic. Hold them back. There should be disciples of our alchemy faction nearby. Another disciple quickly sent a voice transmission. Then, he waved his hand and flicked a red pill into the sky. Then, it exploded, forming a cloud of mist. This was the communication signal between alchemy faction's disciples. It could be used to call for help. Now that it was used, it could be seen from hundreds of miles away. However, the middle-aged man in the blue robe sneered. He waved his hand, and countless green lights surged out of his body and rushed into the sky, enveloping the red mist. Hee, you want to call for help? It's useless. Today is the day you die. Damn it. Zhou Hai and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. Although the signal for help had been blocked, these people were not much of a threat to him. As long as he attacked with his full strength, he could kill all of them. That was exactly what he was thinking. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and an aura was about to be released. The voice was extremely terrifying. Not only did Zhou Hai and the others' expressions change, but even the middle-aged man from the 10,000 poisons sect looked gloomy. Lin Xian's heart also jumped. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. This energy was too terrifying. It seemed to have surpassed that of a 3-star king. Could it be a 4-star king? Thinking of this, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't attack again. Instead, he quietly watched. Even a 4-star king would be difficult for him. If the other party was from the 10,000 poison sect, then he could only take Zhou Hai and the others and leave. Soon, the figure arrived and floated in the sky. He was like a god of war, looking down. It was a youth with a cold expression. His gaze was like lightning, causing one's heart to tremble. A fiery red cauldron floated above his head. 2 fire dragons were carved on it, circling around each other. Humph. The 10,000 poison sect dares to behave so atrociously near my alchemy sect. You really don't know what's good for you. The mysterious youth's cold voice sounded. Who are you? Below, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 poisons sect had a grave expression. The cultivators behind him also frowned. They could feel how powerful the other party's aura was. Core disciple of the alchemy sect, Lu Chao. The mysterious youth said coldly, I've already answered your question. You can die now. In the sky, the mysterious youth waved his hand. Immediately, the red cauldron above him emitted a resplendent light. It was like a sea of fire, and it was rapidly rolling down. Countless flames soared into the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds and instantly enveloping all the cultivators of the 10,000 poison sect. Aha! Miserable screams rang out. The cultivators of the 10,000 poison sect tried their best to resist, but to no avail. Even the blue-robed middle-aged man used his king's domain to try and escape. However, Lu Chao coldly snorted. He pointed his finger, and flame soared into the sky, turning into a fire dragon that instantly swallowed the middle-aged man. In an instant, all the cultivators of the 10,000 poison sect were killed. Even the surrounding poison gas was evaporated by the sea of fire, leaving not a trace behind. So powerful. They were all killed in an instant. Zhou Hai and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was indeed an expert. Most likely, his strength had already surpassed that of a 3-star king. Furthermore, from the other party's words, he seemed to be a core disciple. Is this the strength of a core disciple? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up his opponent. Greetings, senior brother. Zhou Hai and the others shouted respectfully. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. A few figures flew over like lightning. They were all young people wearing the attire of the alchemy sect. It seemed that they were also disciples of the alchemy sect. This time, there were a total of 5 or 6 people, both men and women, and their strength was not weak. When these people arrived and saw the scene below, Jing immediately smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother Liu is indeed powerful. He killed nearly 110,000 poison sex martial artists with a raise of his hand. Such means are heaven-defying. That was because Senior Brother Liu was also a very powerful existence among the core disciples. However, these people from the 10,000 Poisons sect are too despicable. They actually dared to come to our Pill sect and behave atrociously. And from the looks of it, there were quite a few of them. Could it be that they were plotting something? The new disciples quickly conversed. At this time, the core disciple called Lu Chao looked down and said in a low voice, Are you all inner sect disciples? Yes, Zhou Hai quickly said. Thank you for your help, Senior Marshal Brother Liu. Lu Chao nodded and said again, You should go back. This time, the 10,000 poison sex martial artists are strong. They are not people you can fight against. Okay, we'll go back now. Zhou Hai and the others nodded. They knew that the other party was right. This time, the 10,000 poison sex martial artists were very strong, and there were many of them. They were afraid that it would be very dangerous for them to stay here. Lin Xian, let's go. Zhou Hai looked to the side and said quickly. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. However, at this time, a young man in the sky frowned and asked coldly, Lin Xian? You're Lin Xian, the new inner sect disciple? There was a sinister coldness in this voice. Lin Xian stopped and looked back. Zhou Hai and the others were confused and stopped as well. He looked back and saw a handsome man standing there. However, his eyes were very cold, and there was even a hint of killing intent. This made him very confused. The other party wanted to kill him, but he did not know him at all. At this time, the other disciples asked, Fang Li, what's going on? Do you know him? It's nothing, just some personal matters. Fang Li explained. Then, he looked to the front and said respectfully, Senior Marshal Brother Liu, I have some matters to settle, so I'd like to stay here for a while. Okay. Lu Chao nodded. Then, his body flashed and he turned into a rainbow and left. It seemed that he was going to hunt down the other 10,000 poison sect martial artists. When the remaining people saw this, they also followed after him. At this time, only Fang Li was left in the sky. Suddenly, Fang Li's body sank and he landed on the ground. On the opposite side, Zhou Hai and the others frowned. They could not understand why Fang Li stayed. However, looking at his eyes, it was probably not something good. Therefore, they hurriedly sent a voice transmission, Brother Lin, be careful. Fang Li is considered a figure in the inner sect, but he is not to be trifled with. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He really did not know what Fang Li's intentions were. This was because he had not interacted with anyone in the past few days in the alchemy sect. It was impossible for him to have a grudge with anyone. In front, Fang Li sneered, Lin Xian, how dare you steal my sister's spot? Your sister? Lin Xian frowned even harder. He did not know this person's sister at all. Ridiculous. Lin Xian snorted and turned to leave. He did not have time to waste with this person. You want to leave? Fang Li sneered. Then, his body flashed and he appeared in front of everyone, blocking their way. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged from his body. It was very sharp. Fang Li, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Zhou Hai said quickly. Mess around? Who do you think you are? How dare you control me? Get lost. Fang Li snorted and threw a punch, instantly pushing Zhou Hai back. Bang! 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 Zhou Hai stepped back, cracking the ground. His expression was very ugly. When the others saw this, they all roared. Fang Li, although you are a 3-star king, we are not to be trifled with. If you push us too far, we will fight to the death. Fight to the death? Just the few of you? You are not worthy of my attack. Fang Li said coldly, as long as you get lost and don't interfere, I will not kill you. However, I will not let this kid go today. Lin Xian frowned when he saw this. Do I know you? You don't know me, but my sister could have entered the inner sect, but she was replaced by you. Tell me, how can I let you go? So that's what happened. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others' faces turned ugly, but Lin Xian understood. He did become an inner sect disciple directly, but this was the sect's decision, and it had nothing to do with him. As for replacing Fong Li's sister, he didn't know either. But now, Fong Li didn't explain at all and showed killing intent to him. He didn't take him seriously at all. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of a mere 3-star king. So, he said coldly, becoming an inner sect disciple is the sect's decision. If you have any opinions, you can raise them directly. It's no use looking for me. Of course, if you insist on finding trouble with me, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Fong Li was stunned, then he sneered disdainfully. Haha, what a shameless boast. Kid, I think water must have entered your brain. How dare you say such a thing? He sneered disdainfully. As far as he was concerned, Lin Xian was only a 1-star king realm cultivator. Such a person definitely wouldn't be strong. And he was a 3-star king, an extremely powerful existence among the inner sect disciples. He had many secret techniques in his hands, and he also had a very unique flame. It could be said that he was incomparably powerful. He only needed to move his finger and he would be able to squash the other party to death. Yet, Fong Li still dared to boast about teaching him a lesson? What a joke. Kid, I don't care what background you have, and I don't know how you entered the inner sect. Since you dared to replace my sister, you must die. Remember, in your next life, be careful. Don't provoke people you can't afford to provoke. Fong Li's voice was cold, and boundless killing intent surged from his body, forming a murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. What? You dare to kill someone? Fong Li, don't you know the sect rules? Zhou Hai roared. According to the rules of the alchemy sect, disciples of the same sect are not allowed to kill each other. Thus, even if there was enmity between them, they would usually just teach each other a lesson. But now, Fong Li wants to kill Lin Xian. This is too shocking. What's wrong with that? A bunch of idiots. In any case, you're out on a mission. Even if you can't return, others will think that you were killed by the 10,000 Poisons sect. So, you won't suspect me. Die, brat. Fong Li roared angrily and charged towards Lin Xian. It was a terrifying martial art right from the start. Purple Tiger Beast Fire. A ball of purple flames appeared on Fong Li's body, burning fiercely and releasing a terrifying aura. This type of flame was extracted from the body of a type of demon king. It was extremely terrifying. Now that Fong Li was using it, it was even more terrifying. Purple Tiger Form. On Fong Li's body, purple flames surged rapidly, forming a huge purple tiger. Then, it charged towards Lin Xian. This momentum was too terrifying. It was as if a real demon king was emitting a terrifying aura. Everywhere it passed, the void quickly collapsed. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed. Like a ghost, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared on the other side. He dodged it? Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others were overjoyed. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed. This was because they realized that the purple tiger did not disappear. Instead, it charged towards Lin Xian again. The monster's flames caused the void to distort incomparably. Humph, it's useless. Brat, you can't escape. This is my origin source flame. It won't stop until I kill you. In the distance, Fong Li sneered. Although Lin Xian's speed surprised him, he did not care because he was very confident in himself. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were worried. Damn Fong Li, this guy really wanted to kill Lin Xian. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be in danger. In that case, don't blame me. Lin Xian stopped dodging. Instead, he attacked quickly. He was not a timid person. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he had to kill the other party to prevent future trouble. Azure Dragon Break. A black demonic sword appeared in his hand. Then, he stabbed it out. This was a move that he had just learned. When he used it now, its power was terrifying. The sword chi surged and turned into a furious black dragon, roaring at high speed. This black dragon shone brightly like a real divine dragon. It stirred up thousands of waves and moved quickly in the void. On his body, there were countless sword radiances that pierced through the sea of clouds. Boom, the black sword chi instantly collided with the purple tiger's shadow, causing a shocking explosion. The terrifying energy shook heaven and earth. However, the explosion disappeared in an instant. All the energy, including the purple tiger, was destroyed by the black sword chi and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Hai and the others had already retreated to a distance to watch the battle. They could not block that energy at all. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? On the opposite side, Feng Li was shocked and could not believe it. Feng Li was only a 1-star king, while he was a 3-star king. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. But, he actually managed to block his attack. How is that possible? He can't believe it. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others were also shocked. Although they had seen Lin Xian fight against the experts of the 10,000 Poisons sect, they thought that it was a secret technique that would not last long. But now, Lin Xian blocked Feng Li's attack with ease. This made them extremely shocked. They even realized that it was not a secret technique that could achieve this. Perhaps Lin Xian was really strong. Thinking of this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Feng Li's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead. Damn it, that's impossible. How did you do it? Could it be that you took some kind of energy-boosting pill? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could you block my attack? As an alchemist, he naturally knew about this kind of pill that could instantly increase a cultivator's strength. However, it would cause great damage to the body. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have taken such a pill to be able to fight against him. It's just a pill that relies on external strength. How can it compare to me? Next, I'll let you know my true strength. Feng Li comforted himself. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Shameless fool. With that, his figure flashed and he charged forward again. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand emitted a monstrous power. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens as it exploded again. You are courting death. Feng Li was enraged. He did not expect Lin Fan to take the initiative to attack him. This was undoubtedly a provocation. Thousand Beasts Fist. He waved his fists and countless purple flames danced. They formed thousands of fist shadows and charged toward Lin Xian. Every fist was the size of a mountain. They carried a monstrous force and shattered the void. Bang! 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 The sword chi and fist shadows collided and the violent energy destroyed the entire sky. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too powerful. The 9 darkness demonic swords slashed down like a death scythe and sliced all the fist shadows apart. In an instant, the purple flames in the sky were extinguished and nothing was left. However, the black sword chi charged toward Feng Li again. Before the sword chi landed, the terrifying murderous intent pierced through the void. What? How is this possible? Feng Li was scared out of his wits when he saw this. That was his ultimate skill. How could it be so easily broken by someone else? He could not believe it. When he felt the chilling murderous intent, his heart raced. At this moment, he finally knew that Lin Fan was stronger than him. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and retreated quickly like a purple light. What? He retreated. Feng Li retreated. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this. Feng Li was a real 3-star king and was extremely powerful. Everyone in the inner sect knew about him. Moreover, his opponent's flame was even more terrifying. It was at the Demon King level. But now, Feng Li had actually retreated, and from the looks of it, he was in such a sorry state. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Feng Li retreated quickly like a purple rainbow. However, the black sword chi was even more violent and faster. Not only that, the black sword chi had already firmly locked onto him. It was like a black dragon roaring in the air. Feng Li could not dodge it. At this critical moment, Feng Li gritted his teeth and quickly took out a purple alchemy cauldron to block the black sword chi. Clang, the sound of metal clashing was heard and the entire void cracked. Although Feng Li used the purple alchemy cauldron to block the sword chi, the powerful force still sent him flying and smashed a few mountains. Feng Li screamed crazily as blood splattered everywhere. Impossible, this is impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? He was truly crazy. Beside him was a sea of purple flames, which formed a king's domain, burning the mountains, trees, and forests. His face was hideous, like a demon. He didn't dare to believe it. However, Lin Xian was like a flickering shadow, instantly appearing beside him. The demonic sword in his hand quickly stabbed down. Pung, Fong Li was sent flying again. God knows how many of his bones were broken. This time, he received serious internal injuries and could barely get up. However, when he saw Lin Xian walking towards him again, he immediately screamed. Because he realized that the other party really wanted to kill him. Stop. Damn it. You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? Fong Li screamed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, what does it have to do with me who you are? I don't know you, yet you came to kill me for no reason at all? Do you think I'll let you go? Hearing this, Fong Li's face turned ugly. He quickly said, I was wrong about what happened before. I'll apologize to you. Can you let me go? In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others couldn't believe their ears. The arrogant Fong Li was begging for mercy, this was simply too unbelievable. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly, I don't like to leave threats behind, so you must die. Then, he slowly raised the Nine Darkness demonic sword. You're courting death, kid. Don't you know that I'm senior brother Lu Chao's man? If you dare to touch me, senior brother Lu Chao won't let you go. Fong Li roared crazily as if he had gone mad. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Fong Li to be on Lu Chao's side. One had to know that Lu Chao was a core disciple, and his cultivation had reached the 4-star king level. He was extremely terrifying. If he was angry, he could kill any inner disciple in front of everyone without being punished by the faction. It could be said that in their eyes, Lu Chao was a supreme existence. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He had already witnessed the methods of that core disciple, Lu Chao. Seeing Lin Xian hesitate, Fong Li sneered again, how about it, kid? Are you scared now? Kneel down and kowtow to me now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, when I tell senior brother Lu Chao, you'll die. Shut up. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sword, he chopped off Fong Li's head. Puff, blood spurted out as Fong Li fell. Even in death, he couldn't believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. Was he not afraid of the revenge of the core disciples? Lin Xian said coldly. You don't have to threaten me. If he dares to cause trouble for me, I'll kill him too. With that, he waved his hand, and the black Nine Darkness flame gushed out and burned the corpse on the ground. However, he put away the storage ring and the purple pill cauldron. The cauldron was able to resist his sword chi, so it must be of a high grade. As a powerful inner disciple, Fong Li must have many treasures in his storage ring. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really kill Fong Li. They couldn't believe that Fong Li had been killed. Brother Lin, you. Zhou Hai and the others rushed over and looked at the scene on the ground, dumbfounded. Lin Xian shook his head, I had no choice. If I didn't kill him, I don't know when he would kill me. Don't worry, the sect won't be able to find out. As he said, as long as you don't say anything, no one will know that I did it. They'll definitely think that the 10,000 Poisons sect did it. Don't worry, Brother Lin, we won't say anything. Zhou Hai and the others swore. But you have to be careful of senior brother Lu Chao. After all, he's a core disciple. If he finds out about this, we'll be in trouble. Core disciples have the power to kill. They don't even need to go through the sect to attack the inner disciples. Zhou Hai said worriedly. Don't worry. A 4-star king is strong. I might not be able to defeat him, but I'm still able to protect myself. Lin Xian wasn't boasting. He had many tricks up his sleeve, which was far beyond Zhou Hai and the others' imagination. Then, the group moved and left the place. Lin Xian and the others didn't continue with their mission. Instead, they returned to the sect. With their current strength, they couldn't fight against the 10,000 Poisons sect. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood, so the group went back. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood either, so the group went back. However, Lin Xian's face darkened when he returned to the alchemy sect. He realized that half of his courtyard had been destroyed. This made him extremely angry. When the crowd saw that Lin Xian had returned, they began to point at him and discuss among themselves. Two young men were sitting in the courtyard that Lin Xian had destroyed. When they saw Lin Xian return, they opened their eyes. "You're Lin Xian?" The two of them stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. "That's right, it's me." "You destroyed my courtyard?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "Humph, so what if we destroyed your courtyard? Do you dare to resist?" The two of them sneered. "How dare you offend young Master Feng? You're courting death. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You're back so soon. If you meet young Master Feng outside, you're dead meat." "Don't worry. He didn't meet young Master Feng, but he met us. We'll teach him a lesson. Let him know that there are some people he can't mess with. Kid, I advise you to kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. You're the ones who should kneel down and apologize. How dare you destroy my courtyard?" Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "How dare you threaten me?" The two young men sneered. "Kid, don't you know who you are? You're just a newcomer to the inner sect. How dare you be so arrogant? I'm young Master Feng's man, and young Master Feng is senior brother Lu's man. You've offended us. You won't be able to stay in the inner sect for long." At this point, the two young men laughed wildly. The crowd was silent because they knew that they were right. That Lin Xian is dead meat. Yeah, he could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend Feng Li. He's too young and doesn't know any better. He'll understand after staying in the inner sect for a while. The two arrogant disciples became even more smug when they heard the crowd's words. "Brat, did you hear that? You can't be saved. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to us. Maybe we'll let you go if we're in a good mood." "Humph, you're courting death." Lin Xian didn't waste any time and attacked like lightning. Like a phantom, he arrived before the two young men in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and slapped forward. "Pa! Pa!" Two crisp sounds rang out. Immediately, the two arrogant youths received two slaps on their faces. "You are courting death. You dare to hit us?" The two of them were stunned for a moment before they roared angrily. Mad, they were really mad. Normally, they would flaunt their prowess in the inner sanctum. When had anyone ever dared to bully them, but now? A newcomer who had just arrived. How dare he slap them? This was intolerable. Upon seeing this, the minds of the surrounding inner disciples went blank, and they stood rooted to the ground. They couldn't believe what was happening. However, Lin Xian only sneered. He waved his hand and slapped again. "Pa! Pa!" The crisp sounds of slapping could be heard. Very soon, the two arrogant youths were beaten until their heads were swollen. Blood mixed with teeth, all fell out. The two arrogant youths' faces were swollen and bleeding profusely. Their eyes were filled with anger. They roared as if they had gone mad. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't avoid the slap at all. In the end, there was a look of horror in their eyes. This was because they realized that although the other party was only a one-star king, his strength was too terrifying and unfathomable. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. "No, don't hit us. I was wrong. Big brother, stop. Please spare us." The two arrogant youths knelt on the ground and quickly begged for mercy. When the surrounding inner disciples saw this, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe that the two arrogant youths were kneeling before Lin Xian. Heavens, am I dreaming? Aren't they Feng Li's men? They are usually arrogant? Why are they terrified this time? Who exactly is Lin Xian? How can he be so powerful? In an instant, everyone was talking about it. Only Zhou Hai and a few others were calm. This was nothing. Even their boss, Feng Li, had been killed by Lin Xian. Of course, they wouldn't tell anyone about this. Lin Xian retracted his hand and wiped his fingers. Then, he said, "You destroyed my courtyard. You should know what to do, right?" Yes, big brother. We'll fix it for you now." The two of them quickly moved to fix Lin Xian's courtyard. This scene was too strange. More and more inner disciples came to watch. However, the two arrogant youths didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Instead, they quickly lowered their heads and started working. Soon, the courtyard was fixed. Lin Xian didn't make things difficult for them and told them to get lost. After the two of them left, the surrounding inner disciples also left one after another. However, from now on, no one would dare to offend Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he entered the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, a formation quickly formed and surrounded the courtyard. Then, he sat down cross-legged and took out Feng Li's storage ring. There were dozens of subdivine crystals, many elixirs, and many spiritual herbs in the storage ring. In addition, Lin Xian also found some cultivation techniques. Most of them were useless to him. However, he was quite interested in one of them, the fire manipulation art. As he became more familiar with the shaken world, Lin Xian realized that the subdivine crystals this time were unusual even in this place. Therefore, Feng Li had dozens of subdivine crystals, which was quite a lot. As for the ordinary disciples, most of them still used high-grade spirit stones. After putting away the subdivine crystals, Lin Xian opened the fire manipulation art. This fire manipulation art was about the control of fire by an alchemist. Some parts of it were exquisite and inspired Lin Xian a lot. With a wave of his hand, the 9 underworlds flame rushed out and danced between his fingers. Then, he used the fire manipulation art. Immediately, the black flames moved and formed many demonic beasts. If one looked closely, they would find that the demonic beasts formed by Lin Xian's flames were more realistic. In fact, some details were exactly the same as real demonic beasts. Their power had also increased by a lot. Lin Xian nodded and put the fire manipulation art aside. Lin Xian checked all the spiritual herbs and elixirs carefully. He put away all the useful items. As for the useless ones, he planned to find a place to sell them. He also couldn't use the purple cauldron. Otherwise, people would definitely suspect him. Next, Lin Xian didn't go out again. Instead, he went into seclusion to break through and become a 2-star king. After all, Feng Li had a core disciple, Lu Chao, behind him. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. He had to be careful. Lu Chao was a 4-star king. With his current strength, he couldn't fight against him. Therefore, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Also, if he wanted to become a core disciple, he had to make a breakthrough. Based on the current situation, only 4-star kings had a chance of becoming a core disciple. Lin Xian held the dozens of subdivinity crystals in his hand and used the long life incantation to absorb them quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion. The other inner disciples were still on the mission of hunting down the 10,000 Poisons sect. Among them, the most eye-catching was the small team led by the core disciple Lu Chao. Wherever they went, the 10,000 Poisons sect was immediately destroyed. No one was spared. Lu Chao was wearing a white robe. His face was cold and he emitted a powerful aura. He was like a fire god standing in the void. With a wave of his hand, the red cauldron above his head shone brightly and formed a sea of fire that killed hundreds of 10,000 Poisons sect martial artists. Behind him, a few inner disciples clapped and cheered. Lu Chao was expressionless as he slowly descended to the ground. Then, he frowned. How long has it been? Why isn't Feng Li back yet? It's been 2 days. Yeah, what's Feng Li doing? Has he returned to the sect? A few inner disciples were confused. Lu Chao looked at the contribution points in his hand and nodded slightly. It's about time. We should be able to exchange for many things. Let's go back to the sect first. Then, they set off and returned to the alchemy sect. However, when they returned, Lu Chao and the others found that Feng Li hadn't returned. However, they didn't care and went to exchange for treasures. However, after waiting for 3 days, Feng Li still hadn't returned. Those people all started to frown. Even Lu Chao's expression had sunk. Under normal circumstances, Feng Li wouldn't have dared to leave him for so many days without sending him a message. There was only one possibility for such a thing to happen. Something had happened to Feng Li and he couldn't come back. No matter what, as his subordinate, Feng Li was very capable. Moreover, he was talented and wanted to nurture him. Thus, Lu Chao became worried upon seeing that Chu Feng had yet to return. He asked in a low voice, "Who was Feng Li with the last time?" "It should be those inner sect disciples," someone said from the side. "Didn't Feng Li say that he had to deal with some personal matters the last time we worked together?" After that, there was no news of him. "Have you searched outside?" Lu Chao asked again. "Yes, I've already searched the nearby forests and cities. In fact, we even searched the place where he left. However, we were unable to find any trace of him. It's like Feng Li has evaporated into thin air." Hearing this, Lu Chao's face darkened. The surrounding disciples were also extremely confused. "That's impossible. With Feng Li's strength, there shouldn't be any accidents. Even if I encounter people from the myriad poison sect, I should be able to escape even if I can't defeat them." The few of them conversed, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was off. Did something really happen to Feng Li? Lu Chao's face was also gloomy. "I think it's very likely." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding inner disciples gasped in shock. Then, their eyes widened. How is that possible? Who could put Feng Li in such a predicament? Unless it's a 4-star king. But we've been on this mission for so many days, and we haven't seen a single 4-star king or myriad poison sect martial artist. It's useless to think so much. Who did he meet last? "Call those inner disciples over," Lu Chao said coldly. "Yes, I'll call them over right now." An inner disciple quickly left. On the other side, Lin Xian had been in seclusion all this time, and he finally opened his eyes today. However, he sighed slightly because he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm. After entering the king realm, the energy required to break through was extremely huge. Especially for him, he required even more energy than an ordinary person. This was actually very normal. The Dragon Sword Soul was extremely powerful, and its attack power was unparalleled. Thus, the energy it required was much more than an ordinary martial artist. Although Lin Xian had many natural treasures and the powerful absorption power of the longevity art, he still couldn't meet the requirements of the Dragon Sword Soul. It seemed like he had to go out and search for opportunities. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to go out. However, although he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm, his current cultivation had reached the late stage of the 1-star king realm. His strength was also much stronger than before. However, at this moment, Zhou Hai came over again. His expression was extremely solemn as he said to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin, senior brother Lu Chao has sent people to look for us. Could it be that we've been exposed?" Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. However, he still took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We shouldn't have been exposed yet. If we were, he wouldn't have sent people to look for us and would have directly charged over. Perhaps he's just suspicious, or perhaps he doesn't know what happened at all, and wants to ask us about it. Don't worry. Our cultivations are very low, and we're nothing in his eyes. He wouldn't think that we can kill Feng Li, we just have to calm down." Very quickly, Lin Xian, Zhou Hai, and the others were taken away. Lu Chao's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lin Xian and the others. He asked coldly, "Let me ask you, do you know where Feng Li is?" "Feng Li? We don't know. Hasn't he returned yet?" Zhou Hai and the others played dumb. "Why did he look for you that day?" Lu Chao continued to ask. "Nothing special, just a small misunderstanding. It's already been resolved," Zhou Hai continued to explain. "Nonsense." Lu Chao was suddenly enraged, and his expression was abnormally cold. "Nothing special? I heard that Feng Li has a grudge with this kid, and it's not a small one. Now you're telling me that there's nothing special? What else are you hiding from me? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'm a core disciple, and I have the right to kill you. Therefore, even if I kill you now, the sect won't say anything." Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and Lin Xian's gaze was also cold. Lu Chao's forcefulness made him very uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, he would have already attacked. However, he still had a mission to complete in the alchemy sect. Therefore, he couldn't fall out with them. At least, he couldn't let the higher-ups of the alchemy sect notice him. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, there was some misunderstanding between me and Feng Li. I was promoted to an inner disciple by an elder of the sect, taking away his sister's spot. I didn't know about this before. Because of this, Feng Li wanted to make trouble for me. But that day, he didn't do anything and left. It seems he discovered something else. It should have something to do with the 10,000 Poisons sect." Lin Xian said half of the truth. As for the other half, he pushed the blame to the 10,000 Poisons sect. Lu Chao didn't say anything. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. At the same time, he released the pressure of a 4-star king. Feeling this pressure, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Lin Xian snorted inwardly. This pressure had no effect on him, but he still used the immortality incantation and squeezed out a few drops of sweat, causing his face to turn even paler. After all, he couldn't reveal too much of his strength. Lu Chao was like a demon god. His cold gaze was like a sharp sword that could pierce through them. As the atmosphere became more and more tense, an inner disciple suddenly flew in. With a panicked expression, he said, "Senior brother Lu Chao, something bad has happened." "What happened? Is it news about Feng Li?" Lu Chao asked coldly. "No, it's about the 10,000 Poisons sect." The 10,000 Poisons sect came with a purpose. They built an ancient tomb in the Fengshan mountain range, and it's filled with killing intent. It's already attracted the attention of many sects and countries. Our Pill sect is also very shocked. Many people are heading there now. "Senior brother, should we go as well?" "Ancient tomb? Let's go take a look." Lu Chao stood up without hesitation. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and stared at Lin Xian and the others. "You better be telling the truth. If I find out that you're lying, I'll kill you immediately." With that, he let out a cold harumph and led the other inner sect disciples up into the sky, disappearing into the void. Zhou Hai and the others were pale. They sat on the ground with a plop, covered in cold sweat. The situation just now really scared them to death. It was fortunate that they had news of the 10,000 Poisons Hall as a shield. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger by now. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He knew that this matter was very troublesome. From the looks of it, regardless of whether he was the culprit or not, they still wanted to kill him. Humph, what an overbearing fellow. However, it's still not certain who will kill who. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he coldly snorted. "Zhou Hai, you guys go back. I need to go out for a while." Lin Xian had always wanted to go out and look for opportunities. This time, the 10,000 Poisons sect had created an ancient tomb, which piqued his interest. With the character of the 10,000 Poisons sect, there must be treasures inside. If he could get them, he might be able to become a 2-star king warrior. Once he became a 2-star king, Lu Chao and the others wouldn't be his match at all. At that time, it would be hard to say who would kill who. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he also disappeared in the air. This time, he didn't move together with the other inner disciples. Although those people's strength was not bad, it would be difficult for them to explore such an ancient tomb. Of course, he didn't move alone. He was accompanied by the dark red divine dragon. Finally, there's another treasure. I'm so excited. The dark red divine dragon stretched out its neck and howled like a hungry wolf. These days, it had been holding back for too long. "Kid, let's go all out this time. Let's see what good things are in that ancient tomb." The two of them were like lightning, flying in the air. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they found their target. In the distance, there was a black mountain range. Killing intent soared into the sky, and demonic chi ran rampant. It was very terrifying, as if it had turned into hell. That aura made even the dark red divine dragon tremble. Damn! What a dense baleful aura. The dark red divine dragon was very suspicious, but then its eyes lit up. Lin Xian also carefully examined and warned, "Be careful. This is not the Tianwu continent. There are experts everywhere. We must not enter danger." The two of them descended from the sky and hid their auras. They walked carefully. When they looked up, they could see many figures flashing on the mountain peak in the distance. Among them, there were not only people from the alchemy sect, but also the nearby sects and countries. They were all looking for the ancient tomb. The closer they got to Feng Mountain range, the more the aura of death there was. Black liquid began to appear on the ground, and even the trees were rotting. The entire mountain range seemed to have turned into hell. This is Feng Mountain. Even if there's no ancient tomb, it's still a land of death. Zombies often appear here, so you have to be careful. Heitu also warned. There's such a thing? Lin Xian was surprised. He originally thought that this change was caused by the appearance of the mysterious ancient tomb, but after hearing Heitu's words, he realized that was not the case. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also explained, he's right. Feng Mountain has been a dead mountain since ancient times. Who knows how many corpses are buried here, and there's no lack of experts among them. Of course, if the situation is good, they'll die and turn into bones. If the situation is bad, they'll turn into zombies. Ordinary martial artists will turn into zombies at most, but those peerless experts will turn into zombies with intelligence. Those zombies can cultivate. They're very terrifying. Kid, if we meet those zombies, we can only run. The dark red divine dragon also had a lingering fear. It was obvious that he knew a lot about Fengshan. With the two's warning, Lin Xian naturally became more careful. However, it was useless. The closer he got to Feng Mountain, the more bones there were. Crack, Lin Xian could crush several bones with a single stomp. Finally, he alarmed a skeletal creature. Crack! Crack, countless white bones crawled out from the ground, forming skeletons. These skeletons were of different shapes. Some were humanoid, and some were beast-like. At this moment, there were more than 10 skeletons, and they quickly pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used dragon catcher hands. His palms were like two real dragons, and they instantly sent the skeletons flying. However, this action of his caused an even greater commotion as even more powerful skeletal creatures appeared. An angry roar came from below. Suddenly, the entire ground began to tremble. A crack that was almost 1,000 meters long formed, and then a huge figure appeared. It was also a skeleton's creature, but its body was the size of a small mountain. There were 2 balls of green flames on the huge skeletons of a cow. Those were soul flames. End of chapter 1565. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.